Li Xingshuang had never anticipated such a catastrophic beginning. He had traversed realms, becoming a renowned elder of the righteous sect, Wangelu. However, he found himself cast as a villain. And just moments ago, he had stabbed his own disciple, who happened to be the male protagonist and the fated child of destiny in this world, with a blade. Blood stained the protagonist Ling Han's white attire, his eyes burning crimson, and an ominous aura surged around him. Li Xingshuang understood that this was due to Ling Han's half-demon bloodline, which had led to his unjust accusation of collusion with the demon race, ultimately resulting in his chest being pierced by Li Xingshuang's own sword at the execution platform for demons. According to the original timeline, Li Xingshuang would have killed the protagonist, but in reality, due to the favor of fate, no one could truly bring about his demise. After a few years, he would attain great power and return to annihilate the entire sect. This could not be allowed. This was unacceptable. He was clearly of the demon race. Elder Guiyun, eliminate this demon. A disgrace to the sect. Ling Han gradually clenched his fists, a tempest of hatred brewing within him. If he could survive, he would ensure that these people, enough. Li Xingshuang sheathed his sword, his voice cold as ice, declaring that this strike would serve as a lesson, and from then on, no one was to mention the incident again. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his gaze. Since joining the sect, he had exchanged but a few words with this master, easily counted on his fingers. Li Xingshuang was notorious for his indifference, and the sole reason he took Ling Han as a disciple was due to the sect leader's arrangement. For an entire year, he had ignored Ling Han, and had it not been for this sword strike today, Ling Han might have forgotten he had a master. Elder Guiyun, he is a demon. Are you perhaps shielding your disciple? You are causing disillusionment among the disciples. The clamor made Ling Han grit his teeth, yet he continued to gaze at Li Xingshuang, seemingly awaiting his response. Li Xingshuang's tone remained frosty, as though encased in ice. This sword strike was merely a punishment for concealing his bloodline. He trust Ling Han. He would not conspire with the demon race. Whoever dares to mention this matter again shall find themselves at odds with me. He grasped Ling Han and utilized the teleportation array, transporting him back to his own abode at Guiyun Peak. After unceremoniously depositing Ling Han in his disciple's chamber, Li Xingshuang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master, Ling Han's complexion was pale as he struggled to speak, asking why he had spared his disciple. Li Xingshuang turned to Ling Han, observing that the fated child was merely 16 or 17 years old, still a mere child, and in such a pitiful state. He felt a twinge of sympathy. Because you are my disciple, he replied, channeling his spiritual energy to heal him. In truth, Li Xingshuang wished to ist, saying that once a master, always a father. I am your father. However, he thought better of it, realizing it would tarnish his image. Ling Han lowered his gaze. Master is concerned that having a disciple who colludes with the demon race would tarnish Guiyun Peak. And your reputation? Li Xingshuang gently shook his head. I do not believe you would conspire with the demon race. Ling Han had indeed not conspired with the demons. Although he had faced bullying from his peers within the sect and had been overlooked by his master, he had endured in silence all along. Not to mention colluding with the demon race, he had never even tapped into the demonic bloodline within him, a feat that would have driven others to the brink of despair long ago. According to the established world line, his descent into darkness was precipitated by being slain by Li Xingshuang at the demon extermination platform. Subsequently, he was resurrected through the dormant demonic blood coursing through his veins, fully embracing his malevolent nature. Having endured bullying and wrongful accusations, and suffering from countless betrayals, it is little wonder that he succumbed to darkness. If one did not provoke him, there would be far fewer troubles. Ling Han stared in astonishment at Li Xingshuang, never expecting that in such dire circumstances, the one who would still place their trust in him would be his master, who had previously treated him with indifference. Li Xingshuang, recognizing the abruptness of her actions, struggled to fabricate a rationale. I have never taken on a disciple, thus I'm unfamiliar with how to interact. However, since you are my apprentice, I shall not doubt you. Noticing that Ling Han's wounds had healed, Li Xingshuang ceased the infusion of spiritual energy. Does it still hurt? Ling Han's eyes glistened with unshed tears since the death of his parents. No one had believed in him as she did. He had assumed that his master harbored disdain for him, but now realized that the elder of Guiyun was simply not adept at communication. Indeed, Xingshuang had never formed close bonds with anyone, likely due to her taciturn nature and preference for solitude, rather than any contempt for him. Seated with an expression as serene as silent falling snow, Xingshuang inadvertently bottomed the uncertain whether Ling Han believed her reassurances. She mistook his reddened eyes for anger over the sword wound. You have concealed your demonic lineage. If I do not impose any punishment, it will be difficult to maintain order within the sect. Moreover, had I not intervened personally, how could I ensure your safety? Xingshuang continued her persuasive charade, her talent for deception shining through. I understand your master's good intentions, Ling Han reflected, feeling increasingly moved. His usually aloof master had taken the effort to explain these matters to him. She had considered him so deeply, even when he had once been filled with hatred towards her at the demon extermination platform. Truly, he had not recognized the kindness of her heart. Ling Han felt a mix of frustration and regret. Touching his recent wound, he propped himself up and said, I'm already well, thank you, master. Xingshuang, relieved, thought to herself that he was still a child, easily deceived. Then rest here. I shall place a barrier on Guiyun Peak to ensure that no one disturbs your tranquility. Ling Han felt a warmth in his eyes. Thank you, master. There is no need for gratitude between us, Xingshuang replied, feeling burdened by the protagonist's thanks. Convinced that receiving such acknowledgement from a child of destiny would bring misfortune. Upon hearing this, Ling Han sensed his heart racing, pressing his hand against his chest, at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. It felt as though a chasm had been torn in the once pitch-black world, allowing gentle light to cascade upon him, illuminating all that was murky and dark. How could the snow-watching tower have such a rustic peasant? He actually became a disciple of the Guiyun elder. What sheer luck is this? So what if he is a direct disciple? The Guiyun elder holds no regard for him. I'll wager that within 3 months, he'll be thrown out by the Guiyun elder. He is actually the demon race. Disgusting. A half-demon. So ugly a demon. How noisy. Amidst the cacophony of disordered sounds echoing in Ling Han's mind, he could only feel a throbbing headache. However, those noises were swiftly overshadowed by a serene voice. You are my disciple, and thus I shall not doubt you. It seemed as though all the pin-up frustrations, anguish, and oppression evaporated into thin air, as long as there remained someone who believed in him. As long as... Chapter 2. Let us speak behind closed doors. Xingshuang returned to his chamber, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was a close call. The protagonist nearly succumbed to darkness. It is worth noting that the protagonist later sought vengeance upon returning to the sect, sparing no one, not even the dogs at the entrance. Earthworms would be sliced open vertically, and eggs would be thoroughly scrambled, with the ground excavated 10 centimeters deep. Fortunately, this young lad was easily deceived, believing him after just a few words. Henceforth, he must nurture the boy diligently, guiding him onto the righteous path. Xingshuang accessed the system to review his current mission. Indeed, he had not traversed through time and space without reason. He had come bearing a task. Upon its completion, he would acquire anything he desired, anything at all. His mission was not merely to guide Ling Han onto the righteous path. In fact, Ling Han was not even the central figure of his task. Rather, Ling Han was merely a crucial component of the greater scheme. The true protagonist of his mission was the Wangshui Tower itself. Xingshuang's task was to expand and strengthen the Wangshui Tower, establishing it as the foremost sect within a century. He could not allow Ling Han to bring ruin to this place. Furthermore, if he nurtured the son of destiny well, it was plausible that Ling Han could elevate the entire Wangshui Tower to unprecedented heights. As he was perusing the system, a mental summons reached him. Dream Cloud Peak. Come swiftly. The Wangshui Tower was divided into 5 peaks: Returning Cloud Peak, Dream Cloud Peak, Profound Cloud Peak, Heavenly Cloud Peak, and Inclined Cloud Peak. Dream Cloud Peak was the residence of the sect leader, while the other 4 peaks corresponded to the 4 elders. Even with his eyes closed, Xingshuang sensed that the elder must be seeking him out due to Ling Han's matters. However, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, Li Xingshuang transported himself to the main hall of Dream Cloud Peak. As an elder, he possessed the ability to teleport freely within the unrestricted areas of the Wangshu Tower. Upon arriving at the main hall, Li Xingshuang felt an unsettling atmosphere. Not only was the sect leader present, but the other 3 elders had also gathered. As soon as Elder Tianyan laid eyes on him, he sneered, "Li Xingshuang, how does it feel to have raised a demonic disciple?" Li Xingshuang cast a sidelong glance at him. "You have something stuck in your teeth." Elder Tianyun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for his mouth, only to retort angrily, "Nonsense! I have been fasting for so long. How could there be anything to eat?" Li Xingshuang smilat, bedobla. Our Wangshu Tower, a bastion of righteousness, harbors no dark arts. How could there be demonic cultivators? Elder Tianyun's face oscillated between shades of black, white, and green before he spat venomously. "Isn't that for you to explain? To you and your precious disciple. How did you collude with the demon clan?" Elder Qingyun stepped forward to mediate. "Enough with the bickering. Ruofeng, the situation is still unclear. Do not jump to conclusions." Elder Ren Anha was the eldest among the elders, even commanding the sect leader to refer to her as senior sister. Her words were often given heed by the others. At last, the sect leader spoke, "Xingshuang, are you resolute in shielding your disciple?" Li Xingshuang replied with unwavering composure. "Sect leader, though Ling Han bears a trace of demonic blood, he has grown up in the human realm and possesses a benevolent nature. If we were to slay him solely based on his lineage, what does that make us, a righteous sect? How do our actions differ from those of the demon clan?" The sect leader fell into silence. Elder Tianyun scoffed, "Sophistry. Those not of our kin harbor different intentions. Do you intend to watch idly as the demon clan brings ruin upon my Wangzulu?" Elder Qingyun hesitated. "The child Ling Han, whom I have met, is humble and courteous. He does not appear to possess a malevolent heart. The demon clan excels in disguise." "Master sister, you are far too benevolent," Elder Tianyun exclaimed loudly, finally breaking his silence. Elder Xinyun spoke with a rather languid tone. "Ling Han is merely at the initial stage of meridian opening. Why must we be so apprehensive? Let Xingfeng nurture him for 2 years. If he truly harbors ill intentions, we can deal with him then. In this world, the cultivation stages ascend from initial enlightenment. Meridian opening, chi balance, soul entry, mind clarity, to heaven fusion. Beyond that lies the true immortal realm. The several elders all possess cultivation levels above mind clarity, rendering Ling Han a negligible threat to them. How can we leave such a potential disaster within our sect? What will our disciples do? How will other sects perceive Wang Zulu?" Elder Tianyun spoke sternly. Li Xingfeng chuckled lightly. "If we confine our discussions within our own sect, who would know? Unless someone intentionally leaks the information." "Oh, I certainly wouldn't do such a wicked thing." "So who would?" Elder Tianyun's face turned a shade greener. Wasn't this a veiled jab at him? If this matter were to leak, he would bear the blame. The sect master was also taken aback. He had always perceived Li Xingfeng as cold and reticent. He had expected her to personally execute Ling Han today on the demon slaughter platform. Yet she not only spared him, but also engaged in a verbal duel with Elder Tianyun. Li Xingfeng believed that as long as the Chosen One was not further tormented, there was no reason for him to turn to darkness. After all, he had endured years of discrimination and bullying, yet remained upright, indicating that the protagonist was unlikely to stray from the righteous path. "In any case, my disciple, I shall take full responsibility," Li Xingfeng declared. "Should he ever collude with the demon clan and practice their dark arts, I will personally end his life. My loyalty lies solely with Wang Lu. I shall not betray the sect for anyone." "Can the Chosen One be killed?" "Absolutely not. However, hypothetically speaking, if Ling Han were to turn dark, Li Xingfeng would have no choice but to confront him. After all, his mission is to revitalize the sect. If his task were merely to safeguard himself, he could simply cling to the Chosen One and follow him into darkness if that were to occur. Yet, he is now truly intertwined with Wang Gu. Their fortunes are shared, and their losses are mutual. Even if the sect master were to betray him, he could not do so. Why should I trust you?" Elder Tianyun raised an eyebrow. Li Xingfeng shrugged. "You need not trust me. The sect master trusts me, and that suffices, does it not?" "Sect master?" The sect master, after a moment of silence, sighed, "Very well, as long as you are aware of the situation. However, let me be clear, I will grant Ling Han but one opportunity. Should he reveal any characteristics of the demon clan, Li Xingfeng replia indifferently, I will personally bring his life to an end." The sect master waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Elder Tianyun shot him an angry glare before sweeping away in a huff. Elder Qingyun approached Li Xingshuang and softly remarked, "Xingshuang." Hero Offeng's animosity towards the demon clan stems from a deep-seated hatred, rather than a deliberate intention to quarrel with you. Do not take offense at him. Li Xingshuang shook his head, fully aware of the reasons behind Hero Offeng's demeanor. On one hand, he had never held a favorable view of Li Xingshuang. On the other hand, it was due to the tragic demise of the previous Tianyun elder, his master, who had met a gruesome end at the hands of the demon clan. This ignited an unquenchable hatred within him for the demons. Over the past decades, he had slain countless demons, earning himself the moniker of the Demon Slayer. In the original timeline, Hero Offeng's fate was dire. Unlike Li Xingshuang, who met a swift end, he endured a prolonged agony, suffering in the flames of the infernal river for 100 days before succumbing to a torturous death. Although Li Xingshuang found him somewhat vexing, he did not harbor a desire for his demise. After all, despite their strained relationship, they were still colleagues, and there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Chapter 3. The Chosen One. Upon returning to Giyun Peak, Li Xinghuang found Ling Han standing in the courtyard. As soon as he spotted Li Xinghuang, Ling Han hurried forward. "Master, I heard from my junior brothers and sisters that you were summoned by the sect leader because of me." Giyun Peak had only Ling Han as a direct disciple, yet there were many inner disciples. Li Xinghuang had imposed restrictions at the foot of the peak, but had not paid much attention to the group of young disciples within. It was unclear who had informed Ling Han, perhaps with the intent to stir feelings of guilt within him. "Rest assured, I shall handle this. You should focus on your cultivation." Li Xinghuang intended to ruffle the boy's hair, wishing to convey his amiable nature. However, upon observing Ling Han, who was merely in his early teens, yet already slightly taller than him, he reconsidered. What has he been consuming? Protein powder? Thus, he abandoned the thought. Seeing Li Xinghuang lift his hand only to let it fall, Ling Han bit his lip, appearing hesitant. "Master, if I have caused you trouble, I shall leave on my own. I do not wish to burden you." "Absolutely not." Li Xingshuang replia bumminli. What if this little rascal were to join another sect and soar to great heights? How could Wangshu Tower then strive for greatness and glory? Li Xinghuang continued to persuade him. "You are already known to possess the bloodline of the demon clan. I have discussed this matter with the sect leader. It shall remain confidential. Staying at Wangshu Tower is your safest course of action." Ling Han felt a stir of emotion within him. "Master, rest assured, with you here, no one will dare to speak of this matter. If anyone attempts to use it against you, please inform me. A bunch of little rascals, bullying the child of destiny. If you fail in your mission, I shall make you all pay dearly." To avoid drawing attention, Li Xinghuang instructed Ling Han to stay quietly in his room while he, too, refrained from going out. 2 days passed, and suddenly, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! A time-limited new task has been released. Side quest: assist the distressed Chosen One in escaping her predicament. Remaining time: 1 hour and 48 minutes. Reward: Spirit Gathering Pills X10. Oh, how generous. The Chosen One. That must refer to the heroine, right? Li Xinghuang swiftly searched for information regarding the Chosen One. Ningmoro, a servant disciple of Wangshu Tower, possessed mediocre cultivation talent but extraordinary beauty, often attracting harassment or envy. In truth, she was a rare spirit fusion body, but the cultivation methods of Wangshu Tower were ill-suited for her, leading to her slow progression. Perhaps due to their shared experiences of being bullied, Ling Han and she had formed a friendship. However, before their bond could deepen, Ling Han was tragically killed by Li Xinghuang and expelled from the sect. Ningmoro, having once had a connection with Ling Han, faced even greater bullying thereafter. It was only later that Ling Han returned to Wangshu Tower, rescuing Ning Moru, which fostered gratitude in her heart and advanced their relationship. Yet, blinded by hatred and focused solely on his ambitions, Ling Han never married Ning Moru. They remained close friends instead. Eventually, he helped her find a cultivation method suited to her, and they both ascended to the pinnacle of their respective paths, one in the demonic realm and the other in the righteous. After reviewing the narrative, Xingshuang could only shake his head. In the realm of Wang Shui Tower, one might lament the ill fortune of the chosen one and the destined daughter being present within the sect. Conversely, one could argue that luck is on their side, as the other disciples seem preoccupied with petty squabbles, neglecting their cultivation to bully their peers instead. It is akin to possessing a splendid hand of cards, yet playing them poorly. Nevertheless, this time, Ling Han has not succumbed to darkness. He appears to harbor fewer ambitions. If he could forge a bond with the female protagonist and unite their strengths, it would be ideal. However, such thoughts are not pertinent at this moment. Xingshuang hastily made her way to the outer disciples at Yuyuan Peak, only to witness several outer disciples tormenting a breathtakingly beautiful young maiden. She often associated with that surname Ling. Who knows if she too has conspired with the demonic clan? Ning Mo Ro's lips were pale. I did not. Ling Han is not of the demonic race. Still attempting to defend herself? Surely, you are only speaking in favor of your beloved? How unfortunate for him. As he has been grievously wounded, his time is limited. Ning Mo Ro bowed her head, her face obscured by disheveled hair, shrouded in gloom. Not speaking? You vile wench. Pretending to be virtuous, I shall end your life. Anticipating the pain that never arrived, Ning Mo Ro lifted her gaze and beheld a handsome young man clad in white, standing before her like an otherworldly being descended from the heavens. Xingshuang cast a cold glance at the group of outer disciples. According to the rules of Wang Shui Tower, bullying among peers is strictly prohibited. Will you accept your punishment voluntarily, or shall I inform Elder Xianyan? The lead disciple's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. We merely. I have heard your previous remarks. The matter concerning Ling Han has already been adjudicated. Should you continue to bring it up, do you dare to challenge my decisions? And no. Xingshuang uttered no further words, simply stating, "Begone." Watching the group scurry away in disarray, she could not help but sigh internally. How could this troubled sect ever flourish? The disciples squander their time bullying one another instead of cultivating, utterly oblivious to the virtue of unity. Truly, it is a dire situation. Turning back to the girl who lay on the ground, she extended her hand toward her. Ning Montag was momentarily stunned, as if caught in a dream, witnessing the ethereal figure reaching out to her. She was soiled, while he remained pristine. How could she dare to touch him? Realizing her own hesitation, Xingshuang feared he may have overstepped boundaries. After all, she was the destined daughter, pure and untainted, unworthy of his touch. To prevent her from harboring any resentment, he quickly withdrew his hand. Can you rise on your own? Ning Mo Ro, seeing him retract his hand, felt a pang of regret for missing the chance to connect with him. Yet if she were to extend her hand, she feared the dust upon her palms might offend him. Thank you, Elder Guiyun, for your rescue. She softly spoke as she rose from the ground, then ventured to ask, may I be so bold as to inquire, what brings you to Yuyuan Peak? Xingshuang concocted a plausible excuse for his presence. I wish to investigate any slander regarding Ling Han, only to stumble upon such a vile act of bullying. Ning Mo Ro's eyes flickered. Do you believe Brother Ling Han to be innocent? I naturally believe so. And why is that? Xingshuang candidly remarked, he is my disciple. If I do not believe in him, who else will? Ning Moru could not help but lift her gaze towards Xingshuang. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, his words resonated with such tenderness. An unexpected wave of envy, even a hint of jealousy towards Ling Han, surged within her. How could he be so fortunate to encounter someone who wholeheartedly believes in him? Upon noticing the daughter of destiny suddenly staring at him, Xingshuang felt a twinge of unease. What kind of look was that? Why was she gazing at him so intently? Could it be that she harbored resentment for his actions towards Ling Han? Surely not. Fortunately, Ning Moru initiated the conversation. I am merely somewhat surprised that you would place such trust in senior brother Ling Han. Do you extend this level of confidence to all your disciples? Li Xingchao felt perplexed, as he had but a single disciple. Could she possibly be referring to the inner disciples of Guiyun Peak? Naturally, Xingshuang Ruplia. Although he felt exasperated by this group of ineffectual students, there was little he could do. The task was at hand, and he must endure. I understand now. Ning Moru lowered her gaze. He truly cares for his disciple to such an extent. Yet, here I am, merely a worthless being. I could never hope to become his disciple. I shall take my leave. If you ever find yourself wronged, do not hesitate to inform either me or Elder Xianyun. Li Xingchao concluded the side quest, wishing not to linger. He had once contemplated accepting the Chosen One as his disciple, but the child's lack of talent was too glaring. To take her as his direct disciple would surely invite gossip. As an elder, it mattered not whom he took under his wing. Yet the current predicament involving Ling Han had drawn unwanted attention. Ning Moru watched Li Xingchao's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. She had first noticed him 2 days prior at the demon extermination platform. It was there she witnessed a different facet of him. Previously, this elder of Guiyun seemed devoid of emotion, yet on that day, he stood up for Ling Han before all. His ethereal presence was etched in the young girl's memory, difficult to erase. Should she ever find herself ensnared like Ling Han, would there be someone steadfast standing by her side? Li Xingchao returned to Guiyun Peak. During this period, the inner disciples had been remarkably well behaved, attending classes diligently and conducting themselves with propriety. This had rendered Guiyun Peak notably quieter, devoid of the usual clamor. Truly splendid. If only it could remain this serene. Typically, these children squabbled over trivial matters. One moment Zhang San would tug at Li Si's hair. The next Wang Wu would accuse Zhao Lu of stealing his undergarments. Where was the dignity befitting cultivators? And yet they aspired to uphold the sect? It was nothing short of embarrassing. The first rule of sect building: unity and kindness, forbidding internal strife. The second rule, to nurture the child of destiny properly? Li Xingchao approached Ling Han's door, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and knocked. The door swung open immediately, leading Li Xingchao to ponder if Ling Han had been waiting right there. "Master, what brings you here?" Ling Han inquired, his gaze cautious yet sparkling. Resembling a puppy eager for companionship, Li Xingchao felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, easily misled and now recognizing a thief as his father figure. "In recent times, I have instructed you to focus on your cultivation. Have you been negligent?" Li Xingchao asked. Ling Han quickly responded, in reply, "Master, the disciple has devoted himself to diligent practice daily, never daring to slacken." Li Xingchao nodded. "You have been my disciple for over a year now, yet I have consistently failed to provide you with proper guidance. The disciple understands Master has many responsibilities and does not hold it against you," Ling Han replied. His head bowed. Li Xingchao felt a surge of appreciation. "I know you are obedient and sensible, yet ultimately, it is I who have not fulfilled my responsibilities. In a moment of leisure, you may accompany your master." Li Xingshuang led Ling Han to his exclusive training ground and subsequently presented him with a tome of martial arts. This was an imperial-level technique exchange from the system. The techniques are categorized into mortal, spiritual, royal, imperial, and celestial levels. Outer disciples practice mortal techniques, while inner disciples may cultivate spiritual techniques. However, royal techniques are exceedingly rare and require a particular stroke of fortune. As for imperial-level techniques, even the sect leader would likely be unable to procure one. Upon merely glancing at the text, Ling Han discerned its exceptional nature. "Master, this is... just practice it. I assure you, I will not lead you astray." Li Xingshuang raplia nonchalantly. "Take your time to read. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask." Despite his reassurances, Li Xingshuang presumed that, given the innate understanding of a child of destiny, Ling Han would not have many inquiries. Yet, he misjudged the situation. Just as Li Xingshuang settled down with a cup of spiritual tea, he heard Ling Han softly calling him. "Master." Ling Han pointed to a character. "How is this pronounced?" "It describes the shape of great waters. And this one refers to gold of exquisite quality." "What about this?" "Signifies fervency and vitality." Li Xingshuang took the manual back in frustration. What a vexing collection of obscure characters. This child of destiny had evidently not received a proper education, making it difficult for him to learn. Ling Han nervously fidgeted with his fingers. distressed that he had posed such simplistic questions and fearing he might have displeased his master. Although uncertain of the technique's rank, it was evidently precious, and he felt utterly ashamed not to recognize the characters. However, Xingshuang produced paper and brush and began to write with fervor. Ling Han gazed at him in astonishment. In just a quarter of an hour, Xingshuang had completed his task. "This is merely a convoluted mess. You need not bother with this text," he said, placing his simplified version before Ling Han. "Focus on these for now. I shall transcribe the rest for you in a couple of days." Ling Han was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the paper, where the characters flowed with the vigor and grace of their creator, imbued with an ethereal aura. Master, he felt a lump in his throat. A revered master of the heart enlightenment realm, displaying such patience and dedication as if teaching a child to write. Xingshuang, hearing Ling Han call for him again, felt a throbbing headache coming on. "What is it now? Is raising a disciple truly this cumbersome?" he inquired. "The grace of my master, Ling Han. I could never repay such kindness. What is this child lamenting about now?" Xingshuang Siga. "I am your master. Teaching you is my duty, and there is no need for gratitude, let alone repaying kindness. It would be sufficient if you do not seek vengeance." Ling Han gazed at Xingshuang with profound reverence. He vividly recalled the moment he became Xingshuang's disciple. At that time, he had just entered the Wang Shui Tower, intending to act discreetly. However, due to his humble origins and lack of a familial background, he had often been bullied. The turning point came during the annual sect grand ceremony, where he bested all outer disciples and earned his place among the inner circle. Yet, contrary to his expectations, this achievement did not alter their perceptions. Instead, it only fueled their envy towards him. The inner circle was equally unwelcoming in his quest for recognition. He fervently implored the sect leader to accept him as a direct disciple of an elder. He sought a refuge for himself. Elder Qingyun, known for her benevolence and kindness, unfortunately, was unable to accommodate him as she already had over a dozen direct disciples under her tutelage. Elder Qingyun, tasked with overseeing the outer disciples and managing the affairs of the sect, similarly declined. Elder Tianyun, with lofty aspirations, deemed him unworthy and sought disciples of superior talent. Only Elder Gaiyun, with no disciples of his own and devoid of any significant responsibilities, reluctantly accepted Ling Han under the sect leader's arrangement. However, from the outset, he scarcely acknowledged Ling Han, leaving only a curt instruction, "Do not disturb me." The entirety of their subsequent exchanges likely amounted to no more than 10 words. Ling Han understood that Xingshuang harbored no fondness for him, and he reciprocated those sentiments towards his master, viewing him merely as a protective shield. At the very least, it meant that those who once threatened him dare not act, resorting only to idle chatter. Until Xingshuang sheltered him. The implications of his demonic lineage. What did those 4 words signify? They indicated that Xingshuang had the power to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Chapter 5. The best person in the world, Xingshuang's writings were simple and comprehensible, allowing Ling Han to grasp them swiftly. His innate intelligence, combined with the divine-level cultivation methods, bestowed upon him an extraordinary advantage. His spiritual energy flowed effortlessly, and he could distinctly sense his progress in cultivation. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Ling Han finally opened his eyes from his meditation. The setting sun cast a gentle, warm glow upon Xingshuang, seemingly melting away his icy demeanor. He lightly closed his eyes, appearing to be in a state of repose. Unbeknownst to Ling Han, he became entranced, staring blankly at that exquisitely handsome face. Previously, he had not observed closely, but now, at such proximity, it was flawlessly porcelain-like. Was he truly a celestial being? Ling Han's hand involuntarily rose, just as he was about to touch that face, when Xingshuang suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and for a moment, Xingshuang was taken aback. Did this child intend to rouse him? Why? He was the master, after all, not required to delve into deep cultivation. Could he not indulge in a brief slumber? Was it a crime to relax? Master! Master! Ling Han hastily withdrew his hand, speaking nervously I did not intend to disturb your rest. I merely had some questions regarding the cultivation method. Realization dawned upon Xingshuang, and he nodded slightly. Ask away. In truth, Xingshuang did not need to sleep at all. He was simply bored. His voice, laced with the drowsiness and raspiness of someone just awakened, tugged at Ling Han's heart. Ling Han felt somewhat dazed, unsure of what he was rambling about. Yet Xingshuang patiently elucidated each point. Xingshuang's voice was melodious, reminiscent of freshly thawed ice mingled with flowing spring water. Though cool, it was exceedingly pleasant to the ear. Ling Han found himself somewhat entranced when suddenly he felt a gentle tap on his forehead. It was Xingshuang who had flicked him lightly, mindful of the fact that this little fellow was the child of destiny. Hence he refrained from exerting force. Are you daydreaming? Xingshuang inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Was his lecture truly so dull that even one-on-one tutoring could lead to distraction? Doubts about his teaching ability surfaced in Xingshuang's mind. Seeing him frown, Ling Han's heart tightened, his words stumbling. Master, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. I am not angry, Xingshuang replied calmly. Did you understand what I just explained? If not, I can repeat it. How could there be such a wonderful person? Ling Han lamented his previous prejudice against his master, realizing how narrow-minded he had been. He was undeniably so gentle and forgiving. Xingshuang, puzzled, wondered why this little rascal had fallen silent for so long. The child of destiny was indeed difficult to comprehend. Ling Han struggled to find the right words, just as Xingshuang rose to his feet. The sect leader has conveyed a message through spiritual transmission. I must step out for a moment. As he stood, he casually ruffled Ling Han's hair. Practice on your own for now. I will teach you when I return. Ling Han stood frozen, his mind racing. Master, touch my head. Master, touch my head. Master, Xingshuang Baozha, contemplating whether such an action was appropriate. Yet, he is the child of destiny, not merely a kitten or puppy. Ling Han's expression changed dramatically. Xingshuang cleared his throat. I have heard that other masters often employ such methods with their disciples. If you do not appreciate it, not at all. Ling Han immediately sprang to his feet, seemingly aware that his reaction was overly intense. His face flushed crimson as his voice softened. I don't dislike it. Still being stubborn? You're positively blushing. Xingshuang, feeling a palpable discomfort, did not dare linger any longer and promptly teleported away. Only Ling Han remained. The chill of the wind, unable to dissipate the warmth radiating from his cheeks. Unconsciously, he reached up to touch the crown of his head. His master's hand was not warm, but rather carried a coolness, yet the lingering sensation was remarkably tender. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, which Ling Han could not quite identify, but if he had to describe it, it would be akin to frost intertwined with the scent of cedar. This was the first time his master had been so intimate with him. No. Previously at the demon extermination platform, his master had also carried him away. If Xingshuang were aware, he would surely find it absurd. What was that embrace if not akin to carrying a sack? Nonetheless, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts now. Ling Han firmly believed that Xingshuang was the finest master in the world. No, he was the finest person in existence. Xingshuang felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, perhaps out of fear that the child of destiny might harbor a grudge. He arrived once again at Dream Cloud Peak, where this time the sect leader only summoned him and Elder Tianyun. Upon seeing him, Elder Tianyun snorted derisively. Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Who has let the air out of your balloon? Elder Tianyun, fuming, stammered, you. After a prolonged pause, he could not utter the next word. Xingshuang was left speechless. It seemed Elder Tianyun's defensive capabilities were as feeble as his offensive ones. Was everyone from the Wang Shui Tower so fragile? Ruofeng, cease your bickering with Xingshuang. The sect leader interjected. Elder Tianyun, agitated, retorted, who is bickering with him? Clearly, it is he who... Xingshuang shrugged. What have I said? It appeared that he indeed had not said anything substantial. Elder Tianyun gritted his teeth in frustration. The sect leader sighed and shook his head. Enough, you are both of a certain age. Refrain from such childishness. I have summoned you here for a matter of importance. If it involves working with him, I refuse. Elder Tianyun crossed his arms defiantly. Xingshuang retorted with a teasing tone. Oh dear, little one. I told you not to be so childish. Look, you're getting all worked up again. Elder Tianyun nearly leapt in indignation. You. The sect leader pinched the bridge of his nose. Senior sister, and he has other duties. And Li Jing is to assist me with various matters within the sect. So, it is only you two who are available. With him, I will not go. Elder Tianyun declared vehemently. Xingshuang, unfazed, replied. That is fine by me. You can go ahead, I shall not attend. Elder Tianyun was taken aback by Xingshuang's bluntness, momentarily speechless. Xingshuang smirked. It's the first time I've seen someone so eager to take on work. Farewell, you big fool. Xingshuang. Stop right there. Elder Tianyun, incensed, pointed at Xingshuang, exclaiming, Sect Master, I shall accompany him. To which Xingshuang retorted, Are you out of your mind? Chapter 6. You are not Xingshuang. The sect leader wore an expression of exasperation, but proceeded to articulate. In recent days, the Lan Kingdom has disseminated news of an impending auction. Must we both partake in purchasing something? Elder Tianyun scoffed. The sect leader ignored him and continued. They shall auction off the imperial realm. Xingshuang feigned a laugh. Ha, I advise against it. We cannot afford such luxuries. Did this old man lack self-awareness? How could our sect possibly purchase items of imperial caliber? Though Wangshu Tower holds some renown as a significant sect, our finances are decidedly meager. Who suggested we buy? The sect leader glared at Xingshuang. Can't you allow me to finish? When did this fellow become so audaciously sharp-tongued, always poking at his sore spots? Wangshu Tower may be somewhat impoverished, but must you voice it so blatantly? Xingshuang, taken aback, replied, Are we really to seize it? Surely not. We are, after all, a reputable sect. The sect leader retorted in frustration. I have already stated that you should let me finish. Oh, please continue. Taking a deep breath, the sect leader elaborated. The price of the imperial realm is beyond the means of the ordinary. I suspect many sects share this ambition. Therefore, I require you to negotiate collaboration. What budget are we discussing? Xingshuang inquired. If you interrupt me again, I shall withhold the budget. Xingshuang finally fell silent. The sect leader continued. The key to the imperial realm was initially acquired by a minor sect, who found it of little use and subsequently sold it to the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce located in the Lan Kingdom. The Zhaoju Chamber, affiliated with the Zhaoju sect, maintains a notably close relationship with the mundane world, renowned for their mercantile prowess. Often referred to as the wealthy sect, their transactions encompass not only mundane treasures, but also cultivation materials. Given that the Zhaoju sect connects the entire cultivation world's trade system, it has become an unwritten rule to refrain from interfering with them. No one dares to pilfer from the Zhaoju sect, and they do not initiate conflict with any faction. Essentially, they serve as an absolutely neutral merchant NPC. After the Zhaoju Chamber announced the auction, numerous sects began to prepare to pool resources to acquire the key to the realm, with each sect dispatching a contingent of disciples to partake. I need you to discuss the specifics, such as the contribution from each sect, the number of disciples dispatched, and who will oversee the funding. Xingshuang comprehended the situation. So it's a meeting then. I'm quite familiar with such affairs. A gathering of individuals would sit and converse for hours, often yielding little in the way of results. He typically indulged in refreshments during these meetings. The venue was set in the Lan Kingdom, with the Zhaoju Chamber having arranged accommodations for each sect, clearly intent on reaping substantial profits. Upon concluding his remarks, the sect leader waved his hand, and 2 jade tokens floated before them. Xingshuang took the token, engraved with the character for Lan. This token permitted free passage within the confines of the Lan Kingdom, specifically issued to practitioners. Let it be understood, regardless of the outcome, do not hold me accountable. Xingshuang shuja. I shall tend to matters within the peak and depart tomorrow. Elder Tianyun let out a cold snort, but said nothing further as he exited with Xingshuang. Upon stepping outside, Elder Tianyun brandished his sword and approached Xingfeng, demanding, You are not Xingfeng. Who are you? Xingfeng raised an eyebrow and replied, What is your intent? Is it merely because I exchanged a few words with you about yin and yang that you wish to harm a fellow disciple? Elder Tanyun narrowed his eyes, stating, Li Xingfeng is not one to prattle. His actions are unlike yours. Have you taken over his body? Li Xingfeng spread his arms wide, saying, You may verify it, demonic slayer, immortal lord. Indeed, Elder Tianyun detected no signs of possession within him. The essence of Li Xingfeng was undeniably present. Yet, the disparity in temperament was perplexing. Li Xingfeng felt no fear of suspicion, for this incarnation of Li Xingfeng was, in truth, his own, merely a version of himself from another realm. The differences in experience had naturally led to variations in character, but the soul remained unchanged. Rather than a mere soul transference, it was as if the memories and essence of Li Xingfeng from another world had traversed into this one. The intricacies of this phenomenon were of little concern to him. In essence, he had merely augmented his memories rather than replaced his soul. What on earth is happening? Ruo Feng, who had entered the sect alongside Li Xingfeng, recalled that he was 20 while Li was merely 14. He had always disdained Li Xingfeng, perceiving him as pretentious and overly self-important at such a young age. Now, over 40 years later, his opinion had not changed. He still found him cold and arrogant. Yet, how had he transformed into this insufferable version of himself? I'm not familiar with you, so do not act as if you know me well. Li Xingfeng remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Ruo Feng felt a surge of irritation. Why must he speak so insolently? He thought. Moreover, Li Xingfeng pointed at Ruo Feng's sword. You cannot defeat me. Li Xingfeng, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. Li Xingfeng stepped back, smirking. Perhaps you should take this time to settle your affairs. Oh, I mean, the matters that will arise after your departure. Ruo Feng nearly choked on his indignation, genuinely contemplating his own demise. Li Xingfeng had little to pack. His valuables were stored within the system. His primary concern was to ensure that a certain group of mischievous young disciples did not bully the child of destiny in his absence. Upon returning to Guiyuan Peak, Li Xingfeng summoned the disciples within the peak, along with Ling Han. I have matters to attend to outside for approximately 1 or 2 months. During my absence, you all must heed the guidance of your senior brother Ling. He instructed the inner disciples. After addressing the inner disciples, he turned to Ling Han. Should anyone refuse to comply, send word to me, and I shall report directly to the sect master for severe punishment. Ling Han nodded vigorously, his expression grave as if he bore a significant responsibility and dared not slacken. The inner disciples recognized Li Xingfeng's protective demeanor toward his favored disciple and readily agreed, affirming their commitment to follow Ling Han's instructions. With a wave of his hand, Li Xingfeng dismissed the inner disciples and imparted a few more words to Ling Han. Though the storm is not yet past, while I do not permit you to speak of this matter, some may still cling to it. Do your utmost to avoid Guiyuan Peak, and I shall also restrict access to it, Li Xingshuang advised. Ling Han nodded obediently, acknowledging her understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingshuang quickly recalled a crucial point. If you ever feel wronged, do not conceal your grievances as you did before. I will advocate on your behalf. He cautioned, we can discuss matters together, so do not take the opportunity to succumb to darkness in my absence. Chapter 7. You wouldn't hurt me. A warm sensation surged within Ling Han's chest, yet he still replied, I can manage on my own. I shall no longer trouble master. Your matters are never a burden, Li Xingshuang responded. As your master, it is my duty to protect and care for you. Children should turn to adults for help. Do not carry everything alone, for even the smallest issues can become monumental. Upon hearing this, Ling Han was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master, Li Xingshuang, somewhat weary of being addressed as such, patiently inquired, what is it now? You treat your disciple so well. Ling Han murmured. Is that all it takes? Li Xingshuang pondered, suspecting that in the original timeline, Ling Han had been lured away by the demon clan with a mere lollipop. His definition of goodness seemed rather frivolous. The next day, even before dawn, a loud knocking echoed at Li Xingshuang's door, or rather, a forceful banging. Li Xingshuang. Come out. Li Xingshuang, speechless, regretted not setting up a barrier the previous day. He opened the door to find Elder Tianyun standing there, fuming with rage. Did we not agree to depart today? What are you dawdling for? Li Xingshuang stiflatayaun. Calm down, You're nearly 70 years old. What if your blood pressure spikes and you suffer a stroke? Cultivators do enjoy prolonged lifespans. And the sect leader, along with several elders, maintained appearances akin to those in their 20s. Yet Li Xingshuang's comment was merely a jest. He Ruofeng's face flushed with anger. Li Xingshuang. The commotion drew Ling Han out upon hearing someone bellowing his master's name. The moment he Ruofeng laid eyes on him, his fury intensified. Demon spawn, do you dare to show your face? Li Xingshuang, Fronut. Do you have no decorum? Cursing my disciple on my territory. He Ruofeng retorted, what good can come from a demon clan? Just wait until he stabs you in the back. I will not save you. Ling Han's gaze sharpened, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Li Xingshuang swiftly positioned himself in front of Ling Han, separating their hostile stares. What is this? Do you not understand the importance of unity within the sect? He is my disciple. He would never harm me. Upon hearing this, Ling Han's expression softened instantly. He whispered his loyalty. I will never betray master. He Ruofeng sneered. What a good actor. Ling Han ignored him and turned his attention to Li Xingshuang. Master, I speak only the truth. I believe you. Then you. Ling Han's face flushed as he lowered his head, inching closer to Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang looked on in confusion. What do you mean? Not understanding his intent. Li Xingshuang asked, what is it? Ling Han, bashful, struggled to voice his desire for master to pat his head. Instead, he stammered, and no, it's nothing. Let me see you off, master. No need, I shall leave now. Li Xingshuang glanced at He Ruofeng. Leaving? He Ruofeng scoffed. Nurturing a tiger only invites trouble. Li Xingshuang chuckled lightly. You can use idioms? I thought you were illiterate. Li Xingshuang. Are you courting death? Li Xingshuang raised his chin, exposing his throat. Indeed, courting death. Shall I help you with that? Ling Han's heart tightened as he instinctively tried to pull Li Xingshuang back. However, He Ruofeng's face turned a deep shade of green with anger, and he merely turned away in a huff, tossing his sleeve. I'm leaving. Although He Ruofeng was decidedly unfriendly towards Li Xingshuang, the latter found the situation amusing. He rarely encountered someone so inept yet so eager to argue. He resembled a chihuahua. Indeed, a chihuahua, quick to anger, yet utterly lacking in combat prowess. Li Xingshuang surmised that He Ruofeng must be regretting bringing him along, but this discomfort was of his own making, and he could hardly blame anyone else for it. The Zhaoju Merchant Association in Lan Country was situated at a considerable distance from the Wangshui Tower, and the sect leader had arranged for them a spirit beast carriage, which would take approximately 5 days for the journey. He Ruofeng remained irate even after stepping into the carriage, and Li Xingshuang, unwilling to endure an awkward silence the entire way, decided to break the monotony. He elongated his tone and called out, Elder Tianyun. He Ruofeng shot him a glare. What now? Li Xingshuang couldn't help but chuckle. His call had garnered a response. It seemed this fellow was not entirely cold in his demeanor. He Ruofeng grew more incensed. What are you laughing at? Elder Tianyun. Li Xingshuang continued. You seem to get angry every day. Do you not experience any pent-up frustration? He tilted his head inquisitively. He Ruofeng glared once more. No. He responded with surprising seriousness. Li Xingshuang found this delightful, as if he had discovered a new toy. Just as he was about to continue teasing him, He Ruofeng huffed. And, don't call me that. You dislike being called Elder Tianyun? Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment and understood. When not on duty, one should not refer titles. This individual, much like himself, was merely on a business trip for leisure, and there was no need to remind him of work. He contemplated possible forms of address. He Ruofeng? Ruofeng? Brother he? Suddenly, He Ruofeng's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Xingshuang was baffled. He had not even been particularly sarcastic this time. Why did He Ruofeng's face grow red with anger again? Before he could fathom the reason, He Ruofeng quietly murmured, all right. Li Xingshuang, caught off guard, asked, what is all right? He Ruofeng turned his face away. Call me whatever you like, just don't bother me. Li Xingshuang moved beside him, poking his cheek playfully. Why are you angry again? He Ruofeng, now visibly agitated, swatted his hand away. You. He pointed at Li Xingshuang, stammering in frustration, before turning his back in a sulk. Li Xingshuang was utterly perplexed. He Ruofeng? Brother he? Ignore me now? How dull. Just as he was about to resume his original seat, He Ruofeng grasped his arm. Wait! Xingshuang was unexpectedly pulled back, toppling into He Ruofeng's embrace. What? He turned in confusion to face him. He Ruofeng appeared equally bewildered, caught in a moment of shock. Why did you pull me? Just speak if you have something to say. I'm right here in the carriage. Xingshuang decided to lean back comfortably. This fellow was surprisingly warm, making for a rather pleasant cushion. He Ruofeng's face turned crimson from his ears to his neck, his hands unsure of where to rest. Must you always speak in such a manner? Could you not gather your thoughts before speaking? One might mistake you for a stutterer. Why can't you maintain your balance? Huh? Li Xingfeng, taken aback, did not anticipate that this fellow would play the victim. Why did you pull me? How was I to know that pulling you would make you fall? Will you not resist? Li Xingfeng, slightly exasperated, replied, Why should I resist? You would not harm me. Although He Ruofeng and he were not on friendly terms, Li Xingfeng firmly believed that this person would not act against him. He Ruofeng harbored animosity solely towards the demon clan, and his disdain for Li Xingfeng was merely a matter of personal annoyance. With threats confined to mere words like, Do you believe I will strike you? Or, I shall end your life. Yet, none of these threats were ever realized. Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, He Ruofeng was momentarily at a loss for words, opening his mouth without producing a sound. Chapter 8. The scoundrel of Guiyun Peak. He Ruofeng stammered for a moment, his face flushed, before finally managing to utter, Why are you still sitting on me? Li Xingshuang retorted nonchalantly, Because you are warm. After saying this, he adjusted his posture, comfortably curling up in He Ruofeng's embrace. He Ruofeng froze in place. Too startled to move, his face burning. You. Li Xingshuang practiced an ice attribute technique, which rendered his body cool throughout the year. Though he typically did not feel the chill, nor was his cultivation affected by temperature, he found solace in the warmth of another. Much like a cat basking in the winter sun. Let me lean for a while. Like a warm, soft cushion, Li Xingshuang nestled in comfortably and drifted off to sleep. He Ruofeng gazed at the slumbering figure in his arms, his emotions a tumultuous whirl. Li Xingshuang had always maintained an aloof demeanor, treating everyone with remarkable indifference. Even towards his master, he exhibited only a slight increase in respect, remaining distant, devoid of any emotional connection. As fellow disciples of the elder, entering the sect at the same time, He Ruofeng wished to engage with him, perhaps to forge a friendship. Yet, regardless of his intentions, Li Xingshuang chose to disregard him. At times, He Ruofeng questioned whether Li Xingshuang was truly practicing an emotionless path. Perhaps he was indeed the most suited individual for such a path. He Ruofeng found this behavior intolerable. The previous Guiyun elder was an eccentric, wild in demeanor. He had only one disciple left, yet he failed to mentor him adequately. When Li Xingshuang was merely 15, his master had cast him into a tide of magical beasts. By the time He Ruofeng arrived at the scene, the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts and demons, and Li Xingshuang knelt amidst the carnage, propped up by his sword. His once pristine white attire was now unrecognizable, drenched in blood, both that of the demons and his own. Despite his blood-soaked hands, his gaze remained calm and indifferent. He Ruofeng felt that this was less about coldness and more a reflection of youthful innocence and purity. Li Xingshuang did not perceive the act of slaughter as anything particularly dreadful, nor did he consider his master's actions as cruel or inhumane. Observing this half-grown boy, He Ruofeng felt a pang of distress and approached to assist him. Li Xingshuang, you. Yet Li Xingshuang silently steadied himself with his sword, swaying slightly before rising. His once clear voice now carried a hoarse edge, tinged with the brutality of the battlefield. Mind your own business. This remark struck He Ruofeng like a bucket of cold water, prompting him to angrily turn away. Who would want to meddle in your affairs? From that day forward, He Ruofeng's disdain for Li Xingshuang only intensified. That scoundrel of a boy. His master was a scoundrel of an old man. The entire Guiyun Peak was filled with scoundrels. He Ruofeng cast a glance at the carefree Li Xingshuang, who was peacefully asleep in his arms. It seemed he sincerely regarded He Ruofeng as nothing more than a warm cushion, devoid of any personal sentiment. Even as he grew, he remained a scoundrel. Guiyun Peak. Due to the restrictions imposed by Li Xingshuang, cultivators below the Mingxin realm are forbidden from entering or leaving at will, effectively isolating the entire Guiyun Peak. Only Ling Han possesses the authority to grant access. The inner disciples, observing Xingshuang's considerable regard for Ling Han, dare not offend him openly, though they cannot refrain from whispering behind his back. No one understood why Elder Guiyun had suddenly taken such a protective stance towards Ling Han, especially since he had previously shown no concern for him. Now, with Ling Han's revelation of possessing demonic blood, Elder Guiyun seemed more invested than ever. Could it be that Elder Guiyun was the one in league with the demonic forces? Surely not. The sect leader and the elders must have conducted their investigations. Otherwise, given Elder Tianyun's temperament, he would have long since acted against Ling Han and taken drastic measures against Li Xingshuang. Ling Han remained indifferent to the slander directed at him, as long as it did not impede his progress. However, in this moment of tranquility, he recalled Ning Moru, the only friend he had made during his time in the outer sect. Ning Moru was much like him, having also endured bullying and silently bearing the weight of humiliation. Yet, deep down, she possessed a stubborn spirit akin to his own. He wondered if she was faring any better now. Ling Avalud friensipim insedi. And though he had previously been too preoccupied to assist Ning Moru, now that he was no longer a target, he felt a strong urge to lend her support. The day after Li Xingshuang's departure, Ling Han journeyed to the Yuyun Peak, where the outer disciples resided. As a man, it would be inappropriate for him to seek her in the female quarters, and he was unsure whom to ask to relay a message. While hesitating at the mountain gate, he spotted a familiar figure, Elder Xianyun. Ling Han clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Xianyun smiled warmly. Ah, it is you, Ling Shizhi. What brings you to Yuyun Peak? Although Elder Xianyun had a gentle disposition, his speech and actions were notably slow, earning him the affectionate yet unflattering nickname Old Tortoise among some of his less fond disciples. Greetings, Elder. I have come to visit a fellow disciple, a friend from my time at Yuyun Peak, Ling Han replied. Elder Xianyun teased, a friend, or perhaps a romantic interest. Ling Han sighed, merely a friend. Elder Xianyun smiled. Having friends is indeed a blessing. Why not come inside? Ling Han felt a bit embarrassed. If I were to seek out the female disciples, it would seem somewhat intrusive. These young ones should be cultivating now. Qingmei, let us visit the training grounds together, Elder Xianyun suggested. Ling Han bowed again. I am grateful to Elder Xianyun. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he noticed that the outer disciples of Wangshua Tower numbered in the thousands, making it far more lively compared to Guiyun Peak. As Ling Han entered, he spotted Ning Moru dressed in blue, diligently practicing her sword techniques. After waiting for a moment, she finally noticed him. Ning Moru hurriedly sheathed her sword, a look of surprise crossing her face. Ling Xixiang, what brings you here? Ling Han observed the numerous wounds adorning her hands. Have they been bullying you? Following his gaze, Ning Moru glanced at her hands. Oh, these are nothing. I injured myself while training. Recently, no one has troubled me since Elder Guiyun's last visit. Elder came by. Ling Han exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Moru's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, at that time, I was being troubled by several individuals, and it was Elder Guiyun who came to my rescue. He also instructed Elder Xianyun to manage the outer sect diligently. Lately, no one has dared to cause any disturbances. It is no wonder that Elder Xianyun came here. It seems that my master reported the chaotic situation of the outer sect to him. My master has been secluded for so long that he must have been unaware of the circumstances here. Suddenly, Ning Moru's expression turned anxious. By the way, Senior Brother Ling, I have heard that Elder Guiyun and Elder Tianyun have traveled together. They have always been at odds with one another, and I cannot help but worry whether Elder Guiyun will be safe. Chapter 9. Who has changed you? To speak candidly, Ling Han harbored considerable concern for his master. That person surnamed, he appeared to be anything but virtuous, exuding an aura of menace. How did you perceive the discord among the elders? A figure emerged from behind Ling Han, startling Ning Mo. Master Xianyun. The two lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, they were merely disciples. How could they dare gossip about the elders? Master Xianyun maintained a cheerful demeanor, assuring them, there is no need to be anxious. I harbor no grievances against you. I merely sense that there has been some misunderstanding. Ling Han appeared skeptical, but chose to remain silent. Master Xianyun did not press the issue further, instead smiling and stating, "Regardless, we are all members of the Wang Shui building. Xingshuang has said that unity is essential within a sect. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing that it was Li Xingshuang who advocated for the unity of the sect, both nodded obediently. Just as Master Xianyun intended to depart, he paused and turned to scrutinize Ning Mo Ro. "About your age?" He smiled at Ling Han. "You two seem quite compatible." Before Ling Han could clarify, Ning Mo Ro hastily interjected, "Master Xianyun, my relationship with senior brother Ling is purely platonic. There are no romantic feelings involved." Ling Han vigorously nodded in agreement. Master Xianyun's smile dimmed slightly, yet remained gentle. "You are still young. It is normal not to harbor such thoughts." "Master Xianyun, we truly," Ling Han began, but was cut off as Master Xianyun waved his hand and took his leave. Ning Mo Ro felt somewhat embarrassed. Why did Master Xianyun speak so indiscriminately? "Senior brother, I have no such intentions." Ling Han too felt uncomfortable at him. Perhaps with age, people tend to meddle in matters of the heart. No wonder he was referred to as Old Tortoise. "By the way, senior brother Ling." Ning Mo Ro's cheeks flushed, provoking an ominous premonition within Ling Han, who instinctively took a step back. "What is it, junior sister Ning?" he asked warily. Ning Mo Ro, somewhat bashful, inquired, "Has Elder Gue Yun mentioned when he will return?" Thank goodness, it was not a confession. "Wait, this is serious. He is coming for my master." Ling Han's sense of crisis heightened, and he retreated another step. "Master has not mentioned anything." "Oh, then, is Elder Gue Yun expected to attend the sect's grand ceremony in 3 months?" "Master has not mentioned that either. However, he likely does not favor such occasions." Ling Han's expression darkened as he discerned the shimmering sparkle in his junior sister's eyes, reminiscent of a maiden in the throes of youthful infatuation. This cannot be. How could she entertain such thoughts about Master? As for the rationale, a being as transcendent as Master should remain untouched by worldly desires. No, Master would not be interested in her. But what if he might? Absolutely not. I must safeguard Master's purity. Ling Han's expression shifted dramatically. "Junior sister, unless there is anything else, I shall return to Gue Yun Peak." He needed to devise a plan to protect his master's honor. Meanwhile, the elder they both longed for, having awakened after a day and night of slumber, finally vacated his warm human cushion and settled back onto the soft couch across the room. Ruofeng felt an emptiness in his embrace, a certain indescribable sense of loss in his heart. Yet he mockingly remarked, "You've slept for so long, I thought you had passed away." Li Xingshuang Yonut, seemingly indifferent to his taunts. Perhaps it was because Ruofeng's attacks lacked potency that Li Xingshuang did not perceive this as provocation. After all, it was rather dull. Li Xingshuang propped his head up. Didn't he have to endure 5 days of travel? How could he manage without a bit of rest? "Can't you meditate and cultivate here? You're becoming increasingly lazy." Cultivate? Li Xingshuang had no desire for that. He retrieved some snacks from the system and began to eat, thinking to himself that he was already an elder, so why exert himself so much? "Were you eating?" "Chips, shrimp-flavored. Want some?" Ruofeng frowned. "What is that? I've never heard of it." "Exactly, you've never heard of it. You're quite incapable of enjoying life," Li Xingshuang replied, extending the bag of chips towards him. "Want to try?" Ruofeng shot him an irritated glare. "As a cultivator, how can you indulge in such trivial pleasures? It's truly unbecoming." Li Xingshuang felt lethargic. Food is the easiest source of joy. After living for so long, everything becomes tiresome. "You're 6 years younger than I am. Don't adopt the tone of an ancient monster." Li Xingshuang chose not to respond. He indeed felt like an ancient being. Few things could stir his emotions, be it joy, sorrow, or anger, aside from matters related to this mission. This was his only chance, his final opportunity. After a few bites, his interest waned. The pleasure derived from food was minimal, for he had lived too long and grown weary of everything. He put away half the bag of chips into the system and began to amuse himself with Ruofeng. He wanted to see the Chihuahua get angry. Clearing his throat, he recalled the earlier names that had irked Ruofeng and decided to merge them. Ruofeng Xixiang. Sure enough, Ruofeng's face instantly flushed red. "You, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it." Quite the rosy complexion you've got there, Xingshuang pressed on. Do you dislike me, Xixiang? It's right to dislike you. You haven't seen the more annoying side of me yet. Unexpectedly, Hiruofeng, blushing, whispered, well, not really. Ahem, I suppose I find you somewhat intolerable, but not entirely detestable. Xingshuang was intrigued. What's the distinction? You're so annoying. Why are there so many questions? Hiruofeng turned his head away, refusing to answer. Xingshuang pondered, finding him somewhat intolerable, but not greatly detestable. What did that mean? Not entirely detestable, slightly detestable, perhaps 40%? Xingshuang decided to probe further. You mentioned I've changed. Do you find the current me more disagreeable, or the former me? Hiruofeng fell silent for a long while. Was he genuinely angry? Previously, when he was upset, he at least responded. Now, he was unwilling to speak. Xingshuang felt a twinge of regret. What would he do for amusement in the coming days? His chihuahua seemed to have succumbed to a state of depression. Xingshuang. Hiruofeng suddenly spoke up, and Xingshuang turned to him, relieved that he had not continued to remain aloof. Hiruofeng seemed to have pondered for quite some time before finally voicing his thoughts. His gaze somewhat clouded. You are truly not the same as before. Who has changed you? Is it your apprentice from the demonic clan? Chapter 10. One should not sacrifice wealth for the sake of pride. No one can change me, and my disciple is not of the demon race, Xingshuang stated calmly. Hiruofeng frowned. Are you still defending him? Indeed, he possesses a trace of demonic blood, but let us not forget that he also carries human lineage. If you regard him as human, he shall be human. If you perceive him as a demon, then he will inevitably succumb to that fate. Xingshuang endeavored to persuade Hiruofeng. After all, the child of destiny is destined to survive. If one continues to antagonize him, it is the Wang Shui Tower that will suffer the consequences. Hiruofeng merely scoffed. Only you would raise a wolf as a pup. Do you genuinely wish to reform him? Let me tell you, demons are demons, and their inherent flaws are immutable. Xingshuang felt a sense of helplessness. It is difficult to advise a ghost intent on self-destruction. Thus, as ordinary colleagues, he chose to say no more. Throughout their journey, the two exchanged little conversation. Xingshuang spent most of his time sleeping or snacking, occasionally teasing Hiruofeng, but soon lost interest. At last, as dusk fell, their carriage entered the borders of Lan Nation. The meeting was scheduled to take place in Minghan City, the very city where they had crossed into the realm. The auction, however, would occur in the imperial capital. Once the meeting reached a conclusion, they would send representatives to engage in the auction. Xingshuang had no desire to attend. He disembarked from the carriage, intending to seek a place to rest, when a carriage passed by on the street. Hiruofeng caught sight of the patterns on the carriage and coldly remarked, "Those are people from the Huan sect. Do you have enmity with them?" Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Hiruofeng's expression twisted in disgust. None. I simply find them repulsive. As the carriage passed in front of them, the curtain was lifted, revealing a remarkably youthful girl, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, her demeanor exuding innocence and vivacity. Xingshuang was somewhat taken aback. Hiruofeng's brows furrowed deeper. A pack of beasts. They do not even spare such a young child. Upon noticing Xingshuang, the girl beamed and waved at him. Hiruofeng turned to Xingshuang. Do you know her? Xingshuang responded, We met 30 years ago. Is she not a child? It made sense. This meeting was comprised of high-ranking members from various sects, and it was unlikely they would send an ordinary child to attend. How do you know someone from the Huan sect? Hiruofeng inquired, puzzled. Typically, Xingshuang rarely ventured beyond his abode, resembling a sheltered young lady. And Hiruofeng was unaware of his acquaintance with those from outside sections. Forgotten, Xingshuang mused, recalling that his spiritual veins had been sealed, and members of the Huan sect had taken him to that woman. Hiruofeng's heart tightened. Why have you never mentioned this? What did she do to you? Nothing much. She merely touched me a few times, and then my master arrived to take me away, claiming I was embarrassing myself and forbidding me from mentioning it to anyone. Why are you angry again? Xingshuang observed Hiruofeng's clenched fists and gritted teeth, his expression one of exasperation. Hiruofeng jabbed his finger sharply at Xingshuang's forehead. You were abducted, and you were unaware. Xingshuang looked utterly perplexed. They did not kill me. It was just a few touches. It wouldn't cost me a piece of flesh. You. What if he Ruofeng is utterly exasperated? Are you not aware of her intentions? I certainly am. The Harmony sect is indeed dedicated to the study of dual cultivation. She is not a fool. How could she possibly be unaware of that? But what does it matter? Li Xingho was inclined to voice this thought. Yet he sensed that uttering such words would only infuriate he Ruofeng further. Perhaps she felt that he was in a rather embarrassing predicament, having fallen into the hands of another sect, and it indeed tarnished the reputation of the Wangshua Tower. If this were to be disclosed, it might adversely affect the tower's standing. No wonder he Ruofeng was angry. I shall not repeat such folly again, Li Xingho stated. He was no longer to be shackled and at the mercy of others. He Ruofeng's expression softened slightly. As long as you understand. The two found refuge at an inn, where they were greeted by numerous cultivators, evidently gathered for a meeting. A few unfamiliar cultivators approached them with enthusiasm. Although Li Xingho did not recognize them, he offered a perfunctory nod. The reputation of Wangshua Tower was formidable. Thus Li Xingho felt that this task was not overly daunting. Despite a rather hellish beginning, having struck the child of fortune with a sword, thankfully the child was easily appeased. If things progressed as they currently were, in a few years, as the child of fortune rose to prominence, it would not be long before Wangshua Tower claimed its status as the foremost righteous sect. 2 rooms were secured. After exchanging pleasantries with the other cultivators, Li Xingho approached the counter, gesturing towards He Ruofeng behind him, indicating that he would cover the expenses. He Ruofeng. Li Xingho smiled. Elder Tianyun, just submit an OA for reimbursement when we return. I do not genuinely expect you to pay out of pocket, so do not be so stingy. Uncertain of his cryptic remarks, He Ruofeng shot him a glare, but still retrieved some spirit stones for payment. However, the innkeeper visibly hesitated. Elder Tianyun, we transact in worldly currency here. Your stones are of no use. Li Xingho chimed in with a teasing comment. He Ruofeng retorted, I did not bring any. It was rather peculiar that a dignified elder of Wangshua Tower could not produce a meager sum. A voice interjected with a hint of mockery. He Ruofeng turned in anger to see a youth adorned in resplendent garments, radiating golden light, entering with a smirk. Who are you? He Ruofeng scrutinized him, his flamboyant attire akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. The youth winked at Li Xingho, uncertain whether the esteemed Xianjun would find him appealing. He Ruofeng swiftly pulled Li Xingho behind her. Are you familiar with him? Who is he? Li Xingho shrugged. I do not know him. The youth feigned hurt. How could that be? You held me in your arms when I was a child. Li Xinchu. Dafa Tiangang? The youth approached the counter, tossing down a gold ingot. All expenses incurred by Xianjun Xingho here shall be charged to my account. Li Xinchu Shukalat. Who said that fortune does not fall from the heavens? Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Wangshua Tower does not require charity, He Ruofeng stated coldly. Li Xingho urged. Elder Tianyun, do not be like that. You cannot forfeit money simply for the sake of pride. He Ruofeng grew increasingly irate. It is not that I lack wealth. Rather, the mundane currency holds no value for cultivators. Why would I need it? This spirit stone alone is worth 100 taels of gold. Alas, Elder Tianyun is indeed as tempestuous as the rumors suggest. Fortunate that you, esteemed Lord Xingfeng, are gentle and kind. The young man shook his head and then turned to Li Xingfeng with a cheerful smile. I understand your purpose here, and I may be of assistance. He Ruofeng glared at him fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Li Xingfeng has already stated that she does not know you. As long as I am acquainted with Lord Xingfeng, that suffices, the young man replied with a grin. What say you, Lord Xingfeng? Consider this. Let's make a trade. Should you agree to my terms, no matter the price you pay for the key to the secret realm, you need only remit half the amount. Li Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. Are you from the Zhaoju commerce? Indeed, the young man admitted openly. Not interested. Half the payment is still payment. I prefer things that come free of charge. Li Xingfeng intended to utter something outrageous to dismiss him, but to her surprise, the young man's smile only broadened. Do you wish to avoid spending money? That is feasible, but you shall have to pay a different price. Li Xingfeng inquired, my life. The young man shook his head, smiling as he said, No, esteemed Lord Xingfeng, you misunderstand. I meant, would you be willing to join me for a night of passion? Chapter 11. Who compensates for the spiritual loss? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a long sword was already pressed against the young man's neck, severing a few strands of hair. Feng's voice was sharp and cold. Impudent. The young man feigned innocence, blinking his eyes. Oh dear, Elder Tianyan, you do not even know who I am, yet you dare to brandish your sword at my throat. This could very well invite calamity upon you. I care not who you are. Feng's voice rose in intensity as he scolded, shameless scoundrel. Riffraff rogue. The young man smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the blade at his throat. What I inquired about was the esteemed Xingshuang immortal. Has the immortal himself consented? Xingshuang nonchalantly replied, Oh, I could. Before he could finish speaking, Feng had already yanked him away. As they moved outside, he continued to scold. Xingshuang, are you truly lacking in sense? Many had remarked upon Xingshuang's lack of discernment, yet he remained oblivious to what precisely he had failed to grasp. He was quite certain that his insights were abundant. Xingshuang inquired, Why are you angry? How can you not know? That is precisely why I asked you. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Feng halted, casting a fierce glare at Xingshuang. Do you even comprehend what he was saying? You simply agreed without a second thought. I understand, Xingshuang replied. Has no one ever taught you not to agree so carelessly to such matters? Xingshuang pondered earnestly for a moment before sincerely responding. No. Feng was exasperated beyond measure. What kind of nonsense had the previous elder Guiyun imparted? Xingshuang, puzzled, asked, Is that not a trivial price to pay? A venture with no cost, yet promising great returns. Why are you upset? Do you regard the Wangshua Tower as some trivial entity? Even if we are not currently affluent, we have yet to reach the point of treating ourselves as mere commodities. Xingshuang tilted his head, his face a canvas of bewilderment, clearly still not grasping the gravity of the situation. Feng, nearly at the end of his tether, could no longer be bothered to elaborate. Regardless, I say it is not acceptable. Oh, Xingshuang was indifferent to such trifles. If it was unacceptable, then so be it. Even if they obtained the key to the secret realm, it was unlikely that only those from the Wangshua Tower would be permitted entry. The Imperial Tier secret realm would undoubtedly necessitate collaboration. Feng took several deep breaths to regain his composure. That baffling individual, you truly do not know him? Not in the slightest, Xingshuang replied. I saw the character you inscribed on his dragon crystal waist token. He may be unable to discern the material's quality, perhaps a bit lacking in intellect. Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. Is it possible that this is his surname? Is that so? You is the surname of the leader of the Xiaojia sect. Given his tone, he wields considerable power there, and being much younger than you, he is likely the leader's son. Is he quite wealthy? Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Why did we not extort him earlier? Extort? You nearly jeopardized yourself. Feng glared at him. Xingshuang could not fathom why Feng was so incensed over this matter, but he deemed it prudent not to inquire further. The two relocated to another inn, and to avert any further trouble, Xingshuang took the initiative to settle the bill. Feng, exasperated, exclaimed, Why didn't you pay just now, given your wealth? Xingshuang replied with utmost seriousness, I take pleasure in spending others' money, for my own is of greater utility. With that, he departed, shaking his keys. Where are my keys? Feng extended his hand. None. I only open one room. As I mentioned, my money is indeed useful. Xingshuang smirked. Aren't you the one who doesn't need to sleep? Just sit and cultivate. Xingshuang. Since the two left the sect, he had lost count of how many times Feng had shouted his name, which served no purpose other than to showcase his vocal prowess. As darkness enveloped the sky, the streetlights flickered to life. Xingshuang stood by the window, gazing silently outside. Feng, initially poised to meditate, could not help but inquire, What are you looking at? Xingshuang answered nonchalantly. The mundane affairs of the world. Ah. When did you grow so fond of the earthly realm? I'm not fond. Xingshuang leaned against the window frame. I merely ponder whether mortals, with lifespans under a century, feel regret upon their demise. Nonsense, who wishes to die? Feng retorted. Even those cultivators who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years do not desire death. Then, how do we explain those who seek to end their own lives? How would I know? Xingshuang scoffed. Perhaps they are simply weary of living. Xingshuang observed the bustling pedestrians on the street, deep in thought. With half a month remaining before the auction, all representatives from various sects intending to participate had gathered. Leading the assembly was the Yi sect, whose name, suggesting the ability to manipulate the sun and moon, indeed carried an air of arrogance. They were, without doubt, the most renowned and formidable among those present. With thousands of righteous sects, the Yi sect numbered around 50, while the Wangshui Tower surpassed 100. In this gathering, Wangshui Tower held a position slightly above the median. Though the Yi sect was impressive, their representatives appeared notably introverted, even exhibiting signs of social anxiety. The little girl from the Xingshuang sect had also arrived. Upon taking her seat, she cast flirtatious glances at Xingshuang, who remained unmoved. Primarily, he held no interest in such romantic entanglements, and, secondly, he was not a copper alchemist. Despite her being over 300 years old, it was difficult to ascertain who truly practiced alchemy. Two representatives from the Yi sect, one male and one female, both exhibited signs of social anxiety, reluctant to present themselves. Ultimately, the male elder was pushed forward by the female elder, compelled to speak. I'll say a few words. To put it plainly, speaking from the heart, we gather here today. To put it bluntly, if we weren't gathered here today. Xingshuang recognized the tedium of meetings, but did not anticipate it to be so abstract. To speak frankly, we gather here today, to put it simply. Whether it be you, or me, or him. After the Yi sect elder concluded his remarks, a crowd applauded enthusiastically. Good, truly profound. Listening to your words is far more enlightening than hearing a host of others. Truly, the sect of the shifting sun is remarkable. The celestial sovereign of morning radiance speaks with such wisdom. Xingshuang. Is he also joining in the flattery? To take a step back, could the sect of the shifting sun perhaps compensate him for some emotional distress? Chapter 12. He must not go out alone again. Following this, the various sects began to voice their opinions. Xingshuang listened with an air of despondency, nearly succumbing to slumber. It was not until one representative from a sect inquired, might the Wangshui Tower have any prudent strategies? That Xingshuang turned his gaze to Xingshuang beside him. Xingshuang lifted his eyelids slightly. His expression clearly reflected his vexation with the tedious meeting. Is it really that complicated? Isn't it merely a matter of how much money and how many people each sect is willing to contribute? Just state your numbers. The absurd proposals can be dismissed and the reasonable ones accepted. Is that so difficult? Indeed, it was. Who would willingly shell out more funds? Who would wish to reduce the number of participants? Who would be responsible for rejecting or endorsing proposals? If it were as straightforward as Xingshuang suggested, there would be no need for such a gathering to exchange empty words. As anticipated, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say next. The elder from the Xingshuang sect spoke up, her tone as sweet and delicate as her appearance. What does a mortal starfrost think? Xingshuang was taken aback by the sudden attention. Me? Xingshuang shot him a glare. Silence. Xingshuang had little to say anyway, so he leisurely closed his mouth. The elder from the Xingshuang sect pouted in dissatisfaction. Elder, how can you restrict immortal star Frost from speaking? Is this how you treat your fellow sect members at Wangshui Tower? The elder from the Yulon Valley added, since your Wangshui Tower has dispatched 2 representatives, both should have the right to speak. Why deny immortal star Frost a voice? The elder from the Shu Tu sect frowned. Has the demon slayer immortal brought his hostility towards the demon race upon his own kin? Xingshuang was evidently incensed. The affairs of Wangshui Tower are not for outsiders like you to meddle in. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xingshuang, awaiting his response. He calmly stated, I have no thoughts on the matter. Seeing Xingshuang treated so poorly by his fellow sect members, yet remaining composed, elicited a sense of indifference from him, akin to the cold and solitary snow atop a mountain peak. In truth, after he spoke, he was lost in thought, as cultivators do not require sustenance. There were no breaks for tea, rendering the meeting's sole purpose moot. It was indeed exceedingly dull. The elder from the Xingshuang sect hurriedly interjected, "Immortal Star Frost, please do not take offense. Speak your mind. If you do not contribute to this meeting, others will refrain as well." Li Xingshuang responded with a puzzled expression. The elder from the Shu Tu sect frowned again. "In front of so many, you dare to bully Immortal Star Frost? How do you treat him behind closed doors?" Li Xingshuang remained perplexed. What was the connection? He Ruo Feng's face turned a shade of green with anger, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fearing that this little dog might experience a spike in intracranial pressure from their indignation, Li Xingshuang hurriedly sought to calm him. He gently tugged at Ruo Feng's sleeve, which immediately softened his countenance. "You have all misunderstood. I am simply not eloquent. Elder Tianyun is looking out for me." Fearing I might falter, Li Xingshuang's voice floated lightly like clouds and mist. It possessed a soothing quality that calmed those present. Ruo Feng turned to meet his gaze. Li Xingshuang looked at Ruo Feng. "Hold steady. This insipid meeting rests upon your shoulders." Ruo Feng was utterly lost, but upon seeing the gentle determination in Li Xingshuang's eyes, his heart softened. Li Xingshuang observed the slight upward curve of Ruo Feng's lips and took it as a sign of understanding. Indeed, it seemed permissible to continue in a state of neglect. With Li Xingshuang's words, whether true or false, it was clear that the matter was to be resolved internally within the Wangshui Tower, leaving no room for external gossip. Although some still felt indignant on his behalf, they chose to remain silent. The tedious and protracted meeting dragged on until dusk, yielding no conclusions. Ultimately, the assembly collectively decided to reconvene the following day and dispersed. Just as Li Xingshuang was about to leave, an elder from the Xingshuang sect rushed towards him. "Xingshuang Xianjun," she exclaimed, attempting to take his hand, but Ruo Feng was quick to pull Li Xingshuang behind him. "What do you think you're doing?" Ruo Feng glared at her. The elder from Xingshuang sect pouted. "I merely wish to reminisce with Xingshuang Xianjun." "Tianyun elder, are you not overstepping your bounds? Must you dictate even whom Xianjun associates with?" Ignoring her, Ruo Feng seized Li Xingshuang and attempted to leave, only to be intercepted by a female elder from the Yirzong. "Tianyun elder, while it's true that outsiders should not meddle in Wangshui Tower's affairs, if Wangshui Tower is so unkind to Xingshuang Xianjun, perhaps he should join our Yirzong instead." Ruo Feng was infuriated. "Have you no shame? Are you brazenly attempting to poach him right in front of me? Do you think I am a mere shadow?" "Ruo Feng Xixiang has not bullied me," Li Xingshuang said calmly, despite being tugged along by Ruo Feng. "Wangshui Tower is quite good, and Ruo Feng Xixiang is excellent." In truth, Li Xingshuang was not a particularly conscientious individual. As long as he was well-fed and well-cared for, it mattered little to him where he resided. However, his current mission was tied to Wangshui Tower, and thus he had to remain there, regardless of the circumstances. Even if the treatment at Wangshui Tower were to deteriorate to the point of begging in the streets, he would still be obliged to stay. Ruo Feng's cheeks flushed slightly. "Ahem. Well, did you hear that? I did not bully him." With that, he quickly led Li Xingshuang away from the deliberative hall. Once outside, he admonished, "You should keep your distance from them. Understood?" Li Xingshuang was unsure why, but it did not seem significant, so he merely nodded. "Oh." Seeing his reaction, Ruo Feng felt a surge of exasperation. "You acquiesce too readily. Will you forget again? Can you not be more vigilant?" "Oh, vigilant? What do you mean?" Li Xingshuang snapped out of his reverie. Ruo Feng exclaimed in frustration, "It drives me mad. I absolutely cannot allow this fellow to venture out alone. He might be whisked away and end up counting coins for someone else." Li Xingshuang interjected, "Actually, during the meeting just now, I had a thought, but I hesitated to voice it, fearing it would anger you. If you dare suggest seeking that scoundrel from the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce, I will strike you." Li Xingshuang scratched his cheek nervously. Ruo Feng's anger flared. "Do you truly wish to pursue him?" Li Xingshuang attempted to defend himself. "It wasn't me." "What do you mean?" Li Xingshuang elaborated. "He previously expressed a desire for us to cultivate together. And isn't the Xingshuang sect dedicated to such pursuits? We could recommend the elder from Xingshuang sect to him." Ruo Feng's expression twisted slightly. "What?" Li Xingshuang raised a finger. "Look, the elder of the Xingshuang sect wishes to cultivate with me, and someone from the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce also desires the same. Why not let them both cultivate together, thereby bypassing the middleman? Ah, what a splendid idea, Xingshuang mused, reflecting on his own cleverness. He threw off foam, exasperated, held his forehead, having lost the breath to express his frustration. Xingshuang, puzzled, glanced at him. What troubles you? Ruo Feng inhaled deeply. Is it possible that they only want you? Xingshuang, perplexed, replied, why? Is there a difference? Oh, I see, Xingshuang continued. You are worried that once the Huan sect acquires the key to the secret realm, they may refuse to cooperate, right? That indeed poses a concern. Acquiring it through Wang Shuelu would undoubtedly be the best scenario. We wouldn't have to spend any resources and would retain the initiative in the collaboration. But why are you so angry? Ruo Feng's face darkened. If you ask me again, I will end you. Very well, Xingshuang contemplated, nodding. What is free is often the most costly. Your concerns are not without merit. Perhaps he harbors some hidden agenda, and I have not considered all angles. Ruo Feng closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and sent a message through his spiritual consciousness to the sect leader. From now on, Xingshuang is not to leave the sect alone. Chapter 13. He is different now in the hall of Wangshui Tower, atop Mengyun Peak. The sect leader was deep in meditation when he suddenly received a message via spiritual consciousness. Upon glancing at its content, he furrowed his brow. Could it be that those two have quarreled again? That did not seem plausible. If so, he often would have mentioned that they should not be sent out together, rather than forbidding Li Xingfeng from venturing out alone. Had Li Xingfeng caused some trouble? Such a disposition was not in his nature. Perplexed, the sect leader responded with a message. But what wrongdoing has Xingfeng committed? Regardless of any mistakes Li Xingfeng may have made, he was merely a child in his 60s. Shouldn't one exercise some understanding toward a child who lacks discernment? Ruofeng did not reply. The sect leader grew increasingly puzzled and anxious, fearing that something untoward had occurred. Thus he sent a direct message to Li Xingfeng. Xingfeng, has something happened? Did you do something to provoke Ruofeng's ire? Li Xingfeng replied promptly. When has he ever not been angry? The sect leader was taken aback. There was some truth to that. As long as all was well, he could breathe a sigh of relief. The two were the youngest among the elders. Aside from them, the youngest elder, Xianyun, was already over 170 years old, surpassing them by over a century. Although they were of the same generation, the sect leader still regarded them as juniors. Particularly Li Xingfeng. After all, Ruofeng had been of age upon entering the sect, while Li Xingfeng had been quite young, and the sect leader had witnessed his growth. He was, indeed, the sect leader's most cherished junior disciple. Meanwhile, the two had returned to their guest quarters. Li Xingfeng inquired, Did you report me to the sect leader? Ruofeng snorted disdainfully. Indeed. If I have erred in any way, you could have simply informed me. It is rather ungracious to escalate our personal conflicts to the higher-ups. What peculiar words was he uttering now? Yet, Ruofeng seemed to grasp his meaning and reluctantly clarified, I did not speak ill of you. Oh, Li Xingfeng did not press him further about the specifics and collapsed onto the bed. Is it possible for me to skip the meeting tomorrow? What is the matter? Based on my experience, these wretched meetings often drag on for 3 to 5 days without resolution. Rather than squander time there, I would prefer to engage in other pursuits. Ruofeng, wary, retorted, What do you plan to do? Are you so distrustful of me? Li Xingfeng gazed at him. I am not a child. I will not bring you trouble. Ruofeng huffed. Your level of naivety is not much different from that of child. I am not ignorant of the world. Li Xingfeng shook his head. I have said, I understand their intentions. I simply do not care. Frustrated, Ruofeng fell silent, turning his head to gaze out the window. He had initially thought that Li Xingfeng had changed from the child he once was. Indeed, he was different now. He had grown more indifferent. Unlike before, when he kept others at arm's length, he now smiled, spoke, and allowed others to approach him. Yet it seemed he had become devoid of genuine emotion. Or perhaps, had he ever possessed such feelings? It seems that there has never been a genuine display of feelings. It was merely more evident in the past, while now it is concealed beneath his smile. He is a person devoid of a heart. Do not be angry. Ruofeng felt a tug at his garment, and turned to see Li Xingshuang looking at him with an expression of innocence. For a moment, Ruofeng was at a loss for words. He wished to be angry, but the sight of Li Xingshuang rendered him incapable of feeling that way. Li Xingshuang had indeed done nothing wrong. He was an adult, fully aware of what those individuals' invitations entailed and had the right to accept. Yet, he Ruofeng could not shake the feeling that Li Xingshuang had been wronged. Perhaps it was due to the naive gaze reminiscent of their childhood. Like a virtuous maiden deceived, he Ruofeng sighed. I'm not angry with you. Then can I go out tomorrow? No. Li Xingshuang. He could hardly protest. After all, the purpose of this business trip was to attend a meeting. Sneaking out to indulge himself while leaving all the work to his colleagues was indeed not very considerate. However, what is the purpose of this tedious meeting? They had spent an entire day uttering nonsense. Li Xingshuang sat at the edge of the table. Continuing to drag this out would yield no results. No one was willing to compromise, yet no one wished to offend anyone either. A total of 34 sects had come this time, and it was likely that the Yi sect aimed to seize 1 to 2% of the resources. The imperial-level secret realm typically accommodates around 600 to 700 individuals at a time. If the Yi sect were to claim over 100 spots, the remaining sects would have little left to share, averaging only a handful of disciples allowed entry. This was the crux of the matter, yet no one dared to mention it during the meeting. Not all sects were qualified to participate in a collaboration. They all cherished this opportunity and were naturally reluctant to withdraw. They awaited someone to step forward and negotiate with the Yi sect. He Ruofeng scoffed disdainfully. In any case, I will not be the one to take the lead. Li Xingshuang suddenly inquired. By the way, isn't the Qingmei sect attending this time? The Qingmei sect is the foremost righteous sect at present and the very target of Li Xingshuang's mission. In the eyes of the Qingmei sect, the imperial-level secret realm was not particularly remarkable. He Ruofeng pondered for a moment, considering that a public auction was unnecessary for them. Major sects have their own means of acquiring resources, typically at a lower cost. Sects that have not reached that level must spend exorbitant amounts of money to procure supplies. Li Xingshuang felt somewhat contemplative. Whether ordinary people or cultivators, there truly was no distinction. They could spend days engaging in trivial discussions here, yet it might not be worth a single word from others. No wonder everyone seeks power. Just then, the long silent system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! A limited-time new task has been released. Side quest. Go to Xingshuang Tower and stay for at least 1 hour. Remaining time, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Reward. Random increase in personal and sect prestige. Li Xingshuang leaped onto the window frame, declaring, I'm heading out. Before he Ruofeng could react, Li Xingshuang had already jumped out of the window. Li Xingshuang. Just as he Ruofeng intended to follow, he found himself unable to see even a trace of him, leaving him infuriated. Chapter 14. Choose your faction. Li Xingshuang initially believed that Xingshuang Tower was a sect, but upon following the system's directions to the location, he discovered it was a well-known tavern in the city. He received numerous telepathic messages from He Ruofeng, and despite his repeated assurances that he would return after a brief diversion, he steadfastly refused to disclose his whereabouts. If He Ruofeng were to drag him back, the mission would be rendered impossible. Before he even entered, Li Xingshuang spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. The individual was resplendent in golden attire, adorned with jade, exuding an unmistakable aura of wealth. Xingshuang Xianyun. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, the young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward. What brings you here? Li Xingshuang replied. Why can't I be here? No, that is not what I meant. The youth quickly gestured. I'm just thrilled. I never imagined I would encounter Xingshuang Xianjun here. It's quite serendipitous. It was no mere coincidence. The system seldom assigned meaningless tasks. The fact that it guided Li Xingshuang here likely indicated that he was destined to meet significant figures or witness pivotal events. It appeared that this young man was indeed one of those important individuals. Xingshuang Xianyun. I must apologize for my earlier remarks. The youth's face suddenly flushed crimson. I didn't mean to say those things. I was unaware of their implications. Excuse me? What do you mean? Li Xingshuang was puzzled by the boy's embarrassment. With his face still flushed, the young man stammered, It's just that. To share a spring night together. I thought it was an invitation for an outing. So, it was this young man who was blissfully ignorant of worldly matters. How unfortunate that He Ruofeng had mistaken him for a rogue. Oh, it's nothing. Li Xingshuang was not bothered by such trivialities. Surely you don't think of me as a villain? The youth asked cautiously. Not at all, although he Ruofeng undoubtedly perceived him as a threat. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Li Xingshuang with anticipation. Are you planning to dine at Xingshuang Tower? I have business there as well. Allow me to treat you. Li Xingshuang relished the idea of unexpected fortunes falling from the sky, yet he recalled Ruofeng's stern warnings to steer clear of this peculiar youth. Well, free offerings often come at a great cost. No, thank you, Li Xingshuang declined. The youth's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Are you still upset with me? No, why would I be upset? Li Xingshuang found the situation utterly baffling. But who exactly are you? How could you not recognize me? The youth exclaimed in desperation, grasping Li Xingshuang's hand. Chubai, Chubai, the young master of Zhaoju sect. This is from you. Yu Chubai hastily produced a shimmering scale hanging around his neck, eagerly displaying it to Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang tilted his head, straining to recall. This is a heart-protecting scale from the cold pool flood dragon. He indeed remembered slaying one, having sought its blood as a potion ingredient. After the deed, he discovered a frightened child nearby, likely captured and now weeping uncontrollably. Li Xingshuang, feeling exasperated, had casually tossed the dragon scale to him, urging him to stop crying and return home, for the dragon was no more. Yet, the child wept even more fiercely, lamenting his inability to find his way home. Li Xingshuang initially had no intention of involving himself in trivial matters, yet the persistent child clung to his leg, leaving him with no choice but to lift him and carry him away. The child claimed to be from the Zhaoju sect, so Li Xingshuang took the opportunity to drop him off at a branch of the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. Oh, it's you. I remember now, Li Xingshuang remarked, surprised that such a trivial incident had remained in his memory for so long. Yu Chubai then smiled brightly, his eyes shimmering. For an immortal like yourself, it may seem a mere act, but to me, you have bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. Li Xingshuang opened his right hand. If you wish to express your gratitude, just give me some money. Yu Chubai pouted. Xingshuang Xianjun, can our friendship truly be measured in monetary terms? Li Xingshuang looked at him with bewilderment. If not, then what kind of bond could we possibly share? This marks our third meeting, if I recall correctly. But my mother said that a life debt should be repaid with one's body. Yu Chubai said pitifully. Should you marry me? Li Xingshuang responded with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Is it customary to repay kindness with enmity? Must one offer oneself when saving another? Unbeknownst to him, Yu Chubai had been influenced by his mother's overly fantastical tales, leading him to harbor a slight misunderstanding regarding the concept of repaying kindness. His mind was filled with stories of gratitude leading to marriage, love blossoming over time, and ultimately becoming immortal partners. Impossible. Li Xingshuang decisively shattered Yu Chubai's daydream with 3 simple words. Yu Chubai's eyes brimmed with tears. Why not? If Xingshuang Xianjun would agree to be my Dao partner, I would willingly offer not just the key to the secret realm, but everything belonging to the Zhaoju sect. Li Xingshuang firmly stated, I cannot leave Wangshu Tower. The keys to the secret realm and various resources are all for the sake of Wangshu Tower. To abandon it for such things would be to lose sight of what truly matters. Then I shall marry you. Li Xingshuang paused for a moment before replying. However, should you leave the Zhaoju sect, you will cease to be the young master. Implicitly, this means you would no longer possess the resources to offer me. Yu Chubai let out a soft whimper, on the verge of tears. Li Xingshuang took a step back. I am not bullying you. Do not play the victim. Just as Yu Chubai was about to cry, a gentle female voice interrupted. Young master Yu, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. And this gentleman is. Li Xingshuang turned to see a young woman clad in splendid attire, accompanied by 2 maids. Instantly, Yu Chubai composed himself, adopting a more regal demeanor. The crown princess has arrived. Li Xingshuang glanced at the woman, noting her resplendent dress adorned with golden phoenix patterns. Her hair intricately styled and embellished with golden hairpins and a fan in hand, a clear indication of her noble status. The crown princess? Of the Lawn Kingdom? Typically, cultivators do not interfere in mundane affairs, Yet given that the Zhaoju sect engaged in business on both sides, it was not uncommon for them to collaborate with the royal family. Collaboration, he mused, might be a more palatable term. Just as he intended to inquire further within the system, Yu Chubai grasped his hand. Yu Chubai gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Xingfang Xianjun, could you possibly refrain from departing? It is quite rare for me to encounter you. Remaining in the Xingshuang Tower would suffice for Li Xingfang, who was indifferent to the matter. Moreover, there were patrons willing to foot the bill. The Grand Princess appeared somewhat hesitant, yet she dared not voice any objections. Thus, the group ascended to the elegant chambers on the second floor of the Xingshuang Tower. Inside, there was already an occupant, a man clad in dark robes, seemingly older than the Grand Princess. Yiming, Yu Xianjun. The man's gaze fell upon Li Xingfang, and he was momentarily awestruck by his breathtaking demeanor. Although he was aware that practitioners often possessed remarkable appearances, he had never encountered someone so stunningly ethereal. After a brief pause, he inquired hesitantly, "May I ask who this is?" Yu Chubai, feeling a touch bashful, introduced him. "This is the elder of Wangshu Tower, and also my beloved. My name is Li Xingfang." Li Xingfang swiftly interrupted her words. Yu Chubai felt a pang of grievance. The man respectfully, though not obsequiously, performed a cupped fist salute. "So, it is the Xianjun of Wangshu Tower. I have long heard of your esteemed sect's renown. I am Lu Ziqing, Prince of the Jin Kingdom." The Grand Princess also bowed. "Li Xianjun, I am Lu Yiming, the Grand Princess of the Rongchang of the Jin Kingdom." In Li Xingfang's mind, the system notification sounded. Ding! A special side quest has been issued. Side quest, special. Choose to align with either the Grand Princess or the Jin Prince during this transaction and assist the corresponding faction leader in achieving victory. Reward. S-grade unknown reward. Chapter 15. What does this have to do with me? The S-rank reward is undoubtedly a valuable treasure, potentially capable of yielding celestial-grade items. However, Li Xingfang was reluctant to involve himself in this murky affair. Interfering with the mundane world as a cultivator entails bearing the weight of karmic consequences, and meddling in imperial matters involves even greater complexities. Li Xingfang was not one to invite trouble upon himself. Furthermore, it was merely a side quest. Nonetheless, he was not averse to eavesdropping on gossip. The Grand Princess seemed somewhat apprehensive of Li Xingfang's presence, casting a hesitant glance in his direction. Yu Chubai remarked, "There is no need for concern, Your Highness. Lord Xingfang is a trustworthy individual." Li Xingfang was in the midst of enjoying his meal. The purpose of such a banquet was indeed to converse, and they had ordered a lavish array of dishes that would likely remain untouched throughout the evening. Li Xingfang had not come to engage in discussions. He was relishing his food with great contentment, quite at ease. King Jin was taken aback. In his experience, cultivators typically transcended earthly concerns, and Li Xingfang, with his ethereal demeanor and stunning appearance, certainly defied expectations. Frankly, he had never imagined that Li Xingfang would indulge in food. It appeared he had come solely for the purpose of dining. "Let us address the matter at hand," the Grand Princess said, withdrawing her gaze from Li Xingfang. Yu Chubai, with a knowing smile, inquired, "So, how have the two esteemed princes considered the proposal?" The Grand Princess responded, "The foundation of the Lan Kingdom lies in agriculture, which is the lifeblood of the common people and the cornerstone of the nation. If young Master Yu is willing to allocate these funds towards agricultural investment, it would surely win the hearts of the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce." King Jin countered, "With external threats looming over the Lan Kingdom, we must bolster our military capabilities, train elite troops, and enhance city defenses. Without adequate protection, the lives of the populace cannot be safeguarded, making discussions of development moot. Without agriculture to provide sustenance, how can the army be supplied? How can the people live in comfort? Brother, you have never truly understood the lives of the common folk. We ought to use this money to subsidize the impoverished and alleviate taxes before we speak of military matters. Yiming, have you considered that if the nation falls, all will succumb to barbarian hands?" As their argument escalated, Li Xingfang turned to Yu Chubai and asked, "Has their emperor passed away?" Yu Chubai replied, "He has not passed, but he has been sidelined." "Oh, that explains it," Li Xingfang mused. It was evident why the prince and princess were engaged in a debate over investment here. Yu Chubai tugged at Li Xingfang's sleeve and winked. Whom does Lord Xingfang support? At Yu Chubai's query, both King Jin and the Grand Princess ceased their quarrel, turning their attention to Li Xingfang. They had not anticipated Yu Chubai would seek the opinion of someone from another sect. Li Xingfang glanced at the task and shook his head. It is unwise for cultivators to partake in worldly disputes, as it may invite calamity. The principle remained. The system would not issue meaningless tasks. The more generous the reward, the greater the associated difficulty or risk. Should he express support for one faction, it would inevitably skew the balance of power. This would constitute interference in royal affairs. Li Xingfang was not fearful of divine retribution. Rather, he sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Yu Chubai leaned closer. So, does that mean Lord Xingfang supports neither? Does he believe I should refrain from aiding either of them? Ding! The special hidden side quest has been unlocked. In this transaction, choose either the Princess Chong or the King Jin faction to assist the respective leader in achieving victory. The hidden faction of the Crown Prince Royalist Party can be revealed by rejecting both Princess Chong and King Jin. Li Xingshuang, what? Is it impossible to choose either? What does it have to do with him? Li Xingshuang turned to Yu Chubai and inquired, which side do you lean towards? Yu Chubai replied with a smile. I'm open to either, regardless of whom I support. The royal family of Lan Kingdom will grant the largest trading permissions and privileges to the Zhaoju commerce. Do you understand my meaning? His words were quite direct. Whoever receives this funding would ascend to the throne. Li Xingshuang was curious about the magnitude of this sum, one that could potentially sway the balance of power. He casually remarked, if you ask my opinion, I would suggest you invest in Wang Shuelu. Yu Chubai chuckled, but said nothing further. Princess Chong stood and said, Young master, your benevolence and compassion surely mark you as one who seeks to benefit the world. In times of strife, only the souls of the deceased remain. What Lan Kingdom truly needs now is to ensure that the people can fill their bellies. Yu Chubai took a sip of tea, saying, Please, spare me the flattery and moral lectures. I am merely a merchant. I will invest in whoever offers me the greatest return. Princess Chong turned her gaze towards Li Xingshuang, who was engaged in his meal. He could not fathom why the system compelled him to intervene in the royal affairs, nor the implications for Wang Shuelu. The wealth and status of the mundane world bore little influence on the realm of cultivation, where money held negligible value. This was precisely why he Ruo Feng traveled without currency. He had long ceased to rely on the mundane coins. While the Zhaoju sect maintained close ties to the secular world, it was limited to transactions of wealth and goods. Li Xingshuang, unaware of the broader context, searched the system for information regarding Lan Kingdom, but found only rudimentary details. The late emperor had 5 offspring, with the eldest daughter, Lu Yijing, inheriting the throne. However, due to her indulgence and incompetence, she was usurped by her younger siblings, and even her son was plotting against her to oust her from power. The emperor's fate was to pass away peacefully, yet the transition of dynasties was unpredictable. It remained uncertain whether she would die on the throne or in a prison cell. Li Xingshuang was indifferent to the matter. He listened to the debate between King Jin and Princess Chong while dining for an hour, and once the time was up, he set down his chopsticks and prepared to leave. Observing this, Yu Chubai quickly grasped his sleeve. Xingshuang Xianjun. Are you leaving? Li Xingshuang nodded. Allow me to escort you, Yu Chubai immediately offered, rising to his feet. The two of you should come to an agreement and return to find me later. For today, I must take my leave. Both King Jin and Princess Chong were somewhat surprised by Yu Chubai's evident regard for Li Xingshuang. They simultaneously realized that winning Li Xingshuang's favor was paramount to the success of this transaction. As Li Xingshuang exited Tianxianglu, he initially intended to shake off Yu Chubai, but reconsidered and asked him, Is your collaboration with the royal family truly solely for trading privileges? This transaction is likely to result in a considerable loss, as it appears to be a substantial amount of money. Yu Chubai shook his head, stating that the royal family of Langhua would not dare to interfere with the business of the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. However, both of them have promised me that upon successfully seizing the throne, they would remit 5% of their annual tax revenue to the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Yu Chubai paused, revealing that it was Elder Xian who advised him to proceed in this manner. In truth, it could be regarded as a venture of the Wangshui Tower. Chapter 16. A moment of concern for the disciple Elder Xian. Old Wangba. Li Xingfeng paused for a moment, then recalled something of great significance. Elder Xian, Lu Lijing. His surname is Lu. This is the royal surname of the Lan Kingdom. Old Wangba likely does not wish to witness the demise of his homeland at the hands of his descendants. You're to assist him merely because he asked? Li Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. Yu Chubai responded earnestly. This is a transaction, not a mere favor. What has he promised you? Yu Chubai smiled enigmatically, gently tugging at Li Xingfeng's hand. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xingfeng. Surely, Old Wangba would not sell him out? That seems unlikely. They are both elders, equals in status. Why would Old Wangba betray him? They still had a distance to travel from the inn, and Li Xingfeng urged Yu Chubai to depart. You may go. I shall return alone. Yu Chubai appeared reluctant, persistently holding onto Li Xingfeng's hand. Will we meet again? Can you visit the Zhao Ju Trading Company to spend time with me? Li Xingfeng replied, that would require a different price. With that, he withdrew his hand and departed. He Ruofeng was quite displeased with Li Xingfeng's abrupt exit, sitting with his eyes closed in silence. Li Xingfeng relished the tranquility. He had intended to inquire about the transaction between Old Wangba and Yu Chubai, but decided against it. After all, he had no intention of getting involved. Whatever Old Wangba's plans were, as long as they did not affect the Wang Shui building, it would suffice. Li Xingfeng reclined on the bed, on the verge of slumber, when a sudden thought of his disciple crossed his mind, prompting him to express a modicum of concern. Guiyun Peak. Before his departure, Li Xingfeng had meticulously translated the entire volume of cultivation techniques. Ling Han devoted himself day and night to his practice, hoping that when his master returned, he would receive a word of praise. A gentle pat on the head would be even more delightful. Suddenly, he received a message through spiritual consciousness. Has anyone been troubling you recently? Ling Han felt a surge of emotion. It was unexpected that his master, amidst a myriad of pressing matters, would still think of him. During the half-month of his master's absence from the sect, Ling Han had wrestled with whether to send a message. Yet, he feared that his unsolicited communication might disturb his master, potentially causing displeasure. After all, there was little of urgency at Guiyun Peak, and Ling Han lacked a valid reason to seek his master's attention. To his astonishment, his master had taken the initiative to reach out. Thank you for your concern, master. I have remained at Guiyun Peak, and no one has sought to trouble me. The junior disciples here are quite obedient. There is no need for you to worry. Li Xingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, no one had bullied Ling Han. In truth, he had harbored some worry these days, as his absence from the Wang Shui building left him unable to immediately assist should any issues arise. The lack of messages from Ling Han through spiritual consciousness left Li Xingfeng uncertain whether the boy had genuinely encountered no troubles or if he was merely choosing to endure in silence. If it were the latter, it would spell disaster. That is good to hear. Have you been diligently practicing these days? Upon uttering this, Li Xingfeng experienced a twinge of regret. After all, what child relishes being queried by their teacher about their diligence in studies and homework? What if he inadvertently provoked a rebellious response? It just so happened that Ling Han was at that age of rebellion. A wave of profound emotion surged within Ling Han's heart. His master had always shown concern for him. How could he neglect his training and fail to live up to his master's expectations? Rest assured, master, your disciple is acutely aware that diligence can compensate for inadequacies. I dedicate myself to daily practice, never daring to be remiss. Li Xingshuang sighed in relief, grateful that the child of fortune remained obedient. However, he added, do not overexert yourself. If you encounter any perplexities or troubling matters, feel free to send me a message. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Li Xingshuang now found himself anxious that this child of destiny might suffer an injury or, worse, succumb to unhappiness. Little did he know that at that moment, Ling Han's eyes were welling with tears. There were those who envied him, others who looked down upon him. Even those who expressed concern did so primarily for his cultivation. Yet only Li Xingshuang cared whether he was weary or troubled. Since Ling Han could remember, he had never shed a tear. No matter how much pain, hardship, or exhaustion he endured, he had always gritted his teeth and persevered. But now, a simple phrase from Xingshuang had warmed his eyes, causing tears to cascade down his cheeks. Was he truly so fragile? Perhaps it was the long-suppressed emotions finally finding an outlet. Or maybe Xingshuang's words had struck a chord deep within his soul. Noticing Ling Han's delayed response, Xingshuang wondered whether the child was merely busy or simply reluctant to converse with him. Surely, he had not said anything inappropriate? Just as Xingshuang began to believe that Ling Han would not reply, a message arrived, composed of just 6 brief words. "Thank you for your concern, Master." No anger, that was good. Xingshuang closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. He Ruo Feng, witnessing this carefree individual succumb to sleep, felt a surge of irritation. Had he not noticed how he had stormed out in frustration because of him? Why was he not coaxing him back? Wasn't he once inclined to tug at his clothing and offer comfort? Furious, extremely furious, he Ruo Feng approached the bedside, intending to rouse him, but as he reached out, Xingshuang opened his eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be sleepless?" Xingshuang lazily lifted his eyelids. "Fine, I'll share half of the bed." As he spoke, he shifted aside, making room on half the bed. He Ruo Feng was taken aback. Observing this, Xingshuang remarked, "Your disdain is of no consequence. There's only one bed. If you choose not to lie here, you may as well sleep on the floor." In truth, he Ruo Feng did not require much sleep. A cultivator could restore energy through shorter meditative sessions, yet he still chose to lie down, stiff as a corpse. "Why are you wearing so many clothes to sleep?" Xingshuang inquired. "None of your business." He Ruo Feng shot him a glare. "Oh." Xingshuang closed his eyes, but after a while, he opened them again to ask, "Do you want a blanket? I can share mine." He Ruo Feng grunted a couple of times before pulling half the blanket over himself. At last, Xingshuang fell asleep. The last time he Ruo Feng had shared a bed with someone was during his time at the outer sect, where the disciples slept in large communal dormitories, and the incessant chorus of snores made it nearly impossible to find rest. At that time, Xingshuang lay beside him, enveloped in a tranquil stillness, a small bundle curled up in repose. Yet, he remained ever vigilant. At the slightest approach or the faintest unusual sound, his eyes would snap open. There were moments when he Ruo Feng suspected that he might not have truly drifted into slumber, but merely feigned it with closed eyelids. He once inquired of Xingshuang whether he was indeed awake, to which Xingshuang replied with the term light sleep. While one might wonder, does a child of merely 10 years maintain such an air of alertness even in sleep? This vigilance appears to have lingered into the present. As soon as he Ruo Feng drew near, Xingshuang's eyes fluttered open. However, he had tempered his aggression. Had this been the Xingshuang of his childhood, a knife would likely have been poised at he Ruo Feng's throat. Indeed, this fellow, during his time in the outer sect, would keep a knife beneath his pillow even in slumber. He Ruo Feng jestingly queried whether he was prone to slaying in his dreams, to which Xingshuang, with utmost seriousness, responded that he never dreamed at all. Quite so. If one is barely asleep, how could one dream? Chapter 17. Delusions of affection. The mere thought of attending that wretched meeting left Xingshuang feeling utterly dispirited. Yet there was no escape. He resigned himself to his fate. After 2 tedious days, the meeting finally yielded results. The Sun-Moving sect, as the representative, pledged 20% of the funds and dispatched 130 disciples. The Wang Shui Tower contributed 7%, sending 60 disciples. The Hehuan sect, the Piao Miao sect, and the Wang Nian Gate each contributed 5%, dispatching 33 disciples apiece. The remaining sects divided the rest equally, negotiating any fractional amounts among themselves. The auction was set at a cap of 10 million superior spirit stones. Xingshuang reported back to the sect leader and inquired whether he might return to the sect, as the remaining task merely involved monitoring the Sun-Moving sect's purchase. However, the sect leader denied his request, asserting that the acquisition was the most perilous step, and he needed to guard against potential robbery by wicked sects afterward. Xingshuang felt increasingly uneasy. As the auction day approached, Xingshuang and he Ruo Feng made their way to the imperial city. Upon arriving at the city gate, Xingshuang spotted a familiar figure. Li Xianyun. The princess, taken aback, approached to greet him. He Ruofeng furrowed his brow and turned to Li Xingshuang, asking, "Who is she?" Li Xingshuang replied, "Oh, she is the eldest princess of Alan Kingdom." He Ruofeng, puzzled, queried, "How do you know her?" It was merely a coincidence. Li Xingshuang refrained from disclosing that he recognized her through Yu Chu Bai, as he Ruofeng had strictly forbidden him from associating with dubious individuals. Fortunately, he Ruofeng did not press further. The princess smiled at Li Xingshuang, saying, "Since you have graced the imperial city, it is only proper that I extend my hospitality. If you do not mind, you may stay at my residence. Though humble, I can prepare 2 guest rooms for you." "Very well," Li Xingshuang responded without hesitation. He Ruofeng, irritated, poked his forehead. "You agreed just like that?" Li Xingshuang shrugged. "If you disagree, you can pay for a room." The princess beckoned a maid. "Chun Yu, please escort these 2 gentlemen to my residence." Curious, Li Xingshuang asked, "What brings you to the city gate?" The princess sighed. "Recently, some nefarious individuals have infiltrated the imperial city, so I am here to inspect the security." Li Xingshuang chose not to inquire further. It was a matter of the Lan Kingdom, and he felt no obligation to delve deeper. Once the maid ushered them into a carriage, he Ruofeng finally spoke. "Do not get entangled with the royal family." Li Xingshuang acknowledged with a grunt. He Ruofeng, dissatisfied, warned, "Do not be dismissive." Li Xingshuang clarified, "I am not being dismissive. I am merely acquainted with her, nothing more. Let it remain that way." Meanwhile, at Wangshui Tower, on Xianyan Peak, Lu Lijing donned a splendid attire of white and purple as he diligently attended to administrative tasks. The affairs of Wangshui Tower were numerous, and with the sect leader being rather hands-off, most management fell to him. Although he often spoke and acted at a languid pace, his work efficiency was remarkably high. Turning a page, a gilded envelope caught his eye, causing him to pause momentarily. Lu Lijing slowly opened the envelope, extracted the letter within, and meticulously smoothed it out. He rarely acted with such sluggishness at work. The letter contained only a few terse words. "Everything is ready. Do not forget the promise you made." In Lu Lijing's hands, the letter turned to ash. His gaze seemed to momentarily drift into emptiness until the sound of a knock at the door roused him from his reverie. "Master," a youthful voice called from outside. Lu Lijing gently replied, "Come in." Entering was his beloved disciple, Lu Wuchen, who had lost all his family at the tender age of 3 and was brought up by Lu Lijing in the Wangshui Tower. To Lu Wuchen, Lu Lijing was both a mentor and a father. Even his name, Lu Wuchen, was bestowed by Lu Lijing. Lu Wuchen took out a sachet from his pocket. Though not particularly exquisite, its stitches were neatly aligned, indicating the care put into it. "Master, this is a creation from that outer sect junior sister. As you anticipated, it is indeed meant as a gift for Elder Guiyan." Lu Lijing accepted the sachet, crafted from ice blue fabric and embroidered with frost flowers and stars. How did you procure this?" Lu Lijing casually placed the sachet on the table. Lu Wuchen lowered his head. "I informed junior sister Ning that it would be difficult for her to approach the elder in the outer sect, so I offered to convey this sachet on her behalf." Lu Lijing nodded. "What has she been up to these days?" "Junior sister Ning studies diligently every day, but her progress is negligible. It seems her talent is lacking. Nevertheless, diligence can compensate for deficiencies, and her admission to Wangshui Tower indicates that her efforts are not in vain." Lu Lijing spoke gently. "Wuchen, you train with great dedication, and your talent is exceptional. I believe you will achieve great things." Lu Wuchen bowed. "Everything I have accomplished is entirely due to Master's careful guidance." Lu Lijing smiled faintly. "Therefore, do not, like your junior sister, entertain inappropriate thoughts that may hinder your own cultivation." Although Lu Wuchen was puzzled by his master's sudden remark, he respectfully replied, "Yes." "Dismissed," Lu Lijing said. Lu Wuchen hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Master, regarding junior sister Ning." Lu Lijing's gaze turned a shade colder. "Since this person has developed feelings for her mentor that exceed the bounds of propriety, disregarding human relations and committing a grave transgression, I shall report this to the sect leader for resolution." Lu Wuchen hesitated, but junior sister Ning merely made a sachet. claiming it was to express her gratitude to Elder Guiyun for his assistance. It may not necessarily be romantic. If she were punished for this, it could instill fear among the disciples, making them hesitant to show respect to their elders. Lu Lijing slowly rose. Wuchen, you have indeed grown and developed your own opinions. Lu Wuchen quickly lowered his head. The disciple dares not. Lu Lijing maintained his smile, though it bore an air of chill. I have my own considerations. Return and copy the sect rules 100 times, and present them to me for review tomorrow. Yes. Lu Wuchen bowed and hurriedly departed, appearing somewhat apprehensive of his master. Once he left, Lu Lijing picked up the sachet, which, like the letter, disintegrated in his grasp. His voice was soft and calm, yet imbued with an unsettling coldness. Foolish delusions. Chapter 18. He should have learned his lesson. The Princess Chang's residence was not as opulent as Li Xinghua had envisioned, yet it exuded a serene elegance. After spending several days within the estate, Li Xinghua found himself utterly bored and, in the evenings, would drag Hiruofeng along for a stroll through the streets. It was not so much that he wished to accompany Hiruofeng, but rather that the latter forbade him from venturing out alone. The imperial city was vibrant at night, with many passers-by casting fleeting glances at the striking appearances and demeanor of the two cultivators. Hiruofeng felt somewhat uncomfortable, while Li Xinghua remained unfazed. "Senior brother, look, doesn't this suit you perfectly?" Li Xinghua exclaimed, holding up a pig mask from a vendor's stall. Hiruofeng shot him a glare. Childish. However, Li Xinghua produced some copper coins and purchased the mask, donning it himself. "Does this suit me?" he inquired, gesturing towards his own face. Certainly not. It was utterly incongruous for a figure as graceful and ethereal as the esteemed Ming Xianjing to don such a ludicrous pig mask. Yet Hiruofeng, still sulking, muttered, "It fits. Li Xingshuanuda, sa Ming Li Pliesa." "Good. Step aside, step aside. Her Royal Highness, Princess Duanshu, approaches." The sound of hooves, the rolling wheels of a carriage, and the ringing of bells melded into a cacophony amidst the crowd. People hastily moved aside, their faces reflecting indignation, though none dared voice their displeasure. The lavish carriage, devoid of curtains, revealed a young girl clad in resplendent gold and crimson garments. She appeared much younger than Princess Rongchong, likely around 15 or 16 years of age. As the carriage rushed past, it carelessly injured several commoners and overturned a few stalls. Hiruofeng frowned, but as a cultivator, he knew it was inappropriate to meddle in mundane affairs, so he remained silent. What a calamity! So arrogant! Does the emperor not care? The emperor himself. Hush, such disrespect. Hiruofeng glanced at Li Xinghua, who still wore the pig mask, obscuring any expression on his face. At a loss for words, Hiruofeng managed to ask, "You weren't hit, were you?" "Not at all," Li Xinghua replied. "I'm not so easily struck by mortal vehicles. Let us go." Before they could make their exit, a commotion erupted from the crowd. "Someone has been killed. Help! Help! Someone is dead." Hiruofeng turned towards the source of the chaos. But as he took a step forward, Li Xinghua grasped his arm. "Let us go," Li Xinghua reiterated. Frowning, Hiruofeng understood that as cultivators in a secular realm, they should not intervene lightly. However, his innate aversion to injustice made it exceedingly difficult for him to stand idly by. Li Xinghua tightened his grip on Hiruofeng's arm. "This is a palace coup. Do not involve yourself." "What?" Hiruofeng was momentarily stunned. Just then, a notification resonated within Li Xinghua's mind, emanating from a system. Side quest, special. Choose the side of Princess Chong or King Jean in this transaction to assist the respective leader in achieving victory. Quest progress. Your cooperation with Princess Chong has reached its peak. Your faction choice is determined as Princess Chang's faction. Assisting Princess Rongchong in securing a victory for the throne will yield the ultimate reward. It appears that the choice of faction and the attainment of victory are independent conditions. When he was initially asked to select a faction, it was merely a matter of selection. The transaction with Yukabai was simply an enhancement to victory rather than the ultimate objective. The true triumph lies in the successful usurpation of power. This system indeed requires his participation in the upheaval of the dynasty. How absurd, for he has no intention of wading through such murky waters. No wonder the carriage of Princess Duanshu departed in haste. It seems she was fleeing for her life. He wonders about Lu Yiming's well-being, hoping she remains unscathed. Yet, if misfortune befalls her, there is little to be done. Each individual has their own fate. Run. Alas. Mother, please do not kill me. The cries of the distressed melded into a cacophony as the assassins infiltrating the imperial city began their merciless slaughter. He Ruo Feng and Li Xingshuang levitated above, witnessing the once resplendent imperial capital now engulfed in sorrow. Why must the palace coup target civilians? He Ruo Feng furrowed his brow. Li Xingshuang lifted her mask. They are not civilians. Those are mercenaries disguised as commoners, poised to support the imperial city. How do you know? Li Xingshuang pointed to a corpse. That individual belonged to Princess Rongchang's estate. I have seen him before. Given this, He Ruo Feng refrained from further involvement. To intervene would be to meddle in internal affairs. Yet, witnessing the populace trample each other in panic stirred his compassion. Li Xingshuang inquired, "Can you not bear to watch?" "Surely, you are able to." "Indeed, I am rather cold-hearted," Li Xingshuang replied nonchalantly. He Ruo Feng's lips twitched slightly. "Why are you not cold-hearted towards your own demon disciple?" "I shall reiterate, he is not of the demon clan," Li Xingshuang stated firmly. "He is of great significance to me, an exceedingly vital component of the mission, the most valuable tool." He Ruo Feng's fists instinctively clenched tighter. "Is he the only one of importance?" "Certainly not. There are many who hold significance. For instance, the daughter of destiny and others. Numerous elements are crucial to his mission. Timing, location, and the support of the people are all indispensable." He Ruo Feng gazed at him, his grip tightening further. "Then, what is the most important to you?" "Wang Shui Tower," Li Xingshuang answered without hesitation. "Naturally, the mission is paramount." After a moment of silence, He Ruo Feng probed. "I mean, who is the most important person?" "She is deceased." Li Xingshuang's tone remained tranquil. He Ruo Feng was taken aback. "Do I know her?" "You do not." "What was her name?" "I have forgotten." "Forgotten?" "It has been so long that I cannot recall." "How long has it been? Or is it that your memory simply fails you?" "Who are you?" He Ruo Feng inquired. "Forgotten." "Forgotten again?" He Ruo Feng suspected Li Xingshuang was teasing him. "It has indeed been a long time," Li Xingshuang replied innocently. "I only remember she was important, but the reasons elude me." "You have only lived for a little over 60 years. Is it not normal for someone of your age to suffer from memory loss?" Infuriated, Li Xingshuang gestured below. "Aren't you going to get involved?" He Ruo Feng glanced down. Although the scene was chaotic, the casualties were minimal, and it appeared that the assassins were selectively targeting individuals, likely only slaying private soldiers. "No. Intervening in the affairs of the dynasty bears significant consequences and could lead to disaster." Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. "Has Elder Xian Yin never intervened?" "The Lan Kingdom is his homeland, after all." He Ruo Feng fell silent for a moment before replying. "He has intervened, and thus he has paid the price. I believe he has learned his lesson by now." Chapter 19. The change of dynasties. No one knows the price that Lu Lijing paid in those years. He is reluctant to speak of it, and none dare to inquire. After that, he secluded himself for a decade, emerging to never again mention his homeland. Now, over a century has passed, and Li Xinghuang suspects that he has healed the scars and forgotten the pain. Li Xinghuang and He Ruofeng sit atop the highest rooftop of the imperial city, amidst the cold night breeze, watching the flames engulf the palace and the soldiers entering and exiting its gates. Li Xinghuang poses a question. Was Elder Xian Yin once an emperor? He had never cared about the backgrounds of his fellow disciples and was thus completely unaware. "No, he was the regent," He Ruofeng replied. "Isn't it quite similar to the present?" "Lu Lijing is now also the regent of Wangshui Tower." Li Xinghuang inquired further. "Why does he wish to cultivate?" "Naturally, one desires to embark on the path of immortality, regardless of one's lofty status in the mortal realm. It ultimately culminates in mere dust. Yet, a cultivator, even at the pulse-connecting stage, possesses a lifespan of at least a century, and we are granted even a millennium." A hint of emptiness flickered in Li Xinghuang's eyes. "What is so good about longevity?" He Ruofeng, rarely smiling, responded. You have many questions today. Not just today. I have pondered this for quite some time, Li Xinghuang confessed, closing his eyes and resting his head on his knees. What is so good about longevity? There are countless valuable experiences in this world. A few short decades are hardly enough to savor life. He Ruofeng rested his chin on his hand. How many nobles yearn for immortality? They have not lacked the desire to cultivate, yet most lack the talent. They cannot even achieve the basic practice of drawing qi into their bodies. Having spent years in Wangshu Tower, surrounded by cultivators, one might easily fall into the illusion that anyone could become a practitioner. In truth, those endowed with the talent for cultivation are exceedingly rare, and most can only remain at a low level. Individuals like Li Xinghuang and He Ruofeng, who enter the mind-illuminating stage before reaching a century, are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. However, the mind-illuminating stage represents a bottleneck. Some cultivators may break through after a century, yet spend their entire lives unable to advance further. The fusion of heaven stage demands not only talent, but also fortuitous circumstances. Ascending to become an immortal requires unimaginable fortune. Ling Han is the child of destiny in this world. He can ascend through cultivation and attain greatness through demonic practices. At that point, even a slight association with Wangshu Tower would ensure a life free of worries. Senior brother, when can we return to Wangshu Tower? Li Xinghuang lifted his gaze to He Ruofeng. The auction is the day after tomorrow, is it not? It shall be soon, He Ruofeng replied. Li Xinghuang gestured towards the imperial city. Can the auction still proceed under these circumstances? He Ruofeng reassured him. Zhaoju sect is not a mundane commercial entity. It should remain unaffected. No matter how chaotic the mortal realm becomes, it scarcely impacts cultivators. The flames blazed throughout the night. And as Li Xinghuang witnessed the emperor's body being cast out in succession, he realized that the history of the Lan Kingdom had been rewritten. Originally, the emperor's fate was to pass away peacefully, not to be scattered in pieces. The one who killed her was none other than her own son, the prince of the Lan Kingdom. Yet this merciless prince never ascended to the throne. It was the king of Jin who ultimately claimed the imperial seat. Li Xingshuang's mission ended in failure, which came as no surprise. After all, Li Xingshuang had no intention of meddling, allowing them to develop freely. The former emperor was hardly virtuous, but Li Xingshuang perceived that the king of Jin bore little resemblance to a paragon of virtue either. The entire nation of Lan is now aware that he seized power through violent means, usurping his sister to ascend the throne. Although he did not directly slay the emperor, the populace has already formed such an opinion. Only the wronged individual comprehends the depth of their injustice. As for the specifics of his ascent to power, Li Xingshuang remained uncertain. She only knew that the funds from Yuchu Bai were indeed given to the king of Jin, most likely utilized by him to bribe officials and soldiers. Now that he has usurped the throne, he is likely to do as he previously stated, recruiting soldiers and bolstering the military. Li Xingshuang initially intended to depart without delay, but He Ruofeng felt it somewhat impolite, especially after having stayed in their residence for several days, so she wished to inform the servants of the princess's estate. However, upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Princess, they discovered that Lu Yiming had been placed under house arrest in the palace by the new emperor. How cold-hearted she could be towards her own sister. He Ruofeng shook her head as they left. Although the capital had not returned to its former glory, it had regained stability under the measures taken by the officials and soldiers. The two prepared to find a place to settle down. It's not so bad, Li Xingshuang remarked. If he had been more ruthless, he would have cast his sister and nephew into the dungeons, allowing them to perish quietly in a few days. Instead, he merely confines them in his home. There remains a semblance of affection. He Ruofeng responded, it seems that compared to Li Xingshuang, the new emperor is somewhat more human. Aren't you friends with the Grand Princess? He Ruofeng inquired, assuming that Li Xingshuang would harbor at least a modicum of regret. Li Xingshuang indeed felt a twinge of regret, but that was solely because she had not secured an S-grade reward. No, I've already mentioned it. I merely know her. I'm also acquainted with the king of Jin. They're alike in nature. Li Xingshuang's sense of fairness dictated that her indifference extended to all. The auction proceeded as scheduled. As soon as Li Xingshuang entered the Zhao Ju Chamber of Commerce, a golden figure approached her eagerly. Xingshuang Xianjun Yuchu Bai reached out to grasp Li Xingshuang's hand, but he Ruo Feng, quick on the draw, shielded Li Xingshuang behind her. "Step aside, you lecher," he Ruo Feng admonished sternly. Immediately, a throng of disciples from Zhao Ju sect gathered, ready to confront the audacious individual who dared to disrespect their young master on their own territory. Yu Chubai raised a hand to halt the disciples of Zhao Ju sect, casting a pitiful glance at Li Xingshuang. "Xingshuang Xianyun, I truly am not a villain," he Ruo Feng frowned. "Do not presume that just because you are from Zhao Ju sect I will not act against you. You have insulted my sect's elder. I have spared you this once out of respect for Zhao Ju sect, but do not entangle yourself further." I did not Yuchu by disregarded he Ruo Feng's words, focusing solely on Li Xingshuang. "Xingshuang Xianjun, I merely wish to greet you. It seems that Elder Tian Yun has misconstrued my intentions." Li Xingshuang glanced at the furious he Ruo Feng and then at the pitiful Yu Chu Bai. "When were you ever insulted by him?" Li Xingshuang inquired with a hint of confusion, as it seemed he had never heard him mention it before. Clearly, Li Xingshuang believed that the elder of the Wanggu, who had been insulted in he Ruofeng's words, was he himself. He Ruofeng, now more irate, retorted silence. "You are utterly dense." "Senior brother," Li Xingshuang gently placed his hand atop he Ruofeng's, speaking softly, "let us discuss this later." Although he did not fully comprehend why he Ruofeng had engaged in an argument with Yu Chubai, he believed that it was unwise to confront an adversary within their stronghold. Better to wait until they were away to strike covertly. Feeling the chill of the hand resting on his, a faint blush crept across he Ruofeng's ears. He merely huffed softly and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yu Chubai's grip gradually tightened, his expression still calm, even adorned with a faint smile. "It appears that Elder Tianyun and I have resolved our misunderstanding. Anan, please escort the esteemed guests of Wangzilu to the private room on the second floor." Chapter 20. The auction. There was no need for that. He Ruo Feng scoffed coldly and pulled Li Xingshuang towards the hall. It was truly unfair to the esteemed immortal Shuang. Yu Chubai blinked, suggesting, "If Elder Tian Yun does not appreciate my sentiment, I shall accompany immortal Shuang upstairs." He Ruo Feng gritted his teeth, ready to reprimand him, but was halted by Li Xingshuang. She turned to him, saying, "Senior brother, although I am unaware of your grievances, you must endure this humiliation. We are in their territory." He Ruo Feng, though he still did not comprehend fully, he had a vague understanding that Li Xingshuang was attempting to prevent him from escalating matters. "Immortal Shuang," another voice chimed in, a sweet and delicate tone belonging to a young girl. He Ruo Feng became increasingly vigilant. As expected, it was Elder Ling Shi from the He Huan sect. Li Xingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. With a radiant smile, she approached to embrace Li Xingshuang's hand, only to be intercepted by He Ruo Feng. "Elder Ling Shi, please maintain your decorum," Yu Chubai interjected. "This is the Zhao Ju Chamber of Commerce, not your He Huan sect." "Elder Ling Shi pota, yerbo no intentions. I merely wish to reminisce with immortal Shuang. After all, 30 years ago." Her eyes, filled with sentimental longing, gazed at Li Xingshuang, laden with ambiguity. Li Xingshuang was quite certain that 30 years prior, she had not even lost her outer robe, only having been touched a couple of times by this woman. In fact, it was only now that she learned the woman's name was Ling Shi. It might not even be her true name. Perhaps it was merely her title. He Ruo Feng's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he glared at Li Xingshuang. "How have you attracted so many unwanted suitors?" Ling Shi retorted, "Elder Tianyun, your words are quite harsh. Why must you label them as unwanted? As fellow sect elders, why should I not express my fondness for immortal Shuang?" The He Huan sect was known for its liberal attitude, openly expressing emotions. If someone had affections, they would boldly declare them. He Ruo Feng scoffed disdainfully. "The He Huan sect practices are depraved and lascivious. How can you even speak of it?" Elder Ling, she crossed her arms and pouted. "Where is the depravity? Where is the lasciviousness? If your parents did not engage in such activities, how would you exist? We seek to refine our cultivation, while your parents did it purely for pleasure. Who is truly more depraved?" He Ruo Feng's face flushed a deep red. alternating between shades of blue and white. What a fallacious argument. How can you be so vulgar? It is simply. Li Xingshuang raised her hand. Enough. Any further discussion will not withstand scrutiny. Moreover, the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce is not a battleground. Fighting here will incur costs. He Ruofeng was baffled by Li Xingshuang's peculiar words. Yet he truly wished to change the subject. With a cold snort, he took Li Xingshuang's hand and followed the attendant named Anan to a private room on the second floor. Li Xingshuang lazily leaned against the window, observing the flow of cultivators below. Li Xingshuang was somewhat surprised. Even the emperor had arrived. He Ruofeng stared down in astonishment as Li Xingshuang pointed him out. The figure in purple robes was none other than the new emperor of the Lan Kingdom. The new emperor appeared far from the spirited vigor expected of one newly ascended. Instead, he seemed somewhat weary, having just experienced a palace coup 2 days prior. He likely had an overwhelming number of matters to attend to. Why would he choose to attend a cultivator's auction? He hardly needs these things, does he? Could it be that he wishes to cultivate? Li Xingshuang suddenly remarked, Elder Xianyan also favors purple attire. Is this a representation of the royal family of Lan country? He Ruofeng scoffed. Are you observing what others wear? You prefer blue. The senior sister's garments were numerous. She appeared in different hues each time they met. Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment and inquired, Do you have difficulty choosing, hence the repetition of a single color in your clothing? He Ruofeng fell silent for a moment before responding, My mother adored blue. All the garments she crafted for me during her lifetime were blue. Are you currently wearing clothes made by her? No. My mother passed away when I was 15. Yet I have retained the habit. I see. Li Xingshuang replied, showing no further reaction. Do you not wish to inquire about how my mother died? He Ruofeng suddenly asked. Though Li Xingshuang was disinterested, she followed his lead and asked, How did she die? He Ruofeng's gaze turned cold. She was slain by the demonic tribe. Li Xingshuang picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a bite. He Ruofeng fell silent. At the very least, one could express condolences, right? Indeed, expecting this fellow to possess compassion was utterly fanciful, a mere delusion. He Ruofeng suddenly recalled that he had never heard Li Xingshuang mention her family background. What about your parents? Li Xingshuang replied without a change in expression. I have never met them. He Ruofeng fell silent again, this time feeling somewhat remorseful. The auction finally commenced, with the first item being a soul-gathering pill. The auctioneer announced, This soul-gathering pill was refined by the vice president of the Pill Alliance, Mu Ronglan Shu. It is a royal-grade elixir. As long as the soul is not completely dissipated, it can preserve a person's life. The King of Hell may claim you at midnight, but the Pill Alliance can keep you until dawn. The starting bid is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone called out, 200,000, immediately followed by 250,000, 300,000. He Ruofeng was somewhat surprised. Zhaoju sect can even acquire items from the Pill Alliance? Li Xingshuang began to eat a second fruit. What a useless pill. Preserving life is akin to being a vegetable. He Ruofeng explained, As long as one is alive, there is always a way, but if the soul is completely dispersed, then there is no hope left. Li Xingshuang still held the pill in contempt. The final transaction price for the pill was 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Xingshuang commented, There are those with too much money to spend. The second item for auction was a pair of swords. One was named Changyan, and the other Changxi, crafted by the renowned smithing family, the Yin clan, specifically by the eldest grandson, Yin Xianxia, both of which were of high-grade spirit level. The auctioneer paused briefly before continuing. These two swords are a matching pair and cannot be sold separately. Their most distinctive feature is that within 100 kilometers, they resonate with one another, capable of sensing each other's location. The starting bid was 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such paired weapons were typically used between partners. For example, the sect master of Qingmei and his wife possessed a weapon named Yin Yang Seal. As the name suggests, there exists a Yin Seal and a Yang Seal. The number of individuals bidding for such an item is rather limited, as those present are all prominent figures from various sects, and in their eyes, spiritual tears are not particularly rare. Moreover, being a pair excludes a multitude of single bidders. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. Suddenly, Li Xingfeng raised his placard. 15,000. Xingshuang gazed at him in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his decision to bid on the twin swords. Who might he intend to wield them with? Chapter 21. Long thoughts and long yearnings. Li Xingshuang received yet another side quest from the dog system. Temporary side quest. Acquire the Changxi sword or the Changyan sword at the auction. Reward. 1 imperial-grade magical artifact. As an elder of the sect, Li Xingshuang possessed a modest amount of savings, sufficient to purchase a spiritual-grade artifact. Moreover, he was essentially acquiring an imperial-grade artifact at the price of a spiritual-grade one. What a fortunate opportunity! Xingshuang could not contain his curiosity. Who do you intend to use it with? With no one. I shall use it myself. Li Xingshuang Rapliakazwadi. One in my left hand and one in my right. Is that not acceptable? Xingshuang. Regardless of his absurd actions, it somehow did not seem overly outrageous. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Soon, a private booth raised a bidding paddle. The price doubled, much to everyone's astonishment. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow and raised his paddle. 40,000. 80,000. Li Xingshuang. At this point, he was certain the individual was bidding intentionally. 100,000. Li Xingshuang raised his paddle once more. Xingshuang stared in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? That is merely a spiritual-grade artifact. 200,000. As expected, a calm voice emerged from a booth. Li Xingshuang hesitated briefly before raising his paddle. 200,000 and 100. Xingshuang. For 100,000, Li Xingshuang conceded defeat. Xingshuang mocked. Have you finally regained your composure? Not at all. I only have 200,000 and 100, Li Xingshuang replied. Xingshuang. You reckless fool, you'll bankrupt yourself. Xingshuang sighed. I could lend you 300,000. It was the first time he had seen Li Xingshuang so desperately covet something. Although he believed Li Xingshuang was slightly unhinged, he decided to assist him as best as he could. Li Xingshuang raised the paddle. 500,000 and 100. Xingshuang. The voice from the booth showed no hesitation. 1 million. Li Xingshuang lowered his paddle. Brother, do we truly lack for resources at the Wangshui Tower? Xingshuang. Not at all. It is simply that the opposing party is utterly insane. Li Xingshuang glanced towards the booth, where a curtain had been drawn, obscuring the figures within. The voice was unfamiliar. If it were someone he knew, they were either disguised or had instructed a servant to bid on their behalf. Are they merely 2 worthless swords? I could simply summon the blacksmith to forge 2 more for you. Xingshuang scoffed. Li Xingshuang calmly pointed out, Brother, we are of a reputable sect. Come and forge 2 for you. Xingshuang corrected himself. No need, I only desire that one. Li Xingshuang shook his head. I do not require substitutes. No need for substitutes? He mused. Is it the same for people as it is for objects? The most important person. Xingshuang fell into a trance. Li Xingshuang did not ponder too deeply. He claimed that nothing could replace it purely for the sake of the imperial-grade artifact reward, rather than for those 2 swords themselves. The actual value of the 2 swords capped at around 30,000. That fool spent 1 million just to spar with him, which was truly remarkable. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 5 million. A voice resonated from another private room. Li Xingshuang raised her eyebrows in surprise. Someone even more formidable had appeared. This represented half the budget of more than 30 sects purchasing the imperial-level secret realm. Indeed, the system would not issue such a straightforward task. Xingshuang stared in astonishment. Are they out of their minds? Li Xingshuang nodded in agreement. Could it be that these 2 swords are some rare treasures? Even if they were, it would be of no use. They couldn't afford them. The entire auction house fell into a moment of silence. Even the seasoned auctioneer appeared slightly taken aback. Yet, with professionalism, he struck the gavel. 5 million once. 10 million. That voice, calm and unassuming, once again doubled the price. Li Xingshuang comenta. Impressiva. Xingshuang inquired. What does that mean? Li Xingshuang took a spirit fruit and remained silent. 20 million. The auction house was enveloped in silence. The auctioneer's hand trembled slightly. Then, the individual who had initially bid alongside Li Xingshuang spoke. Are you intent on taking what others hold dear? The person raising the bid replied, without hesitation, Aren't you as well? He fell silent. The auctioneer took a deep breath. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million. Thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 6. With the final strike of the gavel, the matter was settled at last. Xingshuang turned to Ruo Feng. Brother, if there is something you desire, do not lose your head. Remain calm. You still have the audacity to lecture me? Ruo Feng was momentarily speechless. You have already spent your fortune. Before the next item could be presented, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Just as Ruo Feng was about to rise to answer it, Xingshuang stopped him. It could be someone seeking revenge, she said. That person had been contentious with me. Perhaps I have offended him unknowingly in the past. Moreover, he did not win the bid, so he must be even more furious. No one dares to act recklessly at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce, Ruo Feng remarked. However, someone who can effortlessly produce 10 million to bid on a spirit-level artifact may not necessarily fear the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. Xingshuang stood up, asserting that grievances have their sources. If someone wishes to kill, they should start with me. Xingshuang could not recall any enemies. But it will be better to resolve this sooner rather than later. Ruo Feng, infuriated, pulled her back. Are you out of your mind? Xingshuang, Buzlat, asked. What are you angry about? If you want tea, let me go to my demise. Will you go in my stead? I will not. The door was knocked upon again, this time 3 times, with a polite demeanor. It did not seem like someone seeking revenge. Otherwise, they would have kicked the door down. Livink Shuang Muset, Strokin Herchin. Ruo Feng, tired of the indecision, stepped forward and opened the door. Outside stood a young child around 10 years old, cradling a sword box. Having met Elder Tian Yun and Elder Gui Yun, the child bowed respectfully. Xingshuang was somewhat taken aback. Who are you? The child approached respectfully, presenting the sword box with both hands. Elder Gui Yun, this is the Chong Yin sword, a gift from young Master Yu to you. Please do not harbor anger because of what transpired earlier. If there are any other items you desire, simply take them. They will be recorded under the young master's name. Xingshuang extracted the Chong Yin sword from its case, and a system notification sounded. Acquisition of Chong Yin sword. Temporary side quest completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the Imperial Grade artifact, the Chunshi Qin. It was none other than Yu Chubai. No wonder he could quote any price. After all, it was merely a matter of shifting from one hand to the other. However, in truth, Yu Chubai had incurred a loss of 10 million. After all, the other party was genuinely Navi, having truly spent that amount. Ruo Feng furrowed his brow, offering undue flattery without reason. With Xingshuang's task complete, he had no intention of being indebted to someone worth 10 million. While he appreciated free gifts, he was no longer alone. In his solitary past, he might have shamelessly accepted favors, but now, as an elder of the Wangshu Tower, he represented the tower itself. He could not afford to disregard such debts. They were debts owed to the Wangshu Tower. No need. Please convey my gratitude to your young master, Xingshuang said, placing the sword back into its box. Receiving an Imperial-grade artifact without spending a single coin was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Yet the young attendant appeared troubled. The young master stated that gifts he bestows cannot be reclaimed. Ruo Feng stepped forward, coldly interjecting, he does not want it. Do you not comprehend? Ruo Feng had always found Yu Chubai irksome, but since the item pleased Xingshuang, he could not procure it for him, much less refuse it on his behalf. However, now that Xingshuang himself had declared his disinterest, Ruo Feng felt no obligation to hold back. Chapter 22. Tears of Glass. Ruo Feng extended his hand, preparing to usher the young boy out. The boy hurriedly exclaimed, Our young master has declared that if the esteemed Xingshuang immortal does not wish to accept the gifts, then no one shall have the key to the secret realm. Ruo Feng was quite incensed. A threat? If it is not wanted, then so be it. Who does he think he is? Xingshuang stepped forward. What I desire is a pair of swords, not merely one. This sword resonates. If I were to accept it, would it not easily reveal my whereabouts? I could certainly use that as grounds to suspect that your Zhaoju sect seeks to do me harm. The young boy paused, seemingly caught off guard by this line of reasoning. I shall report back to the young master. Without further ado, he dashed away. clearly anxious that Xingshuang might misunderstand him. Before long, there was another knock at the door. Qingmei opened it with irritation, only to find not the boy, but the resplendent Qingmei, adorned as flamboyantly as a peacock. He cradled a sword case in his arms, his gaze bypassing Qingmei to fixate on Xingshuang. Qingmei barred his way. "Are you seeking death?" Qingmei replied innocently. "I come to present a gift to the esteemed Xingshuang immortal. I have brought both swords." Qingmei hesitated. During the auction, he sensed that Xingshuang truly cherished these two swords. Xingshuang was equally surprised that this fellow was so persistent, actually bringing the pair. Seeing Qingmei relent, Qingmei cheerfully stepped inside. "Esteemed Xingshuang immortal, I did not intend to threaten you. I merely misspoke. I harbor no schemes against you. I simply wish to share this pair of swords. Please do not be upset." Xingshuang shook her head. "I am not angry. I simply cannot accept them, so they're unnecessary." Qingmei placed the sword case on the table. "It is I who cannot repay the kindness of the esteemed Xingshuang immortal. You must grant me some opportunity to reciprocate." "Your reciprocation troubles me." Qingmei paused, bowing his head. I thought that presenting you with something you adore would bring you joy." He appeared quite pitiable, resembling a chastised puppy with its tail tucked between its legs, awaiting reprimand. Xingshuang reached out, gently stroking his head. Qingmei's eyes widened in astonishment. "I merely stated that it was a trivial act. There is no need for you to dwell on it." Xingshuang continued, "Moreover, your actions may invoke punishment from the sect leader." Although Qingmei appeared carefree, he was still merely a young master, not the leader of the sect. Should the sect leader discover that his son had squandered millions at the auction, he would surely be furious. Qingmei's eyes reddened. Xingshuang was correct. Despite his confident demeanor, his raucous behavior at the auction would undoubtedly earn him a severe reprimand upon his return, perhaps more than one. "Return now." Xingshuang finished stroking his head, lightly patting it twice, feeling as though she were handling a piece of dough. Qingmei stepped forward once more, playfully pouting. "Esteemed Xingshuang immortal," a sword was pressed against Qingmei's neck, wielded by Qingmei. "Get lost," Qingmei said tersely. "Very well," Qingmei acquiesced. Qingmei, feeling aggrieved, pouted and gazed longingly at Xingshuang. "These two swords are still meant for you, immortal lord. Do not think them unworthy. They cannot compare to the kindness you have shown me." Ultimately, Xingshuang did not refuse again. "Very well." After bidding farewell to Qingmei, she turned to Qingmei. "Senior brother, what do you think about my offering 10 million to sell this sword to that fellow in room 1? Qingmei replied, "I cannot recommend that. Although I harbor disdain for Qingmei, such an action is rather inhumane. One should possess a modicum of humanity." Xingshuang contemplated for a moment. "You make a valid point. That person has been raising the price against me. He surely bears a grudge. Seeking him out would be akin to courting disaster, would it not?" Qingmei sighed. Regardless of his thought process, the objective has been achieved. The fifth item for auction arrived, a spiritual tier mental technique, which attracted very few bidders. Xingshuang leaned against the window, her interest waning. The other private boxes were drawn with curtains, yet hers remained open, allowing her to sit by the window. To those who beheld her, Xingshuang was a vision in white, her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an aura as frigid as snow. With her brows slightly lowered, one could not discern whether she was melancholic or weary. In that moment, countless hearts were captivated by her beauty. Xingshuang had not raised her paddle again. It was not that there were no worthy items. Rather, her enthusiasm was lacking. Moreover, since Qingmei mentioned keeping tab on her, she was reluctant to owe him a favor. The next item was the grand finale of the auction, the penultimate piece, the Imperial Tier Secret Realm. Xingshuang was somewhat surprised, having assumed this would be the last item. "I find this a bit precarious," she remarked to Qingmei. "Just now, that individual in room 6 offered 10 million for a mere broken sword. Our 30-some sects can hardly muster that amount collectively, can we? Plans often falter in the face of reality." Qingmei shrugged, conceding, "There's nothing we can do about it. I hope he does not engage in a bidding war with the Daylight sect." To their astonishment, very few contested the bid, and ultimately, the Daylight sect secured it for 976,000, less than the swords. The atmosphere in the auction house grew somewhat surreal. The final auction item, when the last piece was unveiled, it appeared unremarkable, yet as the black cloth was lifted, nearly every gaze was drawn to it. It was a lamp, crystalline and translucent. Although exquisite, it bore no apparent uniqueness. This was once an immortal tier artifact, the auctioneer declared. An uproar surged through the crowd. Once the discussions quieted somewhat, he continued, "This lamp, named Tears of Glaze, is a relic left behind by the ascended Emperor Tianqian. Despite its severe damage, its current capabilities lie between the king and imperial tiers. Nevertheless, it remains extraordinarily valuable. Should one fortuitously restore it to the immortal tier. Side quest, acquire the Tears of Glaze. Reward, Tianqian's secret mental technique." Xingshuang mused, "Is this system deranged? It expects me to spend my 200,001 top-grade spirit stones on an artifact that was once of the immortal tier, but is now merely an imperial tier relic? Can we not be a tad more grounded?" Chapter 23. Master of the Flowing Light Pavilion, the glazed tier possesses the remarkable ability to instill tranquility within one's heart, expediting the cultivation of one's mental techniques with mere infusion of spiritual energy. Its illumination range is contingent upon the user's cultivation level, bestowing enhancement effects upon all practitioners within its vicinity. The opening bid commences at 100,000 premium spirit stones, with each subsequent increment not falling below 10,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 2 million. Xingshuang barely had a chance to bid, as the fervor of the crowd was overwhelming. He leaned against the window, casting a lingering glance at the lamp. "Do you desire it?" Xingshuang inquired. As the auction neared its conclusion, he finally noticed Xingshuang's interest in another item. Xingshuang shrugged. "It's futile to wish. I lack the funds." Indeed, the price had soared to over 6 million in a mere moment. At this juncture, the bidding had slowed, with increments of merely several thousand. 620,000. 625,000. The private boxes had yet to place their bids. Xingshuang glanced towards box 1. The individual within had only contested him once throughout the auction and had since remained silent. Xingshuang couldn't help but ponder if he had been secretly harmed by a member of the Xiaoju sect. 15 million. A light, airy voice suddenly emanated from box 1, causing a momentary silence to envelop the air. "Well, he has finally placed a bid." Xingshuang redirected his gaze. 20 million. Box 6 had finally joined the fray. 22 million. After stating his figure, the individual continued, "My friend, let's leave a line of retreat for one another, so we may meet again in the future. I have already yielded once. Let us avoid making this too unpleasant. Shall we?" Yuchubai remained silent. The implication was clear. "I am aware you are a member of the Xiaoju sect. Your bidding here is an act of malicious price manipulation. I refrain from exposing you out of respect. Otherwise, how could there be any trust left if others knew the heir of the Xiaoju sect was personally bidding? 22 million once, 22 million twice, 22 million. 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box 1 for acquiring the glazed tier." Finally, this business trip had reached its conclusion. Xingshuang yawned and prepared to leave. However, upon opening the door, he was met by a young girl clad in blue standing at the threshold. "Elder Guiyun, I kindly request your presence in Box 1 for a discussion." "Who?" Xingshuang inquired. The girl simply replied with 2 words, "Old acquaintance." Xingshuang furrowed his brow from behind. "Is this the one who clashed with you? Your adversary?" Xingshuang shook his head. "I'm not certain." "Senior brother, you may return. I shall take a look." Returning to the sect would not require an arduous journey, as one could directly utilize the teleportation talisman. In essence, it was a ticket back to the city, which could only transport one to the sect. Xingshuang, still frowning, remarked, "What if this truly is a foe of yours?" Xingshuang replied, "I shall exercise caution, and besides, no one would dare to act against me within the Xiaoju Merchant Association. There shall be no trouble. You should return to report." Xingshuang sighed. "Very well." Xingshuang followed the girl to Box 1, who would deliberately engage in bidding against him, save for someone he knew. However, Xingshuang was not well acquainted with many individuals. Upon entering, he noticed a soft couch veiled by layers of sheer curtains, revealing only a frail silhouette. A delicate hand, pale to the point of translucence, emerged to gently part the curtains, indicating the person's extreme leanness. Xingshuang, it has been a long time. Her voice was exceedingly gentle. The speaker was a woman with a head of white hair, yet her visage remained youthful. She possessed exquisite beauty, though her form had withered considerably and her complexion was strikingly pale. While undeniably beautiful, she lacked a certain vibrancy. Li Xingshuang recognized her immediately. The last time he had seen her, her hair had been a lustrous black. Now it was entirely white. Lord Luo, he nodded. It has indeed been a while. She was Luo Xing, the master of the Liuguang Hall. Li Xingshuang, an orphan who had roamed the world in his youth, had once been taken in by the Liuguang Hall due to their compassion for his plight. However, as the hall only accepted female disciples, the master's teachings were unsuitable for a male. Thus, when Li Xingshuang turned 14, the master entrusted him to Wangshui Tower. Luo Xing was the only daughter of the previous master of the Liuguang Hall, a year older than Li Xingshuang, and had often looked after him in his childhood. Yet, as the people of Liuguang Hall were reclusive, and Li Xingshuang himself preferred solitude, their paths had diverged after he moved to Wangshui Tower. Luo Xing smiled faintly, her tone soft yet tinged with frailty. Xingshuang, why do you no longer call me sister? Although Li Xingshuang was uncertain about her attachment to this form of address, he complied, Sister Xing. He had always called her this in his youth. Luo Xing smiled gently, though her eyes seemed on the verge of tears. In her youth, she had been oblivious to the subtle emotions that now resonated within her. Yet now, she understood, while he remained unaware. Luo Xing chuckled softly. I noticed your fondness for that sword and intended to bid on it for you. My apologies. It turned out her intention was indeed to gift it to him. Li Xingshuang found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that their bidding was all for his sake. If only you had spoken up during the bidding, this would not have needed to happen. He considered mentioning that he had managed to acquire it, but thought better of it. He did not wish for Luo Xing to misconstrue him as a rogue. Thus, he awkwardly shifted the conversation. Why do you appear so frail? The girl in blue beside him frowned, yet Luo Xing merely smiled softly. It is due to that incident a decade ago. She began to cough, and Li Xingshuang instinctively reached to pat her back, only to be halted by the young girl. Luo Xing raised her hand to stop her. Huaishi, do not be rude. The girl named Huaishi hesitated. Master, did you not prohibit men from approaching? Luo Xing turned to Li Xingshuang, her tone gentle. Xingshuang is different. Huaishi was taken aback. Li Xingshuang too felt puzzled. This was the first time he learned of Luo Xing's restriction against men, for in their childhood, they had roamed hand in hand. He suspected that having grown up in Liuguang Hall, Luo Xing viewed him as one of her own. Luo Xing extended her delicate hand, gently taking Li Xingshuang's, which astonished Huaishi. Please sit. Luo Xing invited Li Xingshuang to sit beside her. Their last encounter had been a decade ago. You have not changed at all. Yet, I have become this way. Luo Xing clasped Li Xingshuang's right hand, her body temperature slightly lower than his. She closed her eyes, reflecting on that fateful battle from years past when the demonic energy had seeped into her heart's meridian. Despite having consumed the Hanxia pill, it merely prolonged her existence for a fleeting moment. 10 years prior, Li Xingshuang had slain a dragon to obtain its blood, specifically to concoct the Hanxia pill for Luo Xing. Although Li Xingshuang was often indifferent, he was acutely aware of who treated him kindly and who did not. The people of Liuguang Palace, particularly the Luo mother and daughter, had shown him great kindness. Thus, he willingly journeyed thousands of miles to slay a dragon of comparable strength, solely to procure its blood for the creation of a pill of uncertain efficacy. Li Xingshuang inquired, how much longer can you survive? Luo Xing offered a wry smile. How would I know? Is that why you took on a disciple, hoping she might inherit the sect? Luo Xing gradually leaned towards Li Xingshuang, casting a tentative glance at him. Noticing his lack of resistance, she cautiously rested her head on his shoulder. Her tone was tinged with bitterness and fatigue. Xingshuang, I fear I will not live to see Huaishi stand on her own. Chapter 24. Why are you sad? Tears brimmed in Huaishi's eyes, as if they were about to spill. Master, please do not say such things. Li Xingshuang nodded, Do you have a candidate for successor? Huaishi remained silent, pondering the man's intentions. Luo Xiang managed a faint smile. There will always be those eager for the position. Even before my passing, there are already those who covet it. Xingshuang nodded again. Oh, then what do you worry about? Huaishi felt an overwhelming desire to expel this man. Yet her master seemed to rely on him heavily. Luo Xiang blinked, her white eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. I have yet to exact my revenge, nor have I secured my disciples, and what unexpressed sentiments linger? What uncommunicated yearnings persist? Though so close, it feels as if we were worlds apart. Once more, Luo Xiang closed her eyes, her countless emotions distilled into a single phrase. The entanglements of love and hate remain unresolved. Xingshuang appeared puzzled, and Luo Xiang opened her eyes to meet his gaze, her smile tinged with a bittersweet sorrow. He had always been this way, unchanged. It seemed he could not grasp any of the world's emotions. After a moment of contemplation, Xingshuang asked, "You purchased that lamp to maintain a connection, did you not?" Luo Xiang shook her head. "No, that lamp is of no use to me. It is a gift for you." Why? Today felt peculiar, even to Xingshuang, as if fortune had smiled twice upon him. Since you could not acquire the item you cherish, I hope this lamp may serve as a small consolation. Luo Xiang gestured for Huaishi to retrieve the luminous tear, which she reluctantly handed to Xingshuang. After accepting it, Xingshuang fell into silence, lost in thought. "Do you want me to do something?" He hesitated to ask. Huaishi shot him an indignant glare, but Luo Xiang's gaze silenced her. "I simply wish for your happiness," Luo Xiang said gently. "Happiness?" Xingshuang appeared perplexed for a moment before shaking his head. "There's only one thing that can bring me joy." Luo Xiang was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "What is it? Can I assist you?" She had anticipated that Xingshuang would express ignorance of what happiness entailed. "Not possible. Only I can achieve it," he replied. Luo Xiang softly covered his hand with hers. "Tell me, and we shall find a way together, shall we? No matter how difficult the task, I will assist you." Xingshuang reiterated, "No one can help me. Only I can do it." Luo Xiang's brows furrowed, her demeanor growing increasingly fragile. She did not press further, merely stating, "Keep the luminous tear. Consider it a gift for a long-awaited reunion." Xingshuang gazed at the translucent lamp in his hand, no longer declining it, and accepted it into his system. This action earned him a scornful glance from Huaishi. Sister is right. No man is worth trusting. Yet, in the next moment, a slender, pointed dagger materialized in Xingshuang's hand. Huaishi glared at him warily, while Luo Xiang remained blissfully unaware, seated beside him. Xingshuang meticulously inspected the blade. Luo, seeing, smiled and inquired, "Are you intending to bestow this upon me as a token of gratitude?" Xingshuang glanced at her and replied, "This? It is indeed a magical artifact, but it hardly suffices as a return gift. If you desire it, I can offer it to you once I have finished using it." With that, he swiftly plunged the dagger into the region of his heart. The speed was so astonishing that even Luo Xing, seated beside him, failed to react in time. "Xingshuang!" Luo Xing screamed, "What are you doing?" The intense emotional turmoil caused her to cough violently. Several droplets of blood trickled from the hilt, revealing that the dagger was hollow. Xingshuang maintained his composure, wiping away the blood with his fingers before bringing the bloody digit to Luo Xing's lips. His cold, slender fingers entered her mouth, reeking of iron, and Luo Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do not find it repulsive." Xingshuang retracted his hand and stated, "This is my heart's blood, capable of prolonging your life." Her long ailing body indeed felt invigorated, the pallor of her face blooming with a faint flush. She genuinely sensed a significant improvement in her health. "You," Luo Xing's voice quivered with shock. "Have you lost your mind?" Xingshuang withdrew the dagger from his chest and said, "You gifted me a lantern, and I possess nothing of value to reciprocate. I never sought your return gift." Tears streamed down Luo Xing's face as she stammered, "Xingshuang, you." She trembled, unable to articulate her grief. "Why are you crying?" Xingshuang, perplexed, asked. "You wish to live, so I assist you. I thought you would be happy. Yet why do you appear so sorrowful? Why she was equally taken aback, unable to regain her composure. She had never anticipated that this elder Guiyun could so calmly extract his heart's blood on the spot. Her master truly had discerning eyes. Elder Guiyun was indeed extraordinary. Why she felt ashamed of her previous narrow-mindedness. She had changed her perspective. The only admirable man was Elder Guiyun. Luo Xing wept profusely, her voice hoarse. Why should I be happy? I feel for you. Xingshuang glanced down at his wound, which had healed considerably under the influence of spiritual energy. Why do you feel for me? I pierce my own heart, not yours. To feel for someone means to be distressed. Luo Xing inhaled deeply, softening her tone. She grasped Xingshuang's hand, tears streaming down her face as she earnestly explained. Seeing you hurt brings me sorrow. Do you understand? Xingshuang pondered for a moment. That could work. I will bottle it up and send it to you next time so you won't see it. Luo Xing. She gently wrapped her arms around Xingshuang's neck, careful to avoid his injury. No, Xingshuang, you may not comprehend. I only wish for your well-being. I do not want you to suffer. Please do not harm yourself any longer, all right? Xingshuang could not fully grasp her sentiments, but replied, all right. Luo Xing released her embrace, and a trace of a reluctant smile finally graced her face. Xingshuang pondered for a moment longer. Indeed, this is not a sustainable solution. Although it could prolong your life for approximately 2 years, it may only be effective 3 or 4 times before losing its efficacy. Luo Xing, with a look of resignation, responded, Xingshuang. Never mind. Regardless of his understanding, at least he will not resort to self-harm. I will seek other ways to assist you. Xingshuang rose to his feet, stating, I must take my leave now. Wait. Luo Xing quickly called out to him. She had much more to convey, but at that moment, she could only express the most crucial concern. You're going out like this? He has yet to recover. Xingshuang lowered his gaze, the blood soaking through his clothes at the chest and abdomen. Yes, my attire is somewhat disheveled, but I will return shortly to change. Luo Xing choked back her words. No. Xingshuang produced a teleportation talisman and, in the next instant, vanished from sight. Chapter 25. Who hurt you? Xingshuang used the talisman to return to the sect, the designated location being the main hall of Mengyun Peak, where the sect master and elders convened. At this moment, the sect master was absent, leaving only Lu Lijing and He Ruo Feng in the hall. Detecting the fluctuations of the formation, He Ruo Feng was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the sight of Xingshuang prompted him to shout, Xingshuang. What happened? He Ruo Feng rushed forward to support Xingshuang, exclaiming, Who hurt you? He was taken aback by the sight of her blood-soaked white robe, wondering just how much blood she had lost. Regret coursed through He Ruo Feng. He should never have returned early. He should not have believed Xingshuang's nonsensical words. Or had he been careless? Or is everything all right? Lu Lijing appeared equally stunned, staring at Xingshuang in disbelief. Xingshuang? Xingshuang? Nonchalantly, Robia. I did to myself. Are you jesting? You did this to yourself. He Ruo Feng seethed through gritted teeth, demanding, Was it that person from the first private room? Who is he? I will go kill him. It wasn't her. She is my friend. Then what about your injuries? He Ruo Feng eagerly sought to uncover the identity of the culprit. Lu Lijing interjected, his tone remaining deliberate and unhurried. Ruo Feng. Let Xingshuang rest for a while. We can discuss everything once she has recovered. At this, He Ruo Feng managed to regain some composure, though his gaze remained fixed on Xingshuang. She remarked, If there is nothing else, I shall return to Yun Peak. You stay here, Lu Lijing said slowly. Ruo Feng, you should go back. He Ruo Feng stubbornly replied, I won't leave. I will wait for Xingshuang to clarify everything. Ruo Feng, go back. Lu Lijing's tone grew slower, yet more resolute. With a clenched jaw, He Ruo Feng tossed his sleeve aside and departed. Lu Lijing gestured for Xingshuang to sit, then stood beside her, placing his hand on her back to channel spiritual energy for her healing. It will be fine soon. There is no need for treatment. Xingshuang felt it was a waste of time, hoping Lu Lijing would swiftly convey any work arrangements so she could return to Yun Peak. Lu Lijing remained silent, continuing to heal her. Xingshuang acquiesced to his pace. Once her wounds healed, Lu Lijing performed a small spell to mend her torn garments and cleanse the bloodstains. His movements were deliberate and calm throughout, radiating an aura of tranquility. Xingshuang thought he was unervingly composed. Only after everything was completed did Lu Lijing reach out to tuck her stray hair behind her ear. "How'd you get hurt?" he inquired. Xingshuang replied honestly, "I did to myself." Lu Lijing's lips curved into a slight, insincere smile. "If you're unwilling to share, then so be it." Xingshuang felt perplexed. "If you don't believe me, why ask?" Lu Lijing fell silent, merely observing her. "Elder Xianyun, do you have any business with me here?" Xingshuang decided to shift the topic. "Regarding the auction, Ruo Feng has already reported on it. I have other matters to discuss with you." Lu Lijing maintained his unhurried tone, his expression benevolent. Yet Xingshuang couldn't shake the feeling that this old tortoise was concealing something insidious. Yet, she had no choice in the matter, although both are elders. Lu Lijing holds an important position as the deputy general manager. Xingshuang said, "You may speak." Lu Lijing smiled. "I have noticed that Ling Han has been quite well-behaved lately, which seems to reflect your commendable guidance as his master. Is he unwell?" Xingshuang replied. "He has not been at Wangshui Tower these past few days. Ling Han's demeanor is of no concern to him." Nevertheless, Xingshuang nodded perfunctorily, indeed. "The senior sister has 16 direct disciples. I have 5, Ruofeng has 3, yet you have only 1 direct disciple, and that is Ling Han." Lu Lijing paused, his words trailing off, clearly alluding to Ling Han's half-demon bloodline. An ominous premonition washed over Xingshuang. If Elder Xianyun has something to convey, please do so directly. There is a young master from a prominent cultivation family who holds you in high regard and wishes to become your disciple. Xingshuang felt a wave of relief. He had initially feared it was yet another ploy against Ling Han, or perhaps that Lu Lijing would seek to dismiss him due to his lackluster performance. It turned out to be merely a matter of connections. Seeing Xingshuang's expression relax, Lu Lijing inquired, "Do you agree?" "Very well," Xingshuang replied. Lu Lijing chuckled softly, raising his hand once more to gently stroke Xingshuang's forehead with his thumb. This peculiar gesture left Xingshuang perplexed, unsure of its significance. However, he had many unanswered questions and chose not to pursue them, allowing the moment to pass. Lu Lijing soon withdrew his hand, stating, "He will join your tutelage after his trials in the secret realm. You may prepare for that." "Oh," Xingshuang stood up. "Is there nothing else?" Lu Lijing smiled. "Aren't you curious about his identity?" Although Xingshuang was not particularly invested, Lu Lijing's mention prompted him to ponder briefly. "You Qingmei?" Lu Lijing appeared somewhat surprised. "You're already aware?" "I only know that you have dealings with him. I'm unaware of the terms you agreed upon," Xingshuang added, now enlightened. He was indifferent to Lu Lijing's favor, merely accepting a disciple rather than selling himself out. Lu Lijing fell silent for a moment before saying, "Did Yu Qingmei inform you?" "Yes. Is there a confidentiality agreement between you two?" "None." Xingshuang shrugged. "I will not interfere in your matters, nor will I disclose them to others." "I understand," Lu Lijing acknowledged, aware that Xingshuang was disinterested in such affairs. Xingshuang, puzzled, asked, "Then why the peculiar expression?" Lu Lijing unconsciously touched his own face, but quickly dropped his hand, smiling. "Is that so? I was merely curious about when you became acquainted with him. It seems your relationship is quite cordial." Xingshuang replied, "We have just met, and we're not close." "Ah." Lu Lijing seemed to have received a satisfactory response. "Many admire you, and young master, you must have heard of your exploits," prompting his desire to be your disciple. Xingshuang found no inclination to clarify. While Lu Lijing had already convinced himself through imagination, he was free to think as he pleased. "Is there anything else?" Xingshuang inquired. Lu Lijing, still smiling, replied, "Nothing further. Please return for the meeting tomorrow at the first hour of Chun." Xingshuang, desiring not to linger further, teleported back to Guyun Peak. As soon as he landed, he heard a voice filled with surprise. "Master, Chapter 26, when you were young, I was still." Ling Han was sweeping the fallen leaves in the training ground when he spotted Xingshuang returning. He tossed aside his broom and rushed towards him. Xingshuang frowned slightly. "Why are you sweeping alone?" Has someone been bullying you? Could it be that in my absence for a month, some individuals have grown restless? Ling Han quickly waved his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, master. I was merely counting the days, anticipating your return, so I thought to tidy up Guiyun Peak these past few days. Xingshuang then felt relieved and casually inquired, have you kept up with your training? Ling Han nodded obediently. I devote myself to my practice daily, not daring to slack off. Xingshuang inspected him and remarked him, you have now reached the threshold of the half-step Qi balance realm, a significant advancement. Just a month ago, you were still in the mid-phase of the meridian opening realm. This progress is truly remarkable. Feeling shy from the praise, Ling Han replied, it is all thanks to the techniques imparted by Master and your careful guidance. I have not done much. Your progress this past month has been solely due to your own efforts, Xingshuang stated. The secret realm will open in 10 days. Make the most of your time to cultivate. I shall supervise your training. Ling Han stared at Xingshuang in astonishment. Master, you'll train with me? I can also enter the secret realm? These two revelations momentarily left Ling Han's mind in a state of confusion. Was he still dreaming, perhaps not yet fully awake? You are my direct disciple. Naturally, I will arrange for you to enter the secret realm. Encouraging your training is for your own benefit. If my presence makes you uneasy. No, I would never think such a thing. Ling Han hurriedly interjected. Xingshuang nodded. I have just returned and need to attend to some matters first. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a study plan. With that, he headed toward the main hall of Guiyun Peak, which also served as his chamber. Ling Han watched his retreating figure, warmth flooding his heart. The word moved hardly encapsulated his feelings. Although he was a direct disciple of an elder, having joined the sect for just over a year and with his low cultivation level, he had assumed such an opportunity was beyond his reach. Meanwhile, as Xingshuang entered his room, realization dawned on him. Was it perhaps a risk for Ling Han to advance into the Emperor-tier secret realm at this stage? While children of destiny typically do not perish, there were many within the sect who harbored ill feelings towards Ling Han. What if someone sought to eliminate him within the secret realm, provoking Ling Han into a dark transformation? No, this cannot be allowed. During tomorrow's meeting, he must apply to lead the expedition. For now, Xingshuang needed to organize the spoils from his recent auction. He had spent not a single coin, yet had acquired a substantial amount. Firstly, there were the Changxi sword and Changyan sword. Spirit-tier artifacts held little value for Xingshuang, and he would return them to Yu Chubai upon her arrival. Then there were the two swords as a task reward, the Emperor-tier artifact, the enigmatic zither. Xingshuang took it out. It was crafted from white jade, with silkworm silk strings. The zither exuded a soft, lustrous quality, shimmering with radiance. Xingshuang was not skilled in playing the zither, nor was he a musician. The weapons provided by the system can be wielded as long as they meet the requisite level conditions. The Shunshi Qin, while appearing immaculate and seemingly harmless, possesses the ability to influence the mind, bestowing either positive or negative states upon its wielder, thus classifying it as an auxiliary weapon. Xingshuang then produced a lamp, exquisitely crafted and shimmering like crystal. Upon tentatively infusing it with spiritual energy, the lamp emitted a gentle azure glow. Though cool in tone, it imparted a sense of tranquility and warmth to the heart. It seems these two items belong to the same category. Lastly, there was the Tian Qianheart method secret record, a cultivation manual bequeathed by the great Emperor Tian Qian, classified as a superior celestial level technique, yet currently inaccessible to Xingshuang, as it requires the integration of the heavenly realm. He surmised that he may never utilize it in this lifetime, but perhaps the child of fortune would benefit from it. Thus, he decided to keep it for him. After organizing his belongings, Xingshuang felt it was time to ponder how to advance his tasks. However, as a mere ordinary elder in a nominal position, enacting change within the sect seemed quite challenging. He resolved to commence with the transformation of Guiyun Peak. Not only was there a single direct disciple, but the inner disciples numbered a mere 76. In contrast, Qingyun Peak was chaotic due to its numerous disciples, which made management difficult. Guiyun Peak, on the other hand, suffered from a lack of oversight, as Xingshuang, in his previous capacity as elder, had neglected his responsibilities, resulting in the disciples becoming unruly and undisciplined. The adage, "How can one sweep the world if one cannot even tidy one's own abode," resonated with him. He needed to first instill discipline among his own disciples before he could extend his influence elsewhere. Thus, Xingshuang procured paper and ink, diligently drafting several pages of sect rules, intending to establish order among the youthful disciples of Guiyun Peak the following day. Next came the training regimen for the child of fortune. He pondered whether a rigorous training schedule would foster resentment or if a lenient approach might convey a lack of care. Lost in thought, he bit the end of his pen. Just as he neared completion, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. With only 2 knocks, the door was forcefully kicked open. Ruofeng, why did you kick the door? Renhe's hand hovered in midair. He Ruofeng strode in confidently, exclaiming, "Li Xingshuang." Perplexed, Li Xingshuang queried, "What is it now? Speak, who has harmed you?" He Ruofeng thumped the table. Renhe approached, asking, "Li Jing mentioned you were injured. What transpired?" Li Xingshuang gestured to his chest. "It has already healed." Concern etched on her face, Renhe insisted, "Yet we must know who attacked you. What if they strike again?" She moved closer, gently stroking Li Xingshuang's head, her eyes brimming with affection. "Dear child, good child, do not bear your burdens alone. Your senior sister is here." He Ruofeng, though visibly perturbed, cleared his throat and added, "And your senior brother." Although Li Xingshuang retained no memories of his mother, he felt a maternal warmth emanating from Ren and he. Truly, she embodied the nurturing spirit of the entire sect. It was indeed a self-inflicted wound, and it has since healed. If you doubt it, you may examine it for yourselves. Li Xingshuang attempted to unfasten his clothing, but He Ruofeng immediately grasped his hand to stop him. He Ruofeng, in a fluster, stumbled over his words, firmly holding Li Xingshuang's hand. "Why you? Senior sister is still present. We must maintain decorum between the sexes." Ren and he, however, did not concur. What is there to avoid? "Xingshuang, do not be shy. I once bathed you when you were a child." He Ruofeng responded incredulously, but although Li Xingshuang was young when he entered the sect, he was already 14 at that time. "Senior sister, please be sensible. While all the disciples regard you as a mother figure, you cannot genuinely treat him as a child." Li Xingshuang could not recall the incident, but after some contemplation, he remembered that there had indeed been such an occasion. At the age of 15, he had been cast into a horde of magical beasts by his master, returning to the sect covered in wounds and blood, only to encounter Ren and he at that moment. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, as if on the verge of spilling over, and without further ado, she took hold of him and led him to the Qingmei Peak. At Qingmei Peak, there exists a serene, moonlit spring, known for its healing properties and ability to nourish the heart's meridians. Li Xingshuang's clothing was so enmeshed with flesh and blood that upon removal, skin adhered to fabric. He tugged at it, causing Ren and he's heart to tighten, and she quickly intervened. With scissors in hand, she dabbed them in warm water, gently wiping and assisting him in removing the fabric clinging to his wounds. Li Xingshuang, inherently emotionally unaware, had spent years among the women of the Liuguang Hall, thus lacking any concept of propriety. Meanwhile, Ren and he exhibited a surge of maternal instinct towards the adolescent boy. The entire episode, while not particularly outrageous at the time, now seemed quite peculiar when recounted. Chapter 27, Equality. "I am truly fine," Li Xingshuang remarked indifferently. "You may return." He Ruofeng pulled a chair beside him and seated himself. "I will not leave until you clarify the matter." Li Xingshuang contemplated for a moment, sensing that the explanation would be convoluted. To elucidate the circumstances would likely take a considerable amount of time. "Senior sister," Li Xingshuang chose to direct his gaze towards Ren Anha. "I do not wish to discuss this matter any further." Seeing Li Xingshuang look at her with an expression of innocence, Ren Anha felt a surge of compassion for his fragile and helpless demeanor, causing her heart to soften instantly. Although his gaze merely shifted towards her in an ordinary manner, she had already conjured a narrative in her mind. "All right, if you do not wish to speak, then let it be." Ren Anha gently caressed Li Xingshuang's head. "Whenever you feel ready to share, do inform your senior sister, all right? Regardless of what you encounter, senior sister will always protect you." He Ruofeng interjected, "Wait. Are we just letting him off the hook like this? Fine, Xingshuang replied casually. There may never come a day when I wish to speak. Ruofeng, do not pressurize Xingshuang. Let us depart, Renanha advised. Ruofeng fell silent, and regardless of the circumstances, Xingshuang had successfully dismissed the two of them. Returning to his writing, he assumed that the day would proceed without further incident. However, not long after, a knock echoed at the door. Master, a cautious voice called from outside, belonging to Ling Han. Having completed his writing, Xingshuang decided to open the door himself. Ling Han looked hesitant just now. Someone delivered numerous items to Guiyun Peak. Should we have them set down? Xingshuang felt a tinge of confusion and followed Ling Han outside, where he beheld a group of servants dressed in livery, standing outside with an assortment of packages and boxes. Greetings, Elder of Guiyun. The servants knelt in unison. Xingshuang scanned them briefly. The hems of their garments, as well as the boxes, bore familiar patterns. People from Zhaoju sect? Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Yes. The servants are here to arrange the quarters for the young master. These are furnishings and some clothing for the young master, as well as gifts to present to Elder Guiyun, Ling Han explained, growing increasingly perplexed yet hesitant to inquire further. Xingshuang remarca. Why the haste when the individual has yet to arrive? With the young master's apprenticeship day approaching, the servants must prepare everything in advance. If they wait until the young master arrives to make arrangements, it may be too late. I wonder where the servants intend to place these items. Ling Han fell into a stupor. Master, are you about to take on a new disciple? Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appeared that the individual hailed from a prestigious family. Ling Han's hands unconsciously clenched, a swirl of peculiar emotions churning within. Perhaps vexation, perhaps jealousy. Then let it be this room. Xingshuang indicated a side chamber casually. The servants filed in, and after a while, they emerged again. Elder Guiyun, although this servant's quarters are somewhat humble, they are adequate for habitation. However, which chamber should our young master occupy? Xingshuang responded. Is Wangshui Tower truly so impoverished? In a tone neither warm nor cold, he stated, Your young master shall reside there. If that is acceptable, then let him stay. If not, he may return, for our Wangshui Tower does not accept disciples of arrogance and extravagance. The primary concern is that the Wangshui Tower simply cannot sustain extravagance and indulgence. Although it is a side hall, it is hardly smaller than the main hall where Xingshuang resides. However, in the eyes of the Zhaoju sect, it can only serve as a servant's quarters. The household servants exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Unable to make a decision, they sought guidance from their young master. Xingshuang secretly hoped that Yu Chubai would recognize the difficulty of the situation and withdraw, as the presence of such a pampered young master in this humble abode would be akin to a wealthy heir participating in a rural transformation program. Should he arrive and demand this and that, Xingshuang would be unable to accommodate his wishes. He feared that fostering a disciple might breed resentment instead. Moreover, one might ponder why that old tortoise did not take Yu Chubai as his disciple himself. It would suffice to extend him a favor, for that old tortoise is considered a semi-leader, and Xingshuang chose to overlook that for the time being. However, to expect him to be wholly devoted, compliant, and selfless was an entirely different matter. Xingshuang, preferring to remain reticent, casually remarked to Ling Han, Do not concern yourself with them. Return to your cultivation. Ling Han remained rooted in place, a shadow of gloom clouding his eyes. Xingshuang furrowed his brow. Ling Han? Could it be that he harbors a disdain for the wealthy? Surely he is not so petty. Irakal liuhan alwais pusasa akumandabla tamparamen. Unyielding yet respectful in the presence of the powerful. Why does he appear aggrieved now? Ah, master, master. Ling Han suddenly came to himself and hastily responded, I was momentarily distracted and did not listen closely. Xingshuang felt relieved and nodded. If there is nothing else, you may return. Yes, master. Ling Han replied, bowing before taking his leave. Xingshuang then turned his attention back to the servants of the Yu family. You may also depart. Inform Yu Chubai that I shall not grant him any privileges due to his status. I treat all my direct disciples equally. Ling Han receives no preferential treatment. and he resides comfortably in the side hall, which he finds spacious. You live in conditions superior to that of the son of destiny. Do not fear harboring resentment. Having said this, Xingshuang returned to his chamber. Ling Han stood by the window, gazing outside. Equal treatment. He murmured to himself, "Will you regard him as you do me? Will you trust him, teach him, provide him with rare mental cultivation techniques, and accompany him in his training?" He realized he was no longer the sole recipient of his master's care and attention. Half of it would be shared. Ling Han felt a reluctance. Yet he could not find a justifiable reason for his jealousy. He was Elder Guiyun, a revered celestial lord, admired and respected by countless individuals, while he himself was merely a burden thrust upon him by the sect leader. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his chest, causing him to furrow his brow and press against it. This sensation was not unfamiliar. Whenever he was bullied or falsely accused by his peers, the demonic blood within him would surge, manifesting demonic patterns upon his chest. It was said that the demon clan could not suppress their bloodthirsty instincts, being inherently violent, cruel, and warlike. However, as a half-demon, half-human, Ling Han usually managed to suppress these impulses, as long as there were no significant fluctuations in negative emotions. He could rely on his mental cultivation and willpower to keep his demonic nature at bay. He was unaware of the reasons behind his profound sorrow. It was a commonplace occurrence for the master to accept new disciples, yet he found it utterly intolerable. He overheard the master's conversations with those individuals. "Yu Chu Bai, the young master of the Zhaoju sect. Is that so? It would be preferable, indeed, if he refrained from entering the Wangshua Tower, and even more so from stepping foot on the Guiyun Peak." Chapter 28. The Sect Conference at the first hour of the Chun period. In the Grand Hall of Mengyun Peak, the sect master and 4 elders convened around a table to commence their meeting. Lu Lijing extracted a piece of paper from his pocket and announced, "For this secret realm expedition, Wang Shuelo has a total of 60 slots. If distributed evenly, each peak should receive 12. However, given the smaller number of disciples at Guiyun Peak, I have adjusted the allocation slightly. Xingshuang, would you mind?" "How many?" he inquired. "1 slot will be taken from both Qingyun Peak and Xinyun Peak, leaving Guiyun Peak with 10 slots. "That seems fair." Xingshuang nodded in agreement. "But I have a request." Lu Lijing's expression softened with a hint of warmth. "Speak your mind. The secret realm is perilous. I wish to apply to lead the disciples into it." "That is out of the question," Lu Lijing immediately countered. Xingshuang raised an eyebrow in confusion. In the past, leading high-difficulty secret realm expeditions has always required a mentor. "Indeed, a leader is necessary," Lu Lijing acknowledged, "but you cannot be that leader." "Why not?" Xingshuang frowned slightly. "Elder Xinyun, you are being partial toward me." Xingshuang had traditionally refrained from engaging in meetings, seldom voicing his opinions, let alone dissent. His pointed accusation left the assembly momentarily stunned. Lu Lijing's smile faded somewhat. "Xingshuang, do not speak nonsense. Then provide me with a reason," Xingshuang challenged. His gaze fixed on Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing replied slowly, "You are not suited for this role. I will have senior sister and Ruo Feng lead instead." Xingshuang replied, "I am aware that my cultivation is not on par with theirs, yet I am still a practitioner of the Mingxin realm. Surely I am capable of leading." In terms of talent, Xingshuang was by no means inferior to anyone. His only shortcoming was his youth. When the previous Guiyun elder ascended to the higher realms at over 800 years of age, Xingshuang had just reached 30. Although Elder Deng had taken on other disciples, they either perished under his tutelage or stagnated in their cultivation until their natural end. Xingshuang was the sole one to have reached the finals. Consequently, he became the youngest elder in the history of Wang Shuelo. At that time, he was at the pinnacle of the Soul Realm, yet had yet to step into the Mingxin realm. His temperament was aloof, uninterested in worldly matters, and he seldom mingled with others. The sect master, concerned, had entrusted the responsibilities of the former Guiyun elder entirely to Lu Lijing. This resulted in Xingshuang's inferior strength compared to the other elders, leaving him without any real power. Conversely, Ruo Feng, similarly youthful, was actually of comparable cultivation to Xingshuang. However, Due to his larger number of disciples and constant demon-slaying ventures, he held greater renown and influence. When Renanha witnessed the dispute between Xingshuang and Lu Lijing, her heart ached for him. She hastily approached and affectionately patted his head. "Be good. Do not be disheartened. We shall disregard him. If you wish to go, senior sister will yield to you." Lu Lijing's mouth twitched slightly. Senior sister. He Ruofeng could no longer contain himself. Senior sister, Li Xingshuang is no longer a child. Do not coddle him so. Renanha lowered her head and planted a gentle kiss on Li Xingshuang's forehead. No matter how old, in my eyes, you are always a child. The expressions of the other three individuals shifted dramatically. Li Xingshuang felt she was not mistaken. She was 500 or 600 years old, making everyone present a child in her eyes. Senior sister is good, while the turtle is bad. I disagree, Lu Lijing declared. He Ruofeng coldly snorted. Expressing his dissent, I also disagree. I no longer wish to work with him. Renanha proposed, if Ruofeng is unwilling, then I can accompany Xingshuang. He Ruofeng's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, absolutely not. Senior sister. Li Xingshuang looked to Renanha for assistance. Lu Lijing coolly remarked, calling for senior sister is futile. She has no authority. Li Xingshuang turned to the silent sect leader. Sect leader. The sect leader gazed at the ceiling, replying, calling for the sect leader is also useless. I am powerless in this matter. Is it true, sect leader, that you've been rendered powerless by the regent? Renan has said, with a sympathetic expression, Xingshuang rarely has the chance to pursue something she desires. I understand, Lijing, that you are concerned for Xingshuang's well-being. I will take good care of her. He Ruofeng mocked. You plan to take care of 59 children? Renanha responded earnestly. Indeed, so what of it? Why can I not select a target for the attack? Li Xingshuang raised an eyelid. Elder Xianyun, if you are asking me for a favor, surely you must offer some compensation? Just as Lu Lijing was about to respond, he Ruofeng pressed. What favor? Lu Lijing sighed. Xingshuang, leading a team into the secret realm is not a favorable opportunity, although it is an imperial-grade realm. It offers little benefit to cultivators above the soul-entering realm. Thus, it is not something worth vying for. As for allowing you to take young Master Yu as a disciple. Suddenly, he Ruofeng slammed the table and stood up. Wait, you mean he is to take whom as a disciple? Lu Lijing, perplexed by he Ruofeng's intense reaction, replied, the young master of Zhaoju's sect, Yu Chubai. You wretched old fool. He Ruofeng pounded the table twice, cursing vehemently. Are you inviting a wolf into the house? Lu Lijing was unfazed by the insults, but expressed confusion. Do you have a conflict with young master Yu? He Ruofeng's face turned a deep shade of green. He is a licentious scoundrel. The first time he met Li Xingshuang, he attempted indecent behavior. The hall fell into a heavy silence, and Lu Lijing's smile vanished entirely. After a considerable pause, he asked slowly, what did you say? Renanha quickly cupped Li Xingshuang's face. Dear one, have you been wronged? Why did you not speak up? I haven't, Li Xingshuang denied. It was merely a misunderstanding. The sect leader frowned. What exactly transpired? He Ruofeng seethed. What do you mean, nothing? That scoundrel acted lewdly before my eyes, claiming he wanted to share a night of romance with Li Xingshuang. As he Ruofeng spoke, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and fury. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop further. Is that so? Lu Lijing's voice remained calm. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, I understand. I will handle it. The sect leader cast a reproachful glance at he Ruofeng. Why did you not speak up sooner? He Ruofeng felt a twinge of guilt, but immediately turned to reproach Lu Lijing. You failed to investigate the character of that individual, and yet made unilateral decisions about allowing Li Xingshuang to take on a disciple? Lu Lijing offered no defense. Indeed, I did not consider this thoroughly. My apologies, Xingshuang. As I was about to speak regarding the Zhaoju sect, a sudden knock resounded at the palace door. The voice of the sect master's eldest disciple echoed from outside. Master, esteemed elders, the sect leader of Zhaoju, accompanied by the young lord, has come to pay a visit. Chapter 29. I can argue the leader and heir of the Zhaoju sect, apart from Li Xingfeng. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, with he Ruofeng displaying the most intense reaction. He drew his sword, exclaiming, they dare to come here. Ren Anha swiftly intervened. Ruofeng, calm down. This is a matter of sect diplomacy. The sect leader slammed his hand on the table, declaring, let them in. Today, I shall seek justice for Xingshuang. Lu Lijing remained silent, raising his hand to signal as the palace doors slowly creaked open. Bathed in sunlight, the golden-clad figures of the Zhaoju sect nearly blinded onlookers. Master Qi, it has been a while. Master Yu entered with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I hadn't anticipated all the elders to be present today. Could it be in honor of me? The five-seated figures wore expressions of impassivity, silently observing him. Master Yu, sensing the unusual tension, awkwardly inquired, what seems to be the issue, esteemed elders? Have I interrupted your discussions? Ruofeng coldly scoffed. It's good that you know. Master Yu was taken aback. Lu Lijing spoke with a hint of indifference. What brings you here? Master Yu felt the atmosphere grow increasingly peculiar, laughing nervously. Oh, it's just that my son is about to become a disciple of Elder Guiyunbang. The palace doors slammed shut abruptly. Lu Lijing raised an eyebrow, a smile that hinted at mischief playing on his lips as he regarded the Yu father and son. Master Yu felt an ominous premonition. What was the meaning of this? Were they perhaps unwelcome? Despite his verbal inquiries, Master Yu's demeanor was cowardly, taking a step back, ready to flee at any moment. The Zhaoju sect may possess great wealth, yet their focus on commerce had hindered their cultivation. Master Yu himself was merely at the mid-stage of the soul-entering realm. Meanwhile, he was facing 5 individuals at the Bright Heart realm. He could be crushed before he even began. Renanha furrowed her brow, rarely displaying such anger. Master Yu, we must ask you why you allow your child to humiliate our sect's elder? Master Yu, perplexed, turned to look at Yu Chubai. What has this boy done? Yu Chubai's face flushed with embarrassment. I did not. Last time, it was a misunderstanding. Li Xingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, a misunderstanding. I have clarified matters with my master. Li Xingfeng asserted, it has been clarified. Ruofeng, growing impatient, slammed his hand on the table. What do you mean by clarified? Did you meet again afterward? Li Xingfeng averted his gaze. Lu Lijing maintained that vaguely amused expression. Yet it bore a chill. I apologize, but according to our sect's internal deliberations, we believe that Master Yu's son is unsuitable for entering Guiyun Peak. Yu Chubai, flustered, protested. Why? This was not what we agreed upon. Lu Lijing rose from his seat, because previously, Master Yu did not mention that you had so insulted our elder Guiyun. Until you have formally become a disciple, please refrain from addressing him as such. As Yu Chubai prepared to explain, Master Yu struck him on the back of the head. Foolish child. I instructed you to be humble and courteous when outside. What exactly did you do to elderly? Yu Chubai lowered his head and spoke softly. I initially intended to invite my master for an outing. But I misspoke. I thought, to share spring night merely meant to go out and enjoy ourselves, so I asked my master if he could. The head of the Yu clan finally understood, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head, his face turning an ashen hue with anger. I told you to learn some proper phrases, yet you misuse them. Where did you pick up these nonsensical words? Quickly apologize to elderly. Go. Yu Chubai obediently approached Li Xingfeng, but had only taken a few steps when he was intercepted by Ruofeng. When did you meet Li Xingfeng alone? Is his injury related to you? Yu Chubai's eyes widened in shock. Master was injured? What master? You haven't even acknowledged your master yet. Ruofeng retorted impatiently. He was injured right after the auction. What happened? Yu Chubai shook his head vigorously. That's impossible. If there was any malicious altercation at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce, I would have noticed. The clan leader nearly choked. Injured at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. He then proceeded to deliver a flurry of strikes to Yu Chubai, exclaiming, I told you to avoid trouble. I warned you. Dad, it wasn't me. I truly had no idea. Yu Chubai shielded his head. Qi Jingyuan, the leader of the Wang Shui Tower, could no longer contain his frustration and held his forehead. All right, Xingfeng, you tell us what exactly is going on. Huh? Li Xingfeng asked, bewildered, what are you talking about? Qi Jingyuan sighed, noting that while they were embroiled in conflict, Li Xingfeng seemed lost in thought. As expected of him, Lu Lijing summarized the situation. Did young master Yu bully you at all? Were you injured at the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce? Oh, he didn't bully me. I caused my own injury. and it has nothing to do with the Zhaoju Chamber of Commerce. He Ruofeng inquired. Then what did you discuss when you met alone? Li Xingfeng raplia candidly. He said he wanted to become my Dao partner and asked me to marry him. As soon as the words left her mouth, a chorus of anguished cries erupted in the hall. Dad, stop hitting me. I can explain. No, Dad, I can justify this. Renanha grasped Li Xingfeng's hand. Her expression filled with concern. You didn't agree to him, did you? No, Li Xingfeng responded. Renanha sighed in relief. That's good. Xingfeng, you are still young. The world is filled with deceitful individuals. Do not let them trick you. Li Xingfeng fell silent for a moment. I'm over 60 years old. I'm not 16, senior sister. Quickly kneel before elderly. The clan leader, furious, shoved Yu by. How could I have raised such a frivolous and reckless young man? Yu Chubai stumbled and then obediently knelt before Li Xingfeng. Master, I was wrong. Li Xingfeng replied, I am not your master yet. The previously obedient Yu Chubai's eyes turned red. Master, I truly understand my mistake. Please don't abandon me. Before Li Xingfeng could speak, Lu Lijing interjected. Though I have agreed to let you join Guiyuan Peak, you must first relinquish your misguided desires. Always remember that once you have a master, you must regard them as a father for life. You must treat your master with the respect due to a parent and avoid any feelings that exceed the bounds of propriety. Otherwise, you will be disregarding moral principles and societal norms, bringing shame to yourself and others. Yu Chubai lowered his head, suppressing the unwillingness that lingered in his eyes. The disciple understands. He Ruofeng, however, remained unconvinced. Do you still wish for him to take Li Xingshuang as his master? You are pushing Li Xingshuang into a pit of despair. No matter the circumstances, I would never allow myself to be harmed by someone like. Li Xingshuang cast a scrutinizing glance at Yu Chubai, a child at the initial enlightenment stage, and contemplated how he could be led astray. In terms of cultivation, he was leagues apart from Li Xingshuang, and even when compared to Ling Han, he fell significantly short. Moreover, Li Xingshuang had no intention of causing harm to him. He regarded the anger of the sect master and the other elders as inconsequential. He Ruofeng, exasperated, exclaimed, You are so oblivious to your own misfortunes. Li Xingshuang, perplexa, replied, I have never encountered any misfortune. He Ruofeng was on the verge of exasperation. That is precisely why you remain unaware. The sect master sighed, Enough, Ruofeng. Let Xingshuang decide for himself. Li Xingshuang turned his gaze towards Yu Chubai, who still knelt on the ground. Yu Chubai timidly lifted his head, anxiously looking at him. Fearful of rejection. Chapter 30. He shall not depart today. Since Elder Xian, Yun has consented to the Zhaoju sect. I find it difficult to go back on my word. Yu Chubai was filled with joy, exclaiming, Master. Li Xingshuang continued, However, I recall Elder Xian, Yun stating that the apprenticeship ceremony would take place after the exploration of the secret realm. Moreover, a group from the Zhaoju sect visited yesterday, seemingly expressing disdain for the simplicity of Guiyuan Peak. No. Master, I will drive away those troublesome servants immediately. I will heed your every word. Additionally, my father and I have brought some modest gifts, hoping to facilitate the better development of Wangshui Tower. Upon hearing this, Master Yu swiftly produced 2 enormous chests from his storage space, which, when opened, revealed an abundance of exquisite spirit stones, nearly blinding those present. Li Xingshuang shielded his eyes with the back of his hand, muttering, the corrupting scent of capitalism. Yu Chubai, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? It is nothing. You need not remain kneeling. Rise, Li Xingshuang said, extending his hand to assist him. He Ruofeng coughed forcefully a couple of times, casting a stern glare at Li Xingshuang. Confused, Li Xingshuang looked at Ruofeng and asked, What is wrong with you? Is there something stuck in your throat? At that moment, Yu Chubai had already beamed with joy, grasping Li Xingshuang's hand and using it as leverage to rise. Thank you, Master. Upon witnessing the spirit stones, Qi Jingyuan's eyes instantly brightened. It truly requires substantial funds to construct a sect. Previously, nurturing disciples only entailed expenditures, but such contributions were exceedingly rare, especially in such large quantities. Indeed. Qi Jingyuan had barely chuckled twice before meeting the icy gaze of Lu Lijing, which immediately silenced him. He seldom witnessed such a look from Lu Lijing. Its presence signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. He hoped it would not be himself today. Regardless, the apprenticeship must await the conclusion of the secret realm exploration. Lu Lijing rose slowly and remarked, "The sect has been exceedingly busy during this period, and we truly cannot attend to young Master Yu." Master Yu promptly interjected, "No worries. I shall ensure that Gui Yun Peak is properly constructed before my son takes on his apprenticeship. I did not intend to imply that Gui Yun Peak is lacking. I merely wish to express our respect for Elder Gui Yun, as my son aspires to become his disciple. If Elder Gui Yun finds this objectionable." Xingshuang shook his head. "I do not mind, but please ensure that the construction does not disturb my disciple's ascetic practices." The Yu father and son were unexpectedly courteous. Even though several elders were displeased with Xingshuang's matter, they could not find fault. Moreover, they had offered such a substantial gift. Those were exquisite spirit stones. These two chests could sustain Wang Shui Tower for several years. Though tempted by wealth, Qi Jingyuan remained conscientious. After sending the Yu father and son away, he closed the hall doors and earnestly reminded Xingshuang, "Xingshuang, your emotional sensitivity is considerably dulled compared to others. Master Mo was preoccupied with his cultivation during his time and did not adequately mentor you. Not to mention, the previous Elder Gei Yun was such a neglectful teacher. It was a miracle that you survived his tutelage." Xingshuang interjected. "Master, please speak plainly." Qi Jingyuan, with a tone of earnest concern, advised, "Do not allow yourself to be taken advantage of. Do you understand?" Xingshuang nodded. "Rest assured, I shall safeguard the funds sent by the Zhaoju sect. No one shall benefit from them." Qi Jingyuan responded with uncertainty. He Ruofeng, unable to bear it any longer, intervened to clarify Qi Jingyuan's intent. "That is not what he means, Xingshuang. You must not become too close to others, especially your disciple." Xingshuang appeared perplexed. "Why?" "Do not inquire as to why," he Ruofeng retorted, pointing sternly at Xingshuang. After a brief moment of silence, Xingshuang conceded, "Very well." Qi Jingyuan, still uneasy, insisted, No, you do not comprehend. Let me think of how to explain this." Lu Lijing approached, kneeling before Xingshuang, gazing up at him. "Xingshuang, from now on, regard me as your disciple." Xingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, look, I have injured my hand while practicing swordplay," Lu Lijing revealed, extending his palm. With his head slightly raised, he presented an appearance of exquisite fragility, emanating an innocence so profound that it evoked a deep sense of compassion. Qi Jingyuan felt an inexplicable wave of nausea wash over him, as if he were overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation. Let me take a look." Yet, Xingshuang felt no discomfort, smoothly grasping Lu Lijing's hand to examine the non-existent wound in his palm. He Ruofeng, in exasperation, declared, "This is utterly unacceptable." Xingshuang, taken aback, released Lu Lijing's hand. "Do you not care if your disciple is injured? What if he turns dark?" He Ruofeng replied with irritation. "You could simply give him some healing ointment." There was a semblance of logic to this. Xingshuang nodded. "I understand. Please continue." Lu Lijing blinked innocently, "But master, that medicine is far too precious. This injury is not serious." Xingshuang insisted, "If I give it to you, then you must use it." "But I cannot bear to use it. It weighs heavily on my heart," Lu Lijing replied, furrowing his brow. "Then what shall we do?" Xingshuang inquired. Lu Lijing, gesturing towards himself while continuing to blink, suggested, "If you kiss me, I will feel better." After a moment's contemplation, Xingshuang remarked, "That is not scientifically sound. It certainly will not heal the wound, not even in the realm of cultivation." He Ruofeng interjected, "This fellow is speaking nonsense again, though at least he seems to be gaining some insight. Master, just a simple kiss, and I will immediately feel no pain. You're the best to me, are you not?" Lu Lijing coaxed, his tone reminiscent of a devil's persuasion. Xingshuang pondered for a while longer. Given that Lu Lijing repeatedly made this request, perhaps it was a way for him to engage with his disciple. If it proved effective, it could indeed conserve medicinal resources. Thus, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips to Lu Lijing's forehead. Does it still hurt? The cool yet soft sensation on his forehead caused Lu Lijing's expression to darken, though he maintained a tranquil demeanor. Rising slowly, he remarked, "It seems you are unqualified. Xingshuang, you require further training." The onlookers were left in astonishment, questioning, how is it that even a shameless act yields results? Previously, Xingshuang had little social interaction, thus they had not realized the extent of his naivety. A few flattering words were enough to lead him astray. The sovereign covered his face with both hands and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "I only knew he was somewhat slow-witted, but I never anticipated he could be so utterly foolish." Li Xingfeng inquired, "What is the matter? Why the sudden outburst?" Ren Anhe gently stroked Li Xingfeng's head, hesitating momentarily before ultimately shaking her head. He Ruofeng pounded the table, brimming with fervor, declaring, "Training. We must train him. He shall not be allowed to step outside until he has been properly taught today." Chapter 31. Why are you competing with me? In order to ensure that Li Xinghuang would not be taken advantage of, the sect leader, along with 3 other elders, took turns educating him. It was not until dusk that this session of common sense education concluded, followed by a simulated examination. Ren Anhe lowered her gaze to the paper in her hands. "Elder Gaiyun, I perceive your remarkable demeanor and wish to befriend you. Might you visit my chambers tonight for a discussion?" Li Xinghuang replied honestly, "I shall not go." Ren Anhe nodded in satisfaction. Qi Jingyuan also lowered his head to recite his lines. "Master, I am quite fearful of sleeping alone at night. Could you accompany me?" Li Xinghuang responded calmly, "Your master requires no sleep. If you are afraid, you may seek your junior brothers." Qi Jingyuan appeared content, reaching out to pat Li Xinghuang on the head. Li Xinghuang swatted his hand away. "Do not touch me." Qi Jingyuan conceded. "Very well, it is what they taught you. At least you have learned something." Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Clearing his throat, Qi Jingyuan said, "Ahem, Xinghuang, we are teaching you to be cautious with others. But you need not be so wary of me." The sect leader, Lu Lijing, spoke slowly from behind Qi Jingyuan. "If you instruct Xinghuang in this manner, what if others treat him similarly?" I'm not that foolish," Li Xinghuang replied casually. "I know whom to be wary of." Doubt flickered across the faces of the 4. Qi Jingyuan, hurt, asked, "Do you consider me someone to be wary of?" "Xinghuang, I am your senior brother." Li Xinghuang looked perplexed. "I thought we were still in the simulation." Seeing his confusion, Li Xinghuang reiterated, "I truly understand your intentions. It is not that I do not comprehend what you say. I simply do not care. However, if it concerns you, I shall refrain from such behavior in the future." The hall fell silent for a moment, until Lu Lijing slightly nodded and spoke. "I believe in you. You have always been quite astute." Li Xinghuang, fixated on his goal, stated, "Having made a concession, it is only fair that you reciprocate. Allow me entry into the secret realm." Lu Lijing sighed, pausing for 2 seconds. "Very well." He Ruofeng immediately protested, "No, I do not agree." Lu Lijing disregarded him and turned to Li Xinghuang. "I shall accompany you inside." Qi Jingyuan grew anxious. "No, I do not agree. Who will take care of the responsibilities we lack at Wangzhou?" Lu Lijing, understanding Qi Jingyuan's concerns, spoke calmly. "The flow of time within the secret realm differs from the outside world. We shall return in just 2 or 3 days." Reluctantly, Qi Jingyuan acquiesced. "Oh. Then take good care, Xinghua." Though both were at the Mingxin realm, Lu Lijing stood at the pinnacle, half a step into the Rongtian realm. Additionally, his meticulous and reliable nature meant that if he were to lead the group, he could manage on his own. Qi Jingyuan felt reassured. Li Xingshuang, despite believing he required no protection, was too weary to argue. He only cared about one thing. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall return." Having squandered half a day on meaningless endeavors, Li Xinghuang genuinely wished to go back. Finally, Qi Jingyuan gestured for the meeting to disperse. Guiyun Peak. Upon returning, Li Xingshuang found himself somewhat perplexed, gazing at the several majestic palaces that stood tall before him. Had he truly arrived at the correct location? His master, who had initially been gesturing animatedly beside the construction, immediately approached with an eager smile, inquiring if he was satisfied. Li Xingshuang turned his gaze towards the artisans, who were using spiritual energy to elevate the building materials. And couldn't he help but reflect on the fact that even the study of civil engineering in this era required cultivation. This was merely the framework. However, by the time his master returned from the secret realm, it should be nearing completion. Yukabai reached out, attempting to tug at Li Xingshuang's sleeve in a playful manner. But he subtly evaded the gesture. The fleeting brush of fingertips against fabric left Yukabai feeling momentarily empty, though he did not show it, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. By the way, master, my room has yet to be constructed. May I sleep with you tonight? Yukabai flashed a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Li Xingshuang pundaret. Wasn't this akin to a recently encountered practice question? Although the circumstances had changed, the format remained the same, and he could simply substitute the variables. My esteemed master's cultivation does not require sleep. You may rest with your senior brother instead. At that moment, Ling Han, who was about to approach Li Xingshuang for conversation, nearly stumbled. Naturally, Li Xingshuang sensed someone's approach and turned to greet him, saying, "You have arrived. This is Yukabai, who will henceforth be your junior brother." Lingen's expression was not particularly friendly, yet he managed to be polite, responding with a curt junior brother. Yukabai beamed. "I had heard about you during my time at Xiaoju's sect, and now I finally meet the person in the flesh." Lingen's demeanor stiffened slightly. "You jest, junior brother. I am merely an inconspicuous individual. How could I have garnered any renown?" Elder Xinyan had informed him that news of his demonic lineage was already suppressed by Wang Zilu. So Yukabai must not have been referring to that. Yukabai, still smiling, remarked, "After all, brother is the first disciple taken in by our master. How many envy you for that?" Ling Han relaxed a fraction. "I see." Yukabai glanced at Li Xingshuang, and when his gaze returned to Ling Han, it bore a hint of provocation. "I had encountered our master in my youth, and he even gifted me a reverse scale from the cold abyss flood dragon. Alas, I had not contemplated apprenticeship then. Otherwise, you might have been calling me senior brother." Ling Han clenched his fists, the searing pain in his chest accompanied by a slight fever in his head. If he could not discern the intent of this junior brother, he would be a fool indeed. Yukabai was clearly intent on asserting dominance. Ling Han did not mind being mocked by others. He could even tolerate their bullying and insults. Yet, at this moment, 5 words echoed in his mind. "I am superfluous." He felt superfluous wherever he went. The demon clan did not regard him as one of their own, nor did the human clan accept him. He had believed himself to be superfluous at Guiyun Peak until his master had protected him in front of everyone. He thought he had finally found a place to belong, until the appearance of this youth. Noble families and powerful clans, the heirs of esteemed sects, seemingly possess everything, with all desires within their grasp. Yet why, oh why must they covet his soul, his singular? Ling Han, lost in thought, was roused by Li Xingshuang's call. He immediately released his hand, marked with traces of his earlier tension, and smiled, saying, "It is nothing, merely pondering the uncertainties encountered during my recent cultivation." "Oh, such diligence." Li Xingshuang remarca casually. "Very well, now that you are acquainted, I trust you shall get along splendidly." Yu Chubai responded with an endearing smile. "Certainly, I shall heed my master's guidance." Ling Han managed a strained smile in return. "I shall look after my junior brother." Li Xingshuang then added, "Ah, yes, for the time being, you will reside together with your junior brother." "Master," Yu Chubai interjected swiftly, I could stay in the side hall instead. Ahem, I'm not a sound sleeper, and it would be improper to disturb my senior brother." Li Xingshuang was at a loss for words, so concerned about disturbing the senior brother, yet not at all worried about inconveniencing the master, this impudent lad. Chapter 32. The inner demon's disciple shall retreat to cultivate, Ling Han said. Suppressing the intense pain in his chest, his eyelids lowered. Li Xingshuang inquired, "You mentioned having questions. Do you require guidance from your master?" Ling Han forced a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, master, but I have already conceived the answers." "Very well. Should any doubts arise, feel free to seek me out." Li Xingshuang replia. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Han hastily tore open his garments, revealing a network of dark purple veins resembling blood vessels, flickering ominously as if engulfed in flames. This pattern extended from his chest to his back, and he pressed against his chest, nearly gasping for breath due to the excruciating pain. Conflicting thoughts and a ravenous desire for blood surged within him. He gripped his throat tightly, pushing himself to the brink of unconsciousness, only releasing his hold when his mind swelled, nearly suffocating him. When he could not contain the bloodthirsty impulses of the demon clan, he would unleash these emotions upon himself. Previously, he endured this torment for the sake of patience and to bear humiliation. Now, he wished to avoid harming others, to prevent disappointing his master. His master had placed such trust in him, and Ling Han did not want to reveal his grotesque side to him. As he regained his composure, a chill crept down his spine. Why had he felt murderous intent towards his junior brother in that moment? It was merely a matter of his master accepting another disciple. Elders of every peak had several disciples. What was so significant about it? His master could not possibly be exclusive to him alone. Why had he lost control? A voice deep within whispered, "He should belong solely to you." No, that cannot be true. He is my master, a person I hold dear. If he treats me well, he can treat others just as kindly. Others. He previously only cared for you. Even after killing you Qingmei, your master still had only you as his disciple. Ling Dan murmured. No. How could he think such thoughts? It is utterly absurd. He is the young master of Xiaoju's sect, possessing everything. Why would he seek to compete with me? Ling Han clutched his head, the pain clouding his senses. It felt as though a branding iron seared his chest, the scorching heat penetrating his skin and striking his heart. Each heartbeat accompanied by an agonizing throb. His head felt as if it were being relentlessly hammered, the intense pain and ringing in his ears rendering him incapable of thought. The voice within continued to provoke him, drowning his mind in chaos. He was on the verge of collapse. Then a cool, fragrant aura enveloped him gently, and Ling Han felt the pain diminish abruptly, opening his eyes in confusion. He suspected he might be hallucinating. Xingshuang held him tenderly. Beside them, a crystal-clear glass lamp exuded a soft blue glow, serene and soothing. Why did you not speak up? Xingshuang gently caressa Liu Han's back. The bloodline of the demon clan can influence your state of mind. Why did you not inform your master? Had it not been for my desire to check on your progress, I would never have anticipated the profound impact of the demon bloodline on you. This is a ticking time bomb. Could it be that the system compelled him to purchase this invaluable lamp merely to soothe the child of fate? He momentarily disregarded the recent admonishments from his senior brothers and sisters and instinctively pulled the youth into his embrace. Xingshuang even concocted a justification for himself. They merely instructed him to decline others' embraces, but said nothing against embracing others. How clever he thought himself to be. Ling Han sensed a faint, cool fragrance enveloping him, emanating from his esteemed master. It was reminiscent of pine and snow, the essence of ice in its initial thaw, a scent uniquely belonging to his master, instilling a profound sense of tranquility upon inhalation. Unable to restrain himself, Ling Han began to weep. The intense agony he had endured had never elicited a single tear. Yet in such a tender embrace, he found himself unable to contain his sorrow, as if he needed to articulate all the suffering and grievances of the past years. "It's all right. I am here with you," Xingshuang whispered, imbuing the glassy tear with a touch of spiritual energy before gently patting Ling Han's back. "I know you're in pain. If you ever feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform me. You need not endure it alone. Otherwise, the inability to manage what lay beyond his control would indeed trouble Xingshuang." Ling Han extended his arms, clinging tightly to Xingshuang without a care. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to do such a thing, but at that moment, he was overwhelmed by impulse. "Fortunately, Xingshuang buranonje." Ling Han buried his face in Xingshuang's embrace, weeping for what felt like an eternity. Only when exhaustion set in did he reluctantly release his hold, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Master, esteemed master, I must have embarrassed you." "Not at all," Xingshuang replied as he handed over the glassy tear. "Here, take this. It can be activated with a touch of spiritual energy and serves to calm the mind." Ling Han accepted the lamp, hesitating before asking, "This it must be quite precious, right?" "You may use it," Xingshuang said, rising and extending his hand. "Do not remain seated on the cold ground." Ling Han's face flushed as he grasped Xingshuang's hand, using it for support to stand. Thank you, esteemed master. You seem to be harboring inner demons. Have you encountered some trouble? Is someone bullying you? Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han hung his head, feeling too shy to disclose to his master that he was envious of the new junior disciple. No disciple, I'm not sure. Xingshuang pondered for a moment. I shall consult ancient texts. Perhaps this is a consequence of your bloodline. Should you experience further disturbances, simply illuminate the lamp. If it remains unresolved, come to me. Ling Han's eyes glistened once more. Yes, thank you, esteemed master. Originally, Xingshuang had intended to evaluate his cultivation. However, seeing Ling Han in such disarray, he decided to ease off. We must not cultivate aversion to learning in the child. He then broached another topic. Ling Han, I will accompany you into the secret realm. There is no need for excessive anxiety. Even if your cultivation is still lacking, I shall protect you. Xingshuang believed that with only a few days remaining, pressing Ling Han to train further would be of little benefit. It was far better to allow him to relax. It was akin to the imminent college entrance exams. Imposing additional pressure might yield counterproductive results. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback before bursting into excited, incoherent words. Esteemed master, you will also enter the secret realm? May I accompany my esteemed master? Indeed, you shall certainly follow me. On one hand, Frost can ward off those oblivious individuals. Should the disciples of Wang Shui Tower provoke Ling Han, Frost can prevent them from meeting a dire fate at his hands. On the other hand, being in the company of the Son of Fortune may present unique opportunities. Chapter 33. Illusions on the day the secret realm was unveiled. A multitude gathered at the sun-moving sect. The elder Lingxi of the Harmony sect, upon spotting Li Xingfeng, cast him flirtatious glances, which led Li Xingfeng to assume her eyes were acting up, prompting him to disregard her. Lu Lijing observed this and chuckled softly, though his amusement was short-lived. Li Xingfeng turned to Ling Han and cautioned, once we enter the secret realm, we will be randomly teleported. I will come and find you as quickly as I can. Lu Lijing, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, the secret realm is intended for the disciples' training. If you overly shield them, you may inadvertently cause them harm. Li Xingfeng contemplated retorting, thinking that one must align with the protagonist to truly thrive. However, he refrained from arguing. After all, one must bow their head when under a roof. Even the sect leader had to heed the counsel of the old tortoise, and unless it concerned a matter of principle, Li Xingfeng had little inclination to dispute. As the sect leader unlocked the key to the secret realm, the crowd formed a line and began to enter sequentially. Upon stepping through the threshold, Li Xingfeng felt the scenery shift rapidly, followed by a fleeting moment of darkness. The flow of time within the secret realm was tenfold slower than that of the outside world. It would remain open for 18 hours, equating to 15 days within. When he opened his eyes once more, Li Xingfeng scanned his surroundings and found himself standing in a vast expanse of grass. The sky loomed a somber shade of deep purple, swirling with hints of crimson. All vegetation appeared withered, desiccated, and blackened, crumbling at the slightest touch. A rather dismal scene indeed. Black grass, purple skies, such vibrant vitality. What a heavy presence of demonic energy. Could this be a demon-slaying dungeon? No wonder they initially dispatched a chihuahua. If it ventured into this realm, it would likely receive an enraged buff. Before Li Xingfeng could take a step, several grotesquely large shadows emerged from the ground. Shadow demons. These low-tier demonic entities lacked intelligence, yet their abundant presence often signaled the existence of higher-tier demons nearby. Li Xingfeng wielded his sword, Frostfall, a royal-grade artifact capable of inflicting a chilling state upon foes. He raised his hand, and Frostfall soared from his grasp, swiftly piercing through the body of a shadow demon, tracing an icy blue arc before returning to him. How pathetic. Li Xingfeng advanced, his footsteps turning the withered grass beneath him into ash, mingling it with the soil. Yet, after only a few steps, the darkness surrounding him began to fade, rejuvenating the flora and brightening the sky. Xingfeng, a voice called from behind. Li Xingfeng turned to see a figure in the distance waving at him. Though the features were indistinct, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him, compelling him to approach. Xingshuang, the figure, opened their arms. It has been so long since we last met. Li Xingshuang murmured, "Is it you?" "Yes, it truly has been a while. Do you miss me?" As he drew nearer, he confessed, "I have missed you dearly," even though he could not discern their appearance. Li Xingshuang knew who it was. "Xingshuang, do you wish to be with me forever?" The figure extended a hand towards him. Yet in the next instant, he was pierced through by frostfall. Meanwhile, the sky and the ground resumed their somber and gloomy appearance. The frostfall sword returned to Li Xingshuang's grasp. He had contemplated countless times the desire to obliterate this figure. Yet as time flowed onward, all emotions gradually faded. Even the visage and voice of that person became indistinct. Whether it was hatred or longing, Li Xingshuang had relinquished them both. At least he believed he had. The pierced corpse rose from the ground, transforming into a misty form. Its voice an amalgamation of tones from all ages, devoid of desire, love, hatred, sorrow, or joy. Is the first time I have encountered someone who breaks the illusion so swiftly. The illusion demon can take on the guise of figures from human memory, possessing the ability to ensnare the mind and amplify emotions 1,000-fold. Compared to ordinary demons, they are not particularly aggressive, but they revel in playing with individuals within their illusions. Your skills require refinement. Li Xingshuang calmly conversed with the illusion demon, asserting that it should not use the visage of his enemy to manipulate him. The illusion demon circled around Li Xingshuang, perplexed. "This is impossible. The form, I assume, should be the most significant person in your heart." Li Xingshuang responded with conviction. "Do you have any idea how many years I have yearned to kill him? Of course, he is significant." The illusion demon fell silent. Li Xingshuang observed as the wisp dissipated into thin air, pondering how fragile this creature was, retreating into itself without ensnaring anyone. Li Xingshuang continued on his path, wielding his sword with ease, dispatching numerous lesser demons with a mere flick of the frostfall. After an indeterminate duration, he finally encountered a figure, albeit unfamiliar. Dressed in the garb of a disciple from the Sunward sect, the individual was entangled in a fierce struggle with a demon covered in tumors, towering at approximately 3 to 4 meters. The Sunward disciple, wielding a sword, was barely holding on, injuries covering his body, appearing quite unfortunate. Upon spotting Li Xingshuang, his face lit with relief. "Elder Guiyun, save me." Li Xingshuang initially considered ignoring him, but alas, misfortune had now befallen him. Having been called upon, he could no longer turn a blind eye. He advanced with his sword and leapt into the air, severing the tumor demon's head. "Thank you, Elder Guiyun, for your timely rescue." The Sunward disciple promptly bowed to Li Xingshuang, introducing himself as Yin Hai, the third disciple personally taught by Elder Lu of the Sunward sect. "In the future, I shall." "Elder Guiyun?" "No, such a large individual." Li Xingshuang made a hasty retreat. He had no desire to carry a burden. If it were someone from the Wangshua Tower, he might have considered it, but for other sects, he wished to remain uninvolved. He had always preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. However, just a few kilometers later, he encountered another individual, this time a familiar face. Lu Lijing stood there in a daze, his eyes vacant and lifeless, clearly ensnared in an illusion as well. Li Xingshuang reached out to tug at his face, but after a prolonged squeeze, there was still no response. Resorting to a more direct approach, he delivered a swift kick to Lu Lijing's rear, sending him tumbling to the ground. Lu Lijing fell, yet remained unresponsive, as if lifeless. Li Xingshuang squatted beside him, just about to retrieve the Jinshi for an impromptu performance, when a cloud of black mist dispersed from Lu Lijing's form. A flicker of light reemerged in Lu Lijing's eyes, and he beheld Li Xingshuang, blinking forcefully a few times, seemingly still in disbelief. "Have you awakened?" Li Xingshuang inquired. Lu Lijing raised his hand, gently caressing her forehead with his fingertip, then tracing the contours of her brows and eyes. Li Xingshuang felt a slight tickle from his touch, leaving her utterly bewildered. Lu Lijing's gaze was filled with tenderness and affection, to the point that tears cascaded down his cheeks as he softly murmured, "Yinqing, I had a dream." Chapter 34. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Li Xingshuang unceremoniously raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Lu Lijing. "Are you awake now?" "Lu Ling, Silently, Lu Jing rose and, without uttering a word, began to smooth the creases of his clothing, employing a spell to rid his garments of dust. The colleagues, having collaborated on 2 business trips, were, in temperament, polar opposites. Ruo Feng was impulsive, quick to anger, spending half of his days in a state of fury, akin to a chihuahua. In contrast, Lu Jing exhibited emotional stability, his anger rarely manifesting on his countenance. And even when perturbed, he remained composed and deliberate in his actions, earning him the moniker of a tortoise. Yet, no matter how subtle, Xingshuang could discern that he was decidedly displeased. Do not be upset. It was merely a couple of slaps. If I hadn't struck you, you would still be blissfully asleep in that illusion, she remarked, feeling that he was somewhat petty. I'm not angry, Lu Jing replied, lowering his gaze. I mistook you for someone else. Had he not mentioned it, Xingshuang would not have taken notice. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I simply have a common face. Lu Jing. If Xingshuang were indeed of common appearance, then such commonality would be quite extraordinary. Silently, Lu Jing walked alongside Xingshuang, and after several minutes, he spoke again. Yunqing is my younger brother. Xingshuang momentarily failed to grasp the implication, recalling that Lu Jing had mistaken her for that very Yunqing. Oh, do I resemble him? She inquired casually. Lu Jing turned to her, articulating each word with precision. Very much so. Xingshuang finally comprehended that Lu Jing was drawing connections to his brother. However, she remained indifferent to such matters. Their acquaintance was limited, and Lu Jing had never afforded her any preferential treatment due to his brother. In fact, he had even subtly undermined her in the background. Lu Jing's gaze seemed to drift far away as he began to recount a past memory. In my childhood, my father brought back a common woman from outside the palace. Upon her arrival, she was immediately conferred the title of Defei. The palace was rife with gossip, claiming she was a fox spirit, a bewitching creature. Lu Jing suddenly delved into the past. And though Xingshuang was not particularly interested in her colleague's personal life, she allowed him the liberty to share. I have seen that Defei. Lu Jing continued, pressing his lips together. She was indeed beautiful, yet her features were perpetually shadowed by sorrow. Perhaps, for her, the palace was not a place of solace, and indeed is hardly a haven. Before long, the Defei was diagnosed with a condition of pregnancy, which further rendered her the target of scorn. One of the concubines had poisoned her food, leading to a difficult labor, resulting in the birth of a male infant who soon passed away. The infant was frail, and the physician predicted he would live no longer than 18 years. At this juncture, Lu Jing halted his steps. Xingshuang offered a comforting remark. Try to see it from a different perspective. Even if he were to live to 80, he would have perished long ago. Lu Jing remained silent for a moment before continuing his narrative. My father named him Lu Liyun, affectionately calling him Yunqing, cherishing him as a precious gem, lavishing him with love, even disregarding the counsel of the court to bestow the title of prince upon the newly born Yunqing. Xingshuang gazwali inkirat. Do you feel the same way about him? Lu Jing shook his head and replied, Initially, I found him quite detestable. After all, no one takes a liking to their rivals. Yet upon reflection, he is merely a fleeting ghost, destined not to witness the day of his coronation, even if he were to be named the crown prince. Perhaps it was due to the tragedy that befell the virtuous consort. My father has taken great care to protect Yunqing. When I first encountered him, he was already 5 years old. I must admit, he was the most beautiful and endearing child I had ever laid eyes upon, albeit considerably frilier than most children. Upon seeing me, he did not exhibit any signs of timidity, but rather approached me and called me brother. In that moment, I felt there was no longer any need for me to harbor animosity towards him. Lu Jing paused, gazing at Xingshuang. When I first met you, I was truly taken aback. You bear a striking resemblance to him, which made me somewhat uncomfortable. Although I do miss my brother, I am aware that substituting one individual for another is unfair to both. Hence, I often made a conscious effort to avoid you. Xingshuang shuja nonchalantly. I am indifferent to such matters. If you wish to remember your brother, you may regard me as a surrogate. Lu Jing chuckled softly, shaking his head. You are you, and Yunqing is Yunqing. Both of you hold significant value to me, and there is no replacement for either. But the person in your illusion was indeed him, correct? Lu Lijing fell silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, it was on the day he perished. I was trapped within, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. He had no intention of elaborating further, merely reaching out to caress Li Xingshuang's hair, his expression dimming slightly. Li Xingshuang was not particularly interested in his tale. Even if he heard it, he would soon forget. For him, the priority lay in locating Ling Han and discovering valuable items within the secret realm. The two continued their journey without encountering any further dangers, as both were adept in the realm of clarity. Although Lu Lijing had appeared somewhat disheveled moments ago, in truth, aside from the illusory demons that targeted his defenses, little could hinder him. It was a pain buried deep within his soul, a secret he had never divulged to anyone. Even today, when he shared his sentiments with Li Xingshuang, he withheld the full truth, unwilling to recount the specifics of that nightmare. Li Xingshuang, meanwhile, idly surveyed his surroundings. The secret realm was indeed vast. To have stumbled upon two individuals in quick succession was nothing short of sheer luck. After walking for quite some time with Lu Lijing, aside from the occasional appearance of low-level demonic entities, they had encountered nothing alive. However, after such a lengthy trek, Li Xingshuang had finally deduced one thing. The entirety of the secret realm was likely shrouded in demonic energy. Lu Lijing glanced up at the sky. This realm appears to exist at the chaotic juncture between the demon world and the human realm, teeming with low-level demonic beings. Yet thus far, the only high-level demon we have encountered is the illusory one. The demon world and the human realm do not occupy the same spatial plane. They're more akin to parallel lines. However, connections exist between these parallel lines, which constitute the so-called juncture. Here, both demons and humans may emerge. Yet there is a commonality. Generally speaking, respectable humans and honorable demons do not intermingle in this space. This is a chaotic and perilous realm. However, within such a place, treasures of both the demonic and human races may be discovered. Perhaps it is ideally suited for Ling Han. Chapter 35. The cavernous maze. It seemed that there was no path ahead. Li Xingshuang pointed towards the front, where a massive fissure cleaved the ground, splitting it into two. However, we could simply fly over it. Lu Lijing did not object and followed Li Xingshuang forward. In the next instant, an immense force of suction violently pulled the two of them in. Even with the aid of spiritual energy, they could not escape the gravitational pull of the chasm. It was a spatial spell. Before they could struggle for long, they were engulfed by it. Li Xingshuang felt a tinge of misfortune. Under normal circumstances, one's mindset should allow them to navigate such a secret realm with ease. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a cavern, seemingly devoid of immediate danger. This secret realm was indeed peculiar. Although even high-ranking cultivators could find themselves in dire straits, such predicaments were typically not fatal. It bore a whimsical quality. Xianyan Elder? Li Xingshuang called out as she rose to her feet. No one responded, and communication through divine consciousness was ineffective within the secret realm. The cavern was dimly lit, with only a faint glow seeping through the crevices of the stones. Li Xingshuang cast a light spell to better comprehend her surroundings. The cavern was riddled with numerous passages, resembling a labyrinth. Suddenly, the stone wall beside her trembled and then collapsed, leaving Li Xingshuang momentarily dazed. It was not the collapse that surprised her, but the identity of the person who had broken through the wall, her own disciple, Ling Han. Truly, fortune favors the bold, and this encounter required no effort at all, perhaps due to the protagonist's aura. Master? Ling Han exclaimed with a look of delight, hurriedly kicking aside the rubble as he rushed towards Li Xingshuang. You are the first person I encountered in this secret realm. How fortunate I am. Li Xingshuang, however, was more preoccupied with another matter. Why were you breaking walls? Ling Han appeared somewhat embarrassed. It seems I got lost, so I thought if I demolished the walls, I might find a way out. Li Xingshuang surveyed the area. Don't you think this place might collapse? Ling Han obediently replied. It hasn't collapsed, likely due to the protection of fortune. Li Xingshuang nodded. Let us go. I will help you find the way. All right. Ling Han brumli fuyuba Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang inquired. Did you appear here from the very beginning? Not at all. I first found myself in a desolate area where I saw a peculiar door. The moment I approached it, I was sucked in. Xingshuang pondered for a moment. She and Lu Lijing had been transported due to their proximity to the cliff, while Ling Han had encountered a distinctly different point of transmission. It appeared that the transmission points were scattered throughout, each taking on various forms. Thus, it was likely that many individuals had been transported here. Xingshuang glanced at the wall that Ling Han had shattered. Beyond it lay a dead end, which explained his crude method of demolishing the adjacent stone wall. Although she could not see the entirety of the cavern, Xingshuang sensed its vastness, and for a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she could find her way out. Surely, she would not be lost here for 15 days? She cast a glance at Ling Han beside her. Well, as long as she followed the child of fortune, she should be fine. Indeed, after a brief walk, Xingshuang spotted a peculiar pattern etched into the stone wall ahead, depicting the visage of a demon dragon. Unlike the aquatic dragon he had once encountered, this demon dragon resembled a large, winged lizard, typically cloaked in black. The outside world propagated tales of the demon dragon's penchant for destruction, its love for treasures, and its habit of abducting beautiful maidens. However, the reality of the demon dragon was quite different. It spent most of its time slumbering in its lair. Given their docile nature, they hardly merited the title of demon race. Nevertheless, humanity remained fervent in their pursuit of demon dragons, driven both by an inherent animosity towards these creatures and by the high-quality materials their bodies provided. Their scales could be refined into magical artifacts. Their flesh served as vital ingredients for alchemy, and their hearts were invaluable gems. Is this the lair of a demon dragon? Ling Han leaned closer to examine. Xingshuang shook his head, stating, "It shouldn't be. A demon dragon's lair is not this expansive. They are quite lethargic, typically opting for a random cave rather than a convoluted maze such as this." Before the wall adorned with the demon dragon's likeness lay two diverging paths. Xingshuang turned to Ling Han, saying, "Choose a path. I shall follow you." Ling Han, taken aback, stammered, "Me? I get to choose?" Xingshuang affirmat. "I have faith in you." He held a strong belief in Ling Han's fortitude. Ling Han hesitated. "What if I choose incorrectly?" Xingshuang reassured him. "With me by your side, even in the face of danger, you shall be safe." Touched, Ling Han led Xingshuang down the left path. At the end of the route stood a door. It seemed they had made the right choice. Ling Han approached the door to investigate, pondering how to open it. Xingshuang joined him, observing a large circular disc on the door, adorned with a series of strange symbols, possibly letters. This might be the key to unlocking it. Xingshuang attempted to employ his system for identification, but it rejected his efforts, leaving him to resort to manual manipulation of the disc. However, upon turning it, a powerful force propelled him backward. "Master!" Ling Han rushed forward, eager to assist, but Xingshuang steadied himself, merely taking 2 steps back without falling. Concerned, Ling Han inquired, "Master, are you all right?" Xingshuang replied with a shake of his head. Ling Han furrowed his brow as he regarded the door and extended his hand to try turning the disc himself, only to find he was not repelled. Xingshuang pondered, could it be that only those bearing the bloodline of the demon race can turn the door's mechanism? This instance truly caters to the protagonist. Xingshuang felt somewhat exasperated. Could the advantages be a touch less conspicuous? It seemed as though the heavens were eager for everyone to discern the favor bestowed upon the one destined for greatness. Ling Han, in a fit of random movements, managed to turn the disc, successfully opening the door. As it creaked open, a musty odor laden with dust wafted forth, revealing an inner chamber shrouded in darkness. Xingshuang conjured a light spell and stepped inside. The room appeared long abandoned, thick with dust, and scattered across the floor were numerous human skeletons, an unsettling sight. "Master!" Ling Han stood frozen, gazing at the scattered bones. Upon witnessing this, Xingshuang approached him and grasped his hand, reassuringly stating, "With me by your side, there is no need for fear." Ling Han was momentarily taken aback, but then reciprocated the hold of that icy hand. Finding a semblance of calm within the chill it offered, he refrained from disclosing to Xingshuang that his immobility was not born of fear, but rather of exhilaration. The demonic blood coursing through his veins stirred with uncontrollable excitement at the sight of the human skull. This was wrong. He knew it was wrong. Thus, he found himself unable to take a step forward. Chapter 36. The cursed jade talisman. Xingshuang observed that Ling Han remained motionless, pondering the child's peculiar timidity. However, she did not admonish him. Instead, she gently patted the back of his hand with her other palm. "If you're truly frightened, wait here for a moment while I enter to investigate," she suggested, attempting to withdraw her hand. Yet, Ling Han firmly grasped it, declaring, "I shall accompany my master inside." Soon, he seemed to realize the impropriety of his action, and with a blush, reluctantly released her hand. Being close to his master provided him with a sense of comfort, yet he was apprehensive of overstepping and inciting her displeasure. Fortunately, his master did not appear to be angered by his abruptness. The inner chamber behind the door appeared to have been unoccupied for an extended period, cloaked in dust. The floor was littered with skeletal remains, save for a solitary stone pedestal at the center, upon which rested an unidentifiable box. This box, however, was entwined with thorny black and red vines. Xingshuang attempted to dispel the vines with her magic, but as expected, she was repelled. She discerned that this object was akin to the door, capable of being forcibly opened. Though such an action would inevitably lead to destruction, she could have broken through the door with her spiritual energy, but she realized that doing so would result in the collapse of the chamber. The implication was clear: destruction would deny the human race any benefit. Seeing this, Ling Han swiftly stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Xingshuang. "Master, perhaps it requires the bloodline of the demon race to unlock it." "Allow me try," he offered. Extending his hand, he found that the vine showed no intention of yielding. As he channeled his spiritual energy, he was similarly repelled, the shock rendering his arm numb. Xingshuang pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it requires demonic aura. While you possess the bloodline of the demon race, you are not a demon cultivator, hence unable to unlock it. We should depart." Ling Han felt a sense of regret, intending to leave with Xingshuang, when suddenly the ground began to tremble. The door slammed shut, and the candles adorning the room's stone walls ignited with a flickering greenish-blue flame, casting an eerie glow. The skeletons on the ground began to tremble, reassembling and gradually rising to their feet. The sound of bones clattering echoed through the chamber. There were about 10 skeletons, each possessing strength at the mid-stage of the Qi harmonization realm. Ling Han, being merely at the meridian opening realm, found himself ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of foes, despite his impending breakthrough and ability to fight above his level. However, Xingshuang swiftly threw the frostfall sword, adeptly piercing through the advancing skeletons. Why establish such a simplistic trap? She mused, perplexed. Ling Han could only mutter, "It's clearly because you are far too formidable, master." Is it possible that this place was never intended as a trial for cultivators of the Mingxin realm? After silently critiquing, he glanced around, hoping to spot any additional threats. To his astonishment, he noticed that the thorns on the box atop the stone pedestal had receded to the side. "Master, come and see." Ling Han reached out to open the box, but the thorns suddenly surged back, piercing his hand. Blood immediately flowed forth, and although he winced, he remained silent. "It is merely a trivial injury, nothing of great consequence." The thorns, stained with blood, have once again faded, and this time it is truly diminished. Just as Ling Han intended to open the box once more, Xingshuang presented him with a vial of medicine for his wounds. "Tend to it," she urged. Ling Han hastily waved his hand. "Thank you, master, but it is just a minor injury. Such a precious medicine is unnecessary. It is yours to use." She insisted. "Thank you so much, master." Ling Han accepted the vial, his cheeks tinged with a blush. Xingshuang found the exchange somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the simulated problems posed by Lu Lijing. However, Ling Han did not jest about a kiss making the pain vanish. Indeed, his disciple was quite normal, contrary to Lu Lijing's outlandish notions. How misguided to assume otherwise. As Ling Han consumed the medicine, his wound healed rapidly, and he reached to open the box again. Inside lay a jade talisman pulsating with dark energy, Ling Han felt a sense of curiosity as he examined it closely, uncertain of its purpose. Xingshuang extended her hand, and Ling Han obediently placed the talisman in her palm. This jade exuded an aura of profound death energy. Xingshuang cultivate. Toyed with it. This is intriguing. May I keep it for a few days? Ling Han hesitated, silent for a time. Xingshuang, puzzled, inquired, is it not acceptable? She looked at Ling Han, offering the jade back to him. Ling Han paused, bewildered. Master, are you asking me? Is there anyone else here? Xingshuang raturta, bamusha. Ling Han continued to ponder, but isn't this your possession? It was you who retrieved it. Xingshuang had no intention of usurping Ling Han's fortune. She simply found the talisman amusing and wished to play with it for a while. Ling Han murmured, but, Master, you brought me to explore the secret realm. Everything here should belong to you. Xingshuang fell silent. This child is rather sincere. Will he not be taken advantage of out there? What you obtain is yours, and most of what is here is of no use to me, she reassured him. Ling Han bowed his head, leaning slightly toward Xingshuang. It is rare for Master to take a liking to something. It should rightfully belong to you. Xingshuang ceased her refusals, recognizing the talisman's genuine allure, worthy of being possessed by someone of the demonic lineage. Holding the jade, she lifted her other hand, intending to infuse a modicum of spiritual energy to establish ownership of the artifact. Yet, at the moment she did so, an unforeseen resistance surged forth, causing Xingshuang to tumble to the ground. Surely, it is a chance meant for Ling Han, she mused. Master, Ling Han exclaimed in alarm. Xingshuang waved her hand, about to dismiss her fall as nothing more than a stumble, but she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her form had diminished. The clothes hung loosely upon her, and, as she rose, she nearly tripped once more. Channeling her spiritual energy, she found her cultivation unchanged. Ling Han knelt before Xingshuang, his face a mask of panic. Master, how could this happen? Xingshuang spoke softly. It must be the curse attached to that jade talisman. However, it is peculiar. It carries an overwhelming aura of death. Even with a curse, it should extract one's vitality, leading to aging. Perhaps it is related to my constitution. Ling Han, somewhat perplexed, furrowed his brow upon hearing the word curse. A curse? What should we do? How can we break it? Master, it's all my fault. If only I. Enough of those futile thoughts, Xingshuang interjected, picking up the jade talisman from the ground. This object should only be wielded by the demon clan, yet it is exceedingly perilous. I will study it further and provide you with insights later. Master, at such a moment, you should not concern yourself with these trivial matters. Your well-being is of utmost importance now. Xingshuang, seemingly indifferent, performed a spell to resize his clothing to a fitting size, then stated, as long as my cultivation remains unaffected, we can address the curse once we are outside. This place is not safe. Come, let me take you out. Xingshuang extended his hand towards Ling Han. At that moment, he appeared as a child, making the gesture seem like that of a precocious little one, causing Ling Han to blush and shy away from direct eye contact. Ahem. Very well, Master. Chapter 37. You seem to have misunderstood. Ling Han gently held Xingshuang's hand, moving forward step by step, his gaze fixed on the diminutive figure of his master. Xingshuang urged him, hurry up, Master can hardly keep pace. Ling Han murmured, but Master almost fell just now. As he hastened, Xingshuang, in a light jog behind him, inadvertently stepped on the hem of his robe, nearly losing her balance. With unwavering confidence, Xingshuang declared, that was merely because my attire was not yet properly fitted. Now it fits perfectly. I want to trip again. Ling Han hesitated, choosing to proceed slowly, but without halting again. Witnessing his master transformed into the likeness of a 5- or 6-year-old child filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt, alongside an almost uncontrollable impulse to gently ruffle her hair. He exerted all his self-restraint to refrain from lifting this porcelain doll-like master into his arms. Xingshuang, with her small hands, could only grasp Ling Han's fingers. He longed to envelop her hand entirely, but felt it would be rather disrespectful. as it seemed akin to treating his master as a mere child. Yet, the sight of her diminutive form was undeniably adorable, despite her expression remaining largely unchanged. Her soft little face dispelled any semblance of the aloofness she typically emanated. Perhaps that air still lingered, but it was imperceptible to others. Ling Han led Xingshuang to the fork in the path previously marked with the emblem of a demonic dragon, and together they ventured down another route. This path twisted and turned, and after traversing several more forks, Xingshuang finally spotted Lu Lijing, who had become separated from them. Indeed, following the child of destiny brought good fortune. As they collided, Lu Lijing stared intently at the now childlike Xingshuang. After a moment, he glanced at Ling Han, then back at Xingshuang, visibly perplexed by the situation. Xian Yun, elder. Ling Han called out, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lu Lijing stepped forward, silently lifting Xingshuang into his arms. Despite her reduced size, he was certain it was indeed Xingshuang. Truth be told, being cradled as a child was an experience that felt almost like a distant memory for Xingshuang, transforming into a novel encounter. "Are you hurt?" Lu Lijing inquired, holding her with one arm. Xingshuang opened her hands in demonstration. "No." Lu Lijing tightened his embrace and turned his gaze toward Ling Han. "What transpired?" "It's a curse," Xingshuang interjected on Ling Han's behalf. "It's nothing. My cultivation remains unaffected. Merely my stature has diminished slightly." Lu Lijing remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Ling Han. "It is the disciple's fault." Ling Han hastily explained. "Master endangered herself to protect her disciple. I implore Elder Xianyun to mete out punishment." Upon hearing this, Xingshuang immediately protested. "Do not blame him. It was merely my misfortune. It has nothing to do with him." Lu Lijing gently poked her forehead. "You are always quick to defend him." Xingshuang raised four fingers. "Every word I speak is the truth." Lu Lijing was both amused and exasperated. "Regardless of how you manage this, I shall no longer permit you to undertake any field work in the future. You cannot treat me this way." Xingshuang clutched Lu Lijing's collar, expressing her grievances. "We are both elders. While not exactly equal, our statuses are certainly comparable, are they not?" Lu Lijing smiled, articulating each word deliberately. "I am quite capable of doing so." Xingshuang raturta. "You wretched scoundrel." Noticing Xingshuang fall silent, Lu Lijing cast a glance at Ling Han. "Your master requested entry into the secret realm for your sake, and now it has come to this." Ling Han lowered his head, overwhelmed by guilt. Xingshuang firmly grasped Lu Lijing's mouth. "Kind words foster good relationships, while harsh words wound the heart." Lu Lijing remained silent, and Ling Han echoed the sentiment. "We are a righteous sect. We must not manipulate our disciples." Xingshuang continued, "I entered willingly. Any danger I face arises from my own limited abilities and has nothing to do with Ling Han." Ling Han's eyes reddened. "Master." Lu Lijing gently removed her hand, somewhat helplessly stating, "I do not blame him. I merely wish to remind him to cherish your kindness and honor you well in the future." Xingshuang shook her head. "My kindness is not given with the expectation of repayment. He is my disciple. Caring for him, protecting him, educating him is my obligation." "Ah, you," Lu Lijing sighed. "Ling Han, did you hear that?" Ling Han held back tears, his voice hoarse. "Yes. Enough about you both. I too have erred." Lu Lijing reached out to smooth Xingshuang's hair and began to walk. "Let's not stray apart any further." Xingshuang wrapped her arms around Lu Lijing's neck, reluctant to walk on her own, fearing he might set her down. Lu Lijing chuckled and embraced her. "You are rather amusing at present." Xingshuang rested her head on Lu Lijing's shoulder and suddenly called out, "Elder brother." Lu Lijing's previously gentle expression shattered in an instant. He halted, stiffly responding, "Do not address me in that manner." "Why not?" Xingshuang assumed Lu Lijing was reminded of his younger brother upon seeing her diminutive form. Lu Lijing remained silent and continued walking. "You are angry," Xingshuang asserted rather than questioned. After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing calmly replied, "I am not. Just please refrain from calling me that." "Understood." Xingshuang ceased her inquiries, recognizing that Lu Lijing detested comparisons to his brother. With one arm around Xingshuang and the other supporting her back, Lu Lijing recalled a time many years ago when he held a child in a similar manner. Ling Han, having overheard their discussion of anger, worried that Lu Lijing and Li Xingshuang might quarrel, quickly stepped forward, speaking from half a step behind Lu Lijing. Elder Xianyun, if you feel weary, allow me to carry master. At these words, Lu Lijing tightened his grip, seemingly anxious that Ling Han might attempt to wrest her away. I am not so feeble as to be unable to carry a child. Ling Han pursed his lips slightly and said, Disciple harbors no such intention, but merely observes the unwavering expression on Elder Xianyun's face. Lu Lijing tugged at the corner of his mouth, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes. It appears that you, dear junior apprentice Ling Han, have misinterpreted our brotherly bond. Did you not previously engage in discussions regarding Elder Tianyun with disciples from the outer sect? Are you suggesting that we are at odds with Xingshuang? Chapter 38. Each with their own thoughts, Ling Han's expression subtly shifted. He was about to offer an explanation when Li Xingshuang inquired, When did you go to the outer sect? For a moment, both were uncertain whom he was addressing. Yet Lu Lijing responded, When you previously attended a meeting with Ruo Feng, I encountered Ling Han at the outer sect. He was visiting a female disciple with whom he shares a close acquaintance. Is it Ning Mo Ro? The moment the words escaped his lips, both their expressions changed. Ling Han stammered, Master, how do you know? Meanwhile, Lu Lijing, walking ahead, furrowed his brow, concealing his expression from both. Li Xingshuang nudda. It seems Ling Han, who has not succumbed to demonic influence, has indeed developed a deeper bond with the destined daughter. How splendid. This is indeed a joyous occasion. I have met her. She is reputed to be a good friend of yours from the outer sect. Leaning on Lu Lijing's shoulder, Li Xingshuang continued, She is a fine girl, possessing a delightful character and striking beauty. Li Xingshuang made a concerted effort to advocate for Ling Han, wishing to facilitate a romantic union, not out of a desire for matchmaking, but rather in hopes that these two fated individuals could join forces to strengthen Wang Shuelu. However, Ling Han's countenance grew increasingly grim. Li Xingshuang, puzzled by his apparent discontent, heard Ling Han's voice tremble as he asked, Master, do you favor girls like junior sister Ning? It was then that Li Xingshuang comprehended Ling Han's misunderstanding, that he presumed Li Xingshuang had developed feelings for Ning Mo Ro and sought to rival him. Setting aside the fact that Li Xingshuang harbored no such extraneous emotions, even if he did, he would never be so presumptuous as to compete with the son of destiny. No, Ling Han exhaled in relief. I merely hold her in high regard. Were her cultivation to be higher, I would consider taking her as my disciple. Elder Xianyun, could you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe. Li Xingshuang, halfway through his sentence, nearly found his ribs crushed by the old man's embrace. Only then did Lu Lijing realize he had unconsciously exerted some force and promptly eased his hold. Ling Han's face paled dramatically. Is that so? While he could deceive himself regarding Yu Chu by being the disciple of that old man, how could he justify Ning Mo Ro's merit? Her talent was hardly commendable, and her admission into Wang Shuelu was already an extraordinary feat. Why would Li Xingshuang admire her? Was it merely her beauty? Did he wish to take a stunning female disciple? No. Master could not be so superficial. Seeing Ling Han so elated that he was at a loss for words, Li Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Elder Xianyun, what do you think? Lu Lijing's expression was not particularly favorable either, yet he possessed a remarkable ability to conceal his feelings. He smiled faintly. I have met that disciple as well. Her talent is far too low, and her cultivation does not measure up to her peers. Should you take her as your disciple, the other disciples may harbor feelings of discontent. Yu Chu Bai's talent may not be high, but does that grant him preferential treatment? Li Xingshuang was somewhat displeased with Lu Lijing's double standards. Although his own talent was not exceptional, it was certainly not inferior to that female disciple's. Moreover, as the young master of the sect, he held a significant status. As Lu Lijing spoke, he gazed at Li Xingfeng for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. Hasn't he yet formally accepted you as his master? If you truly dislike him, I could certainly mention it to the Zhaoju sect. Ling Han immediately looked over with hope, surprised that the old tortoise could exhibit such sensibility. Li Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively, let it be. After having accepted so much money from the young man, Would you really have me return at all? Why not? Lu Lijing replied cheerfully. If you can part with him, surely I can as well. Li Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Selling me wouldn't fetch as much. Lu Lijing chuckled. Do you truly think I would sell you? What difference is there between your actions and selling me? Li Xingfeng retorta. Ah, that is my fault. Lu Lijing admitted without a hint of defense. You would sell me without offering any benefits? Li Xingfeng continued to accuse. Lu Lijing nodded. That is indeed my mistake. Li Xingfeng replied. What use is acknowledging your fault if you do not compensate me? He decided to let the matter drop, leaning back against Lu Lijing's shoulder. He turned to Ling Han. Ling Han, do you wish for a junior sister? Ling Han's expression stiffened. When parents inquire if a child desires siblings, they are typically already expecting. In a similar vein, when a master asks a disciple if they wish for junior siblings, they are likely prepared to take on more students. Ling Han hesitated to refuse outright, both because he could not influence his master's decisions and out of fear of inciting his anger. Finally, he stammered, Master. The junior brother has yet to join the sect. If you were to take on 2 disciples at once, it would surely be quite a handful. Moreover, the junior sister's cultivation is still too low. Perhaps it would be better to wait until she is stronger. Ah, you make a fair point. Li Xingfeng nodded, realizing that Ling Han likely wished to see Ning Moru as well. His thoughts aligned with Li Xingfeng's. Both preferred to wait until Ning Moru's cultivation improved. The 3 of them were on entirely different wavelengths, each with their own hidden agendas, yet undeniably fragmented. Ling Han felt a deep sorrow regarding Li Xingfeng's desire to take on disciples, not out of resentment towards Li Xingfeng, but rather a sense of inadequacy. He did not want his master to take on more disciples, even though he understood that it was a natural occurrence. He shouldn't feel this way. Yet, jealousy gnawed at him. He feared that another might divert his master's attention from him, robbing him of the gentleness that had once been exclusively his. When he suggested waiting for the junior sister to grow stronger, a malicious thought crossed his mind. Given Ning Moru's innate talent, no matter how hard she tried, her progress will be limited. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng mused that the 2 of them, both endowed with extraordinary talent, were indeed a perfect match. According to the original fate, Ling Han and Ning Moru were not meant to be together, likely due to Ling Han's dark path. However, after Li Xingfeng altered their destinies, both were now respected cultivators, free to unite openly. Li Xingfeng even pondered whether he should take it upon himself to guide these fated individuals and whether their offspring might emerge as extraordinary protagonists. After all, how could the children of 2 favored by destiny be anything less than remarkable? As for Lu Lijing, a shadow of gloom clouded his features. Due to exerting too much force with his hands, Li Xingshuang tugged at his ear. Lu Lijing cast a helpless glance at Li Xingshuang and, feeling discomfort, murmured that it was fine and that she need not pull him. Li Xingshuang, having been restrained twice, pushed him away in discontent, declaring that she did not wish to be embraced and wanted to be set down. Upon hearing this, Ling Han promptly approached with eagerness, suggesting, Master, if you do not mind, allow your disciple to carry you. Lu Lijing, loath to relinquish his hold, gently coaxed, Xingshuang, do not sulk. How does it appear for a disciple to carry you? Li Xingshuang tugged at Lu Lijing's collar, questioning, do you not feel that we are merely circling back here? How long shall we wander in pursuit of your lead before we can escape? Lu Lijing was momentarily at a loss for words, preoccupied with organizing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Failing to recognize the familiarity of the path they seemed to have traversed once more. It appeared they had once again approached the fork in the road where they had first encountered each other. Ling Han surveyed their surroundings and proposed, Master, shall I attempt to break through this place once more? Li Xingshuang lifted her gaze towards the stone wall, realizing that their only option was to hope it would not collapse. Let us try, she replied. Ling Han readied his sword, channeling his energy as he struck at the adjacent stone wall. Indeed, the wall shattered, yet simultaneously, the entire cave began to tremble. Li Xingshuang was instantly struck by a foreboding sensation. Is there any use in attempting to piece this back together now? Chapter 39. The 5 stone statues. Lu Lijing waved his hand to erect a protective barrier of spiritual energy, enveloping the 3 of them within. The stone cave crumbled in fragments, and the ground beneath them trembled, opening a portal that pulled them into its depths. Li Xingfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, vowing never to encounter a teleportation portal again in his lifetime. Fortunately, he did not fall, and the trio remained together, cradled securely in Lu Lijing's embrace. Ling Han, however, was less fortunate, landing unceremoniously on his rear. As Li Xingfeng surveyed his surroundings, he found himself standing on a circular plaza paved with stone bricks, surrounded by 5 stone statues. The sky above was no longer a dark purple, but a vivid crimson, swirling with an ominous aura. Before them stood a stone door, and as Lu Lijing approached, Li Xingfeng noticed the inscriptions carved upon it. To open this door, shatter the statues in the correct order. The female demon comes before the malevolent spirit, yet after the elder. The elder follows the shadow fiend, but precedes the dragon. The malevolent spirit is not the last. Li Xingfeng was at a loss for words. Was there really a need for such reasoning? Ling Han leaned closer to inspect the inscriptions, but seemed somewhat befuddled. Lu Lijing remarked, in order from front to back, they're the shadow fiend, the elder, the female demon, the malevolent spirit, and the dragon. How do you calculate so quickly? Li Xingfeng had barely finished reading when Lu Lijing had already deduced the answer. His efficiency was indeed the complete opposite of his speech rate. Lu Lijing smiled. It only appears convoluted. In truth, it's quite simple. Li Xingfeng, disinterested in pondering its simplicity, turned his gaze toward the 5 statues. But who do these statues represent? The craftsmanship of the demon race is rather poor, is it not? Aside from the dragon, which is somewhat distinguishable, the others are horridly misshapen human figures. Lu Lijing appeared somewhat perplexed. Ling Han, pointing at each statue, expressed his confusion. Isn't this obvious? This one is female, this one is old, this one is a dragon, this one is a shadow creature, and this one is a spirit. Li Xingfeng was astonished. Goodness, the innate talent of the demon race. Lu Lijing turned to Ling Han. In that case, dear disciple, you shall shatter the statues. I will hold onto Xingfeng, which makes it inconvenient for me. Ling Han obediently complied, though his memory was not particularly sharp. Could you please remind me of the order? Elder Xinyan? I seem to have forgotten. Lu Lijing smiled. Xingfeng, is your disciple's memory truly so lacking? Li Xingfeng playfully tugged at his ear. Is your memory any better? Do you not know the saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank? Do not despise the youth for their poverty. If he fumbles, the sect may be doomed. Li Xingfeng felt a profound sense of concern for Wanshui Tower. Lu Lijing, unfazed, replied, very well, my mistake, pull his ear again and it may come off. Ling Han, the first statue is the shadow fiend. Ling Han summoned his spiritual energy and swung his sword at the shadow fiend statue. However, rather than shattering, the statue began to tremble, and moments later, dark figures emerged from the ground. The shadow fiends, while not particularly strong, were comparable to the skeletons found in the secret chamber. At the mid-tier of the Qi balance realm, had he struck incorrectly, or did attacking the statue summon the creatures? Li Xingfeng had no time to contemplate, as Lu Lijing swiftly eradicated the shadow fiends with a mere gesture. As the shadow fiends fell, the statue shattered as well. Li Xingshuang had come to understand the mechanism. Next, the old man commanded Lu Lijing. Ling Han swung at another statue, and from the ground emerged a wrinkled, grotesque old man with a large mole on his face. Although there was but one, he was a high-ranking demon, his cultivation far surpassing that of the previous shadow demons, likely at the brink of the soul-entering realm. High-ranking demons bear resemblance to humans, with no reproductive isolation, which explains the existence of hybrids like Ling Han. However, this old man was so hideously misshapen that one could hardly discern any human likeness without careful observation. Just as Lu Lijing was about to strike, the old demon immediately interjected, wait. Both Lu Lijing and Li Xingshuang raised their eyebrows. There's an ancient saying among humans, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The old demon retreated back into the earth, proclaiming, I surrender. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The 3 of them exchanged incredulous glances. Is there really someone who surrenders? After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing addressed Ling Han. Next, The female demons. This time, two scantily clad female demons appeared. Their forms and features resembled those of human women, albeit with deep blue skin and black horns sprouting from their heads. Strictly speaking, demons do not belong to the demon race, but rather to the demon clan. However, they're often categorized together. The two female demons that had emerged were roughly equivalent to early-stage, soul-entering realm cultivators, indicating that the strength of these monsters was escalating. Yet, for Lu Lijing and Xingshuang, they posed no significant threat. After dispatching the female demons, they encountered the evil spirits. The strength of these spirits was comparable to that of the female demons, but there were quite a few, over a dozen. Lu Lijing finally set Xingshuang down, having held her previously with great reluctance. Now, faced with a slight challenge, he felt it best to remain vigilant. He placed Xingshuang in a safe spot and advanced with his sword. Meanwhile, Ling Han immediately nestled beside his master, squatting down to be closer. Xingshuang reached out, gently grasping Ling Han's fingers. "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you." He mistakenly believed Ling Han was concerned about being caught in the fray, given that the battle surpassed Ling Han's current strength. Though Ling Han merely wished to be close to his master, he refrained from clarifying and leaned a bit closer to Xingshuang, responding, "With you here, I fear nothing." Xingshuang nodded, using her small frame to shield her disciple, a sight that appeared quite incongruous. Meanwhile, Lu Lijing had already dealt with the evil spirits and casually struck the final statue, the demon dragon. Xingshuang had previously seen a mural of the demon dragon in the stone cave and could only say that it bore no resemblance to this statue. As the statue shattered, a massive demon dragon erupted from the ground with a fierce roar. This demon dragon's cultivation was akin to that of a practitioner in the initial stage of the heart illumination realm, roughly on par with Xingshuang. Additionally, its ability to fly would complicate aerial combat. Lu Lijing's gaze turned to Xingshuang, initially tinged with concern, but upon observing the two individuals nearly pressed together, his brow furrowed slightly. However, it was only a moment before a subtle smile graced his lips, barely perceptible. The force behind the sword that he thrust forth diminished slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xingshuang witnessed Lu Lijing's sword being parried, resulting in the latter being clawed by the demonic dragon on the arm. Although he was aware of the dragon's formidable power, Xingshuang had initially believed that Lu Lijing would manage the situation. Thus, he had chosen to remain in place to protect Ling Han rather than intervene. However, upon witnessing his comrade in distress, Xingshuang could not stand idly by. He swiftly cast a protective barrier of spiritual energy and advanced with his sword to assist. Chapter 40. Are you engaging in academic fraud? Xingshuang initially believed that the demon dragon possessed formidable strength. However, much to his astonishment, when he thrust his sword downwards, the demon dragon let out a piercing wail. With swift precision, he struck again, this time cleaving into the creature's wing, which instantly manifested a deep gash, blood splattering in all directions. Severely wounded, the demon dragon howled in agony, desperately flapping its injured wing, yet remained precariously airborne, swaying erratically in the sky. This prompted Xingshuang to cast a dubious glance at Lu Lijing. "What on earth, my friend? Are you indulging in academic deception?" Lu Lijing innocently met his gaze. "Apologies, I underestimated it just now." Regardless of whether it was an excuse or not, now was not the time for such considerations. Although Lu Lijing had sustained some injuries, he still retained the capacity to fight and promptly advanced to join forces with Xingshuang to vanquish the demon dragon. As the demon dragon fell, like other monsters, it dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. "What a pity," Xingshuang remarked casually. "If it were a genuine dragon, there would have been ample materials to utilize. Alas, these creatures are mere constructs formed by the array." The stone door emitted a deep, grinding sound as it slowly parted. Simultaneously, the shattered fragments of statues scattered across the ground began to tremble, levitating into the air and gradually merging, seamlessly reassembling into their original forms. Xingshuang gazed up at the injured Lu Lijing and offered him a vial of healing elixir. "Elder Xianyan, are you all right?" Healing with spiritual energy requires time and is best conducted in a safe environment. given the perilous nature of this place, where danger could lurk at any moment. It would be far more efficient to consume some restorative medicine. Lu Lijing patted Li Xinghuang's head. I brought my own healing salves, and it's merely a superficial wound. I'll recover shortly. Let us proceed. The self-healing abilities of cultivators far surpass those of ordinary individuals. With Lu Lijing's cultivation level, superficial injuries indeed heal rapidly. As Li Xinghuang approached the door, he inquired, Elder Xianyun, that demon dragon was formidable enough to overpower me. What happened to you? Lu Lijing blinked. As I mentioned, I underestimated it. Li Xinghuang replied, I don't believe that. What do you think the reason is? Lu Lijing slightly bent down and smiled. Li Xinghuang, his expression grave, responded, perhaps you should confess to the sect leader about your inflated cultivation level. Don't be embarrassed. If our sect's combat strength assessment is flawed, it could lead to dire consequences. Lu Lijing fell momentarily silent, caught off guard by the remark. As they conversed, they reached the door, revealing a dimly lit staircase leading underground. Just as Li Xinghuang was about to step inside, Lu Lijing grasped the back of his collar. Let me go first. It appears rather perilous, Lu Lijing asserted. Li Xinghuang turned to him. Forget it. If you're weaker than I am, don't pretend. If you're worried about a total collapse, I'll scout ahead. Ling Han volunteered. Master, I am of no use here. It doesn't matter if something goes awry. Allow me to go. Li Xingshuang, furuit harburoth. Do not speak of it that way. You are of great value to me. However, Ling Han reminded Li Xingshuang that, with his fortune, he was unlikely to encounter any dire crises. Yet, there existed another possibility. The child of destiny might be fortunate, while those around him could suffer misfortune. Li Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. I shall take you inside. Elder Xianyun, you may remain here. I will call for you if there is any need. If it were indeed the latter, Li Xingshuang felt she could bear her own misfortune, but if anything were to befall Lu Lijing, then the Wangshui Tower would be beyond salvation. However, to Lu Lijing, this statement signified both mistrust and mockery. Although aware that Li Xingshuang's straightforward nature was meant literally, Lu Lijing still felt displeased. If Ling Han can enter, why must I remain outside? Very well, let us enter together, Lu Lijing said, bending down to extend his hand to Li Xingshuang. Be careful not to fall. Allow me to guide you. Li Xingshuang thought to herself that this old fellow truly cared for appearances, feigning bravery despite his fear. Yet, it was no great matter. She reached out and grasped his fingers. Let's go. The cool, soft sensation transmitted through their fingers caused Lu Lijing's face to break into a smile once more. Ling Han's expression darkened. The three descended the long staircase, which seemed to stretch endlessly. After 10 minutes of descent, they finally beheld the hidden chamber below. Approximately 50 to 60 square meters in size, it was filled with an array of magical artifacts, resembling a vast repository. In the center of the room stood a stone table, upon which rested a crystal for recording images, akin to a videotape in the realm of cultivation. The table was somewhat elevated, prompting Li Xingshuang to rise on her toes to reach it. Observing this, Lu Lijing chuckled as he retrieved it and handed it to her. Upon obtaining the crystal, Li Xingshuang infused it with her spiritual energy, and an image materialized in midair. The projection revealed an elderly female cultivator, modestly dressed, exuding a gentle demeanor. She gazed ahead and slowly began to speak. My cultivation has never advanced further. My life is drawing to a close. She wearily closed her eyes. The human race cannot accept me, and I refuse to descend into demonic cultivation. I have lingered in this chaotic realm for over a millennium. Li Xingshuang grasped the situation. This cultivator, like Ling Han, also bore a trace of demonic blood. She glanced at Ling Han, and indeed his hands clenched tightly, clearly resonating with the words of this cultivator. I shall ultimately embrace death, returning to silence. I do not know whether it will be darkness or void. I once thought I could face it calmly, yet now I still fear death. Perhaps it is the unwillingness to accept that all will perish after death, that I will lose all will and cease to exist. Li Xingshuang slightly lowered her eyelids, her expression seemingly one of compassion, yet her eyes betrayed an indifference. It was as though an endless cold night enveloped her, desolate and frigid, devoid of any emotion to stir the still waters of her heart. If a fated one should arrive here, please accept my relics. I hope you may become an extension of my will. The recording concluded. Ling Han stood there in a daze, seemingly struck by a moment of profound realization. Xingshuang stifled a yawn, exhibiting a languid demeanor as he sauntered to the side, preparing to scavenge the items in the vicinity. Just as he began to gather belongings into the system warehouse, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating around him. Momentarily taken aback, he glanced at Ling Han, who remained utterly still, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a meditative monk. Surrounding his form, wisps of spiritual essence seemed to be summoned, converging towards him and gradually being absorbed into his being. The scene clearly indicated that he was on the brink of a significant breakthrough. For a moment, Xingshuang hesitated in his task of collecting items. Is this what it means to be a child of destiny? Can one attain enlightenment even through a mere animated sequence? Chapter 41. Reminiscing about the past upon witnessing Ling Han's sudden breakthrough, Xingshuang and Lu Lijing were both taken aback. However, they chose to remain silent, refraining from interrupting him. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, and as elders, their duty was to stand guard and support. After approximately 15 minutes, Ling Han opened his eyes, having ascended to the Qi balance realm. Noticing the two elders gazing at him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Master, Elder Xianyun, I apologize for taking up your time. I was merely caught in a moment of enlightenment, he said. Lu Lijing smilat sufli. It is indeed a commendable thing for the younger generation to make progress. We are pleased for you and would never hold it against you. Xingshuang nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Lu Lijing continued. Ling Han, you truly possess extraordinary talent to have achieved a breakthrough under such circumstances. It is indeed remarkable. Xingshuang concurred. If all disciples of Wang Shui Tower could emulate your perceptiveness and ability to draw inferences, we elders could rest assured about the future of Wang Shui Tower. Xingshuang nodded again, indeed. Elder Xianyun, you may be overthinking this. My disciple is undoubtedly unique. Do you think the child of destiny is as common as cabbage? Our sect is fortunate to have two such talents. Ling Han became even more bashful. Master, you flatter me. I am but a dullard, merely inspired by the words of that esteemed elder. All credit goes to the wisdom of those before me. Xingshuang ceased his flattery and gestured toward the pile of treasures. Is there anything you desire? Ling Han replied obediently. I have done nothing to merit reward. Besides, I am already quite satisfied with my cultivation improvement. Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Elder Xianyun, how should we allocate these? Lu Lijing responded, take whatever you fancy. The rest can be returned to the sect. I have no particular needs. Take it all back. As Xingshuang spoke, he continued to gather items into his system. Once the collection was complete, the area was left barren, resembling a locust-swept landscape, and the three of them ascended the staircase. An empty plaza now revealed a teleportation portal, causing Xingshuang a sense of queasiness. He had a distaste for teleportation. Well, it's unavoidable, he thought. To prevent a fall, Xingshuang raised his hand towards Lu Lijing. Carry me. This way, if he were to tumble, there would be someone to cushion the fall. Yet, what if he ended up being the cushion? Lu Lijing chuckled and lifted him. So clingy, or perhaps you're afraid. Xingshuang chose to ignore him, noting that Lu Lijing had a rather irritating tongue. Upon traversing the portal, they were met once again with the purple-black sky and withered vegetation, a scene identical to their arrival. Are we truly going to spend another 15 days in this wretched place? Xingshuang lamenta. Lu Lijing replied, not quite. There are still 14 days remaining. 1 day has already passed. Xingshuang exclaimed, has it been that long? Lu Lijing turned to Ling Han. If you continue to follow us, your strength may not develop. It is time for you to embark on your own independent journey. Ling Han understood the wisdom in Lu Lijing's words. Yet he cast a reluctant glance at Xingfeng. Master, it's all right. If you are afraid, just stay close to me, Xingfeng reassured him. Lu Lijing sighed. By indulging him like this, do you truly believe you are acting in his best interest? Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively. I will merely observe, without intervening, to prevent any danger. He is my only disciple. How could I not protect him properly? Ling Han felt a surge of emotion, master. Lu Lijing remarked softly, soon there will be two. Li Xingfeng retorted, indeed, you have a knack for striking the wrong chord. As anticipated, Ling Han's expression fell at once. Even with a new disciple, my feelings for him will not change, Li Xingfeng asserted, tugging at Lu Lijing's collar. Do not sow discord. He pointedly addressed Lu Lijing's intentions. Ling Han could not help but smile, yet he recognized that he should not create trouble for his master. Simultaneously, he truly required experience. Thank you, master. But Elder Xianyun is correct. I do need more practical training. He felt a twinge of reluctance to part from Li Xingfeng. Yet he understood he could not forever rely on his master. He must grow stronger. Li Xingfeng pondered, since you have voiced your intent, then go ahead, but be cautious. He reflected that Ling Han had already benefited from numerous opportunities by his side. Fortune could not last indefinitely. Since Ling Han was willing, it was time for him to venture forth and gain experience. I can level up in the background. There is no need for me to supervise continuously. Let's split up. Li Xingfeng suggested to Lu Lijing, we should seek out disciples from the Wangshui Tower. I wonder if any have encountered danger. In truth, Li Xingfeng was secretly hoping to find a quiet place for a well-deserved nap. However, Lu Lijing, intrigue, lifted him high in your current state. Who would mistake you for Elder Guiyan? Li Xingfeng replied, seemingly devoid of all strength and means. Then what shall I do? He lowered his head. Do you know of any methods to lift the curse? It would be rather embarrassing to be seen in this predicament, though he personally did not mind. The sight of an elder from the Wangshui Tower being cursed in the secret realm would surely tarnish their reputation. Lu Lijing mused. It would be best to ascertain what caused the curse. Li Xingfeng said, first, let me down. Lu Lijing complied and set him down. Li Xingfeng retrieved a black jade talisman from his system, and Lu Lijing frowned upon seeing it. Where did you get this? Lu Lijing disdainfully took it, clearly sensing something amiss. It carries a heavy aura of death. Do you still wish to play with it? Li Xingfeng defended himself. I had no idea it would shrink me. I thought it would at most kill me. Lu Lijing lightly tapped Li Xingfeng's forehead, exasperated, you little rascal. Li Xingfeng inexplicably covered his forehead. Never play with such dangerous items again. Lu Lijing tucked the talisman away. I will study it and get back to you. All right. Li Xingfeng, Ruplia. And Lu Lijing sighed, remarking that regardless of the circumstances, one must never underestimate the value of one's own life. Li Xingfeng, umfaza, raturta. I want tea. I'm not so easily extinguished. Lu Lijing crouched down, stating, even if one does not vanish eternally, the act of waiting can inflict profound suffering, and it is an excruciatingly protracted wait. Li Xingfeng, puzzled, queried, have you been possessed by an artistic soul? What nonsensical words are you uttering? Surely, you are not attempting to compose poetry? Lu Lijing gently ruffled Li Xingfeng's hair, replying, it is nothing, merely a recollection of bygone days. Chapter 42. Reunion with Lingxi. After discovering his diminutive form, Li Xingshuang noticed that Lu Lijing took great pleasure in patting his head, treating him as if he were a child. Lu Lijing bent down and gently inquired, do you still wish to be held? Li Xingshuang reached out and clasped his neck. Lu Lijing lifted him up, letting out a sigh. I wonder if we can find a means to break the curse within the secret realm. In your current state, it is quite challenging for me to explain this to the sect leader. Are you not more powerful than him? Is there really a need for you to explain? Lu Lijing chuckled softly. What nonsense are you spouting? The sect leader is, after all, the sect leader. He merely jokes around most of the time. Li Xingshuang pondered. Then he should blame my inadequacy, not you. Lu Lijing affectionately ruffled Li Xingshuang. He would never hold you responsible. Li Xingshuang was puzzled by Lu Lijing's assurance. Why not? He cannot bear to blame you. Lu Lijing replied gently. When you insisted on protecting Ling Han, he did not argue with you, did he? After reflecting, Li Xingshuang acknowledged this to be true. The sect leader had merely asked if he was resolute in shielding Ling Han, and subsequently acquiesced. Our generation has already dwindled, and you are the youngest among us. Among his peers, aside from Hiruo Feng, everyone was considerably older. Perhaps this was why his seniors showed him a certain favoritism. It goes without saying that Run and he, with her innate kindness, treated Li Xingshuang with exceptional gentleness, almost to the point of indulgence. Although he Ruofeng appeared to be at odds with Li Xingshuang, their disputes were merely playful banter, never escalating to genuine conflict. His own fiery temper was directed towards others, revealing a certain double standard. Li Xingshuang did not require their undue attention. In reality, he had lived far longer than they had. There is no need for special treatment. I should bear the consequences of my mistakes, Li Xingshuang stated matter-of-factly. If Ling Han truly succumbs to darkness, I shall take responsibility. Lu Lijing laughed. Can you truly shoulder that burden alone? Li Xingshuang, Ria, earnestly. Whether I can or cannot, it is my obligation. You seem to care deeply for Ling Han, Lu Lijing remarked, his gaze dimming. Is he that important to you? Li Xingshuang considered the question seriously, relatively important. And what about me? Lu Lijing fixed his gaze upon Li Xingshuang. Their previous interactions have been sparse. They were not particularly familiar, merely colleagues. Yet, as an elder of the Wang Shui Tower, Lu Lijing was indeed a pivotal figure. You are important as well, Li Xingshuang admitted. Lu Lijing smiled gently, but remained silent. The two continued in comfortable silence until Li Xingshuang leaned against Lu Lijing's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Li Xingshuang was roused by the sound of conversation. Nearby lay the remnants of a collapsed ruin, where a girl, approximately 13 or 14 years old, stood wielding a massive hammer amidst the bodies of several demon clan members. Elder Lingxi, the girl smiled brightly. Ah, it is Elder Xianyan. And this child is... Li Xingshuang met Lingxi's gaze as she regarded him curiously. Gazing at that familiar yet slightly diminished face, Lingxi widened her eyes in surprise. She exclaimed. Could this possibly be the child of the celestial monarch of stars and frost? Lu Lijing teasingly winked at Li Xingshuang. Caught in a dilemma, Li Xingshuang found himself unable to affirm or deny, for if he acknowledged it, he would have to accept the child as his own. Yet if he refuted it, he would struggle to explain his identity. Should Lingxi discover that he was cursed, it would be a disgrace to the Wangshui Tower. Slowly, Li Xingshuang's gaze shifted towards Lu Lijing, who showed no intention of coming to his aid. With a slight smirk, he appeared to relish in the unfolding absurdity. I am indeed Li Xingshuang, he declared. Lingxi, taken aback, exclaimed, Celestial monarch of stars and frost, how have you shrunk? You are utterly adorable now. Li Xingshuang dismissed her last comment. This is merely my energy-saving mode. It conserves stamina and is more suitable for exploring secret realms, Lingxi Elder remarked, half convinced. Li Xingshuang retorted, and why? Pray tell, do you maintain a childlike appearance? At this, Lingxi's face flushed, and with a hint of indignation, she replied, This is my adult form, albeit a tad shorter. Moments later, Lingxi's irritation faded, and she beamed at Lu Lijing, raising her arms, Elder Xianyan. It is my first time seeing the celestial monarch in this guise. May I hold him? Lu Lijing, maintaining a composed demeanor, tightened his embrace around Li Xingshuang as if to prevent her from claiming him. The propriety of gender dictates otherwise, Elder Lingxi. Please conduct yourself accordingly. Celestial monarch Lingxi purred playfully. Given our relationship, what is there to avoid? Li Xingshuang pondered. What precisely was their relationship? Seeing Li Xingshuang's silence, Lingxi's eyes glistened with tears. Appearing pitiful, Celestial monarch, I have guarded my heart for you all these years. Must you be so aloof? Li Xingshuang Kariya. What does guarding one's heart mean? Lingxi Elder asserted confidently. It is far more challenging to guard one's body. Besides, we are from the Huan sect. Yet, my heart has only ever belonged to you. I have never loved another. Both Li Xingshuang and Lu Lijing fell silent. Lu Lijing was taken aback by the Huan sect's audacity, while Li Xingshuang felt an inexplicable confusion. Why would she harbor such feelings for him? Lingxi Elder sweetly remarked, Celestial monarch, you are a paragon of elegance, striking in appearance. Those smitten by you could line up at the base of Wangshui Tower. What is their question? Li Xingshuang turned to Lu Lijing. Is this truly the case? Lu Lijing chuckled lightly. Why ask me? Li Xingshuang replied, Because I am unaware. I seldom venture out, and I presumed few recognized me. However, after a few recent outings, Li Xingshuang felt that many seemed to know him, even though he did not recognize them. Indeed, There are quite a few who admire you, Lu Lijing remarked, poking Li Xingshuang's forehead with his finger. Isn't there even one who pursued you to Wangshui Tower? Li Xingshuang inquired. Who? Lu Lijing remarked. What a foolish child indeed. However, it is rather inappropriate to voice such thoughts in the presence of others. He then cast his gaze upon Elder Lingxi, inquiring, Elder Lingxi, have you just arrived at this relic? Elder Lingxi sighed, responding, I have wandered around this vicinity, and it appears that someone has already come through and taken all the treasures. Remarkably, within just a day, this area has been thoroughly plundered. Elder Lingxi expressed astonishment. It's already the 4th day. Li Xingshuang questioned. Has he truly slept for such an extended period? Has another 2 days passed? Chapter 43. There will always be days of discontent. Li Xingshuang gazed once more at Lu Lijing, who smiled back at him, reassuringly stating that there was nothing that warranted waking him up. Li Xingshuang inquired, Aren't you tired from holding me for so long? I am not so feeble as to tire from cradling a child, Lu Lijing replied. But you have held me for 2 or 3 days. Li Xingshuang pointed out. I'm not fatigued, Lu Lijing asserted, ruffling his hair. Even if I were to descend 2 realms, I would not tire. Do not underestimate me. Indeed. This is a realm of cultivation, Li Xingshuang acknowledged. Elder Ling Shi, somewhat envious, raised her hand and exclaimed, Xingshuang Xianjun, allow me to hold you too. It is rare to see you in such an adorable manner. I do not know if I will have another opportunity. Not possible, Li Xingshuang replied solemnly. There should be decorum between men and women. Elder Ling Shi, please conduct yourself appropriately. He reiterated Lu Lijing's earlier words, and Lu Lijing felt a sense of gratification, realizing the training had borne fruit. Ling Shi, disheartened, lowered her hand and pouted, Xingshuang Xianjun, you are rather heartless. Li Xingshuang disregarded her lament and turned to Lu Lijing. Since there is nothing left here, let us depart. Ling Shi sheathed her mighty hammer. Wait, Xingshuang Xianjun, I wish to accompany you. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Lijing soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a graceful arc that vanished into the horizon. Elder Ling, she questioned, why do you flee so swiftly? The sky here was unlike that of the human realm, dark and foreboding. Li Xingshuang glanced north. The view from above was shrouded in darkness. It was indeed difficult to see anything in such murky conditions. Yu Chubai has proposed to you, yet you remain oblivious to his affections? Lu Lijing resumed their previous discussion. Li Xingshuang responded. He claims that I saved him in his youth, and to repay that debt, he wishes to dedicate himself to me. He does not harbor feelings for me. Lu Lijing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the thought processes of either Li Xingshuang or Yu Chubai, whether Yu Chubai's dedication was genuine or merely a pretext. He could ascertain that the gaze Yu Chubai cast upon Li Xingshuang was filled with yearning. After a lengthy pause, Lu Lijing inquired, And what of Ling Shi? Her affection for you is rather evident. Li Xingshuang replied, It is not love. She merely desires to share my bed. There is no need for such bluntness, Lu Lijing remarked, momentarily speechless before asking, What do you believe constitutes true affection? Affection? Li Xingshuang pondered. To be honest, I'm uncertain of what that feeling entails. Many have spoken to me of liking, affection, and love, yet I find myself unable to grasp these emotions. His gaze drifted ahead, seemingly vacant. I do not know what it feels like to love someone. Some have told me that it is the desire to offer everything to the one you cherish. I suppose that perhaps liking someone means treating them well and making sacrifices. Many have liked me, but given enough time, that fondness often transforms into indifference or even hatred. They perceive me as an unyielding block of ice, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be nurtured. Regardless of their efforts, I remain unchanged. Lu Lijing pressed her lips together and embraced him tightly, saying, You are not. Whether or not that is true matters little. I am indifferent to such things. Li Xingshuang closed his eyes. Lu Lijing fell into silence, and when Li Xingshuang opened his eyes to look at him, he encountered the sorrow that lay suppressed within Lu Lijing's gaze. Although Li Xingshuang was not one to meddle in the affairs of others, he could not help but remark, You seem very troubled. Lu Lijing remained silent. After a prolonged moment of quiet, Li Xingshuang raised his head and asked, Did I say something wrong? He was uncertain where he had offended Lu Lijing. Surely he wouldn't dismiss him? Indeed, it is best not to engage too much with colleagues, especially those who are half superiors. Lu Lijing gently patted his back. No, I am merely contemplating matters. Are you still fatigued? Would you like to rest for a while? Only then did Li Xingshuang feel at ease and replied, I shall not sleep. Lu Lijing descended slightly on his sword, flying at a lower altitude to observe the surrounding scenery and decide if they should pause. His flight was neither swift nor slow. The wind tousled his hair and sleeves behind him, rendering him somewhat ethereal, evoking an aura of celestial grace. Do you have anything you still care about? Lu Lijing suddenly inquired. Li Xingshuang responded, Indeed. What is it? To lead the Wangzuolu to greatness and achieve new heights. For a moment, Lu Lijing thought Li Xingshuang was being dismissive, but upon glancing down, he saw the utmost seriousness etched on Li Xingshuang's face. Lu Lijing asked, Is this your most important concern? Li Xingshuang nodded. What about beyond that? There is nothing else. Another silence ensued. Occasionally, they encountered members of the demon clan along the way, but Lu Lijing could not be bothered unless they approached with hostility. And those instances were typically handled effortlessly by Li Xingshuang. Thus, the two remained in silence until they came across two female disciples. Judging by their attire, one was a disciple of the Ryu sect, and the other from Wangelu, likely having formed a temporary alliance in the secret realm. Both were gravely injured, leaning against a tree to recuperate. Upon hearing their approach, they immediately heightened their guard, but upon recognizing their visitors, they sighed in relief. The Wangzula disciple was particularly agitated, struggling to rise and pay her respects. Master. Lu Wuyin, no need to rise. Lu Lijing gestured lightly, recalling that she had brought healing medicine before entering the secret realm. Lu Wuyin's expression turned sheepish. Disciple. My cultivation is low, and I have encountered numerous perils in the secret realm. The healing medicine I brought has been exhausted. Lu Lijing retrieved a vial from his storage space and handed it to Lu Wuyin. You and this young lady should tend to your injuries first. Thank you, Master. Lu Wuyin respectfully accepted the vial, and, along with the disciple from the Ryu sect, each took a pill. The healing elixirs were quite costly, yet the direct disciples and elders could afford them. After consuming the healing pills, they resumed circulating their spiritual energy to recover, during which Lu Wuyin glanced curiously at the child in Lu Lijing's arms. Lu Lijing furrowed her brow slightly, prompting Lu Wuyin to immediately avert her gaze, hesitant to look further or inquire more. Among the disciples entering the secret realm, none were so youthful. Yet, Li Xingshuang suddenly interjected, Is the secret realm truly so perilous? It appears rather undemanding. Lu Wuyin felt a lump rise in her throat. How naive to speak so freely. Of course, it posed no danger for someone following their master. The nearby disciple from the sun-moving sect seemed somewhat displeased with Li Xingshuang as well, considering the child's audacity to boast. Nonetheless, her tone remained courteous. Thank you, Elder Xianyun, for your assistance. May I inquire about this young one? Lu Lijing smiled and gently tapped Li Xingshuang's forehead, encouraging her to introduce herself. Li Xingshuang glanced at the two young women. Lu Wuyin hailed from the Wangshui Tower, which mattered little. But what of the disciple from the sun-moving sect? Would she return to the sect and face ridicule from her peers? Moreover, having just claimed the difficulty of the dungeon was low, how could she now admit to being cursed within the secret realm? Li Xingshuang resorted to her prior tactic. I am elderly Xingshuang from Wangshui Tower. I have adopted a new guise that better suits my exploration of the secret realm. Chapter 44. Do not tell me he is. Lu Wuyin gazed in astonishment at the adorable child nestled in Lu Lijing's arms, unable to fathom that this was the reclusive and aloof Guiyun elder. Guiyun elder? The disciples of the Yirizong were taken aback. Are you certain that this appearance is suitable for exploring the secret realm? Li Xingshuang nodded earnestly. It conserves energy. The two female disciples were skeptical, yet none dared to voice their doubts. Lu Wuyin was equally perplexed as to why her master seemed so intimate with Guiyun elder, as they did not appear particularly familiar in their usual interactions. Wuyin, have you gained anything from the secret realm? Lu Lijing inquired, expressing concern for his disciple. Lu Wuyin replied respectfully, I have acquired a spirit-level magical artifact, and my mental cultivation has also progressed. It is neither particularly unfortunate nor exceptionally fortunate. Xingshuang mused to herself that this must be what it felt like to lack the protagonist's halo. Lu Lijing smiled kindly. As long as there is progress, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave now. Master, master. Lu Wuyin hastily followed, her face a mixture of hesitation and yearning to speak. Lu Lijing's tone was gentle. Wuyin, this journey into the secret realm is your opportunity for self-improvement. You should not rely solely on me. Lu Wuyin lowered her head, yes. Lu Lijing departed with Xingshuang. In the following days, they mostly wandered leisurely through the secret realm, encountering several disciples. However, aside from the disciples of Wangshui Tower, they preferred not to meddle in the affairs of others, perhaps due to not aligning with the fated children. Xingshuang did not encounter any extraordinary situations, nor did she discover a method to lift the curse. The days passed peacefully until the 15th day. Yet Xingshuang had still not reverted to her original form. Lu Lijing draped his outer robe over Xingshuang, presumably concerned that she might embarrass herself. Upon exiting the secret realm, everyone returned to the square of Yirizong. Some noticed Lu Lijing carrying someone concealed beneath his garment, yet none dared to approach and inquire. Ling Han bore some injuries, but he paid them no heed as he hurried to Lu Lijing's side. Elder Xianyun, is Master well? The warmth in Lu Lijing's smile turned somewhat frosty. What? Do you think I have failed to protect Xingshuang? No, disciple. I meant no such thing. Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyin approached as well. This time, Lu Lijing had brought all 5 of his direct disciples, among whom Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyin were his most cherished. Perhaps this was due to the fact that he had named and raised them. The two bowed respectfully to Lu Lijing, Master. Lu Lijing nodded. Wuchen, you have arrived just in time. You shall escort the disciples of Wangshui Tower back. I will return to the sect with Xingshuang. Although Lu Wuchen was puzzled, he promptly acquiesced. Yes, but disciple has not seen Guyan Elder. I am unaware of his. Lu Wuyin tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Senior brother. Lu Wuchen, even more perplexed, understood he should not inquire further. Lu Lijing cast another glance at Lu Wuyin. Do not speak of what should not be spoken. Lu Wuyin immediately bowed, yes. Lu Lijing cradled Xingshuang and teleported directly back to the sect, promptly making his way to Xianyun Peak. It was only upon reaching the main hall of Xianyun Peak that he gently set Xingshuang down. He lifted the cloth covering her head, saying, You shall remain here at Xianyun Peak for the time being. Wait until you recover before returning. Why? Xingshuang inquired. There are members of Zhaoju's sect at Guiyun Peak now. Do you wish to bring disgrace upon yourself? Lu Lijing playfully tapped her forehead. After some contemplation, Xingshuang acknowledged, Indeed, this would impact the sect's reputation. However, I had previously mentioned that upon my return, I would allow Yu Chubai to take me as his disciple. If I hide now, wouldn't he think I'm being untruthful? Lu Lijing reassured her. I will explain to him that you're injured and that the formalities of your apprenticeship will occur once you have fully healed. And what about the sect leader and the other elders? Xingshuang asked. Lu Lijing affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, As for them, I can only go and apologize sincerely. I have already stated that this was my doing and not your fault. Lu Lijing remained silent with a smile. Soon, sect leader Qi Jingyuan learned of Lu Lijing and Xingshuang's premature return. While Lu Lijing had valid reasons for returning early due to numerous responsibilities, the question lingered as to why Xingshuang had also come back. Qi Jingyuan convened a meeting, intending to address their irresponsible behavior in leaving disciples behind, alongside the regular work reports. However, upon seeing Xingshuang, he fell silent. Not just him. Elder Qingyan Renanha and Elder Tianyan Hiruofeng were equally taken aback. Xingshuang, holding Lu Lijing's hand, entered with a delightful gait, resembling a small, soft rice dumpling. Qi Jingyuan's expression twisted slightly. Lijing, please do not tell me this is. Lu Lijing nodded. Renanha was the first to rush forward, lifting Xingshuang effortlessly, exclaiming, Xingshuang, what happened to you? With a concerned demeanor, she cradled her in her arms and began to fuss over her. My little darling, what is going on? But you are so adorable like this. He Ruofeng, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "You old fool. Is this how you take care of someone when tasked with their care?" Lu Lijing did not retort. Instead, he bowed his head, acknowledging, "It is my fault." Renanha turned her gaze towards Lu Lijing, her face etched with worry. "Lijing, you have always been dependable. How could this happen this time?" Li Xingshuang interjected, "It is not his fault. He was not present at that time." He Ruofeng, fuming, retorted, "So he bears no blame?" Li Xingshuang hesitated before speaking up for fairness. One cannot disregard the facts, however. Qi Jingyuan sighed. "Enough, this is not the moment for accusations. Sister, please hand Xingshuang to me." He Ruofeng quickly intervened. "As long as you give her to me, that is sufficient." Reluctant to release her hold, "I shall carry her. You two are incapable of handling a child. What if she gets hurt?" She had never encountered such a young Li Xingshuang before. By the time he entered the Wangshui Tower, he was already 14, though still young. He was somewhat of a youth. Now, in this soft and delicate state, he was simply too adorable, irresistible to anyone who laid eyes upon him. And he, overflowing with maternal instinct, found it difficult to release her hold on the child, especially when the child in question was Li Xingshuang. He Ruofeng, feeling vexed, exclaimed, "How could I possibly not know how to hold a child?" Qi Jingyuan cleared his throat lightly and interjected, "Senior sister, there are distinctions between genders. Although Xingshuang appears smaller now, it does not imply he is truly a child." Lu Lijing also nodded in agreement, attempting to take Li Xingshuang from her embrace. Reluctant to part, Renanha ultimately chose to honor Li Xingshuang's own wishes. "Xingshuang, you may express your preference for who should hold you." Li Xingshuang, Rubia. "I do not wish to be held. Simply set me down." Previously, he had been too indolent to walk within the confines of the secret realm, and now that walking was unnecessary, why should he be carried continuously? Chapter 45. Why on earth? Renanha reluctantly set Li Xingshuang down. It could not resist giving his little face a gentle rub. Lu Lijing recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon finishing, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. Except for Li Xingshuang, who appeared to be lost in thought. The sect leader furrowed his brow in contemplation before beckoning Li Xingshuang over. "Xingshuang, come here." Confused, Li Xingshuang approached, and Qi Jingyuan reached out to touch his face. "If it truly is a curse, perhaps Elder Yi might hold the solution." "Which Elder Yi?" Li Xingshuang inquired, finding the surname rather evocative of a protagonist. "Elder Yi Ling from the Xinyan sect," Qi Jingyuan replied, while continuing to pinch Li Xingshuang's cheek. "The Xinyan sect is renowned for its expertise in curses and their dispelling. Elder Yi is particularly adept in this regard. I shall invite her to take a look." "Wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" Li Xingshuang asked. Qi Jingyuan lifted him onto his lap. "Who would dare say you are embarrassing?" Elder Xuanyun, Li Xingshuang Raturta. While he himself was indifferent to matters of pride, he recalled Lu Lijing's words about not disgracing the Wangshui Tower. Qi Jingyuan gazed at Lu Lijing in shock. Before he could speak, he Ruofeng interjected sharply. "He is indeed a disgrace. Isn't that your failure to manage him?" Lu Lijing offered no defense. "It is indeed my fault." This admission rendered him beyond reproach. Qi Jingyuan continued to fondle Li Xingshuang's face. "You are not disgraceful. You are quite adorable. If anyone mocks you, just tell your senior brother. Xingshuang, you are far too entertaining. Stay at Mingyun Peak and play with me." "No way," the other three chorused in unison. Renanha expressed her concern. "Jingyuan, you are not adept at taking care of children. Do not spoil Xingshuang. Give him to me." Lu Lijing spoke gently. "Sister, Xingshuang is not truly a child. Physical boundaries between genders are important. I shall care for him." He Ruofeng snorted derisively. "You have the audacity to say that? Would Li Xingshuang have ended up like this if it weren't for you?" Lu Lijing smiled thinly. "Can you truly manage him? Let us not forget. You went out with Xingshuang before, and he returned injured. Enough. Must you all bicker so?" Qi Jingyuan frowned while continuing to caress Li Xingshuang's face. "Xingshuang shall remain at Mingyun Peak. I will take good care of him. You all should return." "Very well," Lu Lijing responded, lowering his gaze and ceasing to press the matter. Regarding the situation in the secret realm, I shall compile a report once the disciples return in a few days. Upon hearing the term report, Qingmei felt a twinge of headache and waved his hand dismissively. All right, disperse. Renanha cast a lingering glance back, for it was indeed her first encounter with such an adorable little boy. She felt a twinge of regret, wishing Xingshuang had arrived at the Wang Shui Tower sooner, so she could have admired his little face a bit longer. By the time Xingshuang arrived, he had already adopted a cool and distant demeanor. Once the elders departed, Qingmei scooped Xingshuang up. However, his technique for holding a child was not as practiced, and Xingshuang clung to his neck to avoid falling. Qingmei found the situation exceedingly amusing, to the extent that he was almost reluctant to lift the curse. Xingshuang felt a flicker of doubt, pondering whether the sect leader harbored some personal grievance against him. Surely, they could not have been adversaries in the past. Very well. I shall deliver a message to Sect Master Yi. Oh, I nearly forgot. Xingshuang, while you were away, the Liuguang Hall sent you a message. Xingshuang turned to Qingmei, perplexed. Was it from Palace Master Luo? Why did she not communicate directly through divine consciousness? No, Qingmei replied. It was from Palace Master Luo's disciple. I believe her name is something like she. Haixi, Xingshuang Gusa. Ah, yes, Luo Haixi. Qingmei produced a letter, assuring. I did not peek, but messages from the outer sect always reach Mingyun Peak first. Xingshuang took the letter, noticing it was addressed to Elder Guiyun, and without hesitation, she tore it open. Esteemed Elder Guiyun, it has been some time since our last correspondence. I hope this message finds you in good health and spirits. I am grateful for your kind heart. Master is steadily recovering, and I felt compelled to express my heartfelt thanks. However, I overheard that this method may only extend life for a few years, which causes me great distress. You mentioned seeking alternative remedies, yet I have not heard Master speak of it lately. Do you, esteemed elder, have any new insights or strategies? I am acutely aware of the severity of this affliction, yet thoughts of my revered teacher keep me awake at night, and I find it hard to eat or rest. Therefore, I took the liberty to write this letter. With sincere feelings, I await your reply. Yours sincerely, Luo Haixi. Xingshuang folded the letter, contemplating the stark contrast between the girl's seemingly carefree demeanor and the eloquence of her writing. She also reminded Xingshuang that Luo Xing was still unwell. Although Xingshuang had not forgotten, he had indeed set the matter aside, believing there was still ample time. Moreover, Luo Xing had not pressed him about it. Given her evident fear of death, she must also be concerned about the situation. Noticing Xingshuang's contemplative expression after reading the letter, Qingmei playfully pinched his cheek. What did she write? You look so pensive. I wish to visit the Liuguang Hall, Xingshuang declared. Now, Xingshuang nodded. Looking like this? Qingmei hoisted him up, akin to carrying a chick. Xingshuang silently regarded Qingmei, recalling his earlier assurance that no one would mock him. No, I did not imply they would ridicule you. Qingmei buka Xingshuang's check. I recall you used to reside in Liuguang Hall. Returning in this state will surely concern your old acquaintances. Concern? Xingshuang asked, bewildered. Why? They will undoubtedly inquire about what transpired to cause such a transformation. If they learn you are cursed, your former companions will certainly feel a pang of sympathy. Xingshuang frowned, recalling that Luo Xing had indeed expressed concern for his well-being. But I am not injured, nor have I lost any cultivation. I have merely shrunk a little. Xingshuang looked utterly perplexed. When I first entered Liuguang Hall, I was no larger than this. Sister Xing has seen me like that. Wait a moment. Qingmei, astonished, set Xingshuang down on the table to sit. What did you just say? Upon my initial entrance into the Radiant Hall, I was quite diminutive, perhaps even smaller. No. Qingmei raised his hand to halt me, inquiring, what do you call the Lord of the Luo Hall? Sister Xing, I replied. Qingmei grasped Xingshuang's cheeks with fervor, exclaiming, no. Why is that? You have been the Wang Zuolu for such an extended period. Yet you have never referred to me as brother. This is a blatant preference for females over males. How outrageous! Xingshuang responded with a perplexed expression. Chapter 46. The bloodline of the demon clan. Xingshuang felt utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend why Qingmei was so fixated on a mere title. Moreover, He had never mentioned it before. Xingshuang wore an expression of innocence. Qingmei, sensing he had been outwitted, urged, "Then call me now." Xingshuang obediently replied, "Brother." Qingmei pondered for a moment, still dissatisfied at my name. Xingshuang complied, "Jingyuan, brother." At last, Qingmei was thoroughly pleased, playfully ruffling Xingshuang's hair. "Good boy, no wonder the senior sister calls you good boy. You're simply delightful." He seemed to be toying with a beautiful doll, squeezing for a while before happily lifting Xingshuang into his arms. Xingshuang calmly stated, "You still have not answered me. May I go to the Liuguang Hall?" "Not now." Qingmei gently coaxed. "Wait until you recover, then we can return, all right?" "Oh." Xingshuang did not press further. "Then may I visit the library at Mingyan Peak?" Qingmei, puzzled, replied, "Is there anywhere within your sect that you cannot go?" Xingshuang glanced at him. "But you must first set me down." "Oh, right. Haha, you are just too adorable. I cannot bear to let you go." Qingmei placed Xingshuang on the ground, intending to tousle his hair once more. But Xingshuang had already teleported away. Qingmei's hand met empty air, and he could only sigh, "This fellow." Xingshuang arrived outside the library. Due to spatial restrictions, he could not teleport inside. Today, the guardian of the library was Qingmei's third disciple, Du Yanshu, known for his amiable temperament at Wangshu Tower. He was seated at a table, engrossed in a book, and upon noticing someone enter, he immediately set his scroll aside. The library at Mingyan Peak was a standalone structure, housing a collection of books distinct from those at Yuyan Peak. Only inner disciples were permitted entry. Du Yanshu was encountering such a young inner disciple for the first time. He wondered if this newcomer was recently admitted or perhaps a lost outer disciple. He kindly inquired, "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. May I ask which peak you belong to?" Xingshuang tiptoed to place his token on the table. Du Yanshu took a glance at it. Somewhat surprised, the token of Elder Guiyun? Did Elder Guiyun send you to fetch books? Why would such a young disciple be assigned this task? Xingshuang, disinterested in elaborating, merely nodded. Du Yanshu asked, "What kind of books are you seeking? Do you require my assistance?" He mused that such a small child could only reach the second row of bookshelves. Xingshuang shook his head. Observing his silence, Du Yanshu speculated that perhaps this junior brother was mute, which was quite unfortunate. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he handed the token back with both hands. "Please go ahead, junior brother. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xingshuang accepted the token and casually tucked it back into his sleeve. He had come here for two reasons: to seek a remedy for the demonic energy infiltrating his meridians and to research ways to suppress the bloodline of the demon clan. One might wonder if these two pursuits had any commonality. The Mingyan Peak Library boasted 6 levels, with tomes pertaining to the demon clan stored on the topmost floor. Although Li Xingfeng's physical abilities have been significantly enhanced through his training, allowing him to ascend dozens of floors without fatigue, his inherent laziness led him to simply fly upwards. This behavior was rather peculiar. One would typically require at least the soul integration realm to fly unaided. Astonishing, a prodigious child. No, this cannot be merely a child. He immediately conveyed a message to Qingmei, expressing his alarm at the arrival of an extraordinary youth, who also possessed the token of Elder Guiyun. Qingmei remained composed, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, that's just Elder Guiyun. He enjoys presenting himself as youthful these days." Du Yanshu was left utterly bewildered. Did he just refer to the elder as junior brother? Elder Guiyun, a little warning would have sufficed. As a respectful and devoted disciple, Du Yanshu felt he could never again face Elder Guiyun without a sense of shame. This was utterly disrespectful, a breach of decorum, a glaring disregard for his elders. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng was wholly unconcerned. He landed on the 6th floor and began to rummage through the stacks of books. Habits and Habitats of the Demon Race, of little use. Chronicles of the Holy Demon War, a historical account, equally unhelpful. Demon Cuisine. Why does such a tome exist? Ah, here it is, Sinister Bloodline, which sounded rather juvenile, yet it was precisely what Li Xingfeng sought. This book delved into the bloodlines of the demon race, including information on the offspring born of unions between demons and humans. According to its accounts, a union between a demoness and a human male would yield daughters, whereas a union between a demon male and a human female would produce sons. Thus, it could be inferred that Ling Han's mother was human and his father was a demon. Typically, half-demon hybrids tend to inherit more from their mothers. Consequently, female half-demons are more inclined towards the demonic path, while males lean towards humanity. However, irrespective of their inclination, as long as they possess demonic blood, they inevitably inherit the darker traits of the demon race, namely brutality and a penchant for killing. Suddenly, Li Xingfeng recalled a conversation he had with Lu Lijing in the secret realm 4 days prior. Out of sheer boredom, he had casually remarked to Lu Lijing, "Elder Xianyan, I have a question for you." Lu Lijing, holding him gently, replied, "Do ask. With all your work, does the sect leader pay you handsomely?" Lu Lijing smiled. "I also oversee the finances. The subsidies for each peak and the stipend for the elders are all dispensed by my hand." Li Xingfeng was left speechless. Lu Lijing tilted his head slightly. "Do you have no other inquiries?" After a moment as contemplation, Li Xingfeng asked, "He Ruo phone referred to you as Old Tortoise. Does that not anger you?" Lu Lijing, caught off guard by the question, laughed lightly. "Many refer to me in such a manner behind my back. It's merely a nickname, hardly worth my concern." "So, you are aware of all of it?" Lu Lijing chuckled. "Is there anything concerning Wang Shui Tower that I am oblivious to? You are unaware that Ling Han is of half-demon blood." Lu Lijing's smile gradually faded. "Indeed, this was an oversight on my part. Nevertheless, it also indicates that Ling Han concealed his lineage exceedingly well. Had I known earlier of his demonic heritage, would you have killed him? It is difficult to articulate, yet I shall certainly not allow him to fall under your tutelage." Lu Lijing sighed softly. Some matters may not be his intention, yet the bloodline of the demon clan compels him to commit heinous acts. Li Xingfeng ponderat fora moment, Liu Han possesses integrity. And I believe he can resist the allure of demonic blood. Lu Lijing disagreed. The demon clan revels in slaughter and desire, standing in stark contrast to the path of cultivation. To defy one's nature is an arduous endeavor, akin to forcing a wolf or tiger to subsist on a herbivorous diet. Do you truly believe this can be achieved through sheer willpower? Li Xingfeng concluded his brief reverie and retracted his thoughts. Perhaps, in accordance with the original fate, allowing Ling Han to pursue the path of demons would be preferable. One cannot ascertain whether the well-treated Ling Han would succumb to darkness after embracing demonic power. If, as Lu Lijing asserts, the demon clan is bloodthirsty, then might the Ling Han, after his transformation, become utterly unrecognizable to his kin? Chapter 47, The Final Opportunity. Li Xingshuang harbored aspirations of nurturing the destined child to maturity, envisioning a future where he would shine brilliantly and lead the Wangshui Pavilion to unprecedented heights. However, as Lu Lijing had aptly pointed out, there lay inherent risks. Perhaps it would be prudent for him to consider an alternative path. After all, there was also a destined daughter. Although the techniques of Wangshui Pavilion were ill-suited for her, Li Xingshuang possessed methods that would be fitting. Once she grew stronger, it would be entirely reasonable to accept her as a direct disciple. After all, according to the established timeline, she was the foremost figure of the righteous path, and it would not be an insurmountable challenge for her to elevate Wangshui Pavilion to the pinnacle of sections. Li Xingshuang's contemplation of this notion was not recent. It stemmed primarily from his unfamiliarity with the destined daughter, compounded by her apparent disdain during their first encounter. While she might consider joining his ranks to become Ling Han's junior sister, there remained the possibility of her seeking opportunities elsewhere once she achieved success. In fact, Ling Han also had the potential to change affiliations. If the two of them were to collaborate in such a venture, no, that wouldn't he do. A trace of worry shadowed Li Xingshuang's features. Would it be of any use to propose cultivating a culture of loyalty and dedication to the sect leader? He lingered in the library until the late hours, until Du Yanxu ascended with a lantern to seek him out. "Elder Guiyan," Du Yanxu called out cautiously. Li Xingshuang was not surprised. He presumed the sect leader had briefed Du Yanxu on his identity. "Are you planning to close the library?" he inquired, lifting 4 hefty ancient tomes, preparing to take them with him. "No, not at all. The library remains open at night," Du Yanxu replied, somewhat flustered. "However, Master has advised that it is late and requests that Elder Guiyun return to rest. Oh, although cultivators require little sleep, Xingshuang found the prolonged reading rather tedious. He stored the books within his system and leapt directly from the upper floor, startling Du Yinshu so much that his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Xingshuang landed gracefully and stepped out of the library, only to find Qi Jingyuan waiting under an umbrella at the entrance. He had not anticipated the sect leader's personal arrival to escort him. A light rain fell during the night, carrying a slight chill. As Xingshuang approached, Qi Jingyuan handed him the umbrella before lifting him into his arms. "What were you reading in the library? It's already past the midnight hour." Xingshuang replied candidly, "Some materials related to the bloodline of the demon clan." Qi Jingyuan appeared somewhat exasperated. "You truly worry excessively for your disciple." Xingshuang responded earnestly, "I am concerned for Wangshuo Pavilion. If Ling Han encounters trouble, it would adversely affect our reputation." Qi Jingyuan playfully flicked his forehead, speaking in a mock reproach. "You are aware, and knowing this, you should not have kept him." Xingshuang refrained from retorting, his gaze dropping, resembling a remorseful creature. Qi Jingyuan could not maintain his stern demeanor for even a moment longer, immediately ruffling his hair. All right, it's my fault, all my fault. I do not blame you." In truth, Xingshuang had no intention of feigning innocence. He was merely pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Yet, upon seeing Xingshuang's expression, Qi Jingyuan's heart softened. Qi Jingyuan sighed, expressing his regret. "It is all my fault for failing to recognize Ling Han's demonic lineage. Not only did I allow him entry into the sect, but I also permitted you to take him as your disciple. Forcing you to forsake a disciple is indeed cruel. I bear the blame." Xingfeng. Qi Jingyuan was mistaken. Xingfeng was not so deeply attached to his disciples. The benefits of keeping Ling Han within the sect outweighed the risks. Thus, Xingfeng would insist on his presence. However, should the risks surpass the benefits, Xingfeng would not hesitate to abandon him and oppose him. "It is not your fault." Xingfeng raised his gaze to the gentle drizzle descending from the heavens, a cascade of delicate threads. "It is I who insisted on retaining him. Should calamity befall us, I shall atone with my life." Qi Jingyuan, alarmed, swiftly covered his mouth. "What nonsense! Do not speak such foolishness, child. Such talk of life and death must never be uttered again." Xingfeng blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Qi Jingyuan's exaggerated reaction, as if someone had trodden upon his tail. Qi Jingyuan continued his ramblings for a while longer before finally reaching the main hall. Xingfeng folded his umbrella and handed it to the disciple guarding the entrance. Just as Qi Jingyuan was about to enter, he recalled something and instructed, "Fetch a sleeping robe for Elder Guiyun." "Understood." As Qi Jingyuan guided Xingfeng into the room, he continued his lecture, "Regardless of what happens, do not think you must bear it alone. Even if you were to poke a hole in the heavens, your senior brothers would support you. Do you understand?" Xingfeng, puzzled, asked, "How does one poke a hole in the heavens? Are you suggesting tearing the atmosphere? Can it even be repaired?" Truly, such was the realm of cultivation. However, Xingfeng possessed no ability to rend the heavens. "What nonsense! I was merely speaking metaphorically." Qi Jingyuan, bewildered by the child's strange words, insisted, "You must never underestimate your own life. No matter the circumstances, do not risk your life recklessly. Do you understand?" "Oh." Xingfeng raplia dismissively. Should Ling Han betray them, the Wangshuo Tower would likely suffer dire consequences. If the Wangshuo Tower were to falter, it would not ascend to the esteemed position of the first orthodox sect within a century, and might even face annihilation. If the Wangshuo Tower failed to achieve supremacy, Xingfeng's mission would remain unfulfilled. This was Xingfeng's final task, the sole matter he held dear. Failure meant he would be devoid of aspirations, indifferent to whatever transpired thereafter. In the event that the Wangshuo Tower truly fell victim to Ling Han's treachery, inciting hatred towards him as the one who sheltered the demonic lineage, Xingfeng would find it justifiable. Allowing them to unleash their fury upon him would, in a sense, grant him a proper exit from the world. He was disinclined to explain that Ling Han was fated for greatness, even if he did not remain in the Wangshuo Tower. He would not perish, but would instead become a demon and return for revenge. No one would believe him. and he did not care. He had never been concerned with reputation, especially since he would never return. 1,000 deaths would amount to just one. Li Xingfeng had already envisioned his worst-case scenario, while Qi Jingyuan remained oblivious, interpreting Li Xingfeng's demeanor as mere daydreaming, feeling somewhat helpless. The disciple returned with the sleeping robe, and Qi Jingyuan took it, placing it into Li Xingfeng's hands. Change into this and rest for a while. Having spoken, he rose to prepare to leave. Aren't you going to sleep? Li Xingshuang inquired. Is it because I've taken your bed? No, I am merely changing my clothes, Qi Jingyuan replied. Typically, he did not have the habit of sleeping, often opting for meditation instead. However, today he intended to keep company with Li Xingshuang, as he had never looked after a child before. When he returned in his night attire, he found Li Xingshuang sitting on the bed, rolling up his excessively long sleeves. Upon seeing his earnest demeanor, Qi Jingyuan couldn't help but pinch his face playfully. Oh, Xingshuang, you look utterly amusing like this. Should I ask Elder Yi to postpone his visit by 2 months instead? Li Xingshuang. Chapter 48. If betrayal. Lu Lijing gazed out at the relentless rain cascading from the heavens. Within the confines of the room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, mirroring the ambiguity in his eyes. Lu Lijing held a disdain for rain. It had been a rainy night when the Queen Mother passed away. Yet that tempestuous downpour was far from gentle. It was a torrential storm, accompanied by thunder and lightning and a furious gale. After observing the scene from beside the bed for a while, he drew the window shut. By the time dawn broke, the rain had ceased. Qi Jingyuan, who required little sleep, had awakened early. However, Li Xingfeng remained curled in his embrace, peacefully slumbering. Qi Jingyuan found himself perplexed by Li Xingfeng's need for such prolonged rest, particularly when one could rejuvenate through meditation. Was it a result of being transformed into a child? He gently prodded Li Xingfeng's cheek, prompting the latter to open his eyes. Their gazes met briefly before Li Xingfeng promptly closed them again. Is something the matter? Qi Jingyuan inquired with a playful smile. Nothing, just found you amusing. Please, continue your slumber, he replied. Li Xingfeng sat up, declaring, I shall not sleep any longer. I am off to the library. Are you truly this diligent? Qi Jingyuan remarked, sitting up as well. If all disciples of Wang Shui Tower were as studious as you, we would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost sect in no time. Li Xingfeng paused, pondering, is that so? Then let us have the entire sect rise at the crack of dawn for a reading session of the core scriptures. I shall evaluate the results in a month. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback. Li Xingfeng, not hearing his response, turned to him. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you were the sect leader. What say you to my proposal? Should we seek away approval? Qi Jingyuan was left speechless. Though his presence might not be particularly commanding, it was impossible to forget he was the sect leader. Moreover, what curious notions was this child expressing? I was merely jesting, he said, affectionately ruffling Li Xingfeng's hair. The disciples are already burdened with morning exercises, lessons, and evening practices. Adding another morning class would surely be too much for them. I did not mention the disciples, Li Xingfeng retorted. The entire sect, including you and I, should be held to the same standard. It seems this child's rebellious phase has come rather late. He resolutely dismissed Li Xingfeng's suggestion. That will not do. Li Xingfeng, undeterred, replied mischievously, understood, you lack the authority. I shall seek Elder Xinyan. What? Qi Jingyuan's words died on his lips as Li Xingfeng vanished from sight. A shiver ran down his spine. He harbored an unsettling feeling that Elder Wang might indeed entertain this nefarious idea. What had prompted him to speak so foolishly, so early in the morning? Dejected, Qi Jingyuan sank back onto the edge of the bed. Ever since the demise of his esteemed master, he had lived a life of unrestrained freedom, wild and ungoverned. He vowed never to engage with academic pursuits again. With a sigh, he reminded himself that fate would run its course. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Reflecting on his youthful days, he found solace in the notion that he was not excessively slothful, merely indulging in a bit of reading in the morning. After all, it had only been 5, 6, or perhaps 10 years since he last read a book. Never mind, I should change. Wait, did Li Xingfeng not change before he left? Upon being transported to the entrance of the main hall of Xianyun Peak, Li Xingshuang found Lu Lijing lost in thought on the porch. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. "What brings you here?" Li Xingshuang rushed to him. "Elder Xianyun, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Lijing lifted him onto his lap, yet his attention was diverted to another matter. "You haven't even changed your clothes. Have you come out in your nightgown?" As he spoke, he retrieved a cloak from his storage bag and draped it over Li Xingshuang. "What is so urgent that you sought me out?" Li Xingshuang, Rablia. "I believe that practicing early in the morning is quite beneficial. I propose that all members of our sect engage in early self-study at the hour of the hare." "What prompted this sudden idea?" Lu Lijing inquired, ruffling his hair. "I think this would greatly aid in the development of our sect," Li Xingshuang asserted. Lu Lijing chuckled softly. "But if we rush to achieve results, it would be akin to hastily pulling up seedlings to hasten their growth. It may lead to adverse outcomes." Li Xingshuang frowned slightly. "However, maintaining the status quo is certainly not an option. We might need to intervene in the disciples' methods of cultivation. For a millennium, Wangshui Tower has lingered in mediocrity. If we persist in this manner, I will assuredly be unable to fulfill my mission. Take your time. Haste brings no fruitful results," Lu Lijing advised. "I do not have that much time," Li Xingshuang declared as he leaped down from Lu Lijing's embrace. Lu Lijing was momentarily taken aback. "What time?" Li Xingshuang's deadline for his task was merely a century. While it may seem lengthy for a cultivator, 100 years is but a fleeting moment. He certainly would not elaborate on his mission, casually stating, "I simply lack patience." Lu Lijing laughed. "I see. How about you start with Guiyun Peak as a pilot project? If successful, we can then implement it across the entire Wangshui Tower." "That is all I can do for now," Li Xingshuang replied glumly, "but I need to lift the curse before I can return to Guiyun Peak." "When will that be?" "Hasn't the sect master already sent word to Elder Yi? When she arrives, there should be a solution." "Let us hope so," Li Xingshuang sighed. Lu Lijing reached out to draw him back. "Why do you appear so troubled?" Upon mentioning the sect's development, Li Xingshuang's thoughts drifted to the fated daughter of the outer sect. He truly did not wish to see such a rare talent relegated to menial tasks within the sect. If she were to begin her formal cultivation sooner, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments swiftly. Yet, he feared that Ning Moru would be reluctant to accept him as her master, or worse, abandon him after attaining success. Both Ling Han and Ning Moru were favored by fortune, and Li Xingshuang found himself unable to explain their uniqueness to Lu Lijing. Thus, he resorted to a casual excuse. "Oh, I was pondering that Yu Chu Bai is ultimately a member of Zhaoju's sect. We expend effort to nurture him. Although they have compensated us handsomely, we must also impart our techniques to him. If he eventually returns to Zhaoju's sect, have we not nurtured him in vain?" Lu Lijing chuckled softly. "You are his master, and he shares a bond of teacher and disciple with you. Should he return to Zhaoju's sect, he will certainly remember your teachings with gratitude." "Why is that?" Li Xingshuang could not comprehend. He did not understand why individuals felt such gratitude towards their mentors. To him, the relationship between individuals is merely one of mutual benefit. Once Yu Chubai graduates, I will no longer hold any value for him. Thus, why should he continue to think of me? Lu Lijing discerned the thoughts swirling in Li Xingshuang's mind, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Xingshuang, the bond between a master and disciple is not as tenuous as you perceive. Moreover, young master Yu has always held a fondness for you. However, in your current roles as master and disciple, his feelings for you can only be that of respect and admiration for a mentor." Chapter 49. The male protagonist's head should not be touched. Li Xingshuang harbored a misunderstanding regarding the relationship between master and disciple, which is profoundly deep, particularly within the realm of cultivation. The number of disciples under each elder clearly indicates that taking on apprentices is not a frivolous matter. Lu Lijing has 5 disciples, which may seem considerable. However, at over 170 years of age, he began accepting disciples when he was not yet 100. Therefore, over the span of 70 to 80 years, he has only taken on 4 apprentices, averaging less than 1 every decade. Most disciples enter the fold during their childhood or adolescence, spending their subsequent lives within the sect, sharing decades, if not centuries, with their master and fellow disciples. Though there may be no blood relation, the bond often surpasses that of family. Consequently, betraying one's master or severing ties with the sect is an unforgivable crime, akin to patricide or matricide, and is deemed utterly deranged. For Xingshuang, however, even if a blood connection existed, he would struggle to feel any emotion, likely due to never having experienced familial ties. Nevertheless, Lu Lijing's words provided some insight. At the very least, Xingshuang recognized that a disciple's betrayal was not a common occurrence. Upon reflection, he considered that, according to the original timeline, Ling Han had suffered humiliation and wrongful accusations from his peers, culminating in his master piercing his heart with a sword and discarding him in a mass grave. Under the influence of hatred, he was ultimately led astray by demonic blood. Had any part of that sequence faltered, he might never have fallen into darkness. Xingshuang pondered that perhaps he was being overly cautious. He had provided Ling Han with imperial-level cultivation techniques, and even if Ling Han were ungrateful, it seemed improbable that he would turn against him. As for Ning Mo Ro, being a friend of Ling Han, and considering Ling Han's integrity, she likely would not harbor ill intentions either. Having reached a conclusion, Xingshuang nodded. Very well, I have made my decision. Lu Lijing was momentarily taken aback, unable to follow Xingshuang's train of thought. What have you decided? I was hoping to take on a disciple. He was utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with the previous topic? Which disciple are you interested in? Wait, don't leave just yet. With swift reflexes, Lu Lijing pulled Xingshuang back before he could teleport away. At least change into another outfit. Don't wander around in such light clothing. Lu Lijing escorted Xingshuang back to his room, retrieving a garment from the wardrobe and resizing it to fit Xingshuang before dressing him. Observing Lu Lijing's deftness in helping him don the clothing and fastening the belt, Xingshuang remarked casually, "You truly are experienced in caring for children." Lu Lijing paused momentarily, but soon comprehended, smiling as he replied, "Are you referring to Wu Chun and Wu Yan? They indeed entered my tutelage at a young age, but I had a wet nurse to attend to their needs, so I did not manage everything myself." "You seem quite adept at raising children," Xingshuang noted. Lu Lijing merely smiled in response, raising his hand to gently stroke Xingshuang's forehead. Xingshuang, not inclined for further conversation, stated, "I shall take my leave now." Lu Lijing did not attempt to stop him again, silently watching as he departed. Xingshuang initially intended to venture outside, but upon reflecting on his appearance, he deemed it unsuitable and thus returned to Mengyun Peak. He made his way to the library, where Duyan Chu was once again on duty. Engrossed in his reading, Duyan Chu promptly rose to pay his respects upon seeing Xingshuang, greeting him with, "Disciple pays homage to Elder Guiyan." Xingshuang acknowledged him with a nod before gracefully ascending the stairs. He resumed his perusal of the books he had not finished the previous day. However, before nightfall, someone sought his presence, none other than Ling Han. It appeared that the disciples who had entered the secret realm had returned safely. Upon seeing Xingshuang, Ling Han exhaled a sigh of relief. Xingshuang, Puzlat, inquired, "What troubles you?" Ling Han, slightly flustered, replied, "Disciple has disturbed Master. I merely heard that Master was injured and was filled with concern." "Injured?" Xingshuang pondered, recalling that Lu Lijing had previously mentioned fabricating a story of his injury to deter Yu Chubai from seeking him out. Before the disciples had returned, Yu Chubai had assumed that the two leading elders were also absent. Now that Ling Han had returned, it was only natural for him to wonder about Xingshuang's absence. "I am unharmed, merely reluctant to appear in my current state," Xingshuang clarified. "Yu Chubai is an outsider. I do not wish him to witness my predicament." Ling Han's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, recognizing that his master did not consider this individual a true ally. Regardless of his arrogance, he remained an outsider. "Does Master intend to wait until you recover before returning?" Ling Han inquired softly while half kneeling. Xingshuang nodded. "If you encounter any confusion in your cultivation, come to Mengyun Peak to find me. Alternatively, you may join me in reading here. Many texts will benefit you." Ling Han's face brightened. I can stay with Master?" Xingshuang set aside his book, cleared a space, and gently gestured, Please have a seat. Ling Han hurriedly complied, feeling the weight of a tome as Li Xingshuang handed him a thick ancient volume. This book records the characteristics of various bloodlines. I have been searching for information related to your lineage these past few days. Ling Han was profoundly touched. Thank you, Master. There is no need for such concern for your disciple. As teacher and disciple, there is no need for thanks, Li Xingshuang replied, extending his hand as if to pat Ling Han's head. However, Ling Han's cheeks flushed, and he instinctively lowered his head, anticipating the long-awaited gesture from his master. Yet, Li Xingshuang halted his movement, realizing he should not treat Ling Han as a child. After all, the last time he had done so, Ling Han had been upset. A male protagonist's head should not be patted. He quickly withdrew his hand, relieved. Having been petted and pinched by others recently, he was indifferent to such treatment for himself, but could not extend it to Ling Han. Ling Han waited expectantly, yet the anticipated head pat never came. Glancing up, he saw that Li Xingshuang's hand had returned to the book. It seemed his hopes had been in vain. Ling Han felt a pang of disappointment. Clearly, he needed to strive even harder to earn his master's recognition. Chapter 50. Nothing is more important than you. In the past 2 days, I have been perusing literature, and your earlier loss of control may indeed stem from the influence of the demonic markings. Li Xingshuang, unaware of Ling Han's thoughts, merely conveyed his research findings. Previously, when he witnessed Ling Han's inner demons manifesting, the dark red veins had crept up from his neck to his face, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. Each demon is born with demonic markings, which compel them to commit acts of violence and breed malevolent thoughts. As Li Xingshuang spoke, he reached out to tug at Ling Han's clothing. Ling Han's face flushed instantly, and he clutched his garment tightly. Master, revered teacher. Li Xingshuang halted his actions. I merely wish to observe where your demonic markings are located. Generally, they appear on the chest, though a few may be found on the back. Ling Han's ears turned crimson. Revered teacher, my markings are on my chest, but it is inconvenient here. Perhaps we can discuss it later. Li Xingshuang was perplexed by Ling Han's shyness, thinking perhaps he had been too abrupt. Although he did not comprehend the reasons behind Ling Han's bashfulness, he retracted his hand and offered an apology. No, not at all. Ling Han hastily waved his hands, insisting that he bore no ill will towards his teacher. He was merely feeling a bit shy. After all, no one had ever tugged at his clothing before, and this person was his revered teacher. Li Xingshuang paid little heed to this minor episode, and, oblivious to Ling Han's inner turmoil, continued, I have yet to discover a method to eliminate the demonic markings, but I can offer a means to suppress them. Ling An obediently knew did. The lamp I previously bestowed upon you is still with you. I trust. Li Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han quickly replied, I feared losing it, so I have kept it in my room. Carry it with you from now on. This item, known as the glazed tear, possesses the ability to soothe the mind. Should you feel unsettled, simply take it out and infuse it with your spiritual energy to activate its properties. Yes, revered teacher. After responding, Ling Han hesitated, pondering the value of such a precious artifact. What if he were to accidentally damage it? Once it is given to you, it is yours to use as you see fit. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly a gift for me? Li Xingshuang, sumawat puzlat, raspunda. What else could it be? Ling Han had initially believed this lamp was merely lent to him by Li Xingshuang, and he was immensely grateful for that. He had not anticipated it was a gift. Revered teacher, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Although Ling Han was uncertain of the exact worth of the glazed tear, he surmised it was at least above the royal tier. If I have no further use for it, it is only fitting to give it to you. Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment before recalling another detail. Oh, by the way, this lamp is already in a damaged state. Should you have the opportunity to repair it, it may reveal additional functions. Damaged? Ling Han had not noticed any such flaw. Li Xingshuang nodded. It is said that this lamp once belonged to the Emperor of Tianxian. It was previously a celestial-grade artifact, but after its destruction, it now hovers between the royal and imperial tiers. Li Xingshuang lacked the ability to restore it, yet perhaps Ling Han's fortune would favor him, making this item destined for his use. Ling Han was stunned. He had only grasped its preciousness and was astonished to learn of its true value. Revered teacher, This item is far too extravagant. I truly cannot accept it. I have stated it is yours to keep. Xingshuang did not wish to engage in further debate. Her brows slightly furrowed. Upon noticing her expression, Ling Han fell silent, hastily lowering his gaze, fearful of inciting his master's ire. Xingshuang was aware of the adage that one remains a teacher for life, akin to a father, and recalling Lu Lijing's earlier words. She understood that the bond between a master and disciple was profoundly deep, comparable to that of biological parents. Although she could not fathom the depths of a parent-child relationship, she was well aware of the intricacies of inheritance. Thus, she remarked, regardless, once I am gone, these possessions will be yours. Ling Han grasped Xingshuang's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed up at her. Her words were abruptly interrupted by his gesture, leaving her somewhat puzzled. What is the matter? Master, please do not speak in such a manner. Ling Han implored softly. You are destined for longevity and prosperity. He could scarcely bear to contemplate what life would be like after Xingshuang's departure. She was the first person he had come to trust, his esteemed mentor, the one who had shown him unparalleled kindness. The mere thought of such a possibility was unbearable. The lifespan of a practitioner is often exceedingly long, and he had countless years yet to share with his master. He could not bear the thought of leaving her side. Xingshuang regarded Ling Han for a moment before silently closing her book. I will inevitably depart before you. Why? Ling Han exclaimed, Master, you are so young and have already attained the realm of enlightenment. Surely, you will ascend to become an immortal and enjoy a lifespan equal to the heavens. His voice was tinged with agitation. You will not perish. Setting aside the notion of whether longevity is indeed a blessing, Xingshuang was resolute in her decision to not linger in this realm, irrespective of the success or failure of her mission. She would depart and would never return. Is it not a good thing for you that I leave everything to you? Xingshuang inquired, when I pass away. Master, Ling Han's voice trembled with emotion as he clung tightly to Xingshuang. Nothing is more important than you. There is nothing that could compare to you. I need nothing else. Xingshuang reflected on her relationship with Ling Han, realizing they were not particularly close, having known each other for just over a year. Moreover, prior to that fateful moment when she had thrust the sword, they had been as strangers. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that Ling Han, having often been bullied in the past, had finally found protection in her, leading him to develop a sense of dependence. You will grow stronger in time. Once you are sufficiently powerful, you will no longer need me. Xingshuang attempted to console him, gently placing her hand on his back. Perhaps, in a mere decade or so, he could achieve what she had accomplished. Yet Ling Han's weeping intensified, his entire body trembling. Master. His cries were akin to those of a helpless cub, terrified of being abandoned. Chapter 51. Unable to convey, Ling Han had never encountered his father. From a moment he could remember, it was only his mother who raised him alone. When he turned 7, his mother passed away, choosing to leap off a cliff right before his eyes. She could have kept silent. She could have deceived him, yet she chose to reveal the truth. You are becoming more like your father. I have always found you repulsive. Giving birth to you has made me feel equally disgusting. The young Ling Han stood frozen in shock. Although his mother was not particularly gentle, she had never been cruel to him. He had no idea she harbored such disdain for him. That day became an everlasting nightmare, etched deeply into his heart, a wound that bled profusely and was impossible to forget. He began to loathe himself, detesting the demonic blood coursing through his veins and the insatiable thirst for blood that plagued him. His world had always been shrouded in darkness. Xingshuang was his sole beacon of light. Your master knows, Xingshuang reassured. It was merely a casual remark. If it troubles you, I shall refrain from such words in the future. Ling Han seemed to relax somewhat, murmuring, You won't leave me, will you? Of course not, Xingshuang replied, somewhat dismissively. It was trivial to soothe the child. Leaving was not an option. Yet, Ling Han held a profound trust in Xingshuang, and upon receiving that promise, he felt a sense of relief. He released his grip and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I must have made a fool of myself. Not at all, Xingshuang said. raising a hand to wipe away Ling Han's tears. Many emotions elude my understanding. At times, I speak or act incorrectly without comprehending why. He was even more perplexed as to why Ling Han, the destined male protagonist, was such a weepy child. Was he prone to tears at the slightest provocation? It had begun to vex Li Xingshuang. Surely he wouldn't cry after losing a fight outside. That would tarnish his image. Oh, but wait. Wasn't he the child of destiny, incapable of losing? A soft, cool hand brushed across Ling Han's face, gently wiping away his tears. Ling Han reveled in the sensation, lowering his eyelids. Master is never wrong. As long as you do not despise me like my mother did, or abandon me, I can forgive anything. Seeing that Ling Han had finally calmed, Li Xingshuang resumed his reading. All right, let us return to our studies. Ling Han obediently lowered his head to read. As night fell, Du Yanchu came upstairs again. Elder Guiyun, your master is waiting for you downstairs. Li Xingshuang inquired, what time is it? Returning to the elder. It is already the hour of the rat. Li Xingshuang stood up and turned to Ling Han. It's late. You should head back. Ling Han quickly rose. Yes. Li Xingshuang was unsure why Qi Jingyuan came to fetch him daily. It was not unusual for practitioners to forego sleep. Since Ling Han was present today, Li Xingshuang did not leap down but chose to descend alongside him. Upon seeing Ling Han, Qi Jingyuan displayed a hint of displeasure, clearly not fond of him. Ling Han was acutely aware of the sect leader's disdain. After all, he had recently been accused of demonic practices, and it was only natural for the leader to harbor ill feelings towards him. Qi Jingyuan ignored Ling Han, crouching down and extending his arms towards Li Xingshuang. Come here, Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang grasped Ling Han's hand and said, Sect Master, allow me to escort Ling Han away. The softness of her fingertips seemed to convey an unspoken message to Ling Han, as if she were clutching his very heart. In an instant, his ears flushed crimson, as though they would bleed. Qi Jingyuan's expression darkened. The journey is not far. Is it necessary for you to accompany him personally? It is precisely because it is not far that I wish to see him off, replied Li Xingshuang. If it were farther, I would hardly bother. Ling Han observed Qi Jingyuan's face, which darkened like the bottom of a pot, and felt a surge of satisfaction, though his expression remained innocently perplexed. Master, I do not wish to trouble you. If the sect master does not agree, then what does his disagreement matter? Li Xingshuang retorted, raising an eyebrow. Accompanying you is my prerogative. It has nothing to do with him. Ling Han cast a glance at Qi Jingyuan, noting with amusement how the old man's face contorted in displeasure. He might very well be the sect master with the least authority in the entire cultivation world. Li Xingshuang merely escorted Ling Han down Mengyun Peak before returning to find Qi Jingyuan sitting on the threshold of the main hall, hugging his knees, looking utterly dejected. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, his expression grew even more mournful. What troubles you? Li Xingshuang inquired pujlat. Qi Jingyuan pouted. I don't wish to speak with you. Oh, Li Xingshuang replied, turning to leave. Wait, why are you leaving? Qi Jingyuan immediately rushed forward and grabbed Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang, confused, asked, Didn't you say you didn't want to talk to me? I'm merely stepping away to avoid your sight. I was just saying that in anger, Qi Jingyuan mumbled, pouting, afraid to truly offend her, lest she actually leave. You could just coax me a little. Li Xingshuang was not adept at comforting others and was unaware of the reasons behind Qi Jingyuan's displeasure. Though oblivious to what had caused his irritation, she chose to apologize. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Li Xingshuang had no inclination to argue over right and wrong. It did not affect her, so she simply apologized. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. After all, she had grown accustomed to it. Well, I forgive you, Qi Jingyuan replied. Not genuinely angry, but merely playing the part. Yet, Li Xingshuang's demeanor made him feel as though he were bullying her. He ushered her into the room, saying, By the way, Elder Yi has replied and will be arriving in a couple of days. Li Xingshuang responded absently. In truth, the curse did not significantly affect her. It had not impaired her cultivation or intellect. The distinction lay in the fact that after her recovery, she could return to Guiyun Peak and initiate the first round of reforms. However, the outcome was uncertain, and it might indeed be counterproductive, as Lu Lijing had suggested. She could go to Liuguang Palace, yet there remained no means to treat Luo Xing, rendering the journey futile. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless. What troubles your thoughts now? Qi Jingyuan asked, noticing her distraction and unable to resist poking her cheek. Li Xingshuang burrowed into the blankets, replying, "It's something you wouldn't understand." Qi Jingyuan, bewildered, soon realized and, in exasperation, pulled her out of the covers. "Child, how can you speak to your senior brother in such a manner?" Li Xingshuang furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. "If it's difficult to articulate, take your time," he advised. Qi Jingyuan gently flicked his forehead in response. Li Xingshuang fixed his gaze upon Qi Jingyuan, remaining silent for a moment before declaring, "No matter how much I say, it will be futile. You will never comprehend it. No one can truly understand." Chapter 52. The immortal being Li Xingshuang had no intention of confiding in others. On one hand, he possessed little of the emotional depth to share. On the other hand, the situation was undeniably intricate. Although this world was palpably real, to Li Xingshuang, it merely represented a quest scenario, with those surrounding him reduced to mere ordinary NPCs. Even the fated ones, Ling Han and Ning Moru, could only be regarded as unique NPCs at best. There was no need for Li Xingshuang to divulge his past, his mission, or his aspirations to these NPCs. His demeanor may have been excessively aloof, yet had it been otherwise, he feared he would have succumbed to madness long ago. In the ensuing 2 days, Ling Han arrived early each morning to seek out Li Xingshuang, spending hours reading with him until the night deepened. Yu Chubai also paid a visit, only to be sent away by Qi Jingyuan under various pretexts, which left him seething with frustration. By the 3rd day, Elder Yiling finally made her appearance. The Yunyan carriage from Xinyan Gate arrived early at Wangxue Tower. A young woman clad in a light blue dress descended from the carriage, accompanied by a boy and a girl, both appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, presumably her disciples. Daddy, Qi Jingyuan and Lu Lijing awaited her at the entrance of Mengyun Peak, offering respectful gestures upon her arrival. Yiling eudit a cool demanov, accompanied by a subtle air of detachment. Even when addressed by the sect leader, she merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. It was not until she noticed the small heads peeking from behind the 2 men that a faint smile graced her features. How has Elder Guiyun fallen to such a state? She bent down, lowering her gaze. Li Xingshuang stepped forward, looking up at Qi Jingyuan. "Did you not say she would not mock me?" Just as Qi Jingyuan opened his mouth to respond, Yiling spoke first. Her voice was gentle. "Elder Guiyun has misunderstood. I meant no disrespect. However, it is indeed my oversight, and I hope Elder Guiyun will not take offense." She extended her hand toward Li Xingshuang, who, assuming she wished to shake hands, stepped forward to grasp her fingertips. Though Yiling's demeanor was cool, her hand was unexpectedly warm. After a brief touch, Li Xingshuang released her hand and inquired, "Shall we commence the dispelling of the curse now?" With a soft smile and a gentle tone, Yiling replied, "Indeed, Elder Guiyun. Do you still remember the nature of the cursed object that requires unbinding?" Li Xingshuang turned to indicate Lu Lijing. "It was confiscated by Elder Xinyan." Lu Lijing smiled helplessly, retrieving a jade talisman wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. Yiling gestured to her male disciple, who promptly stepped forward to receive the talisman with both hands, returning it to Yiling. Upon a brief glance at it, she furrowed her brow. "This bears a heavy aura of demonic energy and traces of death." A look of confusion crossed her face as she crouched down, scrutinizing Li Xingshuang closely. If activated, it should not revert a person to childhood. Rather, it ought to drain vitality, leading to death. Li Xingshuang nodded in agreement. "I find that perplexing as well. Elder, perhaps you should enter and examine it further," Qi Jingyuan suggested, unwilling to have their guest remain standing. Yiling nodded in acquiescence. "Very well." Qi Jingyuan escorted Yiling into the main hall of Mengyun Peak, where she seated herself at a table to study the jade talisman. Li Xingshuang rested his chin upon the table, peering over the edge to observe her. Yiling could not resist the urge and gently patted his head. The expressions of Lu Lijing and Qi Jingyuan changed markedly. Although Lu Lijing maintained a smile, it was tinged with a hint of coldness. Elder Yi. Even if Xingshuang is cursed, he remains an elder of the Wangshui Tower. I ask that you show him a modicum of respect. Yiling's ears flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand. I apologize for my abruptness. Please do not hold it against me, Elder Guiyan. Li Xingshuang remarked, it's quite all right. After all, they touch my head every day. For Li Xingshuang, respect was of little consequence. A few pats would not diminish him in any way. He perceived no distinction between Yi Ling and the others, for he was indifferent to their opinions. Yi Ling regarded Li Xingshuang with a soft gaze. Yet her expression grew serious once her eyes returned to the jade pendant in her hand. Time passed, and both Qi Jingyuan and Lu Lijing began to show signs of impatience, while Li Xingshuang harbored doubts about her ability to lift the curse. Could this elder Yi, so skilled in her craft, truly be relied upon? At last, Yiling set down the jade talisman and spoke. Master Qi. Qi Jingyuan stepped forward eagerly. Has Elder Yi found a way to break the curse? Yiling furrowed her brow slightly. It may be somewhat perilous. I wish to speak with Elder Guiyun privately. Lu Lijing declined her request. I apologize, Elder Yi. It is not a matter of distrust. But Xingshuang is still young and may not be able to make such decisions. Li Xingshuang interjected. What do you mean, still young? Don't listen to his nonsense. He asserted, I can speak with you directly. Master, Elder Xianyun, I kindly ask you to step aside. Li Xingshuang was eager to discover the extent of the risk involved. Lu Lijing was reluctant to move. Xingshuang. Yi Ling's tone grew frosty. If the Wangshui Tower holds such distrust towards me, why summon me here? Lu Lijing pressed his lips together, ultimately sighing. Xingshuang, do not take unnecessary risks. Every matter should be discussed with your senior brother. He exchanged a glance with Qi Jingyuan, and the two departed from the main hall, followed by Yi Ling's two disciples. Soon, only Yi Ling and Li Xingshuang remained in the hall. Elder Guiyun, do you possess any sacrificial artifacts? Li Xingshuang shook his head. This did not align with Yi Ling's speculation. She frowned slightly, appearing perplexed. If I share certain information with you, will you keep a secret? Li Xingshuang inquired. Yi Ling paused momentarily before responding promptly. Of course. If Elder Guiyun trusts me, I shall certainly keep it confidential. Li Xingshuang raised his face, gazing steadily at Yi Ling. You may consider me an individual who cannot perish. Chapter 53. More sinister than the demon artifact, the immortal body was the ultimate reward that Li Xingshuang had obtained from his initial missions. For him, death was as inconsequential as the act of eating or drinking, perhaps even less significant than the necessity of sustenance. One could truly feel hunger for not eating, yet death did not equate to a genuine demise. Yi Ling widened her eyes in astonishment. Li Xingshuang had anticipated her disbelief before he spoke, as even for cultivators, the notion of immortality seemed far-fetched. In an attempt to convince her, he asked, would you like to try killing me? Yi Ling was taken aback, her eyes widening further. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Xingshuang found it challenging to explain the concepts of missions and rewards to her. Instead, he resorted to a more palatable explanation. A fortuitous encounter from his early years had granted him the ability to evade most fatal injuries. He believed the idea of being completely immortal would be too much for her to accept, likely leading her to think he was mad. After a moment, Yi Ling's expression softened as she glanced at the jade talisman and then scrutinized Li Xingshuang's visage. So it is. This jade talisman can siphon the vital essence from others, leading to their decay and demise. However, perhaps it is precisely this kind of fortune that has caused the talisman to react in reverse. Is there a way to revert it? Li Xingshuang cared only for the outcome. Yi Ling hesitated slightly. There is a method, but it carries certain risks. Li Xingshuang replied, in any case, I'm not one to perish easily. Let's give it a try. Yi Ling handed the jade talisman to him. Then, activate it once more. Li Xingshuang grasped the talisman once again, channeling his spiritual energy into it. However, this time, the talisman glowed and became warm, yet it did not repel him. Moments later, it surprisingly acknowledged him as its master. Yi Ling was astonished by this unexpected outcome. As Li Xingshuang manipulated the talisman, he became acutely aware of the demonic and deathly energies within it. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered it, his form did not revert. I cannot discern its utility. Yi Ling reached out to touch the talisman, but recoiled as though pricked by a needle, her expression fraught with trepidation. Elder Gun, please attempt to infuse it with spiritual energy. Li Xingshuang complied, yet within mere seconds, he was halted by Yi Ling's urgent call. The reason was simple. While his form and appearance remained unchanged, several strands of his hair had turned white. Yi Ling was horrified and quickly restrained him, gently lifting his hair to inspect. Li Xingshuang also tugged at his hair in curiosity. This is the first time I've had white hair. This is not the moment for such concerns. Yi Ling chuckled through her exasperation. Is there anything uncomfortable? Li Xingshuang responded. No, it merely feels cool in my chest. Yi Ling paused for a moment and then noticed a faint black vein extending from Li Xingshuang's collar. Terrified, she disregarded any notions of propriety and tore open his clothing to investigate. A subtle strand of demonic energy was emanating from his chest, spreading outward. The demonic energy had penetrated his heart. Yet, Li Xingshuang himself seemed to feel nothing extraordinary, merely gazing down in perplexity. Yi Ling found herself momentarily flustered, acutely aware of the inherent risks associated with this method. Yet, the prevailing circumstances weighed heavily on her conscience. She should not have allowed Li Xingshuang to venture into such peril. Li Xingshuang, having donned her attire, reassured her, "Do not be anxious. I shall not perish." Sensing Yi Ling's apprehension regarding potential repercussions, after all, she was merely there to assist, and it would be unreasonable to expect her to bear the cost of a life lost. Li Xingshuang endeavored to comfort her, hoping to alleviate her tension. Yi Ling stared at Li Xingshuang in astonishment, recalling Elder Guiyun. I assure you, I am quite well, and it seems I may have gleaned some insights. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xingshuang requested, could you kindly step outside for a moment? The thought of demonic energy infiltrating her heart reminded her of Luo Xiaying. If she could manipulate the demonic energy through the jade talisman, might it be possible to heal the lingering wounds that plagued Luo Xiaying? Li Xingshuang contemplated using herself as a preliminary experiment. If she were to perish a few times, it would not be of great consequence. However, she could not repay the debt owed to Luo Xiaying, who had spent over 20 million to gift her a lamp. Yi Ling hesitated. If Elder Guiyun has any experiments in mind, I shall stand guard for you. It is perilous for you to be alone here. Li Xingshuang preferred not to meet her end in the presence of others, as explaining the situation would be quite cumbersome. Furthermore, upon her demise, those around her would surely mourn and insist that she not leave them again, creating a cacophony she found difficult to endure. Thus, she preferred to die discreetly, away from prying eyes. I shall be out shortly. Please, step aside, she said, rising from her chair and gesturing towards the door. With a resigned sigh, Yi Ling replied, if anything occurs, do not hesitate to call. I shall be waiting just outside. Li Xingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yi Ling was dismissed, Li Xingshuang resumed her focus on the jade talisman, her hair gradually turning white, a sharp pain radiating from her heart as a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. She curled up on the ground, grimacing in pain, yet refused to cease her use of the talisman. Before long, every strand of her hair had turned white, her body becoming gaunt, yet showing no signs of aging. Dark veins deepened and spread across her form, reminiscent of the demonic patterns that clung to Ling Han. Unlike Luo Xiaying, who had suffered injury elsewhere with the demonic energy spreading to her heart, Li Xingshuang's demonic energy emanated from her heart, radiating outward. The cold and pain sliced through her like icy blades, yet she remained silent, eyes closed, as if accustomed to such extreme sensations. Time slipped away, and the jade talisman pulsed in her hand like a heartbeat. Li Xingshuang opened her eyes to find her body restored to that of an adult. Though her attire had torn apart due to her altered form, she resembled a newly fashioned marionette, utterly unblemished, devoid of any scars. Her raven hair flowed freely, her skin smooth and fair, and her visage exquisite, akin to a porcelain figure meticulously sculpted. Though she was unclothed, there was an ethereal quality that rendered any impure thoughts inconceivable, as if any lascivious notion would tarnish the presence of this celestial being. Li Xingshuang gazed at the jade talisman in her hand, which writhed as if attempting to escape, perhaps startled by her presence. How could this person be even more sinister than itself? Xingshuang had not truly dispelled the talisman's effects. Rather, she had forcefully drained it of its spiritual essence, leading to its demise and subsequent rebirth. She felt a sense of exasperation, realizing that had she known it would be this simple, there would have been no need to summon Yi Ling from afar. A swift slice to her own throat would have sufficed. Of course, one could not disregard the possibility that the rebirth might carry over the debuffs to the new form. Xingshuang had experienced such phenomena before, albeit infrequently. Observing the jade talisman twisting and turning in her grasp, she shook it in an attempt to disorient it. But to no avail, it only struggled more vigorously, as if animated by life itself. Its lack of cooperation left her with no choice but to cast it into the system for further testing at a later time. It was evident that this method of healing was uniquely applicable to Xingshuang and could not be utilized on Luo Xiaying. Once this sister was gone, she would be irrevocably lost. Chapter 54. What are you hesitating for? Xingshuang initially intended to restore his clothing. However, the realm of cultivation adheres to the law of conservation of quality. While it is feasible to reduce the size of an object, essentially by removing a portion of its material, enlargement is an entirely different matter. He cannot conjure the missing part from thin air. Hence, Xingshuang procured a set of attire from the system shop, which is designed to adjust in size according to the wearer's form. Although Xingshuang's storage was not devoid of clothing, it was filled with garments reflecting retro-industrial styles, cyberpunk aesthetics, and mechanical wastelands, far too avant-garde for this world. He donned a silver-white robe, layered with a delicate veil and crowned with a jade headpiece. This ensemble, named Returning Through Snowy Night, granted a modest increase of 1 to his defense. It could only be said that it was better than nothing. Upon opening the door, everyone was taken aback, including Xingshuang himself. The others were momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance, especially since he had completely returned to normal after just moments ago being in a state of distress. As Yi Ling had expressed worries about a potential failure, Xingshuang was surprised to see Ling Han and Yu Chubai had arrived, seemingly having just engaged in a quarrel with the sect leader. Master, Yu Chubai was the first to react. Unaware of Xingshuang's transformation into a child, he assumed Li was still injured. Seeing him unharmed, he was about to rush forward when Qi Jingyuan firmly grasped the back of his collar and pulled him back, admonishing, "Do not be reckless." Yu Chubai, feeling wronged, replied, "Master, upon learning of your injury, I was deeply concerned. But the sect leader forbade me from visiting and attending to your needs. I am fine now," Xingshuang said, glancing at Yi Ling, grateful for her assistance. Yi Ling, fully aware that it was not her merit, was about to wave her hand in modesty when Lu Lijing stepped forward with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Yi. The Wangshui Tower will surely remember the support of Xinyan's sect today." Yi Ling wished to clarify. It was not that, but was interrupted by Qi Jingyuan, who approached with cupped hands, adding, "If Elder Yi does not mind, we would be honored to extend our hospitality at Wangshui Tower and treat you well." Although at their level of cultivation, they no longer required sustenance, some still took pleasure in food to satisfy their appetites. Additionally, the ingredients used in the cultivation world were often imbued with spiritual energy, aiding in the enhancement of one's cultivation. Yi Ling intended to politely decline, but, upon glancing at Xingshuang, acquiesced very well. The banquet was to be prepared at dusk. Xingshuang had initially planned to return to Yinfeng, but Yi Ling called him back, expressing a desire to converse for a while and enjoy the scenery of Wangshui Tower. Thus, he accompanied her on a leisurely stroll around Mengyun Peak while engaging in conversation. Yi Ling insisted on not allowing anyone else to join them, even leaving her 2 disciples behind. After walking a distance, she finally spoke. "Elder Gyun, the curse you bear was not lifted by me. One should not reap rewards without merit, and I cannot afford the favor of Wangshui Tower." Xingshuang found her to be quite sincere. Although it was true that she did not directly lift the curse, she had traveled a considerable distance. Even if she had no accomplishments, her efforts were commendable, and she was not entirely without merit. Xingshuang remarked, "Were it not for Elder Ye's insightful suggestion, I would not have been able to lift the curse so swiftly." Thus, I owe you my gratitude. However, she was reluctant to provide extensive explanations to the sect master and the others. Yi Ling then sighed softly. Very well, I shall not pry further. Li Xingshuang had just requested her to step aside, and after a while, she emerged, having returned to her former self. It seemed there were matters she preferred to keep confidential. Her earlier reluctance to explain stemmed from this very reason. Although the specifics eluded her, she possessed the discernment to refrain from probing further, respecting Li Xingshuang's silence. Both Yi Ling and Li Xingshuang were not particularly loquacious, having said what needed to be said. Their conversation dwindled. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall, where the sect master and elder Xianyun had already departed, leaving their respective disciples waiting in place. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, Yu Chubai approached eagerly, saying, "Master, you have returned. Are you weary? Would you like to visit Yinfeng? I have prepared a new chamber for you. I hope it meets your approval." In contrast to Yu Chubai's animated chatter, Ling Han appeared rather subdued. He stood silently observing Li Xingshuang, exuding an air of profound loneliness despite uttering not a word. Noticing his pallor, Li Xingshuang stepped forward to inquire, "Ling Han, you seem a bit unwell?" Yu Chubai's chatter ceased, his gaze turning fiercely towards Ling Han. In a moment of triumph, Ling Han cast a sly glance at him, but only from a vantage point unseen by Li Xingshuang. Unfazed by their subtle rivalry, Li Xingshuang merely observed Ling Han bow his head, adopting a pitiable demeanor. "Master, I fear I'm feeling unwell." Li Xingshuang, suspecting it to be a manifestation of inner demons, grasped his arm, saying, "Let us return." In the next instant, she transported Ling Han away. Yu Chubai felt his teeth grind in frustration. How shameless to feign weakness. Wait, does Master respond to such antics? He began to plot in his mind, contemplating whether he should adopt a similar approach. Li Xingshuang brought Ling Han back to Gaiyun Peak, and upon their arrival, she was nearly dazzled by the resplendent architecture. While she was aware of the wealth of Zhao Ju's sect, such ostentation seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, she escorted Ling Han back to her original main hall. Upon entering, Li Xingshuang casually instructed, "Disrobe." Ling Han's face flushed crimson, his words tumbling out in disarray. "Master, this is not appropriate." It was not that he was unwilling. Indeed, he could not refuse any request from his master, but his cheeks grew increasingly warm. Li Xingshuang, slightly furrowing her brow in confusion, replied, "What impropriety? How can I assess your demonic markings if you do not remove your clothing?" Earlier, in the library, she could comprehend his hesitation, but now, within the confines of her room, his coyness was entirely unwarranted. Chapter 55, If It Hurts. Seek a doctor. Ling Han's face flushed a deeper shade of red. "Master, no, it's nothing." He realized he was overthinking, fumbling as he attempted to unfasten his collar. However, his anxiety rendered him incapable, and he struggled for an eternity without success. Li Xingshuang, feeling helpless, stepped forward to assist him. The familiar scent wafted through the air, causing Ling Han to hold his breath, his face burning with intensity. "Master, mm? And no, it's nothing." In truth, Ling Han was at a loss for words. He simply felt an irresistible urge to call out to his master. Though Li Xingshuang found his behavior perplexing, he chose not to probe further into this peculiar child. Despite Ling Han's slender frame, he was still a cultivator and possessed a modicum of muscle. His body bore several faint scars, remnants of past torment. Li Xingshuang's gaze fell upon a particular scar near Ling Han's chest, a mark left by a blade he had once thrust. Though he had immediately healed the wound, a scar had inevitably remained. Despite the enhanced healing abilities of practitioners, some marks are indelible. Li Xingshuang reached out to touch the scar, causing Ling Han to tense up, gripping his sleeves tightly, stifling the urge to spring away. "Master, what's wrong?" He was not even touching the location of the demonic mark. Li Xingshuang withdrew his hand, lowering his gaze. "That sword I pierced you with, it must have hurt terribly." Only then did Ling Han realize that Li Xingshuang was referring to the previous wound. He hastily replied, "It doesn't hurt, not at all." How could it not hurt? The cold blade that had pierced his body, blood dripping along its length, the ridicule of his sect echoing in his heart, inflicted a pain far deeper than the wound itself. It hurt profoundly, a torment that would linger for a lifetime. Just as his mother had, in her dying moments, expressed her resentment towards him, he felt a suffocating ache. Yet, his master had said that this blade was not a punishment for being of the demon race, but rather a consequence of his own deception. His master had reassured him, expressing belief in him, stating that it was merely a necessary measure to maintain order within the sect. His master had brought him back, using spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Although blood continued to drip, Ling Han felt no pain. He believed that no matter how many blades he endured, he would remain unscathed as long as there was someone willing to keep him, protect him, and accompany him. Pain could indeed be articulated. Xingshuang's gaze swept over the old scars. You need not endure this. Ling Han's eyes reddened once more, warm tears cascading onto the back of his hand. Master, it doesn't hurt. As long as someone cared for him, he would no longer feel pain. Xingshuang was uncertain why he wept again. Remembering Ling Han's earlier expression of discomfort, he pondered if it was the demonic mark acting up again. Xingshuang glanced at the faint dark veins on Ling Han's chest, not particularly prominent, seemingly devoid of signs of spreading. Is this your demonic mark? Ling Han lowered his head, pressing down on the mark on his chest. Yes, it's quite unsightly. He felt a bit embarrassed, adjusting his clothing, wishing to prevent Xingshuang from observing further. He feared that his inclination towards the demon race might evoke disdain from Xingshuang. A forsaken creature, once abandoned, when taken in again, would not only cling more fiercely to its new owner, but would also grow increasingly anxious, plagued by the fear of loss. Xingshuang did not impede him from wrapping himself in clothing, as he had already observed the magical patterns and could roughly comprehend the situation. Since Ling Han appeared so reticent, she decided not to press him further. It was time to take out the glazed tears. Although the magical patterns seemed devoid of any signs of agitation, Ling Han's tearful demeanor suggested he was deeply troubled, a condition Xingshuang attributed to inner demons. Ling Han had kept the glazed tears close at hand, remembering Xingshuang's prior words. He cautiously retrieved them from his storage space, and Xingshuang lit a lamp. Placing it beside them, "Do you feel any better?" she inquired. "Are you still in discomfort?" The lamp's efficacy was uncertain, yet Ling Han discreetly glanced at Xingshuang. The cool, refreshing scent of melting ice provided him with a profound sense of solace. Master, I feel much improved." Noticing his continued fragility, Xingshuang pondered for a moment before producing the Zhi Qin. "If you still feel unwell, I shall play the qin for you." Ling Han had never witnessed Xingshuang perform, and he was somewhat astonished. "Master, you can play the qin?" Realizing his words might be misinterpreted, he quickly added, "I did not mean to question your abilities, merely expressing surprise." Xingshuang, of course, had never played before, but for her, the Zhi Qin was merely a tool, an instrument that could be utilized once placed in the equipment slot. She deftly plucked the strings, as if she had rehearsed a million times. The gentle melodies flowed like a clear spring, reminiscent of the shattering of jade, fragrant and ethereal. Ling Han was entranced, uncertain whether it was the music or the musician that captivated him. Upon the completion of the piece, Xingshuang inquired, "Do you feel better now?" Ling Anu did fervently. "If you ever wish to hear the qin again, simply inform me. Should you feel sad or angry, do not hesitate to tell me." Ling Han's eyes shimmered with moisture. "Yes, and if you are injured, you must also inform me," Xingshuang added, scrutinizing him. Ling Anu obediently did. Having conveyed her instructions, Xingshuang stated, "Since you are feeling well, you may return to your own room." She intended to conduct further experiments with the jade talismans. Ling Han stood, hesitating to leave, gathering his courage for a while before timidly speaking. "Master, may I cultivate here? I hope you could provide some guidance." "Ah, that is acceptable." Though Xingshuang wished to proceed with her experiments, it was commendable that the child desired to learn. Thus, she sat with Ling Han in the hall, engaging in meditation. Yet, scarcely had 2 moments passed when a knock resounded at the door. Master. It was, unsurprisingly, Qingmei. Xingshuang felt a buzzing in her ears. Somewhat irritated by the interruption, Ling Han stood up. "Master, may I go take a look?" Xingshuang waved her hand. "Continue your cultivation. I will see who it is." She opened the door to find the elegantly dressed youth, Qingmei, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "What is it?" Li Xingshuang inquired. Yu Chubai blinked his eyes innocently. "Master, I feel unwell." "Unwell?" Li Xingshuang responded, "Pujlat. You do not possess any magical patterns. How could you suddenly feel ill? What exactly ails you?" Yu Chubai pointed to his chest, expressing his discomfort. "I feel a tightness in my chest and shortness of breath." "Master, I am truly unwell." Li Xingshuang, perplexed, replied. "Then you should seek a physician. I am not a healer." Yu Chubai responded. "No, this isn't quite what I anticipated." Chapter 56. Sit beside me. What incensed Yu Chubai even more was the sight of Ling Han, who was reveling in his triumph within the room. "Master," Yu Chubai reached out to tug at Li Xingshuang's sleeve. "Please accompany me. It would ease my discomfort." Li Xingshuang felt an unsettling familiarity with this statement. Having undergone rigorous training from the elders, he resolutely withdrew his sleeve from Yu Chubai's grasp. "Do not act foolishly." Perhaps this was the appropriate response. Yu Chubai pouted on the verge of tears. "Why is it that Ling Han can? He won't even call me senior brother, and I am indignant at the injustice." Li Xingshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Pondering his reply, he finally said, "Very well. Then Ling Han, you may return as well." Ling Han raised an eyebrow, questioning the unexpected turn of events. Yu Chubai's spirits lifted, although he had not achieved his objective. Neither would Ling Han fare particularly well. Ling Han clenched his sleeve, yet maintained a docile demeanor. "Yes, master." Just as Li Xingshuang was about to dismiss them, Ling Han broke into a smile. "Thank you, master, for your comfort and guidance, and for accompanying me in my cultivation for such a considerable time." "Was it such a long time?" Li Xingshuang mused, perplexed, for Ling Han had scarcely been there for half an hour. Meanwhile, Yu Chubai ground his teeth in frustration, wishing fervently to rid himself of Ling Han. Regardless, Li Xingshuang managed to send the two youngsters away together. He then retrieved the jade talisman. The talisman, now still, responded to his attempts to activate it, and once again, a wave of coolness and sharp pain coursed through his chest. Li Xingshuang persevered for an extended period, until the sect leader sent a message summoning him to the banquet, prompting him to stow away the talisman. Upon exiting, he recalled that Ling Han had not yet undergone fasting. Perhaps he could bring him along for a meal, considering he likely did not enjoy a decent meal in the cafeteria. Thus, he went to summon Ling Han, who eagerly followed him. Just as Li Xingshuang was about to leave, he spotted Yu Chubai's dejected expression. Although he presumed that Yu Chubai would disdain the meager offerings of Wangshu Tower, he nonetheless inquired, "Would you like to join us?" After all, he could not show blatant favoritism towards his disciples. Upon hearing this, Yu Chubai's spirits soared, and he joyfully tagged along, even grasping Li Xingshuang's sleeve. Ling Han, unwilling to concede, gently held onto the other sleeve. The two boys, separated by Li Xingshuang, glared fiercely at one another. Li Xingshuang's expression remained placid, though his gaze grew contemplative, as if pondering something of great significance. He wondered if there would be elbow dishes at the banquet in the realm of cultivation. If such a dish existed, could he request one for himself? Lost in this important contemplation, Li Xingshuang arrived at the Qingmei audience, the hall on Xianyun Peak designated for receptions. The sect leader of Wangshu Tower and 4 elders were present, along with several direct disciples from various peaks, excluding Minyan Peak. Renanha had brought her 3 youngest disciples, all girls. The youngest appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, while the oldest was about the same age as Ling Han. Elder Xianyun had brought along Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuyan, his oldest and youngest disciples, whom he had raised since childhood. Although Lu Wuchen is a junior, he is in fact 2 or 3 decades older than Li Xinhuang. Of course, Li Xinhuang does not solely benefit from his seniority. His cultivation far surpasses that of Lu Wuchen. It is not that Lu Wuchen lacks talent, but rather that Li Xinhuang's aptitude is exceptionally high. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by the former Elder Guiyun and accepted as a disciple. He has brought along all 3 of his disciples, each of whom harbors a profound hatred for the demon clan, glaring fiercely at Ling Han, wishing to strike him down. Ling Han has never been intimidated by such glares. However, at this moment, he gently tugged at Li Xinhuang's sleeve and meekly inquired, "Master, Do those senior brothers and sisters dislike me? His pretense nearly made Yu Chubai retch. Li Xinghuang glanced at He Ruofeng's disciples and softly replied, "Pay them no mind. Shortly, you shall sit beside me." The seating arrangement for elders is at the head of the hall, while disciples sit farther away. Li Xinghuang's intention was to keep Ling Han close by, sharing the same seat. This is a privilege usually afforded to younger, highly favored juniors. Li Xinghuang thought simply, if Ling Han sat with him, the 4 little Pomeranians of Tianyan Peak would not dare to come over and bite him, would they? Ling Han was somewhat taken aback, while Yu Chubai's eyes turned red. Master Yu Chubai tugged at Li Xinghuang's sleeve, looking pitifully at him. "I want to sit with you too," Li Xinghuang firmly declined. "That one tea do. What if there's not enough food for 3 at the table? Besides, no one would dare bully Yu Chubai. He is the treasure child." Yu Chubai did not protest. Instead, he lowered his gaze and, feeling wronged, sat at the disciples' table, his eyes fixed on Ling Han. As Li Xinghuang led Ling Han to sit beside him, all eyes in the Xingshuang hall turned towards them. He Ruofeng was the first to object, rising to reproach, "Li Xinghuang, is this how you conduct yourself at Guiyuan Peak? In such a setting, a disciple actually shares a seat with an elder?" Li Xinghuang cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Indeed, I was raised without parental guidance, and my master seldom disciplines me. My manners are certainly not as refined as others. Why must Elder Tianyin stoop to my level?" He Ruofeng's expression contorted in rage. His lips trembled for a long while, yet he could not utter a word and silently sat down. Li Xinghuang felt a warm touch against the back of his hand and turned to see Ling Han looking at him with concern. Li Xinghuang assumed he feared He Ruofeng and reassured him, "It's nothing. He merely has a sharp tongue, and he won to retaliate against me." Li Xinghuang was not afraid of He Ruofeng's schemes. This Pomeranian was too straightforward and disdainful of underhanded tactics. At most, they would argue, but he would not be bested in such disputes. "Master, you need not argue with others on my behalf, nor should you speak so disparagingly of yourself upon hearing Li Xinghuang's words." Ling Han felt a mix of gratitude for his defense and deep sympathy. Being an orphan himself, he understood all too well the feeling of being utterly alone and forsaken. To his surprise, the master had also lost his parents at a tender age. As for the Grand Master, Ling Han possessed scant knowledge. He had assumed that the Grand Master treated the master with kindness, yet it turned out that the Grand Master showed little concern for him. In a bid to voice his own plight, the master not only confronted Elder Tianyun publicly, but also laid bare the bloody remnants of his past. Although Li Xingshuang appeared unfazed, Ling Han felt a profound sense of empathy for him. Chapter 57. Heartless and ungrateful despite a minor interruption before the banquet. The festivities proceeded without a hitch. Li Xingshuang gazed at the dishes laid out before him. In the realm of cultivation, culinary creations emphasize the essence of the ingredients, preserving their spiritual energy. Thus, the offerings appeared rather bland, failing to pique his interest. He yearned for braised pork knuckles. In contrast to Ling Han, the dishes on the table consisted of spiritual plants, fruits, and meats from mystical beasts. Their simplicity, devoid of complex preparation and myriad seasonings, rendered them exquisitely delightful. He had never savored such refined fare. Not only was it delectable, but it also invigorated his spiritual energy significantly. However, noticing Li Xingshuang's reluctance to partake, he felt hesitant to indulge further. While Li Xingshuang displayed little enthusiasm for the food, he drank cup after cup of wine. The wine was of exceptional quality, rich and aromatic. It had been a long time since he had indulged. Sensing Ling Han's occasional glances in his direction, he assumed the young man desired to drink as well, and thus remarked, "You are still young. You cannot drink wine." Just as Ling Han was about to explain himself, Li Xingshuang took a fresh pair of chopsticks, dipped them in the wine, and offered them to Ling Han's lips. "If you're truly curious, you may have a taste." Ling Han, momentarily taken aback, accepted the chopsticks. A hint of sweetness danced on his palate, swiftly followed by an overwhelming spiciness that forced him to turn away and cough discreetly into his sleeve several times. Li Xingshuang, however, chuckled, reveling in the playful teasing. After coughing a few times, Ling Han was about to apologize for his indiscretion, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. It seemed to be the first time he had witnessed his master so genuinely joyful. Was it joy indeed? In Ling Han's memory, it felt like the first instance he had glimpsed Li Xingshuang smile. Noticing Ling Han's unwavering gaze upon him, Li Xingshuang quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. I did not intend to mock you. Although the laughter was undeniably a form of jest, Li Xingshuang could hardly admit it. Ling Han murmured, as long as master is happy. Despite the many pairs of eyes that seemed to bore into them, both Ling Han and Li Xingshuang remained unfazed. Li Xingshuang, ever indifferent, assumed that he Ruofeng and his disciples were merely staring at Ling Han due to his demonic lineage. Meanwhile, Ling Han's focus remained solely on Li Xingshuang, disregarding everything else. At that moment, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Qi Jingyuan mustered the courage to raise his glass. Today we gather to honor Elder Yi, who has traveled from afar, and to express our gratitude for her assistance to Xingshuang. I would like to propose a toast to Elder Yi. Elder Yi Ling graciously lifted her cup, consuming the wine while keeping her gaze fixed on Li Xingshuang. Qi Jingyuan cleared his throat. Xingshuang, you should also toast Elder Yi. After all, she has rendered you significant aid and deserves your gratitude. Though somewhat inexperienced in social nuances, Li Xingshuang was obedient and took up his filled cup. Elder Yi, I toast to you. A gentle smile graced Yi Ling's face as she rose to reciprocate his gesture. Just then, a disciple burst into the room in haste. Upon witnessing the congregation of elders and the sect leader, he stumbled over his words. I have seen the elders. I, the disciple. Lu Wuchen swiftly pulled the flustered disciple away. The others assumed it was merely an inexperienced disciple who had wandered into the wrong setting and paid little mind. However, not long after, Lu Lijing's brows knitted in concern. It seemed as though someone had transmitted a message to him telepathically. Li Xingshuang set down his wine cup, observing Lu Lijing's solemn expression. Could it be that something significant had transpired at the Wangshui Tower? Yet, how could the sect leader still be indulging in laughter? Although this individual held no decision-making authority, one would presume that, as the sect leader, he would at least possess the right to be informed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Lijing rose from his seat, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, Elder Yi, sect leader, I have some personal matters to attend to and must take my leave. I hope you will not take offense. Elder Yi nodded, and Qi Jingyuan smiled, gesturing for him to depart. Before leaving, Lu Lijing exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Chu Bai, who raised an eyebrow and followed him out. Li Xingshuang also stood up, stating, Sect leader, I too have matters to attend to and will excuse myself. Qi Jingyuan paused momentarily, questioning, what business could you possibly have? Li Xingshuang had yet to concoct a suitable excuse, and seeing Lu Lijing departing so nonchalantly, he assumed the sect leader would not inquire further. Reluctantly, he fabricated a response. I've had a bit to drink and need some fresh air. Qi Jingyuan replied, Really? Could you not devise a more plausible excuse? You, a distinguished individual in the Ming Xian realm, have barely touched a bottle, and you claim to be intoxicated? With a composed demeanor, you assert that you're inebriated? Ling Han, genuinely concerned, remarked, Master, are you all right? Allow me to accompany you for a stroll. Li Xingshuang gently patted Ling Han's shoulder, reassuring him, No worries, I shall return shortly. Hearing that Li Xingshuang would indeed come back, Qi Jingyuan's expression softened a bit. He offered a few words of caution. Xingshuang, after drinking, do not linger in the wind for too long. Be wary of a headache. Just step outside for a breath of fresh air and return quickly. Li Xingshuang nodded in a perfunctory manner and promptly exited. Lu Lijing had not ventured far and made no effort to conceal his presence. Li Xingshuang soon sensed their location. As he approached, he overheard Yu Chu Bai's cold laughter. The disciples have not breached the contract. Even Elder Xianyan cannot impose arbitrary punishment upon them. Yu Chu Bai exhibited none of his usual flirtatious demeanor, instead radiating an air of chilliness, his face adorned with a hint of derision. Lu Lijing, however, merely smiled. I do not recall the terms of our agreement being thus. Young Master Yu, I am genuinely curious. What benefit do you derive from undermining the Lan Kingdom? Yu Chu Bai scoffed, entertainment, disdain, or perhaps they deserve demise. Any reason suffices. I fail to recall any enmity between Zhaoju's sect and the Lan Kingdom. There are many things that Prince Yuan does not know. After all, given your heartless disposition, how could you concern yourself with such matters? Li Xingshuang, growing weary of the conversation, realized it was merely a discussion regarding the recent turmoil within the Lan Kingdom. He had initially thought there was trouble at the Wang Shui Tower, since it bore no relevance to him. He was about to leave when Lu Lijing unexpectedly turned his gaze in his direction. It could hardly be called eavesdropping, as Li Xingshuang had not made an effort to hide, merely refraining from drawing closer. With Lu Lijing's cultivation level, he must have sensed his presence long ago. While Yu Chu Bai, with his back to Li Xingshuang and possessing significantly lower cultivation, remained oblivious to his presence. Xingshuang, Lu Lijing called with a smile, and as Yu Chu Bai turned in astonishment, he continued his speech leisurely. Since you have arrived, why not come a little closer? Chapter 58. You should help her. Li Xingshuang could not pretend she had not heard and had no choice but to approach. Yu Chu Bai's face displayed a flustered expression, and he offered a sycophantic smile as he stepped forward to tug at Li Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, what brings you here? Li Xingshuang averted her gaze from him and addressed Lu Lijing, saying, I am merely an observer, with no intention of intervening. Lu Lijing rablia. Since you're already listening, you might as well hear the entirety. I instructed young Master Yu to deliver a sum of mortal currency to the royal family of Lan Kingdom, intended to replenish the royal treasury's deficit. Yet, young Master Yu chose to bestow this money upon the ambitious Jin Prince, thereby aiding him in nurturing his private army for rebellion. Is this not an act of treachery on his part? Li Xingshuang was reluctant to comment, primarily because it did not concern her. She could not fathom why Lu Lijing felt the need to inform her. Yu Chu Bai, agitated, shook Li Xingshuang's sleeve, protesting, Master, I did not intend to harm the royal family of Lan Kingdom. Elder Xian Yun instructed me to provide funds to the royal family, and I thought it unnecessary to give it directly to the emperor. The princes and princesses are equally deserving. Specious reasoning. Lu Lijing coolly uttered, casting a glance at Li Xingshuang. He clearly held a grudge, deeming Yu Chu Bai unworthy of remaining within the sect. Yu Chu Bai, nearly beside himself, retorted without restraint, Who is truly the one with ill intentions? You could kill your own mother. Who knows what else you might do? Lu Lijing's expression darkened, and for a moment, the air seemed to thicken with tension. Yu Chu Bai recognized his mistake, but chose not to apologize, defiantly glaring at Lu Lijing. The oppressive aura of the peak mind clarity realm forcefully pressed Yu Chu Bai to the ground, causing him immense pain in his knee as he was held firmly in a kneeling position. Even though the pressure avoided Li Xingshuang, she too felt the anger laced within it. Yu Chu Bai, straining with all his might, could not straighten his back, whether he was vomiting blood or biting his tongue. Crimson liquid dripped from his mouth onto the ground. Li Xingshuang regarded him. After all, he was the young master of Zhaoju's sect. What if he went back crying and lodged a complaint? Although the sect leader of Zhaoju was somewhat timid, that was under individual circumstances. Zhaoju's sect wielded considerable power, and Li Xingshuang had no desire to offend them, whether for reasons of the sect or personal interest. Elder Xinyun. Li Xingshuang raised her hand to resist Lu Lijing's pressure. He paused momentarily, but showed no inclination to oppose her, silently retracting his force. Li Xingshuang extended her hand toward Yu Chu Bai. Master. Yu Chu Bai was momentarily stunned as she helped him to his feet, his eyes brimming with tears once more. I am not your master, Li Xingshuang replied coolly. Since the apprenticeship has not been formalized, you should not address me as such. While she spoke literally, Yu Chu Bai's tears began to flow freely. Master, please allow me to explain. I am truly not a bad person. Please do not abandon me, he sobbed, gripping Li Xingshuang's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Lijing's face remained stern. Xingshuang, can you truly trust someone so duplicitous, who speaks sweetly yet harbors malice? Yu Chu Bai hit bin Li Xingshuang, defiantly asserting, are you not the same? The old trickster, who presents one face while concealing another, makes me suspect you might one day eliminate my esteemed master. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow, responding with a nonchalant, that would be quite something. A heavy silence enveloped the two. Li Xingshuang shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, asking, wasn't that incident just a couple of months ago? Why is it being brought up today? Yu Chubai murmured, the princess of Rongchong has arrived. Lu Lijing interjected. She wishes to join Wang Zilu. It seems that the disciple who hurriedly sought to report was indeed regarding this matter. Regardless, she is still a relative of Lu Lijing, albeit distantly removed through countless generations. Li Xingshuang inquired, is she unable to remain in the Lan Kingdom? Lu Lijing nodded. After the upheaval in the palace, the emperor purged dissenters. Remaining in the Lan Kingdom poses a constant threat to her life, and her best option is to depart from the mundane world. However, lacking any aptitude for cultivation, even if she seeks my assistance, I can only place her as a servant disciple in the outer sect. Yu Chubai, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, I wonder if the esteemed princess can endure such hardships. Lu Lijing shot him a glance, prompting Yu Chubai to hide behind Li Xingshuang. The mention of servant disciples reminded Li Xingshuang of Qingmei. However, accepting a disciple devoid of talent requires a fortuitous opportunity. If Lu Lijing does not take in his own kin, it would be even more implausible for him to accept Qingmei, who shares no familial ties with Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang's thoughts had already shifted to another matter, regarding the quarrel between the two. I shall merely listen and refrain from passing judgment on your disputes. With that, Li Xingshuang turned to depart, stating, I am going back to the banquet. Yu Chubai made a face at Lu Lijing before quickly following Li Xingshuang. Master, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Upon returning to the banquet, Ling Han noticed a trace of worry in Li Xingshuang's demeanor and asked with concern, Master, are you well? Quite well, Li Xingshuang replied. Uncertain of why Ling Han posed such a question, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Qingmei. At times, Li Xingshuang found it peculiar. Though both were bound by fate, why did Ling Han consistently encounter fortuitous opportunities, while Qingmei continued to suffer misfortune? It seemed as if life was relentlessly oppressive, perhaps soon to reach the point of no return. Could it be that Li Xingshuang's actions had significantly altered the course of fate? He had contemplated providing her with an appropriate cultivation method. Yet such an overt gesture might be misconstrued by Qingmei as having ulterior motives. Their connection was tenuous at best. The sole link between them perhaps lay through Ling Han. Ah, yes, there was still Ling Han. Li Xingshuang glanced at his disciple, who immediately lowered his head in obedience, awaiting instructions. I recall you have a good friend in the outer sect, correct? Ling Han hesitated, as he was often bullied during his time in the outer sect, with Qingmei being the only one who could be considered friend. Yet, rather than a bond of mutual understanding, it was more of a shared plight. However, due to his master's interest in her, Ling Han felt a twinge of resentment and had not sought her out in quite some time. Uncertain why his master suddenly brought her up, Ling Han nodded, a bit dazed, yes. Li Xingshuang remarked, I recall that in a little over a month, there will be a grand competition among the sects, in which disciples from external factions may also participate. If you have the time, you might lend a hand to your friend, even if she does not have the chance to become a direct disciple. There may still be an opportunity for her to enter the inner sect. Li Xingshuang did not require her to perform exceptionally. A mere pretext would suffice, as he was prepared to take her as a student. Upon hearing this, Ling Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 59, A Conversation with You, Master. Are you truly willing to assist Qingmei? Ling Han clenched his fists. Master, with Ning's innate talent, she is unlikely to gain entry into the inner sect. Why? What merit does Master find in her? She is merely a waste. This thought surged in Ling Han's mind, and in the next moment, a chill washed over his back. He felt as if he had become as malevolent as those others. True, Qingmei's abilities were lacking, yet he should not mock her. She was undeniably his friend. But what is happening? Li Xingshuang noticed his dark expression, sensing that something had disturbed Ling Han, though upon reflection, she realized she had not spoken anything amiss. Was it not beneficial for him to spend more time with the young lady? Ling Han averted his gaze, speaking somewhat stiffly. No, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. Oh, Li Xingshuang, uninterested in matters unrelated to her, did not press further. After a moment, she added, You should dedicate yourself to your training this month. The sect's grand competition is approaching. It is indeed a significant event, and, as the chosen one, Ling Han should have the opportunity to shine. Upon mentioning this, Xingshuang became aware of an important observation. Ever since his epiphany in the secret realm, Ling Han's cultivation had shown no advancement. Given the ample time remaining in the secret realm, he ought to have made some progress. This does not seem right. Could it be that his destiny had been altered by her? Is it possible that a Ling Han untainted by darkness possesses no fate? Ling Han was about to assert his commitment to diligent cultivation, but upon glancing at Xingshuang, the words shifted to, disciple encounters many uncertainties in his training. Might Master offer some guidance? Very well. From tomorrow onward, I shall accompany you in your practice. Before Ling Han could express his joy, Xingshuang added, by the way, you may bring your good friend along. She is likely without direction in the outer sect and may find it difficult to progress. Ling Han's lips fell into a frown. Master, why do you care so much for junior sister Ning? She is merely the most inconspicuous servant disciple in the outer sect. Why does Master frequently mention her? Seeing his displeasure, Xingshuang speculated that he might misunderstand her intentions as a rivalry for affections and hastily clarified. When you were falsely accused, only that girl believed in you. I hope you will cherish this friendship. Ling Han's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated such a motive. Master, with good intentions, wished for him to forge friendships. Yet he found himself consumed by jealousy over Master's concern for another disciple. Ning Moru is a good person, his sole friend. He ought not to feel this way. The banquet continued with cups raised and toasts exchanged, dispersing only at the third watch of the night. Xingshuang had yet to see Lu Lijing return. Perhaps he was occupied with arrangements for his kin. Though placed in the outer sect, it was likely he would offer her additional care. The path of cultivation often hinges on one's lineage, and the outer sect is rife with mixed characters, where many tread upon the weak. Thus, Ning Moru and Ling Han had endured such bullying. However, after Xingshuang's feedback last time, Lu Lijing took measures to rectify the atmosphere of the outer sect, and it should be much improved now. With everyone scheming and bullying each other within the sect, how could it possibly thrive? We must focus on our endeavors and diligently cultivate, for only then can we secure a bright future. Xingshuang rose from her seat, discreetly slipping away the remaining 2 jugs of wine. Why leave without taking something? Although the dishes were bland and unappealing, Xingshuang held a fondness for the exquisite wine. Perhaps due to the support from the Zhaoju sect, Wangshui Tower could now afford fine beverages. Ling Han followed closely behind Xingshuang, expressing concern. Master, you have consumed quite a bit of wine. Are you feeling well now? It is uncommon for cultivators to become intoxicated, especially someone of Xingshuang's caliber. Thus, she replied, I am far from drunk. Yu Chubai hurried to catch up with Xingshuang, asking, Master, do you enjoy drinking? My father has a substantial collection of spirit brews. Shall I fetch some for you? That won't be necessary. What if your father punishes you? Xingshuang recalled the last encounter at the Dream Cloud Peak's main hall, where Yu Zhongzhu had given Yu Chubai quite a thrashing. Yu Chubai grinned, saying, It's all right. As long as Master enjoys it, I will procure anything for you. Ling Han pursed his lips, slowing his pace slightly. Yu Chubai hailed from a prestigious family, honoring his master with various treasures. Yet, Ling Han felt he could only take from his master. The gifts bestowed upon him were so precious that he could never repay them. As Xingshuang walked ahead, she remained oblivious to Ling Han's changing expression, but she noticed someone in front of her. Was that not Lu Lijing? Why was he returning after the banquet was over? Was he not satisfied? Xingshuang, Lu Lijing appeared somewhat fatigued. I have something to discuss with you. May I take a moment of your time? Xingshuang paused for a few seconds. The inquiries from superiors rarely allowed for choice. Speak, she replied. Lu Lijing glanced towards the direction of Qingshao Hall and then at the 2 disciples beside Xingshuang. I would prefer to speak with you alone. Thus, Xingshuang gestured to her 2 disciples. You both may return. I need to discuss matters with Elder Xinyan. Yu Chubai frowned and whispered behind Xingshuang's back. Master, it is too dangerous to be alone with this person. Lu Lijing paid no heed to his clumsy attempts at sowing discord, simply gazing at Xingshuang. Xingshuang reiterated, You may return. Ling Anu did, understood. Compared to Yu Chubai, Ling Han was certainly more obedient. Lu Lijing escorted Li Xingshuang to the study in the main residence of Xianyun Peak and invited her to take a seat. Li Xingshuang was uncertain of his intentions, but felt it unlikely to be of great importance. To her, matters outside of her tasks held little significance. The political upheaval in the Lan Kingdom, the Crown Princess, the Zhaoju Merchant Association, none piqued her interest. Lu Lijing spoke with a tinge of bitterness. Yu Chubai is correct. I killed my own mother with my own hands. As expected, this was a topic of no interest to Li Xingshuang. She had never been concerned with the personal lives of her colleagues. The moral standing of Lu Lijing was of no consequence to her. To Li Xingshuang, anything that benefits the task is deemed good, while anything that hinders it is regarded as bad. Li Xingshuang was perplexed as to why Lu Lijing chose to confide in her. Did she resemble some sort of emotional sounding board? However, Lu Lijing's subsequent remark compelled Li Xingshuang to lift her gaze. Xingshuang, it was only at that moment that I comprehended that immortality, at times, is not a blessing but rather a curse. Chapter 60. Nightmare. Lu Lijing closed his eyes, and it was evident that he was in great anguish. After my training in the Longshui Tower, I fortuitously acquired a life-extending elixir, which I bestowed upon my ailing mother. Indeed, it allowed her to survive. Yet, she was far too aged, deaf and blind, utterly frail, unable even to utter a word. As time passed, her body began to decay, revealing bones beneath her skin. Yet she persisted in her existence. Like a wandering corpse, she was trapped in a limbo of life, desiring both to live and to die in vain. Reluctant to witness her torment, I ended her suffering with a single stroke of my sword. She should have perished long ago. It was my reckless interference in the mortal realm, my provision of the elixir that had led to this tragic error, which I alone must bear. Lu Lijing hung his head, his hand pressed against his forehead, barely holding himself up. I am indeed a sinner, overly presumptuous and obstinate. I have committed irrevocable errors, unforgivable sins. Li Xingshuang pondered briefly. Regardless, you have killed her, and that could be seen as an act of atonement. Lu Lijing closed his eyes once more. Indeed, he had atoned, in the most sinister of manners. He would never forget that day. He emerged from the Xianying Palace, blood cascading from his blade, mingling with the torrential rain, winding its way into the waters below. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids were paralyzed with fear, some attempting to crawl away on hands and knees, too terrified to even scream. He remained motionless, allowing the deluge to soak him completely. He felt the sword in his hand heavier than ever before. When the Imperial Guard arrived, they beheld a serene young man standing before the palace. The Emperor, protected and surrounded by her attendants, arrived with wide eyes filled with terror, and upon seeing him, she was momentarily struck dumb. Brother? Though she had aged, he remained in the prime of his youth. The assembly was stunned by the Emperor's address. The soldiers and guards, being youthful themselves, had never encountered Lu Lijing before. Only a select few knew that the Emperor had an elder brother, the former Prince Yuan, who had governed in her youth, but had since transcended the mortal realm. Brother. The Emperor's eyes glistened with tears as memories of her brother surged forth, and she yearned to rush toward him, yet her attendants quickly shielded her. A fleeting moment of clarity returned to her. The gentle and accommodating brother of her past now stood before her, sword in hand, blood pooling at his feet, in front of the Xianying Palace. At last, he spoke, uttering 6 brief words. The Empress Dowager has passed. The Emperor nearly collapsed, barely remaining upright with the support of the palace maids. She could not comprehend it. They were siblings sharing the same mother. That was her mother, as well as his. How could he have struck down their own flesh and blood? You wretched fool! You beast! The Emperor screamed, her composure shattered for the first time in decades of reign. Bring him to justice. Kill him. He could slip silently into the palace, and he could just as easily depart without a trace. He could have left as if he had never come. Yet in the end, he cast one last glance at his sister. I owe you, it is my fault. I owe you, it is my fault. He never makes excuses for his mistakes, regardless of the reasons. Lu Lijing's thoughts seemed to drift back to that nightmare until a hand rested on his back. Do not be saddened, Li Xingshuang consoled. At the very least, she has found her release. If you truly cared for her, You should feel happy for her. I simply do not wish for my mother to depart from me like Xingshuang did. When Xingshuang was gravely ill, I was but a mere mortal, unable to save him. Later, when the art of prolonging life emerged, it resulted in this dire outcome. Xingshuang, do you think my mother would hate me? Xingshuang nodded earnestly and replied, if I were in her position, I would certainly harbor resentment towards you. However, Xingshuang continued, in the end, you did make amends. Perhaps she might forgive you. Regardless of whether my mother and my imperial sister forgive me, I cannot forgive myself. Lu Lijing raised his gaze to Xingshuang. I am indeed the kind of person that the young master Jie described, callous and ungrateful. Xingshuang, do you fear me? He looked deeply into Xingshuang's eyes. Xingshuang found this question rather perplexing. No matter what kind of person Lu Lijing was, it seemed of little concern to him. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, I am not afraid. Whatever kind of person you are, I will not fear you. Xingshuang was not afraid of Lu Lijing stabbing him twice. It was not that he believed Lu Lijing would not do such a thing, but rather that 2 stabs would be inconsequential. After all, he was not destined to die from such wounds. What he needed to worry about was perhaps Lu Lijing absconding with all the assets of Wangshui Tower in the dead of night. Yet, Xingshuang felt that this possibility was even less likely than Lu Lijing wanting to kill him. On one hand, as the regent assisting the sect leader in managing Wangshui Tower, Lu Lijing was diligent and earnest, undoubtedly working towards a more distant future. It seemed unlikely he would flee for shallow, immediate gains. On the other hand, Wangshui Tower was hardly wealthy. It was true that Zhaojue sect had provided a significant sum to Wangshui Tower, but this funding was granted on account of Xingshuang, and the authority to allocate these spirit stones rested in his hands. Hearing Xingshuang's words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Lijing's mouth. Thank you. Xingshuang, you have not changed a bit over all these years. Was he implying that Xingshuang had not cared for his colleagues during these decades? Indeed. Xingshuang asked, did you call me here just to say this? Lu Lijing gently affirmed. You need not worry about Yu Chu by sowing discord. He is merely a child. I do not mind what he says. Lu Lijing lowered his gaze. Xingshuang, my sorrow is not solely due to reminiscing about the past. I am simply perplexed as to how Yu Chu Bai came to know of this matter. This issue had long been buried deep within Lu Lijing's heart. As for the mundane world, the emperor had suppressed the news, merely stating that the Empress Dowager had passed away from sudden illness. How did he find out? If he knows, then how many others are aware? Perhaps it was merely gossip. He is here at Wangshui Tower. If you wish to know, I can inquire with him. Xingshuang dismissed this notion. Chapter 61. The formal apprenticeship rather than indulging in speculation. Xingshuang preferred to seek clarity through direct inquiry. Upon returning to Guiyan Peak, he encountered Yu Chu Bai waiting for him in the main courtyard and promptly asked, how did you come to know about Elder Xianyun's past? Yu Chu Bai, taken aback by the unexpected nature of the question, pouted slightly in a feigned show of grievance. The crown princess informed me. Such royal secrets, of course, are known only to those of the royal lineage. And what is the reason behind your support for the kingdom of Camelon? I did not betray them. I have a closer relationship with Lu Ziqing, hence I aided him in ascending to the throne. He replied earnestly, blinking innocently. Moreover, I inquired of you whom you intended to assist, and you mentioned that I could follow my own inclination, did you not? Xingshuang discerned that Yu Chu Bai was not as naive as he seemed, while he constantly acted coy and innocent before Xingshuang. Resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family, the true intentions behind his faade remained unclear. It appeared that he did not plan to harm Wang Shuelu, which sufficed for Xingshuang. Choosing not to delve further, Xingshuang redirected the conversation. Now that I have returned, if you still wish to join Guiyan Peak, we shall conduct the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Yu Chu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I shall prepare at once. Prepare for what? Xingshuang Kariya, somewhat puzzled, but chose to disregard it. Just as he was about to retire to his chamber, he noticed Ling Han peering hesitantly from the doorway of the side hall. Xingshuang approached him. Are you not yet asleep? Ling Han emerged, his head bowed as he spoke softly. Are you officially taking him as your disciple? Xingshuang, somewhat confused, responded, wasn't this already arranged? Then, Ling Han hesitated, his demeanor indicating a struggle between speaking and refraining. Speak your mind. Li Xingshuang urja. Ling Han tentatively asked, if you take him as a disciple, will that mean? Will you treat Yu Chubai better? Will you neglect me? Li Xingshuang, observing his expression, surmised that Ling Han was primarily concerned about the potential dilution of resources should he accept Yu Chubai as a disciple. Such worries were unfounded. Yu Chubai would bring resources without depleting those of Wang Xuelu. Furthermore, Yu Chubai was not a figure of significant importance, and Li Xingshuang would not overly focus on him. Nonetheless, he would fulfill his duties as a master. At present, it was crucial to reassure Ling Han. Li Xingshuang placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. You shall always be my most valued disciple. Ling Han felt a gentle tug at his heart, his eyes slightly moistening. Regardless of the truth behind those words, even if merely spoken to placate him, they were enough to touch him deeply. Li Xingshuang had grown accustomed to Ling Han's propensity to tear up. Enough of this. Do not cry. He felt somewhat helpless, unsure of how to console him further, and simply gestured for him to return to rest, resolving to rise early for training the following day. Yes. Ling Han slightly bowed and answered obediently. Li Xingshuang also returned to his room for a nap, but he awoke in the early hours, intending to notify the sect leader of his decision to formally accept a disciple. The sect's direct disciples were recorded, and it required the issuance of a sect token. It was not sufficient for him to merely declare his intention. As he stepped out, Li Xingshuang encountered Yu Chubai, who seemed to have waited for a long time, and upon seeing him, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Master, you're awake. Today marks the day I formally become your disciple. I am fully prepared. Yu Chubai had finally exchanged his ostentatious golden attire for the disciple robes of Wang Xuelu. Li Xingshuang was uncertain about what preparations were necessary for the initiation ceremony, but he soon discovered the answer. What fragrance is that on you? He inquired. To become a disciple, one must naturally bathe and change clothes. Yu Chubai brought his sleeve closer to Li Xingshuang, saying, "This is sandalwood incense. Do you like it, master?" Li Xingshuang turned his face away and sneezed. Yu Chubai appeared somewhat flustered. "Master, do you not like it?" "It's all right. Just a bit overwhelming," Li Xingshuang replied, rubbing his nose. "Keep your distance." Yu Chubai quickly stepped back 2 paces. "I shall wash away this scent immediately." "No need," Li Xingshuang waved his hand. "Let's go to Mengyun Peak." Upon entering the main courtyard of Mengyun Peak, Li Xingshuang spotted a familiar girl, whom he recognized as Tao Yu, the direct disciple of Qi Jingyuan. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, Tao Yu promptly called Qi Jingyuan and then skipped joyfully in his wake. Master, Master, Elder Gue Yun has brought young Master Yu. Is he officially becoming a disciple?" She had heard early on about Yu Chubai's intention to join Wang Xuelu and was quite curious. Although, in terms of overall strength, the disciples and elders within Wang Xuelu surpassed those of Zhaoju's sect. The sect's techniques, mental methods, and swordsmanship were indeed more powerful than many other sections. However, Zhaoju's sect was undeniably wealthy, capable of acquiring any resources they desired with money. Naturally, those who pursued pure cultivation would find other sects more suitable. After all, every disciple of Zhaoju's sect was required to assist the sect in commerce, becoming too entangled in the mundane world, which would waste much time and hinder their cultivation. Yet, as the young master of Zhaoju's sect, Yu Chubai could focus on his training without reproach. Even if he needed guidance, he could easily seek out a more powerful sect. Why then did he choose to come to Wang Xuelu for his apprenticeship? Li Xingshuang confirmed Tao Yu's speculation. "Indeed, I am preparing for him to formally become my disciple today. Have you thought this through? Are you certain you wish to accept him as your disciple?" Although he had clarified previous misunderstandings, Qi Jingyuan still held some prejudice against Yu Chubai. Li Xingshuang nodded. "Yes. We have accepted the fee. Is there anything else that displeases you?" Qi Jingyuan sighed. "Very well. Let us go to the main hall, and let this child serve you a cup of tea. That will suffice for the initiation." "Master, I believe this is inappropriate," Yu Chubai suddenly interjected. "The initiation ceremony is a demonstration of the disciple's respect for the master. It requires proper attire, ablution, the offering of 6 gifts, a timely presentation of tea." and the Master's instruction. Each element is essential. Xingshuang responded with a puzzled expression. This process is exasperating. It will surely take an eternity to complete. Moreover, what wisdom does he impart? Forgetting the past and neglecting the future, it seems that all is well, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 62. Where's my heroine? In any case, Li Xingfeng found himself reluctantly dragged through the tedious ceremony of apprenticeship. Fortunately, he was allowed to sit and merely sip tea while exchanging a few words. Once the formalities concluded, Li Xingfeng eagerly returned to Guiyun Peak, but as soon as he landed, Ling Han rushed towards him in a flurry. Master, may I venture down the mountain for a while? Noticing the urgency etched on Ling Han's face, Li Xingfeng promptly inquired, what is the matter? Ling Han furrowed his brow, worry clouding his expression. I intended to seek out Sister Ning, but I heard from the outer sect disciples that she has been expelled from Wangshui Tower. Ling Han was both anxious and filled with self-recrimination. It was all his fault. Had he not previously quarreled with Ning Moru, he would not have delayed in visiting her. Ning Moru was his sole friend at Wangshui Tower, yet he was unaware that she had been cast out of the sect. After all, as a mere servant disciple, her expulsion was not deemed significant, unlike inter-sect disciples or direct disciples who could only be expelled for serious offenses. What? Li Xingfeng grew truly alarmed. Surely not. Could it be that after the alteration of the world line, she has turned into the destined daughter of fate? Must one of you succumb to darkness? He continued, do you know where she has gone? I shall fetch her back. Though Ling Han was equally anxious, he could not help but notice that Li Xingfeng was behaving unusually. Typically aloof, Li Xingfeng now appeared genuinely distressed. Ling Han felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Why was his master so concerned for Ning Moru? Their interactions had been minimal. According to Ning Moru, they had only met once when Li Xingfeng rescued her. There was no deeper connection. For reasons unknown, Ling Han suddenly regained his composure. There is no need to trouble Master. I can go myself. Besides, I am merely concerned for Sister Ning's well-being and have no intentions of bringing her back. Li Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Why? Do you not wish for her return? This narrative seems awry. Ling Han bowed his head. Since Sister Ning? No. Miss Ning has left the sect. There must be a reason. Whether it is due to insufficient talent or past mistakes, she should not be allowed to return. Li Xingfeng was at a loss for words. Surely this is a touch too principled? However, Ling Han continued, Miss Ning is indeed a friend of mine, yet I do not wish to cause Master any trouble or allow others to criticize you for favoritism. I simply wish to descend the mountain and ensure she is safe. Li Xingfeng sighed inwardly, realizing that Ling Han had articulated every possible argument. Wangshui Tower is not a safe place. I am concerned for your safety. I shall accompany you, Li Xingfeng said, feigning nonchalance while secretly hoping Ling Han would cease his politeness, find an exit for himself, and then hasten to locate the destined daughter of fate. Ling Han appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Master need not worry. Li Xingfeng abruptly pulled him along. Let's go. At this moment, it was merely the loss of a heroine, but what if he were to lose the male lead as well? According to the information obtained by Ling Han, Ning Mo had left the sect half a month ago, and she likely had not ventured far. Li Xingshuang accompanied Ling Han down the mountain to a nearby town named Jishui Town, a settlement predominantly inhabited by cultivators who had not joined any sect. Many were either deemed too lacking in talent for any sect to accept or preferred the freedom of solitary cultivation, shunning the constraints imposed by sect rules. Li Xingshuang initially intended to inquire around with Ling Han, but upon entering a tavern, they encountered the very person they sought. Ning Moru, clad in simple coarse linen attire, was being scolded by the tavern owner, who had her by the ear. She remained silent, yet upon seeing Ling Han and Li Xingshuang, she appeared flustered, seemingly desperate to conceal her humiliation. What offense had she committed? Li Xingshuang stepped forward to intervene. Upon noticing Li Xingshuang's imposing presence, a cultivator of evident noble lineage, and the fact that Ling Han donned the attire of Wang Shuelu, the tavern owner's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. Esteemed immortal, I was merely reprimanding this girl with sticky fingers, she said, her face betraying disdain as she shoved Ning Mo. This wretched girl was expelled from her sect for theft, and I took her in out of kindness, only for her to repay my goodwill with ingratitude. I did not. Ning Mo Ro bit her lip. Li Xingshuang frowned slightly and produced a token. Who informed you that she was expelled from her sect? I am Gu Yun, an elder of Wang Shuelu, and she is my disciple. I refuse to believe she would stoop to such disgraceful deeds. Ning Mo Ro was taken aback, and even Ling Han stared at Li Xingshuang in astonishment. Elder Gu Yun, oh dear, this is all a misunderstanding. You see, this Li Xingshuang beckoned Ning Mo Ro forward. She approached in a daze, never expecting to see Li Xingshuang again, nor could she have anticipated that he would once more come to her rescue. Why? Li Xingshuang shielded Ning Mo Ro behind him. Speak for yourself. Ning Mo Ro, who had felt little initially, merely harboring her grievances, found herself overwhelmed with a wave of emotions at his gentle prompting. Tears began to well in her eyes. Disciple, I did not steal. An outer sect senior accused me of taking his spirit stones and requested Elder Gu Yun to expel me from the sect upon arriving in Jishui town. I sought a place to settle, but due to my low cultivation, I have been bullied. As she spoke, her voice trembled more and more. Li Xingshuang cast a glance at the tavern owner, who appeared visibly shaken. What else did she do to you? Li Xingshuang inquired. Ning Moro sniffed. The tavern owner, seeing my plight, offered me a job here, but she thinks I'm trying to seduce her husband thus. She targets me at every turn. Li Xingshuang found the woman's self-confidence in her husband's fidelity rather amusing. After all, how could a destined female Li possibly take an interest in an ordinary rogue cultivator? Even if she did not end up with someone like Ling Han, it would be more fitting for her to attract the attention of a noble sect leader, a royal, or an eminent family scion. Surely, someone of her caliber would draw admiration from such esteemed individuals. After all, Ning Moru is destined to become the illustrious Feng Outyin. Although she may currently be in a state of decline, as the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and west for 30 years. Never mind, that phrase has become rather trite. No one shall dare to bully you again. Li Xingshuang gazed at Ning Moru, her tone softening slightly. If you are willing, come under the auspices of Guyun Peak and become my direct disciple. As your master, along with your senior brother Ling Han, we shall protect you diligently. Chapter 63. What happened to the most important thing? Ling Han and Ning Mo Ro stood frozen in place. Ning Mo Ro felt as though she were caught in a dream, while Ling Han experienced a jarring shock. A malicious thought crept into his mind. If he had not informed his master, Ning Mo Ro would have been expelled from the sect. Slowly, he clenched his fists. Li Xingshuang noticed Ning Mo Ro's dazed expression and mistakenly assumed her reluctance stemmed from unwillingness to refuse. He said, if you are hesitant then, I am willing. Ning Mo Ro exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Thank you, master. Li Xingshuang glanced at the innkeeper's wife and inquired then, would you like to punish this vile woman? Ning Mo Ro hesitated for a moment, then shook her head in response to the innkeeper's panicked gaze. Thank you, master, but it is unnecessary. A smile graced her lips. After all, they had helped her. Li Xingshuang nodded, sensing that Ning Mo Ro possessed a certain kindness. He hoped she could forgive the injustices inflicted upon her by the Wang Shui Tower. However, Ling Han's expression darkened, likely out of indignation at witnessing Ning Mo Ro's mistreatment. Li Xingshuang observed the redness around Ning Mo Ro's eyes. She had just been crying, and her gaze remained glistening. He gently reached out and stroked her hair. Do not cry. I will take you home. As Ning Mo Ro was a girl, Li Xingshuang felt it inappropriate to grow too familiar, but such a gesture seemed fitting for a mentor toward the child. He noticed Ling Han's mood becoming increasingly somber and quickly withdrew his hand. Ah, yes, this is the future wife of the child of destiny. It is best to maintain a respectful distance to avoid unnecessary calamity. Yu Bai, who had initially felt elated after becoming a disciple, was tending to the flowers in the courtyard when he unexpectedly saw his master return with a girl. Moreover, Li Xingshuang announced from now on, Ning Mo Ro will be your junior sister. He added, I will inform the sect leader of this matter. Yu Bai flung the flower branch from his hand in shock and rushed to Li Xingshuang. On what grounds? She is nothing but a cultivation failure. How could she be worthy of being my junior sister? Ling Han's situation was more understandable, as he had been the first to become a disciple. Although Yu Chu Bai found him displeasing, he tolerated it. But who was this girl who had suddenly appeared? Li Xingshuang frowned slightly. If you are unwilling for her to be your junior sister, then do not call me master again. Yu Chu Bai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated his master would utter such words for the sake of this woman. Yet, Li Xingshuang held no particular attachment to this matter. He simply spoke literally. To him, Yu Chu Bai was of little importance, while Ning Mo Ro was the girl of destiny. If Yu Chu Bai refused to accept her as a fellow disciple, it would certainly result in Ning Mo Ro remaining. Yu Chu Bai gritted his teeth. I do not object. But master, if you take on such a weak disciple, the other disciples may voice their discontent. Ning Mo Ro felt somewhat awkward, her gaze fixed upon the ground. I will teach her well, Li Xingshuang replied calmly. She has not received guidance or cultivation in the past, and unlike you, she does not have access to superior resources. It is only natural that her cultivation is lacking. Li Xingshuang spoke, turning to Ning Moru, moreover. She is not entirely devoid of cultivation aptitude. At least she has reached the initial stage of comprehension. He himself felt a tinge of uncertainty in his words. Each realm is generally divided into early, mid, and late stages, but if one were to delve deeper, each phase can be further subdivided into 3 minor stages. Ning Moru barely qualifies as a cultivator, yet in reality, she remains inexperienced. Despite both being at the initial stage of comprehension, Yu Chu Bai is already perilously close to the next realm. However, Li Xingshuang is well aware of the script. Ning Moru's unique spirit fusion body demands specific requirements for cultivation techniques, rendering ordinary methods utterly ineffective. Yet, once the appropriate technique is found, her progress would be meteoric. At that point, with Ling Han and Ning Moru, one as a dragon soaring through the skies, and the other as a phoenix gracing the earth, it will be challenging for Wang Xuelo not to ascend to greatness. Noticing Ning Moru's embarrassment as she lowered her head, Li Xingshuang contemplated that perhaps it was not entirely appropriate to take her as a disciple at this moment. Ning Moru, he mused, Yu Chu Bai's perspective holds merit. If you were to formally enter the sect now, it might incite discontent among the elders. Ning Moru's gaze dimmed gradually, though it did not reflect profound disappointment, as she had already braced herself for the worst. Yu Chu Bai, on the other hand, chuckled with satisfaction. However, you may temporarily reside on Guyun Peak. Although you are not officially a disciple, I shall still guide you. Let us set a limit of 6 months. If you achieve any accomplishments within this period, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. Ning Moru's eyes widened, and after a moment, she knelt before Li Xingshuang, exclaiming, Elder Guyun, your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. I vow to cultivate diligently and spare no effort. Li Xingshuang hastily reached out to assist her, as he harbored a superstitious belief that the protagonist kneeling before him would bring misfortune. However, upon meeting Ling Han's darkened gaze, he withdrew his hand. That was a close call. He almost provided a reason for the protagonist's descent into madness. Rise, Li Xingshuang said calmly. It is not convenient for you to reside within the inner sect at present, as it may attract unwarranted attention. Instead, you shall stay in the adjacent hall next to your senior brother Ling Han. Ning Moru expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Elder Guiyun. Li Xingshuang then turned to Ling Han. Ling Han, please escort your junior sister to her new quarters, since you are friends and will now be neighbors. Do take care of her. Li Xingshuang felt he could easily play the role of a matchmaker. Ah Ling, look, I have arranged for you to have an opportunity for private interaction. Make the most of it. Yet Ling Han's expression darkened. Master, forgive me, but I am unwell and must return to my chamber first. Unwell again? Li Xingshuang observed the faint traces of demonic runes at Ling Han's collar and silently lamented. This half-demon is quite a challenge to nurture. In that case, I shall accompany you to your room for some rest. Ning Moru, your chamber is in that building. You may proceed on your own. Ning Moru promptly replied, understood. Li Xingshuang, somewhat apprehensive, escorted Ling Han back to his hall. As soon as he closed the door, Ling Han grasped his arm. Master, Ling Han's voice was laced with a hoarse timbre, tinged with a sense of confiding or perhaps grievance. Li Xingshuang, Botapaluksa. Assumed it was due to the demonic runes. Are you feeling unwell? Please take a seat and reveal your crystalline tears. Allow me to assist you in regulating your emotions. Ling Han shook her head gently, leaning forward to rest her forehead against Li Xingshuang's right shoulder, her voice slightly trembling. Did you not say that I am your most cherished disciple? Chapter 64. This is too much. Why do you ask such a question? Li Xingshuang inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her expression. Ling Han raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes slightly reddened. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Of course not. Although to Li Xingshuang, Ning Mo and Ling Han were merely tools for her tasks. She felt compelled to assuage Ling Han's concerns given his evident investment in her response. Perhaps he feared that with more disciples in the future, she would be too preoccupied to teach him adequately. Ling Han gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. Are you not feeling unwell? Li Xingshuang remarked. Bring out the lamp. Ling Han grasped the sleeve of Li Xingshuang. It's only a little uncomfortable. Would it be all right if Master played the zither for me? He asked cautiously. Li Xingshuang nodded. That is acceptable. The effect of the glazed tears on the cultivation of mental methods was significant. However, it might not be very effective in calming the disturbances caused by demonic blood. For instance, with Luo Xiaying, who had been invaded by demonic energy in her meridians. The glazed tears would prove ineffective. Li Xingshuang felt a twinge of worry. Would she have to play the zither for herself from now on? Noticing her unease, Ling Han quickly added, Master, it was my fault for asking too much. If you do not wish to play, I do not mind, Li Xingshuang replied. Settling down. Please, go ahead. The notes of the zither resonated, expressing the myriad emotions of greed, anger, folly, and love. Yet, the sound fell upon Li Xingshuang's ears without stirring even the slightest ripple of sentiment. Detached from desire, love, hate, sorrow, and joy. No, it could not be said that she was entirely devoid of desire. There remained a task, the final task. Ling Han sat quietly beside her, his gaze filled with reverence as he silently observed Li Xingshuang. With her head bowed and her expressions concealed, she appeared to be wholly engrossed in her performance. Yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. As the final note faded, Li Xingshuang did not continue nor speak. Ling Han tentatively called out, Master. Li Xingshuang, lost in thought, had not realized the piece had concluded. Oh, are you feeling better? Ling Han yearned for another melody from his master, but feared that such a request might be seen as overly demanding, potentially displeasing her. Bowing his head, he obediently replied, Much improved, thank you, Master. Li Xingshuang regarded him, and suddenly recalled something. Ah, Ling Han, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Ling Han promptly responded, What is your command, Master? Have you encountered any bottlenecks in your cultivation recently? Li Xingshuang had long desired to ask this, as Ling Han's recent lack of progress was quite unusual. She hesitated to directly question him about any possible laziness. He did not strike her as the type to remain idle for extended periods. Not at all. Ling Han felt a tinge of confusion regarding Li Xingshuang's inquiry, but soon comprehended, Master is concerned that my cultivation has not been advancing lately? Li Xingshuang nodded. This is a secret method I obtained in the secret realm, which allows one to conceal their true cultivation level. Upon saying this, Li Xingshuang noticed that Ling Han's aura had intensified significantly, revealing that he had already reached the mid-stage of the Qi balance realm. She nearly applauded in astonishment. The child of fate, terrifying indeed. Ling Han spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Disciple merely wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, if Master believes that hiding will cause me to lose your esteem, I shall refrain from concealing myself in the future. It is better to maintain a low profile. Until Ling Han grows sufficiently strong, Li Xingshuang is not keen on him attracting excessive attention. If someone were to take notice and investigate, Ling Han's half-demon identity could easily be revealed. Upon hearing this, Ling Han concealed his cultivation once more and quietly stated, Disciple does not intend to withhold information. I simply think this trivial matter does not warrant special mention. You are my disciple. Your matters are of great importance. Li Xingshuang does not wish for her tool to fall into chaos due to her ignorance. Ling Han, feeling deeply moved, replied yes. Since you are well, focus on your cultivation. I have other matters to attend to. Li Xingshuang stood up. Ling Han hastily followed suit. Master. Li Xingshuang looked at him in confusion. Could you possibly? He lowered his head anxiously, his face flushed, seemingly struggling to express himself. Li Xingshuang encouraged him. Speak your mind. Ling Han stammered for a while. It is just, Master, is it that I do not perform adequately? Li Xingshuang, puzzled, asked, what prompts this thought? Nothing at all. Ling Han responded, feeling inexplicably bewildered. As he watched Li Xingshuang leave, he unconsciously ran his fingers through his hair. When he witnessed her affectionately patting Ning Mo's head, jealousy surged uncontrollably within him. Master has only patted his head once. Is it because he does not measure up? Yet, Ning Mo has done nothing. Why does she receive Master's affection? Master clearly stated that he is the most important, even if it were a deception. If Master is willing to deceive him, surely it indicates some level of concern for him, does it not? Ling Han's thoughts became a chaotic tangle. As for Li Xingshuang, now unburdened by the duties of the sect, and having returned to her normal stature, she could finally oversee the affairs within the returning Cloud Peak. She gathered the previously established sect rules and proceeded to the Jade Leaf Building, where the inner disciples of returning Cloud Peak attended their lessons. However, upon entering, she was met with utter darkness. The instructor responsible for the lessons at returning Cloud Peak was named Qingshuang, who was, in fact, of an older generation than Li Xingshuang. Yet, he was not a direct disciple of the ancestral master, merely an inner disciple, hence not a legitimate uncle. Qingshuang possessed mediocre cultivation talent and, now over 600 years old, remained at the initial stage of the soul entry realm, which, frankly speaking, meant he had not many years left. Unlike several elders, he had become quite aged, with his hair entirely white. At this moment, the old man was slowly droning through the textbook, while the disciples below engaged in their own pursuits. The front row had formed a sleeping group, the left side was occupied by a flirtation group, the right side by a chatting group, and in the back row was a culinary group indulging in snacks. But what was this? They were even having hot pot. This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 65. It appears everyone loves learning. Qingshuang noticed someone entering the room, abruptly halting his lecture that had taken on a rhythmic, almost chant-like quality. He turned towards the entrance, momentarily taken aback. An elder? He had lost track of when he last saw Li Xingfeng. It must have been 3 or 4 years. Although they all resided on Guiyun Peak, Li Xingfeng seldom involved himself in the affairs of the inner sect disciples, hence their infrequent encounters. Upon hearing the title of elder, those who had been dozing awoke, conversations ceased, romantic gestures were halted, and even those dining discarded their chopsticks. All eyes turned towards the entrance, stunned at the sight of Li Xingfeng. I was unaware that you conducted your classes in such a manner, came a voice, both cool and authoritative, as Li Xingfeng ascended the podium and took the book from Qingshuang's hands. Qingshuang quickly stood to offer his respects. Elder, forgive me. It is my failing in not properly guiding the disciples. Li Xingfeng's gaze swept across the hall. Not only were the students engaged in their own pursuits, each attending to their own affairs, but it was evident that attendance was lacking. Even with the sparse population of Guiyun Peak, there should be more than 40 or 50 present. Li Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Qingshuang. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally conduct the lessons. Qingshuang was astounded. The inner sect disciples were equally jolted. Surely, they had not misheard. The revered elder of Guiyun was to teach them directly? Li Xingfeng's voice, though not loud, resonated with an overwhelming authority that sent a shiver through their hearts. He felt akin to a merciless disciplinary officer, but there was no alternative. The revitalization of the sect began with the proper education of its future. He wondered if this languid attitude was characteristic of all inner sect disciples or merely a peculiarity of Guiyun Peak. Regardless, he resolved to commence reforms starting with Guiyun Peak. The following day, attendance surged, with every inner sect disciple present and accounted for. However, Li Xingfeng was unprepared for the extent of their gathering. Why were disciples from other peaks also congregating here for lessons? Shouldn't they be attending their own classes? In addition to the inner sect disciples, numerous direct disciples were present, and most surprisingly, The 3 little chihuahuas from Tianyan Peak had also arrived. He pondered whether the elder chihuahua would be furious upon discovering this. Moreover, why was even the senior sister present? Renan has sat in the back row, her expression one of maternal pride as she beamed at him. When Li Xingfeng's gaze met hers, she returned his look with a radiant smile. His 3 disciples were, of course, also in attendance. Or rather, to be precise, 2 disciples plus 1 prospective disciple. Li Xingfeng wished to inform them that direct disciples were not required to attend such grand lectures, as they were entitled to personalized VIP instruction. However, seeing their enthusiasm for learning, he refrained from intervening. It was beneficial for them to absorb more knowledge. As Li Xingfeng stepped onto the podium, the book still unopened, thunderous applause erupted from below, the disciples enthusiastically shouting, "Elder Guiyun, we revere you. Elder Guiyun, we have all come to attend your class. Elder Guiyun is truly unmatched in beauty. Is it possible that something peculiar has slipped in? Nevertheless, the willingness to learn is commendable, regardless of the motive." Li Xingshuang opened the book and said, "I inquired with Mr. Chen, and you previously covered the 7th section. However, considering your low efficiency in attending lectures, I shall commence from the 1st section." Li Xingshuang felt that his authority was indeed effective during this lesson. No one appeared distracted. All were fully engrossed in his teaching. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Halfway through, Li Xingshuang noticed a purple figure standing outside the window. It was Lu Lijing. At that moment, Lu Lijing stood quietly at the window, a faint smile gracing his face as he curiously observed Li Xingshuang's lecture. Upon sensing Li Xingshuang's gaze upon him, he smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Li Xingshuang deemed Lu Lijing the true director of instruction, a shadowy specter. The few disciples near the window began to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Lijing did not linger long. After listening for a while, he departed, allowing the disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. Was Lu Lijing truly so fearsome? Setting aside his inner nature, he at least appeared rather gentle, akin to a languid old turtle. After delivering an extensive lecture, Li Xingshuang set down his textbook, preparing to leave, when a swarm of disciples encircled him. "Elder Guiyun, I wish to seek your guidance." "Elder, I have a slight query here." Elder. When Li Xingshuang arrived the previous day, he had anticipated that educating this group of children would be exceedingly challenging and contemplated whether to employ a harsh measure to set an example. However, upon observing them, they seemed quite eager to learn. Indeed, Elder Qingzhong had been overly lenient, failing to instill sufficient pressure. Yet, before Li Xingshuang could provide answers, Ling Han stepped forward. "It seems that my fellow brothers and sisters were not entirely focused during the lecture, which has led to numerous questions. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with me as well." Li Xingshuang felt even more satisfied. Truly, he was his esteemed disciple. Excellent, a commendable student, a class representative. He nodded slightly at Ling Han in approval before departing from Yuye building. Unexpectedly, the purple figure reappeared. "Elder Xianyan, do you seek my assistance?" Li Xingshuang inquired. Lu Lijing smiled. "Xingshuang, I did not expect you to personally teach the inner sect disciples. I observed, and the results were remarkable. Will you be increasing my salary?" Lu Lijing continued to smile. "Naturally, I shall augment your monthly stipend by 20%. However, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you." Indeed, there was an additional condition. Yet, Li Xingshuang had misjudged. Lu Lijing did not intend to present a condition, but rather to address another issue. "I just saw a female disciple. I recall she was not supposed to be in the sect. Xingshuang, do you know what this is about?" Chapter 66. They must be flocking to it. Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. Elder Xianyan is occupied with myriad affairs. Does he truly concern himself with such trivial matters? Lu Lijing maintained a serene smile. "There is no need for such aversion. I am not here to interrogate you. If you wish to remain silent, so be it." A strategic retreat. Lu Lijing was a formidable opponent, unlike He Ruo Feng, who was hot-headed yet lacked aggression. Li Xingshuang recognized that he could not outmaneuver Lu Lijing with mere words, and thus chose to remain silent. Engaging further with someone like Lu Lijing would only expose his vulnerabilities. Noticing Li Xingshuang's tightly pressed lips and his resolute silence, Lu Lijing smiled gently, his tone still slow and measured. As an elder, you are certainly permitted to take on a disciple. However, I recall this particular disciple was expelled due to her misconduct. It is not that forgiveness is impossible, but a valid justification is required. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gain the public's approval. Xingshuang, I am considering both your interests and those of this disciple. A valid justification? The holy body of fusion spirit is a rarity, discernible only by the most astute. Moreover, the heart meridians of such a physique can be extracted and refined for another's use. If exposed, it would undoubtedly invite envy. The daughter of fortune cannot perish. Yet precisely because she cannot, should the people of Wangshui Tower take an interest in her constitution and attempt to harm her. We would be embarking on a narrative of mistaking the youth's poverty for weakness. Thus, Xingshuang mentally rehearsed various scenarios, dismissing this particular approach. His mind raced. Silence was not an option, for Lu Lijing had broached the subject directly. To remain mute would imply Xingshuang's culpability. Fabricating an excuse was also futile, as Lu Lijing would undoubtedly see through it and heighten his suspicion. Consequently, Xingshuang resolved to speak a modicum of truth while subtly pointing out to Lu Lijing she is a friend of Ling Han, who trusts her character and believes there is more to this matter. If we do not investigate thoroughly and wrongfully accuse the disciple, what does that say about our esteemed sect? Lu Lijing nodded. You are correct. Is that all it takes to gloss over this matter? Xingshuang wondered with skepticism. However, such matters should at least be communicated to me. Otherwise, those unaware might think our Wangshui Tower is unjust and biased in its dealings. Xingshuang averted his gaze. In truth, he was uncertain of the real reason behind Ning and Mo Ro's expulsion, but the girl seemed quite upright. Perhaps he could trust her for the time being. Well, it is not of significant consequence. Let's not dwell on it. Lu Lijing remarked with a smile. What prompted you to personally instruct the inner disciples? Xingshuang nodded. They are rather lacking. Lu Lijing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You never concerned yourself with such matters before. Has something occurred? Have you suddenly developed an interest in the disciples' cultivation and studies? Xingshuang felt that this old schemer had no good intentions in seeking him out. Was this the sole purpose of his visit? His method of changing the subject was always rather clumsy. Yet Lu Lijing merely smiled and shifted the conversation to other topics. Numerous disciples, having heard your personal instruction, have submitted requests to attend classes at Guiyun Peak. Your popularity is indeed remarkable. But what does this imply? Surely this is not a matter of reprimanding anyone. He has committed no wrongdoing. Can it truly be considered an error to teach disciples? Lu Lijing smiled as he spoke, considering that Yi Tower cannot accommodate such a multitude. I propose this. Let us rank the assessment scores of all inner disciples, and each month, those with the highest scores shall have the privilege of attending your classes personally. What do you think? Xingshuang was somewhat taken aback. Do they still have examinations? Indeed, Lu Lijing replied. You have not been involved with them before, so you are unaware. Their attitude toward class is quite lackadaisical. Lu Lijing chuckled. There is no reasonable system of rewards and penalties. In the past, those who excelled in examinations could earn contribution points for the sect, yet many inner disciples display little ambition, with only a handful achieving outstanding results. Why do these disciples appear so unrefined? How has Wangshui Tower managed to gain such a reputation and rank over 100? It is difficult to envision what peculiarities lie within the other sections, Xingshuang pondered. That seems inappropriate. I cannot teach for extended periods, as I have other matters to attend to. If we were to implement this method, it need not require your presence at every class, Lu Lijing suggested. You could teach every 3 to 5 days. The purpose of your personal instruction is to inspire their diligence, and the mere prospect of attending your classes will motivate them to strive for improvement. Xingshuang remarked, your idea has merit, but how can you be certain that they all wish to attend my classes? Lu Lijing responded with a knowing smile, leaving Xingshuang perplexed. Shortly after, Lu Lijing took a few steps forward and gently patted Xingshuang on the shoulder. They will undoubtedly flock to you. With that, he teleported away. Xingshuang remained momentarily stunned, but there were many things he did not comprehend, and he was too weary to ponder further. If Lu Lijing deemed it acceptable, then so be it. As Li Xingshuang prepared to return to the main courtyard for a rest, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Ling Han running towards him. "Master, were you looking for me?" Li Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han halted, somewhat bashful, and nodded. "Master, will you still be teaching this afternoon?" Li Xingshuang, unsure of the reason for his inquiry, replied, "Yes, but if you need to speak with me, I can ask Mr. Should I take my place?" Ling Han was visibly startled, clearly not expecting such a response from Li Xingshuang. Does this imply that the master is willing to set aside certain matters for his sake? A surge of emotion stirred within Ling Han. He wished to have his master remain with him, yet he feared that such a request might inconvenience Li Xingshuang and make him resentful. "What troubles you?" Li Xingshuang asked, noticing his prolonged silence. "Why do you not speak?" "Ah, disciple. I have no particular matter to discuss." Ling Han stammered, coming to his senses. "I merely came to seek you." No specific issue, yet he sought him out? Li Xingshuang was utterly bewildered. Ling Han hesitated and spoke. "I just wanted to inquire. Will you be teaching at the inner sect in the future?" Li Xingshuang found himself perplexed by this question. Do you wish for it or not? What sort of inquiry is this? Could it possibly impact Ling Han in any way? "Disciple, I merely wish to ask." Ling Han's voice grew increasingly faint. He certainly did not wish for it. He had tolerated Yu Chu Bai and even Ning Mo Ro, albeit with considerable effort. Now, it seemed that all disciples of the inner sect would be personally instructed by their master. Ling Han dared not admit to feelings of jealousy, yet he could not suppress such thoughts within himself. He perpetually felt as if his master was being shared. He despised this sensation. Just 2 months prior, he had been the sole disciple of his master. Chapter 67. Your matters are not trivial. If my master were to discover that I harbor jealousy over such matters, he would surely despise me. Ling Han found himself disliking his own feelings. He abhorred his jealousy and his greed. Li Xingshuang's voice suddenly interrupted Ling Han's reverie. "I am going back to my room. Would you like to rest for a while?" Ling Han promptly nodded and followed closely behind Li Xingshuang. Observing her silhouette, he was momentarily transported back to his childhood. His mother, frail and unable to perform heavy labor, could only engage in handicrafts to supplement the household income. In their drafty and leaky thatched cottage, she wove coarse cloth and crafted wicker baskets, her hands marred with blood and hardened into calluses. After several days, she would take her wares to the market, with Ling Han trailing behind to assist her. On evenings when business was good, she would even buy him a piece of candy. As the daylight waned, he gazed at his mother's figure, and though they had yet to reach home, his heart already found its sanctuary. A place where family resides is home. Is my master a part of my family? Would he deceive me and loathe me as my mother might? Ling Han. Li Xingshuang's voice broke through his thoughts, drawing him back to reality. "What is your command, master?" Ling Han replied hastily. Li Xingshuang stated calmly, "You are troubled." It was not a question, but a declaration. Ling Han lowered his head. "Disciple, if you truly do not wish to speak, I shall not press you. Yet I hope you could trust me a little more." Li Xingshuang harbored some doubts, wondering if Ling Han had encountered a significant misfortune, hence his reluctance to divulge. If he had indeed caused trouble, it would be best to confess sooner rather than later, for there might still be a chance for remedy. "Disciple does not distrust you." "Master." Ling Han quickly waved his hand, insisting it was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of his master's concern. "Ling Han." Li Xingshuang nodded, turning to face him with a serious demeanor. "Your matters are not trivial." "Oh, that vexing riddle. Would it not be less bothersome to remain silent?" Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, then raced with fervor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grasped Li Xingshuang's hand. Before Li Xingshuang could inquire, Ling Han cautiously bent down and placed his hand on his own head. "Master, I have always feared that I might not perform well. Could you, perhaps, offer me some encouragement?" This unexpected gesture took Li Xingshuang by surprise. Is this truly a trivial matter? Seeing Ling Han's pitiful expression, though somewhat bewildered, Li Xingshuang affectionately ruffled his hair. There, you are the cleverest and most remarkable." Li Xingshuang imitated the words of senior sister Renanha, praising Ling Han while fondly patting his head. Despite Li Xingshuang's composed tone, Exuding an air of formality, Ling Han's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to his neck. Xingshuang was puzzled. Had Ling Han not initiated this gesture? Why then was he blushing? After a moment's reflection, Xingshuang withdrew his hand. Do you not like me calling you that? My apologies. Before he could finish, Ling Han exclaimed with fervor, No. There is nothing I dislike. Thank you, esteemed master, for your willingness to accommodate your disciples' seemingly unreasonable request. It may not be entirely unreasonable. As I acknowledge my own oversight, I shall strive to extol your virtues more frequently. Ling Han was taken aback, exclaiming, Thank you, master. Xingshuang noticed the deep flush on Ling Han's face and instinctively placed his palm against it, causing Ling Han to nearly leap in surprise. So warm, he remarked, retracting his hand. Why do you always blush? Ling Han, unconsciously touching his own face, stammered. Is it very red? I'm merely a bit nervous. Is it true that nervousness can cause one to blush? Xingshuang mused, having previously assumed that anxiety rendered one pale. He could not be blamed for his misunderstanding. He himself did not fully grasp these emotions, nor was he adept at perceiving the feelings of others. Ling Han's perpetual blushing and weeping often troubled him. Are you nervous because you fear me? Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han promptly shook his head. Xingshuang nudda. In that case, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me directly. There is no need to fear making a mistake. I am not a harsh person and shall not reproach you. It would have sufficed for him to simply ask for a pat on the head. Yet he insisted on being coy, leading Xingshuang to suspect that Ling Han might be secretly practicing forbidden arts. Disciple understands that you are indeed a kind-hearted master. Ling Han lowered his gaze, adding, I merely worry about disturbing you. Not at all. Nothing is more important than your concerns. Ling Han felt a lump in his throat. Master, Senior Elder Guiyuan. Xingshuang turned towards the source of the voice, seeing Ning Moru, clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, rushing towards him. Her face radiated joy, her garments billowing like a delicate butterfly. Were you looking for me? Xingshuang inquired. Ning Moru responded with a smile. Not exactly. I intended to return to the main courtyard and happened to encounter you and senior brother Ling Han. Xingshuang nodded, perfectly timed. Let's return together. He failed to notice the slight shadow that crossed Ling Han's expression. Xingshuang accompanied his two most valued companions back to the main courtyard, where they each retreated to their respective chambers for rest. However, Xingshuang himself was not resting. He retrieved the jade talisman he had previously set aside. The talisman continued to exude an ominous aura, thick with demonic energy and the stench of death. After 2 days of inactivity, it seemed to have finally calmed, no longer struggling. Xingshuang began to manipulate the talisman, and this time he felt as though he could fully command it. As he had anticipated, the principle of the talisman involved drawing in demonic energy to siphon life. It had previously backfired, causing Xingshuang to diminish in size rather than age, prompting him to experiment with its reverse operation. Fortune favored him, and he succeeded on his first attempt. Yet, several questions remained. Firstly, he currently had only the demonic energy from the talisman for experimentation and was uncertain if he could harness other sources. Secondly, given his unique constitution, he was unsure how this would affect an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he held a glimmer of hope. A talisman capable of controlling the flow of demonic energy might prove beneficial to Luo Xing. Chapter 68. The worthless vase Lu Lijing exhibited remarkable efficiency in his work. Having established the teaching regulations by the afternoon, students who excelled in examinations would receive personal instruction from Xingshuang every 3 to 5 days. The first examination was scheduled for early next month, prompting all inner disciples of the sect to strive diligently, eager to catch a glimpse of their revered Elder Guiyuan. Prior to the examination, Xingshuang was no longer required to attend classes. Thus, he requested permission from the sect leader to visit the Liuguang Hall. Qi Jingyuan neither granted nor denied the request. Instead, he remained silent for a moment before summoning Lu Lijing. Xingshuang did not conceal his disdain for the sect leader. Qi Jingyuan glanced at the ceiling. Upon Lu Lijing's arrival, he was accompanied by Lu Wuyan. Despite her name meaning without beauty, Lu Wuyan was strikingly beautiful, radiating charm and grace. Li Xingshuang recalled that she was 15 this year. I do not oppose your visit, for you spent your youth in Liuguang Hall. Thus it is only fitting that you pay a visit, Lu Lijing remarked slowly, adhering to his habitual manner of speech, first affirming, then, however, as a grown man, it may be somewhat inappropriate for you to visit a female sect alone, since you do not have any female disciples under your direct guidance. It would be prudent to have Wu Yin accompany you. Li Xingshuang anticipated the caveat. No need for that. If I must bring a female disciple, I have someone in mind. He replied coolly. Naturally, he referred to Ning Moru. His visit to Liuguang Hall served two purposes, to heal Luo Xing and to seek an appropriate cultivation method for Ning Moru. As he could not afford the techniques within the system, he needed to find alternatives for her to try. After all, she was the daughter of fate, so success would likely come swiftly. Lu Lijing smiled and said, I was not seeking your opinion. Li Xingshuang responded. How mischievous. Lu Wuyin stepped forward and bowed. Uncle Master, I shall obediently accompany you and will not be a bother. Li Xingshuang suspected that Lu Lijing had placed her as a watchful eye beside him. No, there was no need for suspicion. It was indeed the case. Yet, he pondered why Lu Lijing would do such a thing. Li Xingshuang was not afraid of being harmed by Lu Lijing. He simply did not comprehend why. If Lu Lijing had inquiries, he would not directly ask instead of assigning someone to monitor him. Oh well, how could one fathom the thoughts of a tortoise? Very well, but I too must bring my disciple along, Li Xingshuang stated. After a moment of silence, Lu Lijing smirked slightly. Of course. When do you wish to depart? I shall return to gather my disciple, and we will set off, Li Xingshuang replied, eager to avoid further delays. Lu Lijing cast a glance at Lu Wuyin, seemingly conveying a silent message. Lu Wuyin hurriedly bowed to him, and then followed Li Xingshuang. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Li Xingshuang chanced upon Ning Moru and Ling Han practicing swordplay in the yard. What a harmonious scene. Li Xingshuang felt a sense of satisfaction. As soon as they spotted Li Xingshuang, the two quickly sheathed their swords and bowed. Master, we greet Elder Guiyun. Li Xingshuang nodded and then turned to Ning Moru. Ning Moru, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Ning Moru hurriedly stepped forward. Please, Elder Guiyun, give your instructions. I intend to visit an old acquaintance at the Liuguang Hall. Would you care to accompany me? Ning Moru was taken aback by the honor. Is it truly permissible for me, your disciple? Ling Han's gaze had turned icy, yet he clenched his fists and carefully spoke, Master. Is it because I have not performed well lately? Not at all. Li Xingfeng pondered for a moment, then began to grasp his meaning. It was not that the master did not wish to take him, but rather that the Liuguang Hall was exclusively for women, making it inconvenient for him to go. I spent some time there during my childhood. They regard me as a sister, thus I can pay them a visit. Indeed, not a brother, but a sister. After all, Luo Huaishi had mentioned that Luo Xing repelled men, but allowed him close. Did this not imply that Luo Xing did not view him as a man? Ling Han's expression softened slightly as he turned to glance at Lu Wuyin, who was following behind Li Xingfeng. He recognized her as the only female disciple of Lu Lijing, 2 years his junior. However, due to her earlier entrance into the sect, he had to address her as senior sister. Noticing Ling Han's mood had dimmed, likely due to the thought of being left alone in the sect after Li Xingfeng took Ning Moru away, Li Xingfeng contemplated briefly and said, We shall return shortly. You should focus on your cultivation in the meantime. Ling Han obediently nodded. Yes, I understand, Master. Traveling to a cultivation sect was unlike venturing into the mundane world. There was no need for a carriage, they could fly directly. However, given Ning Moru's low level of cultivation and her lack of experience with sword flight, Li Xingfeng decided to take the sect leader's cloud boat instead. After all, the old leader seldom ventured out, so it was merely a matter of making full use of idle resources. This cloud boat was designed for personal travel and was not large, accommodating roughly 5 or 6 individuals. Qi Jingyuan had even named it Little Red. Li Xingfeng completely failed to comprehend the sect leader's naming logic, for the boat was blue. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from using his spiritual energy to propel Little Red, sailing amidst the clouds towards Liuguang Hall. Ning Moru curiously parted the curtain to gaze outside, the clouds flowing through her fingers and the wind tousling her hair, yet it could not conceal her excitement. Lu Wuyin discreetly scrutinized Ning Moru, utterly perplexed as to why her master would bring along such a pretty face. Her cultivation was nearly non-existent, her talent remarkably poor, and she had not seen much of the world. Aside from her beauty, she seemed to possess nothing of worth. Surely, it could not be merely due to her looks? Her master was not such a superficial person. Furthermore, who could surpass her master in beauty? Li Xingfeng sensed that Lu Wuyin's gaze was peculiar, shifting between himself and Ning Moru. What was she up to? Ning Moru also noticed Lu Wuyin's scrutinizing look and felt a bit embarrassed. She was not one to belittle herself, yet in the presence of Li Xingfeng, she could not help but feel inadequate. Had she been too self-conscious while glancing around? Chapter 69. He was as stiff as would Li Xingshuang sensed an increasingly peculiar atmosphere. It was unexpected. These two young ladies were of similar age. Surely, they should have some common topics to discuss? Could it be that they both suffered from social anxiety? Li Xingshuang suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce them, and they might feel too shy to converse with one another. You haven't met before, have you? This is Lu Wuyin, the direct disciple of Elder Xianyun, and this is Li Xingshuang Azitata. Momentarily at a loss on how to introduce Ning Mo. She was not Li Xingshuang's direct disciple and had recently been expelled from Wangshui Lu. Ning Mo, a disciple I hold in high regard, Li Xingshuang stated vaguely. Though her cultivation is still modest, she is an upright and kind-hearted young lady. A faint blush crept onto Ning Mo's cheeks. Greetings, senior sister Ning, Lu Wuyin said politely, while she quietly scrutinized Ning Mo. There was no animosity in her gaze, merely a genuine confusion as to why Li Xingshuang had brought her along. However, since Li Xingshuang had spoken so highly of her, perhaps this junior sister possessed some unique qualities. Hello, senior sister Lu, Ning Mo replied hastily. After their brief exchange of greetings, an awkward silence ensued. Li Xingshuang was not particularly adept at small talk, especially when it came to understanding what young girls might discuss. The air remained still for a moment until Lu Wuyin broke the silence. Uncle Master, I've heard that Lu Guang Dian only accepts female disciples and is rather unwelcoming to male visitors. Indeed, that is a common notion. Though I have not felt it myself, Li Xingshuang pondered before adding, it could also be that I was quite young at the time, and I am uncertain if they would be unwelcoming towards me as an adult. Lu Wuyin appeared intrigued. If there are no men, do they remain unmarried for life? Li Xingshuang shook his head. Not necessarily. Some do marry, but their residences are outside the sect. As for the children they bear, female infants can remain at Lu Guangdian, while male infants are sent to their paternal families. If there is a divorce, the paternal family does not accept them, and they are raised within Lu Guangdian until they are around 10 years old, at which point they are sent to other sections. This was the first time Lu Wuyin had heard of such an arrangement, leaving her somewhat astonished. What if one cannot bear to be separated from their mother and child? One could choose to leave the sect, though such situations are quite rare. Li Xingshuang's familiarity with this subject stemmed from the previous sect master, who had once had a husband, but he had passed away before Luo Xiaying was born. The reasons for his demise were unknown to Li Xingshuang, as the former sect master had never mentioned it. She had never remarried thereafter. Seeing Li Xingshuang answer patiently, Ning Mo felt emboldened and asked, were there any boys around you during your time at Lu Guangdian? None. I had never seen a boy at Lu Guangdian until I left. Not only were there no boys, even the cats and dogs they raised were all female. Moreover, marriages within Lu Guangdian were quite rare, and even if one did marry, it did not guarantee childbirth. If children were born, they were often sent to their husbands. Thus, Lu Guangdian was not a place where males lingered for long. The case of Li Xingshuang is indeed an exceptionally rare one. It stems solely from the previous master's compassion upon seeing him destitute on the streets, leading to his temporary care. Moreover, Li Xingshuang has never offended the women within the sect, and the ladies of the Liuguang Palace harbor no grievances against him. One disciple once remarked that Xingshuang was as unyielding as a block of wood, for the girls would affectionately approach him with kisses and embraces. Yet he bore no ulterior motives. Her observation held truth, for even in his youth, he displayed such indifference, and this trait persisted into adulthood. As a child amidst a group of girls, He would be kissed and held, his face adorned with rouge, yet he remained unperturbed, neither shy nor angered. He exhibited a demeanor of serene detachment, allowing them to play with him as if he were a doll. Indeed, they took particular delight in applying makeup on him and dressing him in feminine garments. Upon discovering this, Luo Xing felt that they were bullying him and became quite upset. Yet Li Xingshuang regarded it as inconsequential. At that time, while she gently wiped the colorful powders from his face, she softly advised him, "If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell your sister." Li Xingshuang, however, did not perceive their actions as bullying. It was merely a matter of them adorning his face and changing his attire. It caused him no pain nor deprivation. Thus, he calmly stated the facts. "They did not strike me. I feel no pain, hence it is not bullying." Luo Xing's eyes reflected a deeper compassion. "Xingshuang, it is not only physical harm that constitutes bullying yet." Li Xingshuang remained unconvinced. "You provide me with food and a place to stay. It does not matter if they bully me. It is preferable if they do not, but I am accustomed to it." What Luo Xing said afterward, he could not recall, only that she held him close and wept. Eventually, those disciples ceased their antics towards him, treating him with consistent politeness, though he could not ascertain whether Luo Xing had intervened. In reflection, it seemed that she had always had a propensity to cry. Nevertheless, Li Xingshuang felt her tears differed from Ling Han's, though he could not articulate the distinction. It was simply different. Lu Wuyan's voice roused Li Xingshuang from his reverie. "Master Uncle, did you fare well at the Liuwang Palace?" "Yes, quite well," Li Xingshuang nodded. During that time, cultivation was not a pressing concern. Rather, he was required to follow the disciples in studying literature and practicing calligraphy. The techniques of the Liuwang Palace were ill-suited for males. Thus, Li Xingshuang only mastered the fundamentals of channeling energy into his body. Due to his low cultivation, he initially entered the Wangzi as an outer sect disciple, but his prowess soon ascended rapidly, garnering the attention of Elder Guiyun, who took him under his wing. Of course, that elder did not impart much in the way of instruction. The sole benefit he provided Li Xingshuang was a slight elevation in status. Had Li Xingshuang not taken that elder as his master, he would have likely been a generation or two behind the sect leader. Speaking of studying literature and calligraphy, it was primarily the eldest senior brother who taught the disciples. Lu Wuyan smiled as she remarked, "Our master is exceedingly busy. Typically, he entrusts the senior brothers with the teaching. Sometimes, the disciples feel as though the senior brother is their true master upon uttering this." Lu Wuyan realized her oversight and quickly covered her mouth. "Elder, I did not. I harbor no such intentions." Li Xingshuang was perplexed as to why her words evoked such anxiety within her. "There is no need to be anxious. I am not speaking ill of him. What if I were? He is not present here. Even if he were, what of it? He has been openly called Old Turtle Baihua. Disciple. One should not speak recklessly about their elders." Lu Wuyan, feeling somewhat flustered, lowered her hands and grasped the hem of her skirt. "Forgive me, Elder Guiyun. It was an indiscretion on my part." Noticing Lu's tense demeanor, Li Xingshuang inquired, "Are you truly afraid of your master?" Chapter 70. Living under another's roof. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuyan fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, my master is exceptionally kind and gentle." Li Xingshuang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Ning moro indirected. Isn't he also a specter? Even the sight of him is enough to terrify." She recalled the appearance of Elder Xianyun, who did indeed seem quite amiable. However, Ning Mo Ro always felt something peculiar about him, an unsettling sensation that lingered in her heart. Unlike Li Xingshuang, who was gentle and benevolent, how she wished she could address him as her master. Yet her innate talent was regrettably lacking. Ning Mo Ro lowered her gaze to her hands, feeling devoid of confidence regarding the half-year commitment. Thus, she regarded these 6 months as her chance to accompany Li Xingshuang. She was reluctant to part from Guiyun Peak, where her esteemed mentor and her sole friend resided, the very essence of her cherished memories. Li Xingshuang seemed to notice her distraction, perhaps finding the atmosphere rather dull. Indeed, it was quite tedious. Why must the cultivation world also involve lengthy journeys? Lu Wuyan retrieved a vial of pills from her pocket, extracting 2, offering one to Ning Mo Ro while consuming the other herself. I almost forgot. Ning Junior, this is a fasting pill for you. While she nearly forgot, Xingshuang had completely overlooked it. Suddenly, he grasped why his master seemed utterly inept at nurturing a child. After all, as a formidable being of the merging heaven realm, he had long since transcended the need for sustenance. Although confining a teenager in a room without food or drink for half a month was indeed rather excessive, he did not intend to mistreat Xingshuang. His initial purpose was to allow him to focus on his cultivation by imposing restrictions on the room for a brief retreat, intending to release him after a day or two. Alas, he completely forgot. Had it not been for the sect leader's inquiry about Xingshuang's prolonged absence, the old man might have recalled that he had a disciple, likely resulting in Xingshuang perishing in that chamber. At that time, Xingshuang had yet to traverse realms. His immortality had not yet manifested, and death would truly mean death. However, upon his release, he neither wept nor protested, merely devoured a substantial amount of food before quietly returning to his room to continue his cultivation. It was the first time Xingshuang witnessed a look of guilt on his master's face. Xingshuang had never voiced any discontent until Run and he expressed concern for him, asking whether there was a significant difference between Wang Shui Tower and Luguang Hall, and if he was adapting well. He sincerely replied that everything was satisfactory, except that Luguang Hall ensured he had enough to eat. He was not complaining. He was merely stating a fact. Ren and he was left speechless for a considerable time, profoundly shocked. She promptly reported to the sect leader, insisting that regardless of the circumstances, she must bring Xingshuang to Qingmei Peak for proper care. However, her request was met with refusal by Elder Guiyun. The old man firmly asserted that he was merely training his disciple's resilience and had no intention of mistreating him. He even called upon Xingshuang as a witness. The young Xingshuang did not fully comprehend the situation at that time. He believed his master intended to harm him, yet his master ultimately released him. He assumed he must have erred in some way, provoking his master's ire, and thus he endured a 10-day fast as punishment. Xingshuang perpetually found himself perplexed about his missteps, remaining unaware of the reasons behind inciting others' anger. However, he was acutely aware that returning to the Radiant Hall was an impossibility. It sufficed that the snowy pavilion was willing to retain him. He had forgotten who had imparted the wisdom that living under the roof of another necessitated humility at all times. Thus, he grasped the sleeve of his master's robe. His master was kind and did not mistreat him. That was the second occasion on which Xingfeng witnessed the elder reveal a semblance of guilt. Subsequently, Xingfeng distinctly sensed that his circumstances had improved significantly. Although his master continued to neglect the care of children, he would occasionally provide him with some funds, allowing him the liberty to purchase whatever his heart desired. Yet, Xingfeng seldom spent the money. He meticulously stored it in a small box, preparing for the eventuality of being cast out from the sect, ensuring he would not face hunger again. Fortunately, he had matured and was now capable of working, unlike in his childhood when no one wished to employ a mere child. As his recollections reached this juncture, Xingfeng resolved not to delve further into his memories. Rather than being a parallel version of himself, it was more akin to a fragment from myriad worlds. Ever since Xingfeng arrived here, his memories had seamlessly merged. All of this felt as though it had been experienced firsthand. Or perhaps, it was indeed his own lived experience, albeit now enriched by the amalgamation of millennia of memory, rendering his state of mind profoundly different. The cloud vessel journeyed for 2 days and nights before landing at the entrance of the Radiant Hall. Upon seeing the three descend from the cloud vessel, the gatekeeper disciples promptly approached, bowing respectfully. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Xingfeng produced a token. Xingfeng from the snowy pavilion, here to pay a visit to Hall Master Luo. The gatekeeper disciples examined the token, their expressions growing increasingly respectful, then glanced at the two ladies behind Xingfeng. And who might these two young ladies be? They are disciples of the snowy pavilion. Lu Yin stepped forward, offering an explanation. Elder Guiyun, being a man, finds it inappropriate to visit a women's sect alone, hence he brought us along. "Ah, I see." The gatekeeper disciple smiled at Xingfeng, adding, "However, Eldergun need not worry. The Hall Master has decreed that should you come to the Radiant Hall, we shall always welcome you. Li Xingfeng nodded, not particularly surprised, for his relationship with Luo Xing was quite amicable, akin to that of sisters. However, the younger generation must notify the Hall Master, so please bear with us for a moment. The gatekeeper disciple bowed once more. Indeed, I am in no rush. After 2 days on the vessel, a brief wait is inconsequential. While the gatekeeper disciple went to relay the message, Li Xingfeng casually stowed away the small red vessel. The cloud vessel shrank to the size of a fist, which Li Xingfeng toyed with for a while before casting it into the system repository. If Qi Jingyuan were to discover how Li Xingfeng treated his small vessel, he would likely hide all his transport devices at once. Before long, the grand doors swung open once more. A woman clad in a pale yellow dress emerged, her white hair framing a face that appeared less pallid than before, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. Xingfeng, why did you not inform me sooner of your arrival? Chapter 71. The purple cloud ring. Since departing from the flowing light hall, Li Xingshuang had not returned. Unlike the lofty Wang Shui Tower, which was perched upon the mountains, the flowing light hall sprawled across the plains. Luo Xing brought Li Xingshuang to the main hall, where Luo Huaishi appeared even more delighted than Luo Xing, eagerly serving tea to Li Xingshuang. Placing the teacup before Li Xingshuang, Luo Huaishi said, Elder Guiyun, please enjoy this tea. Have you found a method to heal the master? Luo Xing admonished softly, Huaishi, do not be impolite. Li Xingshuang, however, preferred forthrightness, replying, there has been some progress, but I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Luo Xing gently clasped Li Xingshuang's hand. Since consuming her heart's blood, her vitality had significantly improved, and her hand were no longer so cold. Xingshuang, it is rare for you to visit. Let us not dwell on such matters. Will you indulge me in conversation? Li Xingshuang, slightly perplexed, wondered what they could possibly discuss. I came here to address your injury. Observing Luo Xing's downcast eyes, which bore a hint of sorrow, Li Xingshuang silently swallowed her subsequent words. Then let us converse for a while. Although I'm not particularly skilled in conversation. Luo Xing glanced at her anxious apprentice and spoke in a calm tone. Huaishi, take these 2 young ladies to the side hall to rest. They must not have completed their fasting. Please prepare some dinner for them, and let them have some light refreshments for now. Li Xingshuang immediately interjected. I want to eat too. Luo Xing chuckled softly. Oh, you shall not be deprived. I will have Huaishi fetch it shortly. With this, Luo Xing subtly ushered the 3 disciples out, despite their apparent reluctance. Luo Huaishi was preoccupied with concern for her master's ailment, eager for Li Xingshuang to provide assistance. Ning Moro, witnessing the closeness between the Hall Master and Li Xingshuang, felt a pang of envy and was even less inclined to leave them alone. As for Lu Wuyan, she had come on a mission from her master to keep watch over her uncle. Yet, there was little they could do. One was the master of the Flowing Light Hall, and the other an elder of Wang Shui Tower, leaving the 3 young ladies without any say in the matter. Luo Huaishi led the 2 young ladies toward the side hall, but Ning Moru could not resist glancing back at the closed hall doors. The Hall Master is truly beautiful. Ning Moru felt a deep envy, not only for her appearance, but also for her poise, cultivation, and strength. Most importantly, she could be so close to Li Xingshuang. If only she could grow stronger. Would she then be able to catch up to his shadow? Inside the hall, Li Xingshuang gently brushed Luo Xing's cascading hair. Surprised by such an affectionate gesture, Luo Xing's face flushed crimson. Will your hair ever return to its original state? Yet, Li Xingshuang's concern lay solely with the color of her hair. Luo Xing cleared her throat, attempting to mask her rosy cheeks. Well, I am uncertain. She knew that Li Xingshuang's mind was devoid of other thoughts, but any touch from him sent ripples through her heart. Why are you coughing again? Are you unwell? Li Xingshuang recalled that she had coughed frequently the last time they met. Could it be that she was unwell once more? Luo Xing quickly shook her head. Li Xingfeng picked up the teacup and handed it to her, urging her to drink more warm water. Flushing with a hint of shyness, Luo Xing accepted the cup from his hand and took a sip. What would you like to talk about? Li Xingfeng, somewhat at a loss for conversation, had come solely to seek a remedy for Luo Xing's condition, yet it seemed she intended to engage him in casual chatter. "Well, tell me how you have been lately. Are you doing well? I have been residing in the Liuguang Hall for a long time, and now, as the Hall Master, I find it even more difficult to leave. It seems we will have few opportunities to meet in the future. I wish to converse with you more." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingfeng replied, "You can convey your thoughts through spiritual communication or write me a letter." Luo Xing pursed her lips. "But I wish to see you." Her words felt audacious, and under normal circumstances, she would never express such an indiscreet sentiment. As soon as they left her lips, she realized the impropriety, her ears turning crimson. After a brief pause, Li Xingfeng conceded, "Very well." He began rummaging through his pockets, or rather, accessing his system, as Luo Xing watched him curiously for quite a while until he produced 2 rings. The material was indiscernible, neither gold nor jade. They were entirely purple, adorned with cloud patterns. He placed one on his finger and the other on Luo Xing's. She was utterly astonished. At that moment, her emotions transcended mere shyness. She was truly overwhelmed. A ring, is it not typically a token of affection? While Xingfeng might not harbor such intentions, still. After adorning the rings, Li Xingfeng earnestly explained, "The purple cloud rings allow us to be transported to each other's side, as long as we are not in a secret realm or isolated space. However, they can only be used up to 10 times before they break." Luo Xing was completely taken aback, rendered speechless as she stared at the ring on her finger. The moment it was placed upon her, it fit her perfectly. The purple ring shimmered softly, the cloud patterns flowing in a dark golden hue. "So, whenever you miss me, I could be by your side immediately." Li Xingfeng's tone was calm, as though he were merely recounting a mundane matter. Yet, Luo Xing's heart raced like never before. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she reached out and embraced him tightly. "Xingfeng, Li Yingfeng senset hertius on it. Are you sad?" He gently patted her back. "I'm sorry. I only wish to treat you better. Did I use the wrong approach?" Luo Xing cradled Li Xingfeng's face, leaning in closer. Gazing into his innocent eyes, she could not bear to deceive him. Her kiss merely brushed against his cheek, soft as a feather. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open. "Master, the snacks are here." "I saw nothing." Luo Huaishi, holding a box of delicacies, swiftly closed the door. Oh no, she wouldn't be thinking of becoming a master's wife, would she? Chapter 72. Your disciple has gone mad. Why did she take my snacks? Li Xingshuang cast a bewildered glance at the closed door. Luo Xiying's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze. "Let her bring them in later." "Never mind. We will eat soon." Li Xingshuang touched his face, perplexed by the sudden kiss. Luo Xiying's blush deepened. "Don't ask. Just don't ask." Li Xingshuang obediently refrained from further inquiries. Once the rosy hue on Luo Xiying's face subsided, he spoke. "I wish to request your assistance." With gentle sincerity, Luo Xiying replied, "As long as it is within my capacity, I shall help." Since Luo Xiying seemed reluctant to discuss matters of healing, Li Xingshuang broached another purpose for his visit. "One of my female disciples who accompanied me today, named Ning Mo Ro, is a close friend of my apprentice. Perhaps the techniques of Wang Shui Tower do not suit her, as her progress in cultivation has been exceedingly slow. I wish to have her try the methods of Luguang Hall." Li Xingshuang was uncertain whether Luo Xiying would acquiesce. Although she professed a willingness to assist, this was a matter of her sect's confidentiality. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiying readily agreed. "Very well, let her in shortly. I shall teach her personally." Li Xingshuang nodded in gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned over and gently kissed Luo Xiying's cheek. Once again, she was left in a state of shock. "Is this your way of expressing thanks?" "I shall remember it," Li Xingshuang said earnestly. Luo Xiying's mind became clouded, and she covered her face in an attempt to cool her flushed cheeks. "No, it's nothing." Did I misunderstand? Unable to refute nor fully acknowledge, she murmured softly, "No, it's not. Just that in the future, we cannot behave this way, nor treat others like this." Li Xingshuang, though somewhat confused, nodded in agreement. Luo Xiing inquired about his recent experiences, and he shared a brief account of his days, omitting the unfortunate encounters in the secret realm. He recalled that the sect leader had mentioned Luo Xiing would be concerned for him. Xingshuang had never been adept at confronting tears. After conversing for a while, approximately half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Luo Huaishi's voice. Master, dinner is ready. Shall we eat? Luo Xiing, aware that Luo Huaishi still held a misunderstanding, felt her cheeks warm as she stepped outside with Xingshuang. Luo Huaishi sidled up to Luo Xiing, winking mischievously. Master, you and Elder Guiyun. Luo Xiaiying's face turned beet red. Do not speak nonsense. Xingshuang and I are merely close friends, nothing more. Oh. Luo Huaishi elongated her response, clearly skeptical. She had just witnessed the two of them sharing a kiss. Embarrassed, Luo Xiaiying gently pinched her cheek. You little rascal, do not spread rumors. Stealing a glance at Xingshuang, she worried that Luo Huaishi's misunderstanding might displease him. However, Xingshuang remained unfazed, walking calmly on his own path. Luo Xiaiying sighed with relief, yet a feeling of emptiness lingered within her. She understood that Xingshuang had always possessed this unflappable demeanor. However, even the slightest reaction would suffice. Luo Huaishi led the two individuals to the elegantly appointed Ningxiang Pavilion, where two disciples from the Wangxue building were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the newcomers, they promptly rose to their feet. Lu Wuyin was the first to offer her respects. Master Uncle, Lord Luo. Ning Moru hastily followed suit, bowing as well. Xingshuang nodded and, at Luo Xing's invitation, took her seat at the host's table. As the group settled in, the sumptuous dishes began to arrive one after another. The evening banquet prepared by the Liuguang Hall was exceedingly lavish. While Lu Wuyin was accustomed to attending such gatherings with her master, it was Ning Moru's first experience of such grandeur. The Ningxiang Pavilion was resplendent with gold and jade, presenting a feast of exquisite delicacies that none had ever encountered before. Delectable food, fine wine, and an abundance of beautiful women. The disciples of Liuguang Hall each possessed their own charm, leaving Ning Moru, as a woman, utterly dazzled. However, when she glanced at Xingshuang, she noticed he was intently focused on devouring a pig's trotter. Truly, he was utterly absorbed, unperturbed by the distractions surrounding him. A serving disciple from the inner sect observed the engrossed Xingshuang and then cast a sympathetic glance at the inexperienced Ning Moru. A wave of pity surged within her. She turned to her companion beside her and remarked, Sister Xiaodao, does the Wangxue building not have food? If Qi Jingyuan were to hear such a disparaging remark about the Wangxue building, he would surely be incensed. Another disciple pondered for a moment and speculated. That shouldn't be the case. The Wangxue building is a prestigious establishment. It can't possibly lack food. Perhaps it simply isn't very palatable. Indeed, that seems likely, especially since we have Sister Jiu cooking for us. Sighed another. No wonder they look so frail. How pitiful. What do you know? That's called being slender. Slender or not, one ought to be as strong as Sister Fang. Sister Fang's strength comes from her cultivation technique, which focuses on physical training. Ning Moru noticed several disciples of the Liuguang Hall casting discreet glances her way, followed by hushed whispers, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She was aware that her lack of worldly experience had likely caused her to appear foolish. However, before long, a tall disciple approached her. Ning Moru felt a surge of nervousness as she looked up at her. At the Wangxue building, she frequently encountered troublemakers and those who disapproved of her, yet she had never been intimidated. But now, in Xingshuang's presence, Ning Moru was apprehensive about making a fool of herself. Yet, the disciple merely bent down and kindly inquired, Miss, are you satisfied with these dishes? Ning Moru, momentarily taken aback, nodded dazedly, yes, very satisfied. That's wonderful. Our Liuguang Hall kitchen remains open at all hours. If you find yourself hungry in the evening, do not hesitate to let us know. We wouldn't want you to go hungry. Ah, yes, thank you. Ning Moru stammered, slightly bewildered. This sister from Liuguang Hall was rather kind. Feeling a bit ashamed, she realized she had misjudged her character. Amidst the harmonious and bustling atmosphere of the hall, Li Xingshuang received a telepathic message. It was from Qi Jingyuan. Xingshuang, Ling Han has gone mad. I've locked him up. You must not return. Chapter 73. The madman Li Xingshuang set aside his wine cup and rose, addressing Lord Luo. I have urgent matters to attend to at the sect. I would appreciate it if the Liuguang Hall could look after my disciples. Before Luo Ci could inquire further, Li Xingshuang activated a teleportation talisman. Ning Mo Ro furrowed her brows in concern, pondering what calamity had befallen them. In Wang Shuelu, within the main hall of Mengyun Peak, the atmosphere was charged. I told you this demon must not be spared. I'm going to slay him right now. Calm down, Ruo Feng. If you kill him, Xingshuang will be furious. Who cares about that scoundrel? In the next moment, the formation shimmered, and Li Xingshuang materialized in the hall. 3 elders and the sect master were present, and Ruo Feng was seen gripping Qi Jingyuan's collar with one hand while brandishing a sword in the other. The scene resembled an execution aimed at the sect master rather than a confrontation with Ling Han. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang, Ruo Feng, who had just been cursing him, found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity as Ruo Feng relaxed his grip, Qi Jingyuan hurriedly broke free and rushed to Li Xingshuang's side. Xingshuang, did we not advise you against returning? Had you not mentioned that Ling Han had gone mad, I would have had no intention of coming back, Li Xingshuang replied candidly. Lu Lijing frowned at Qi Jingyuan, who silently retreated to the side. Li Xingshuang surveyed the 4 of them. So, where have you imprisoned Ling Han? Rennie stepped forward, grasping Li Xingshuang's arm. Xingshuang, please do not seek him out. He is in a very unstable state. Ruo Feng tightened his grip on the sword. Li Xingshuang, you said it yourself. If he commits a crime, you must slay him with your own hands. Has he killed anyone? Li Xingshuang inquired. Qi Jingyuan replied, not exactly. Has he betrayed the sect? Qi Jingyuan scratched his head. Not really. Li Xingshuang spread his hands. Then why should I kill him? He nearly committed murder. Ruo Feng shouted, kicking over a nearby chair, resembling an irate chihuahua. Let me meet him, Li Xingshuang asserted resolutely. I must see him before deciding whether to take his life. Rennie shook her head in worry. No. Xingshuang, please be sensible and do not seek him out. He may harm you. Li Xingshuang fell silent for 2 seconds. Are you suggesting he can overpower someone at the Ming Xian realm? That should not be the case, she replied. Ruo Feng shot him a glare. We fear that upon seeing that demon, you might soften and protect him. He is my disciple. I must see him. Li Xingshuang insisted, turning to Qi Jingyuan. Master, what is your perspective? Before Qi Jingyuan could respond, Lu Lijing stepped forward. I will accompany you. I will go as well. Ruo Feng declared immediately. Qi Jingyuan added, then I shall too. There's no need for such a grand display. Lu Lijing said coolly, Xingshuang, let us proceed. Ruo Feng appeared somewhat irked, and after much persuasion from Qi Jingyuan and Ren and he finally sheathed his sword. Li Xingshuang followed Lu Lijing, the moonless night casting an eerie shadow along their path. Lu Lijing led him to the dungeon. As they approached the entrance, a chilling scent of rusted iron assaulted their senses. They descended to the deepest level of the underground prison, and upon opening the iron door, Li Xingshuang finally Ling Fan. He was bound by chains that shackled his limbs, his garments tattered and stained with blood, his hair cascading disheveled. Dark crimson runes had spread across his body, and his eyes glowed a fierce red. The chains rattled as he tugged at them, as if they might snap. Yet, these were specially forged spirit-binding chains, impervious to the strength of ordinary cultivators. His expression was frenzied, his mind evidently clouded. Blood oozed from his wrists and ankles. Yet he continued to struggle desperately. Li Xingshuang took a step forward, only to be halted by Lu Lijing's grasp on her arm. Do not approach, he urged. Li Xingshuang pushed his hand away. You should leave. Lu Lijing bit his lip, and after a moment, he spoke again. Is he truly that important to you? Important? No, not at all. If I could truly kill Ling Han, I would do so without hesitation. Yet, she was aware that Ling Han would not perish, and he would return for revenge. However, Li Xingshuang chose not to elaborate on these thoughts, simply stating, He is my disciple. Of course he is important. Her light remark momentarily stilled the frenzied Ling Han. Lu Li Jing fell silent, casting a deep gaze at Li Xingshuang. I will wait for you outside. The heavy iron door closed with a thud, and Li Xingshuang turned her attention back to Ling Han. He hurled himself against the wall, quickly leaving a mark of blood upon his forehead. He charged again, but this time collided with something soft. Li Xingshuang shielded his forehead with her hand, halting his actions. Blood and grime smeared her hand and clothing, yet she paid it no mind. Ling Han lifted his head, and the moment his scarlet eyes met Li Xingshuang's, they became momentarily dazed. His gaze flickered between red and black, as if he were engulfed in immense pain. He clutched his head and emitted a beastly roar. Li Xingshuang extended her hand to rest upon his back, channeling her spiritual energy to assess his condition. The dark energy had consumed Ling Han entirely. Ordinarily, those of demonic lineage did not lose their sanity, but Ling Han was no ordinary demon. According to the text Li Xingshuang had previously studied, the bloodline of the demons was exceedingly potent, making it difficult for a half-demon to survive in a human capacity. They would repress their murderous and barbaric tendencies for extended periods, but excessive suppression could lead to extreme distortion and madness. More critically, Ling Han had not practiced demonic arts. Thus, the dark energy within him was a significant affliction. Perhaps forcibly altering fate could lead to even worse outcomes for Ling Han and for Li Xingshuang herself. It was time to consider alternative methods. Li Xingshuang gazed at Ling Han. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, he exhibited no inclination to attack others. Even in his uncontrollable fury, it manifested in a self-destructive manner. His roars had softened into whimpers. In that moment, Ling Han resembled a wild beast, unable to articulate coherent words, only able to emit sounds expressing his turmoil. Given that he was the child of destiny, could his fortune be utilized for an experiment? Li Xingshuang retrieved the black jade talisman, beginning to channel her spiritual power, attempting to draw forth the dark energy enveloping Ling Han. Should he succeed, he could apply the same method to Luo Xiying. Chapter 74. The art of demonic cultivation. Tendrils of black demonic energy flowed from Li Xingshuang's palm, gradually seeping into the jade talisman. Ling Han slowly regained his composure, yet he remained somewhat shrunken and trembling, as if startled by some unseen terror. It was only when Li Xingshuang inquired, "Are you all right?" that Ling Han seemed to awaken from his reverie, gazing blankly at Li Xingshuang. "Master," he murmured, uncertain, and then called out again, "Master." Li Xingshuang gently tidied Ling Han's tousled hair, replying, "What is it?" Ling Han's eyes reddened, and he buried his face in Li Xingshuang's embrace, sobbing softly. In silence, Li Xingshuang wrapped his arms around him, placing a hand on his back to heal his wounds. After an indeterminate period, Ling Han finally calmed down, but upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. "Master, your hair." Li Xingshuang tugged at his once-tied long hair, only to find it had turned entirely white. It appeared that a portion of the demonic energy not absorbed by the talisman had affected him. "Do not worry about me," Li Xingshuang said, releasing his grip on his hair. "As long as you are unharmed." Ling Han shed more tears. "Master, Master, why are you so kind to me?" Li Xingshuang wiped away his tears, asking, "Do you still feel unwell?" Ling Han shook his head. What exactly transpired? He pressed, clutching the fading demonic markings on his chest, his voice trembling. "These past few days, I don't know why, but it has been difficult to control myself." "Master, am I truly, as Elder Tianyin said, a born demonic seed? I am so afraid. Afraid of becoming truly wicked." Li Xingshuang gently patted the top of his head. "You are not wicked. You are battling against your own bloodline, which is an arduous task, and you have already shown great strength." Unable to restrain himself, Ling Han covered his face and wept bitterly. "I will assist you," Li Xingshuang whispered, "but if your suffering becomes too great and you feel stifled among humanity, I can set you free. It is not expulsion, but liberation." Li Xingshuang relinquished the desire to keep him, hoping only that he would not return seeking vengeance. Ling Han fervently shook his head, grasping Li Xingshuang's hand. "Master, I will strive to control myself. Please do not cast me away." Li Xingshuang furrowed his brow, seeming to ponder deeply. A chill enveloped Ling Han's heart as he suddenly recalled his mother, pushing him away. Ultimately, no one could accept him. Filthy, ugly, monstrous, a demonic seed. He did not blame his mother, nor did he blame his master. Such was his fate, his immaturity, his fragility, his inability to extricate himself from this loathsome bloodline. All the blame lay with him. Ling Han. Li Xingshuang rose and extended a hand towards Ling Han, who sat despondently on the ground. Shall we return for now? Let us devise a plan together. Do not cry. Ling Han stared vacantly at the figure before him. Let's go. Seeing him in a daze, Li Xingshuang repeated the words. Only then did Ling Han, still in a stupor, grasp that cool hand, and his heart instantly found solace. Li Xingshuang opened the prison door, and the Luli mirror widened its eyes in astonishment, disregarding even Ling Han beside him. Stepping forward to grasp Li Xingshuang's shoulder. Xingshuang, your hair. Li Xingshuang replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. It should be fine after a while. Are you certain? Lu Lijing's furrowed brow revealed a rare seriousness. It doesn't hurt at all. There is absolutely no problem. Li Xingshuang waved his hand dismissively. I'll take my disciple back now. Wait, Lu Lijing cast a scrutinizing glance at Ling Han. Are you sure you want to take him back right now? Li Xingshuang nodded affirmatively, indeed. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences alone. He refrained from elaborating further and grasped Ling Han's hand, leading him out of the dungeon. Lu Lijing did not follow. He merely stood silently, observing their departing figures. Li Xingshuang escorted Ling Han back to Guiyun Peak, where Ling Han's room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a husky's rampage. It was evident that this chaos had been wrought by Ling Han himself. Did you Qingmei not hear such a commotion? Li Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han lowered his head, murmuring he heard it. It was he who informed the sect master and the elders. This meant that Yu Chubai was also aware of Ling Han's lineage as a member of the demonic clan. Is my disciple's fault? Li Xingshuang shook his head. It is my failure for not managing you well. No, Ling Han reiterated. It is futile to dwell on whose fault it is. The most pressing matter is to resolve the issue. Yes. Ling Han was at a loss for how to address the predicament. Perhaps the most effective solution lay in resolving his own identity. Li Xingshuang appeared somewhat withdrawn. Perhaps the path most suited for Ling Han was to embrace his demonic heritage, but as a member of a prestigious sect like Wang Shuelu. Ling Han, Li Xingshuang said earnestly, I have conceived a method to control your powers and allow you to remain at Wang Shuelu. However, you must promise me one thing. Ling Han did vigorously allicht. Li Xingshuang paused. I have yet to disclose what that matter is. Ling Han gazed at him earnestly. Whatever you say, master. I am willing, as long as you wish to keep me. He was indeed quite obedient. Li Xingshuang raised his right hand and placed it on Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han, I will procure a tome on demonic arts for you to study and guide the demonic energy within you. But remember, this must remain a secret from everyone. As the saying goes, if it is not known to others, it is as though it has never been done. As for which saying it is, well, it was just something Li Xingshuang had recently fabricated. Ling Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really feasible? As long as you ensure that your demonic energy does not leak during battles, no one will discover it. Of course, this is quite challenging, but I shall teach you. Li Xingshuang produced an ancient tome. You currently lack control over the demonic patterns, largely because you have not practiced demonic arts. As the saying goes, it is better to open than to close. Mere suppression will eventually lead to a backlash. Ling Han nodded, his understanding dawning, though he still harbored question. Master, but how do you possess demonic clan techniques? Chapter 75. Then do not ask, Master, but how is it that you possess the demonic arts? Unlike Heruofeng, who takes it upon himself to eradicate the entire demon race, Li Xingfeng has had little prior interaction with demons, given his reclusive nature. He had obtained these teachings previously in the secret realm. It then dawned on Ling Han that during their time in a hidden chamber, Li Xingfeng had been surreptitiously filling his storage space with various items. Li Xingfeng, with utmost seriousness, explained, that cultivator, much like yourself, possesses a half-demonic body. Thus, I believe these items might be of use to you. In truth, he had not considered their utility extensively. He simply gathered whatever he could, regardless of its practical application. If something proved useful, it would be utilized. If not, it would be sold, and if it could not be sold, it would be discarded. Having come this far, it would be foolish not to take everything. However, upon hearing this, Ling Han was deeply touched. He had not anticipated that his master would hold him in such regard. Though he appeared cold and taciturn, the affection he exhibited was but a fraction of what lay within his heart. Li Xingfeng, oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling in Ling Han's mind, waved his hand and used a spell to clear a section of the room for them to sit. While we measure demons by the standards of human cultivation, they possess their own system of training. First, you must understand their realms of cultivation. Ling Anu did, fully attentiva. The demonic realms from lowest to highest are blood induction, emotion severance, thought abandonment, soul binding, shadowless, soul forging, culminating in the true demon, also known as demon sovereign. Ling Han hesitated momentarily. Master, does emotion severance truly mean the severance of feelings? Will I become a heartless monster? Not all. Rather, the emotions of demons can be excessively abundant, even somewhat extreme. In contrast, humans often pursue a tranquil and desire-free existence. Demons prioritize their own satisfaction, indifferent to the concerns of others. However, Li Xingfeng recalled something and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ling Han grew anxious. Master, what troubles you? By the way, is there anything you desire greatly? Anything that you favor is permissible. The common stereotype of demons is their overwhelming possessiveness. They are greedy, violent, and will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Li Xingfeng was uncertain how much of this applied to Ling Han, who, in his memory, had always been well-behaved and understanding, seldom asking for anything. At this, Ling Han's face flushed crimson. I dare not harbor any extravagant wishes. For now, I am already quite content. Speak freely. Anything that I am able to provide will be yours. I only hope that it does not become an obsession in your heart, hindering your cultivation. Ling Han extended his hand, hesitatingly gazing at Li Xingfeng. Though puzzled, Li Xingfeng grasped his hand. What is it? Ling Han shifted from a seated position to kneeling, leaning forward, yet cautious not to overstep, gently resting his forehead against Li Xingfeng's shoulder. I hope Master can spend more time with me. Is that all? Li Xingfeng affectionately ruffled Ling Han's hair. Very well. It seems that Li Xingshuang was quite resolute, prompting Ling Han to press further. I hope, Master, that I am your most favored and significant disciple. Although Li Xingshuang was uncertain about the definitions of favored and significant, it did not deter him from eagerly acquiescing. Perhaps if he devoted more time to teaching him and provided additional resources for cultivation, it would suffice. With one final request, Ling Han raised his gaze, locking eyes with Li Xingshuang. Master, might you refrain from accepting other disciples? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingshuang replied, Very well. Ling Han felt a slight easing of his brow. Then, after you accept your junior sister Ning, you shall not take on any more disciples. But why? Why must you take her as a disciple? Ling Han lowered his eyelids, concealing the discontent in his eyes. You seem somewhat displeased, Li Xingshuang remarked. No, not at all, Ling Han responded, releasing his grip and returning to his seat, head bowed in a seemingly obedient manner. Li Xingshuang was somewhat perplexed by Ling Han's demeanor and could only speculate. Is it because I took her out to play without you that you are upset? Not at all. Ling Han quickly shook his head. I understand, Master. You're going to the Liuguang Hall. It is better to bring a female disciple. I am not unhappy. Li Xingshuang extended his hand, and Ling Han immediately leaned in, allowing him to stroke his head. I have told you. If you feel sad or angry, you can always tell me directly. Li Xingshuang affectionately ruflad, Liu Hanzei. I'm not adept at reading others' thoughts. I fear my coldness might make you unhappy. Ling Han's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Master has already been exceedingly kind to me. If I were to ask for more, it would be the height of ingratitude. Indeed, he had been far too ungrateful, perhaps due to the vile blood that coursed through his veins. Li Xingshuang withdrew his hand from Ling Han's head. Honestly, he felt as if he were raising a small dog, offering morsels, patting its head, and having it follow closely behind him. Wait, this was akin to keeping a pet. Suddenly, Xingshuang spread his hands once more. Ling Han, let us shake hands. Ling Han, bewildered yet obedient, extended his hand into Xingshuang's palm. Master's hand always feels so cool. All right, Ling Han, use your other hand. Ling Han, confused, switched hands. Good boy. It was confirmed. He truly was like a dog. Ling Han, perplexed, inquired, Master, what is the purpose of this? Li Xingshuang, earnestly, holding his hand. We are about to commence our cultivation. In teaching you, I need to sense your demonic energy and spiritual essence. This statement was not entirely false. However, one could place their hand anywhere, typically on the other S back. Yet, Li Xingshuang could hardly confess to Ling Han that he simply wanted to see if he resembled a small dog. Ling Han felt deeply moved. I understand now. Thank you for your concern, Master. Cultivation is truly wonderful, as it allows me to be so close to you. Though Master S' hand was cool, it was remarkably soft, much like Li Xingshuang himself, seemingly aloof, yet in reality very gentle. Ling Han's thoughts began to drift far afield, until the voice of Li Xingshuang brought him back. Although the two realms take different paths, they are all bound by the fate of heaven and earth. The demonic cultivators draw upon blood, while the immortal cultivators seek to comprehend the primordial spirit. We cultivate the righteous path, with the infusion of qi into the body as the cornerstone, whereas the demonic cultivators commence from the manipulation of their own bloodline. Ling Han curiously inquired, Master, how do you know all this? To which the reply was, do not ask. Chapter 76. You bear a resemblance to the demon clan, the child of destiny truly lives up to his title. In merely the span of a single incense stick, he adeptly controlled his bloodline, ascending to the first stage of blood induction. Li Xingfeng praised him. Well done. You have indeed not disappointed me. Ling Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he had a tail, it would surely be spinning like a propeller at this moment. Are you certain you can separate the demonic energy from the spiritual energy? Li Xingfeng ninkidat. Ling Han nu did. The demonic energy and spiritual energy reside in two distinct seas of qi. Now that I have cultivated the techniques of the demon clan, I can rein in the chaotic demonic energy within me into the sea of qi. As long as nothing unforeseen occurs, I should be able to maintain control. Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of unease. For such a statement to be made, it invariably suggested that some unforeseen circumstances would arise. How do you feel now? She asked. Ling Han, somewhat bashful, replied, much better. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Master. You are no trouble, Li Xingfeng said earnestly. You're my hope. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Xingfeng in silent astonishment, and suddenly tears began to fall. Li Xingfeng, feeling inexplicably compelled, used her sleeve to wipe his tears, but he grasped her hand and pressed it against his cheek. Master, you are the hope of your disciple. Ling Han wished to remain by Li Xingfeng's side, regardless of the cost. He had witnessed the light and would rather burn to ashes in the pursuit of flame than merely survive in endless darkness. Li Xingfeng regarded him quietly. When she referred to Ling Han as her hope, it was because she relied on him to further her mission's progress. Did Ling Han believe that Li Xingfeng could offer him a brighter future? Although the child of fortune invariably finds blessings wherever he goes. Li Xingfeng had thus far provided him with the most resources. If he thought so, it could be a positive development, as it would enhance Ling Han's loyalty to the Wangshui Tower. Very well, Li Xingfeng gently wiped away Ling Han's tears with her thumb. In the future, I shall treat you well. Do not cry. Ling Han endeavored to stifle his tears. Once I achieve mastery, I shall repay you, Master. Good, this child is understanding. However, Li Xingfeng could not express this outright, for she directly affirmed it. Ling Han might feel she taught him solely with the expectation of repayment. My guidance and kindness towards you are not contingent upon your gratitude. If you possess such intentions, that is commendable. Yet what I truly hope for is your peace and well-being. Ling Han began to weep once more. Li Xingfeng ruffled his hair affectionately. No more tears, be good. If you feel all right now, go rest, and I will inform the sect leader. Ling Han hastily wiped his tears. I wish to accompany you, Master. Li Xingfeng stood, shaking her head. You should refrain from going out for a while. I will place restrictions on your quarters to ensure no one disturbs you. Focus on your cultivation, and should you feel unwell, Send me a message, and I will return at once. Ling Han quickly rose to his feet. Master, must you truly leave? He swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Indeed, the master must have unfinished matters to attend to. In his haste to return, he has already caused me considerable trouble. Yet, I find it difficult to part. I yearn to ask Xingshuang if he could stay with me a little longer, but I fear I might impede his important affairs. I, as a disciple, shall be obedient. Ling Han finally lowered his head and spoke softly. Xingshuang appeared quite satisfied. I shall return shortly. With that, Xingshuang set up a barrier at Ling Han's abode, providing him with 2 bottles of nourishing elixir, instructing him to remain quietly within his room. Thereafter, he returned to Meng Yun Peak. Did you really allow him to take Ling Han out? What on earth were you thinking, you despicable old fool? Upon landing, He Ruo Feng unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing maintained his composure. Ling Han has committed no serious offense. He has already returned to normal. I don't care. As long as the demon clan remains unvanquished, my Wang Shui Tower shall never find peace. After uttering this, He Ruo Feng turned to the freshly arrived Xingshuang, demanding, "You come forward and explain how to handle this." Xingshuang replied, "He hasn't killed anyone." "Has he? Isn't it too late if he had?" He Ruo Feng was seething with rage. He did not share that inclination. Xingshuang Shuja. I have observed him. This child predominantly resorts to self-harm or to destroy objects in order to suppress the demonic energy, rather than harming others. Self-harm. How distressing that must be. Ren he wore a sympathetic expression, contemplating how Ling Han, despite his honest appearance, must also be suffering. How pitiable. He Ruo Feng was beside himself with anger. Senior sister, is this really the time for sympathy toward the demon clan? However, this is not something Ling Han willingly chose. He is suffering as well. He Ruo Feng retorted angrily. So should our other disciples at Wang Shui Tower be subjected to such peril? I have placed a restriction on Ling Han's room, confining him within. He cannot leave, nor can anyone enter, Xingshuang stated. Let us observe for a time, and if he continues to be uncontrollable, then we shall address him. Ren he concurred with this approach. He Ruo Feng still appeared dissatisfied, yet was at a loss for words to counter this reasoning. Lu Lijing then interjected. Ling Han has committed no offense this time. Let us proceed as Xingshuang suggests. Xingshuang, has Ling Han ever exhibited signs of falling into demonic corruption before? None. Xingshuang raplia da Sizibeli, fabricating a Liechtenstein. Lu Lijing regarded him, clearly unconvinced. However, he chose not to expose the deception. He had always concealed himself well. And for over a year since joining our sect, we were unaware of his demonic lineage. It remains a mystery why he would suddenly act thus. The inherent flaws of the demon clan, He Ruo Feng scoffed. They glorify violence, behaving like lunatics. Xingshuang retorted coolly, if that is the case, then you resemble the demon clan quite a bit yourself. Xingshuang, are you courting death? Despite his fury, He Ruo Feng merely kicked a pillar in anger. Xingshuang calmly remarked, to judge individuals based on their race is excessively absolute. This world is rife with treachery and malevolence, is it not? Do you truly believe that upon encountering these individuals, one would perceive the entirety of humanity as burdened by original sin, deserving of annihilation? Chapter 77. Desires and aspirations. He Ruo Feng approached Xingshuang, his demeanor fierce as he exclaimed, Xingshuang, do you truly find it difficult to part with your demonic disciple? He seized a lock of Xingshuang's hair, adding, "Isn't this is doing? How long will you tolerate him?" It was evident that Lu Lijing had informed them of the circumstances surrounding his sudden aging upon his release from the dungeon. He Ruo Feng attributed this misfortune to Ling Han's actions. Xingshuang maintained his composure, responding, "This is merely temporary. If it displeases you, I can revert it in a couple of days." Restoring his body to its original state was a trivial matter for Xingshuang. A mere act of self-termination would suffice. Death, resurrection, and the reconstruction of his corporeal form were processes he had come to know all too well. He Ruo Feng scoffed, then why not change it back now? Xingshuang furrowed his brow. Ruo Feng, Lu Lijing interjected. What Xingshuang says holds some truth. Ling Han has not committed a grave offense. Perhaps we should observe for a while longer. What do you think, sect leader? Xingshuang turned his gaze towards him. Curiously, despite Lu Lijing's apparent disdain for Ling Han, he had suggested retaining him in both meetings. Qi Jingyuan, weary, supported his forehead, lamenting, "Alas, it is ultimately my fault. I should never have allowed Ling Han to take Xingshuang as his master. Once a disciple is taken in, one cannot simply discard them. Even with a pet, one cannot just abandon it, can they?" Ren Anna wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. In a fit of anger, he Ruofing tossed his sleeves and departed, leaving behind a remark. Li Xingshuang, prepare to be harmed by him. The demonic race is nothing but ungrateful wolves. Li Xingshuang remained silent. Ren Anha, brow furrowed in concern, approached Li Xingshuang and linked her arm with his, saying, "Dear, do not take his words to heart. Ruofing may speak harshly, but his worries stem from concern for you." Li Xingshuang shook his head, indifferent to their opinions. He had received similar judgments himself, let alone those directed at Ling Han. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. There are affairs in the Liuguang Hall that require my attention." Just as he intended to depart, Lu Lijing called out to him. "Xingshuang, I have something to discuss with you. Sect leader, senior sister, you may return first." Qi Jingyuan pointed at himself. "Me? But this is my, very well. I shall leave at once." Though it was his own Mingyun peak, the chilling gaze made Qi Jingyuan choose to act wisely. As the palace doors closed, Lu Lijing seated himself at the table, igniting another lamp. "Xingshuang, I wish to pose a question." Li Xingshuang sat across from him. "Ask away." Lu Lijing gazed at the flickering candlelight. "Is Ling Han truly significant to you? Indeed, significant enough to influence matters?" It was a peculiar inquiry. Li Xingshuang replied, "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. You have never cared for anyone before. To you, nothing holds true significance." Lu Lijing shifted his gaze to Li Xingshuang. "So, what makes Ling Han special?" Li Xingshuang opted to deflect the topic of Ling Han, stating, "He is my disciple. Yukabai is also your disciple, yet you do not treat him with such favor. Why is this old turtle so difficult to deceive?" Li Xingshuang began to argue directly. "So what? Do you have to meddle in how I treat others?" Lu Lijing fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No, that is not my intention. The reason I inquire is that I wish to protect those who are important to you. I will assist you in accomplishing matters that hold significance for you." Li Xingshuang regarded him with a hint of skepticism. After a moment, he grasped the meaning. "Is it because I resemble your younger brother?" Lu Lijing once again fell silent, then shook his head. "No." "Then why do you wish to help me?" Lu Lijing replied slowly, yet resolutely. "Because you're the most important person to me." Li Xingshuang raised an eyebrow. "Our relationship is not particularly profound." Lu Lijing offered a wry smile. "Indeed, in your eyes, who possesses a deep connection with you?" This was the truth. In Li Xingshuang's world, there existed only two kinds of people: tools and NPCs. Lu Lijing sighed softly. "Xingshuang, you have always been indifferent to worldly affairs. It is only the occasional preference or obsession that makes you seem like a genuine person. So, am I a false person most of the time?" Lu Lijing cast a complex glance at him. Li Xingshuang rose to his feet. "Although you have said some peculiar things, I appreciate your help in the matter concerning Ling Han. I will find a way to repay you. I must take my leave." "Xingshuang, could you promise me one thing?" Lu Lijing gazed at Li Xingshuang, his expression bordering on sorrowful. Li Xingshuang would unhesitatingly agree to Ling Han, for he knew Ling Han would not make any unreasonable demands. Yet, he was hesitant to accede to Lu Lijing's request, feeling that the old turtle might be plotting something against him. "What do you want me to promise?" Lu Lijing regarda Li Xingshuang intently. "I hope that you can share with me any matters in which you require assistance. I may not always be able to help, but I will certainly do my utmost, regardless of what your goals may be." Li Xingshuang did not respond immediately. He scrutinized Lu Lijing, unable to decipher the trap he might be laying. "What is it that you desire?" Li Xingshuang chose to inquire directly about his intentions. Lu Lijing's smile grew more bittersweet. "What I desire is simply for you to be happy. There is but one thing that can bring me joy." Lu Lijing spuka softly. "I will do everything within my power to help you achieve it." Li Xingshuang sudan li shuklat. Liu Lijing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. Li Xingshuang tilted his head. What if what I seek does not align with what you wish? Liu Lijing enunciated each word clearly. What you seek is indeed what I desire. Li Xingshuang shrugged. I hope you can still say that when the time comes. Liu Lijing lowered his gaze. Xingshuang, you have forgotten far too much. Extra. The ever-changing Xingshuang no. Conclusion. This extra is merely a supplementary explanation to the main text. Upon receiving the news, I hurried to the Shengwang Fu. The palace was as desolate as ever, or rather, it resembled a realm of utter silence. It is hard to fathom that within a royal residence, there are so few servants. The physician at the entrance set down his medicine box and bowed deeply to me. Your Highness, the Prince Yuan, we have done all we could. You should go and see His Highness, the Prince Sheng. He is thinking of you. As I approached, I had only wished to hasten my steps. Yet upon reaching the door, I found myself hesitant to lift the curtain. It was as if by not opening this door, he could remain unseparated from me. A delusion, a futile attempt to deceive myself. Ultimately, I parted the curtain, and the acrid scent of bitter herbs enveloped me, nearly causing dizziness. There he lay, frail as parchment upon the bed. I dared not draw near nor touch him, fearing he might shatter before my eyes. I stared at him in a daze, and yet he extended his hand towards me. I took a seat on the edge of the bed, cautiously grasping his hand, cold and delicate. Brother. He moved his lips, speaking with evident difficulty, a testament to his suffering. I am here. I held his hand within my palm, striving to impart warmth. Brother, if you are in pain, do not speak. He gazed at me, his eyes still pure, reminiscent of our childhood. Yet the words he uttered sent a tremor through my heart. I am about to leave. No, no. A sense of panic washed over me, as if my relinquishing his hand would cause him to vanish. You will recover. I have already sent for the finest physician in the realm. You will be well again. These words were not merely to comfort him, but to assuage my own fears. I knew he was destined to die. His life had been marked for brevity since his birth. Very soon, there will be no more pain. Brother should be happy. For me. He closed his eyes, and I hastily checked his pulse, but he opened his eyes once more, murmuring, I feel a bit tired. Terror gripped me. I had never experienced such fear in my life. Yet he smiled at me. Thank you, brother. You are the only one in this world who has been kind to me. I was once again struck dumb. Indeed, who had shown him kindness? The concubines and heirs loathed him, reviled him, and inflicted harm upon him. As for our father, the moment I discerned the filthy desire in his gaze towards his own son, I had set about investigating the events of that year. That incompetent old fool had slain Yunqing's biological father and forcibly taken his mother. He had enshrined that wretched woman as a concubine, sparing the lives of others' infants, merely to satisfy his perverse inclinations. Excessive beauty can sometimes be the harbinger of calamity. I had dispatched assassins to protect Yunqing in secret, subsequently lacing the old emperor's daily meals with mercury and vermilion. Before his repulsive hands could reach out, I sent him on his way. I had no desire to engage in the machinations of power struggles. I did not wish to ascend to that coveted pinnacle. I sought only to safeguard those dear to me, for which I would commit any act, even if it meant staining my hands with blood, marred and sullied. Brother will always be kind to you. I gently stroked his forehead, striving to make my voice as soothing as possible. There is no opportunity left. He gazed at the bed curtains, and I was about to depart. It cannot be. Yunqing, do not speak so recklessly. You will recover. He turned to me, genuine bewilderment illuminating his eyes. Why is it that you do not wish for my demise? My lips trembled. Of course, I do not wish for your death. What reason could there possibly be? He suddenly laughed. Perhaps you have lived long enough, and there remains a chance for you to see me. What do you mean? I asked, taken aback. I will not perish. I am merely leaving this place. Perhaps, if you live long enough, you will see me again. He spoke in a baffling manner, but at that moment, I might have changed identities, changed names, and you would not recognize me. I dismissed his words as the ramblings of someone gravely ill. Yet I pressed his hand to my face. Brother will not forget you. No matter how you transform, brother will recognize you. Is that so? Yet I will forget. His hand grew increasingly feeble, and I have forgotten so much, even most important friends. have faded from memory. Then let brother accompany you in remembering, shall we? Very well. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, a pool of blood blossoming on the sheets. Xingshuang, I called out anxiously, about to summon the physician. When he gently grasped my hand, no one can save me. This is punishment. He closed his eyes, a consequence of a failed task. I widened my eyes. What punishment? What task? Xingshuang, what nonsensical words are you uttering? I'm departing from this world. You have been the kindest to me. Allow me to tell you my name. What name? What do you mean by departing from this world? I was at a loss for how to respond, merely holding his hand in a daze. His voice grew increasingly frail. My true name is Xingshuang. The ever-changing Xingshuang. Xing. His voice abruptly ceased. The warmth in my palm had turned icy to the bone. Chapter 78. The affliction of illness. Although Li Xingfang was uncertain about what Lu Lijing referred to, he merely shrugged. At my age, forgetfulness is quite normal, he mused. He had forgotten countless things. Who could possibly comprehend what Lu Lijing was alluding to? Lu Lijing gazed at him with a hint of exasperation. Li Xingfang scratched his cheek. Well, I suppose I shall take my leave. Lu Lijing closed his eyes and waved a hand dismissively. You may go. Noticing his demeanor, Li Xingfang expressed a semblance of concern for his superior. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Lijing sighed softly. Not all. Oh, well then. As Lu Lijing observed Li Xingfang departing, he gradually rested his forehead against his palm. Enough, enough, he murmured to himself. Once outside, Li Xingfang tugged at his hair, contemplating whether to address the matter before heading to the Liuguang Hall. He had a nagging feeling that Luo Xing would be displeased to see him in this state. Yet, he needed to treat Luo Xing. His hair was bound to turn white again, rendering his concerns somewhat unnecessary. Alas, he was not adept at illusionary arts. Otherwise, he could have obscured his appearance. Although those of comparable cultivation could discern his use of illusion, the average person would hardly scrutinize hair. All the malevolent energy had been sealed within the jade talisman. Yet his hair remained white, suggesting that Luo Xing's hair could not be restored either. Perhaps the new growth would return to its original black? After a moment's hesitation, Li Xingfang resolved not to alter his appearance for the time being. It was not a matter of fear. Rather, he considered that if he treated Luo Xing and subsequently his hair turned white, she might assume it was a consequence of his efforts to heal her. This girl was quite emotionally sensitive. She might end up in tears. Better to confront her directly with his new hair color and inform her that he had dyed it. Li Xingfang glanced down at the purple cloud ring on his finger, channeling his spiritual energy. In the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a soft, fragrant embrace. It was rather awkward. He landed in Luo Xing's arms, who had been reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in her reading. Despite sensing something approaching, the familiar aura rendered her instinctively unguarded. Then, she beheld Li Xingfang lifting his head from her embrace, propping himself up with one arm. Luo Xing's face flushed instantly, and she hastily shielded her reddening cheeks with her book. Xingfang, what happened to your hair? Despite her shyness, she swiftly recognized the crux of the matter. Li Xingfang replied, I did it myself. Now I resemble you. He believed he could easily deceive her. Luo Xing's mind went blank as she concealed her entire face behind the book. Li Xingfang assumed she was discomforted by his proximity and quickly sat up, moving to the side. Did I hurt you? Given his light weight, it was unlikely he could harm a cultivator. Luo Xing shook her head earnestly. I only meant to convey that I hadn't anticipated landing directly on you. My apologies. Luo Xing's cheeks grew increasingly warm. And no, it's fine. Truly. After a considerable pause, she lowered her book slightly, revealing her shy yet gentle gray eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters. Star Frost, you have just departed. Surely not to dye your hair? Not all. Li Xingfrost replied honestly, stating that there was a matter within the sect that required her attention. Luo Xing expressed her concern. What is the matter? Li Xingfrost pondered how to articulate her thoughts. Observing her hesitation, Luo Xing quickly added, If it is inconvenient to discuss, then I shall not press. It was presumptuous of me to inquire about the private affairs of Wang Shuelu. Her eagerness to know had led her to ask about matters of other sects so directly. Li Xingfrost shook her head. It is nothing serious. My disciple has made a minor mistake, and I'm going back to retrieve him. Luo, seeing finally felt relieved, and then inquired, "Is it the friend of that Miss Ning?" "Yes, his name is Ling Han." "Ling Han." Luo, seeing, softly repeated the name. "What is the matter?" Li Xing Frost asked, sensing something amiss. "Have you heard this name before?" Luo, seeing, smiled gently. "It is peculiar that I haven tea, for although I remain secluded, I am aware of the most outstanding talents in the current cultivation world." "That should tea concern me," Li Xing Frost shrugged. Luo, seeing, lightly tapped Li Xing Frost's forehead. "Do you realize how many wish to take you as their master? I cannot teach so many disciples. 2 or 3 will suffice." Li Xing Frost was indifferent to those aspiring to be her students, for regardless of the prodigious talent, they must ultimately yield to the male and female leads. As long as she could maintain control over these 2 little ones, that would suffice. "By the way, I have found a method to treat your condition." Li Xing Frost produced a jade talisman. "Would you like to try it?" Luo, seeing, was somewhat taken aback. Previously, when Li Xing Frost mentioned helping her find a solution, she had not held out much hope. Results came swiftly indeed. Li Xing Frost waved the seemingly ominous jade pendant. "However, there's a bit of risk involved. If you are afraid, I can search for a safer alternative." Although it seemed beneficial for Ling Han, he was, after all, half demonic, and the demonic energy was an intrinsic part of his being. In contrast, the demonic energy within Luo Xing was aggressively corrosive, posing a genuine threat to her life. Luo Xing gently grasped Li Xing Frost's hand. "I trust you, however. Star Frost, you must not harm yourself. If the method to treat me causes you pain, I would rather remain untreated." It is quite perplexing. Li Xing Frost felt a sense of bewilderment. What did her suffering have to do with her? Was it another reluctance to owe a favor? How exhausting it must be for this girl to contemplate so many things. Nonetheless, Li Xing Frost readily acquiesced. "Understood, Sister Xing." Luo Xing's cheeks flushed once more. Li Xing Frost then took hold of Luo Xing's hand, channeling her spiritual energy to probe the demonic energy. There were multiple old injuries within Luo Xing's body. The demonic energy spread throughout her meridians, even infiltrating her very bones. Although Li Xing Frost's heart's blood safeguarded her life, temporarily alleviating her weakness and ailments, it remained merely a superficial remedy. Eliminating the demonic energy was not particularly difficult. It merely required the introduction of the jade talisman. Yet, the heart's veins and the marrow of the bones that have suffered damage are difficult to heal, and one wonders what miraculous elixir could possibly effect such a cure. Li Xingshuang fell into contemplation. Is merely purging the demonic energy truly an act of repayment? But how long could she survive in such a state? Luo Xing had treated him with great kindness. Thus, Li Xingshuang always felt compelled to reciprocate the goodwill shown to him. As long as he could find a solution that did not interfere with his ultimate mission, he would strive to repay her kindness. Moreover, it was likely that he would require Luo Xing's assistance in the future. Noticing the gravity etched on his face, Luo Xing offered a bittersweet smile. "I understand. This is a chronic affliction, and if there is no hope for recovery, you need not trouble yourself further. Let us cherish the remaining time and simply enjoy each other's company." She gazed at their intertwined hands, feeling a profound sense of contentment. It was enough. Chapter 79. What is he really thinking? Side quest. A time-limited side quest to cure the affliction of the luminescent hall master, Luo Xing, within 10 years. Reward. Unknown Celestial Beast Cub X1. As Li Xingfeng was lost in contemplation, the system's prompt resounded in his mind. He was somewhat taken aback. This reward sounded rather intriguing. It seemed he had no choice but to undertake it. However, would raising a beast be troublesome? Surely, it wouldn't require feeding with milk, would it? Well, never mind. Whether he could even cure her was still uncertain, so he wouldn't dwell on that. Li Xingfeng first diverted the demonic energy from her body. Luo Xing could clearly feel her body becoming considerably lighter, and the pallor of her lips had regained a hint of color, appearing much healthier. When she gazed at Li Xingfeng, he tilted his head in confusion as their eyes met. Luo Xing chuckled softly, reaching up to stroke his cheek. Her hand had grown warm, and felt markedly different against Li Xingfeng's icy skin. "You are quite warm," he remarked, pressing his face against her hand. Unlike their previous encounter at the auction house, when he had felt colder than the ice attribute cultivation method he practiced, it was as if he had nearly been lifeless. "Is you who are too cold," she replied. Li Xingfeng took a step back. "Then perhaps you should keep your distance. I wouldn't want you to catch a chill." With Yi Ruofeng, Li Xingfeng could unhesitatingly regard him as a warm water bottle. But Luo Xing was different. Her health was so fragile that he couldn't bear to let her suffer from the cold again after her hard-won recovery. Luo Xing laughed again. "I'm not so easily chilled, and besides, I am feeling much better now." Li Xingfeng scrutinized her closely. The demonic energy has been nearly eradicated. However, the damaged meridians and bones will not mend so easily. "I will find a way." Luo Xing lowered her gaze. "I fear they may never recover. It is not worth exhausting yourself over. No matter how challenging it may be, I will find a way to heal you." Li Xingfeng gently patted her shoulder, realizing that she had become increasingly significant to him. Luo Xing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, and she could only respond with a dazed okay. As Li Xingfeng stood to leave, Luo Xing hastily grasped his hand. "What is it?" Li Xingfeng sat back down. "Are you still feeling unwell?" "No, it's not that." Luo Xing's face turned crimson. "Why she is outside?" It was a dire situation. Li Xingfeng had mysteriously vanished for an extended period, only to emerge inexplicably from her room. It was hard not to conjure up inappropriate thoughts. What is wrong with her? Li Xingfeng queried, bemused. She had seen him before. "She's on night watch and hasn't seen anyone come in or out. How am I to explain your sudden appearance in my room? Most importantly, how do I justify what we were doing in there? Would she believe them if they claimed nothing had happened?" Li Xingfeng was puzzled. He thought it was quite normal for cultivators to appear and disappear at will. However, since Luo Xing had voiced her concerns, he decided to heed her advice. "What should I do then? Is there a hidden passage here?" Luo Xing's face was flushed. "You should rest in the inner room. I had no intention of sleeping tonight anyway." Li Xingfeng nodded and proceeded to the inner room. Luo Xing pondered for a moment before rising swiftly. "I have a stove in my room. Shall I light it for you? How about a hot pot?" It was a warming furnace designed to maintain a cozy indoor atmosphere, a gift from the head of the Yin family, bestowed upon her due to her prior injuries and sensitivity to the cold. "Ah, I see," she continued. "Typically, cultivators of their level were not greatly affected by temperature fluctuations. They could even endure freezing or scorching flames to a certain extent. Ordinary lower-tier cultivators would not resort to such extravagant heating methods, merely relying on charcoal to ward off the chill. Thus, this artifact seemed somewhat impractical. Luo Xing had received it specifically because of her acute sensitivity to cold following her injury. "By the way, Xingfeng," Luo Xing suddenly recalled, "I share a slight acquaintance with the matriarch of the Yin family. If you require any artifacts crafted by them, I could inquire on your behalf." "Oh, that's not necessary for the moment," Li Xingfeng replied. Luo Xing gently urged, "You need not stand on ceremony with me." Li Yingfeng, "Abitbartplixt," responded. "I'm not being formal with you at all." Presently, Wang Shui Tower had no pressing need for custom artifacts. After a brief hesitation, Luo Xing ventured at the auction. "You seem particularly fond of the sword wielded by the Yin family's eldest grandson." It was the first time she had observed such unwavering fixation in Li Xingfeng, who had never displayed such a distinct inclination for any item before. At that moment, she resolved to acquire it as a gift for him. Li Xingfeng pondered for a moment before recalling that pair of Longxi swords, nearly having forgotten them. "Oh, it was rather ordinary," he remarked casually. "I still prefer the sword I originally used." "I see." Luo Xing lowered her gaze and chose not to pursue the matter further, silently accompanying Li Xingfeng to the inner room. After igniting the furnace, she finally spoke again. "You should get some rest." Li Xingfeng nodded. The bed was significantly softer than his own and fragrant, while the stove warmed the room pleasantly. He nearly fell asleep the moment he burrowed under the covers. Luo Xing stood quietly at the door, observing him without approaching. In their childhood, Li Xingfeng would share her bed. Back then, he was a small boy who often curled up into a ball, appearing even smaller. However, she too was young in those days. She remembered the little brother, slightly smaller than herself, seeming guarded, so she reached out to embrace him, attempting to offer comfort. Yet, the little fellow tensed up, his eyes snapping open in vigilance. Upon recognizing her, he relaxed slightly, but did not close his eyes again. "Did I wake you?" Sorry. The small Xingshuang remained silent, keeping his eyes wide open, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Observing his demeanor, Luo Xing understood and softened her tone. "You needn't be afraid. This place is very safe." Only then did Li Xingfeng lie back down. Months passed, and Luo Xing noticed that he gradually ceased to curl up while sleeping and would even lean toward her, seemingly seeking protection. Her heart ached for him. Upon arriving at the Hall of Luminous Flow, Li Xingshuang neither requested anything nor voiced any complaints. What could be occupying his thoughts? Luo Xing, perplexed, could not fathom his mind. She silently observed Li Xingshuang for an extended period before quietly returning to the soft couch outside, resuming her reading. In truth, not a single word registered in her mind. Chapter 80. A Life Together Until the End. Upon awakening, Li Xingshuang felt as though he had been ensnared by the bed, its softness rendering him incapable of rising. This was unacceptable. He could not succumb to such lethargy, for he had come here with a purpose. As he struggled against the allure of slumber once more, he endeavored to prop his heavy eyelids open and sat upright, letting his silvery hair cascade down around him. He spread his palm, gazing at his hair, pondering the matter that still required resolution. Drawing forth a jade talisman, Li Xingshuang attempted to orchestrate his own demise, yet he met with failure. It appeared that this object was unwilling to absorb any more of his essence. The demonic energy was securely locked within, no longer seeping out. It was a passive rebellion. With no other recourse, he retrieved his beloved sword. Although Frostfall had accompanied him for a long time and had yet to develop a spirit, it had certainly acquired consciousness and was naturally resistant to harming him, subtly engaging in a contest of wills. This left Li Xingshuang feeling rather dejected. Was it truly so difficult to end one's life? Perhaps he should procure another blade or summon his spiritual energy to shatter his hard core. "Xingshuang, are you awake?" A soft voice inquired from outside. Temporarily casting aside thoughts of reconstructing his body, Li Xingshuang recalled that he had already explained the situation regarding his hair to Luo Xing, who seemed to accept it. "I am awake." Only then did Luo Xing enter, gently asking, "I intend to accompany Miss Ning to practice her heart techniques. Will you come to observe?" "Naturally," Li Xingshuang agreed, for he had 2 tasks to accomplish during his visit, of which he had only completed half. The reason it was merely half was that he had not fully healed Luo Xing. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to this matter. Furthermore, he had yet to facilitate the opportunity for the destined female protagonist to attempt the techniques of the Liuguang Palace. Li Xingshuang followed Luo Xing out of the door. "This morning, I asked Huai she to entertain the 2 young ladies in the sect for a while. This should be in the Huaiwa Pavilion now." The Huaiwa Pavilion served as the practice ground for the inner disciples of the Liuguang Palace. In his youth, Li Xingshuang had only engaged in the most fundamental training there and had not devoted himself to serious study. Thus he seldom visited the place. Upon arriving at the Huaiwa Pavilion, he observed Luo Huai, she conversing with the 2 girls, accompanied by a tall and robust young woman. Upon spotting Luo Xing and Li Xingshuang, the young ladies promptly bowed in greeting. "Elder Guiyun, your hair." The other girls noticed the anomaly. Yet only Luo Huai, she had the audacity to voice her curiosity. Li Xingshuang replied, "Indeed, a new look. Do you find it appealing?" Luo Huai, she scratched her head. "It's quite beautiful." Although she did not comprehend his reasons for changing his hair color, it was undeniably striking. Perhaps it was due to his exceptionally handsome face, for he looked splendid regardless of whether his hair was black or white. The tall female disciple smiled slightly. "In that case, you 2 can be considered to share white hair together." Luo Xing's face flushed crimson at this remark. "Xiaofeng, do not speak so recklessly." Luo Huai, she seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Xiaofeng's statement, winking at Luo Xing, which made her blush even deeper as she gently pinched her cheek. "You 2 mischievous girls, I shall be quite displeased if you continue to speak so foolishly." Despite the reproach, her tone was soft and devoid of any real threat. It was evident that Luo Xing felt a sense of joy within her heart. Ning Moru felt a bittersweet sensation in her heart. For Lord Luo and Elder Gaiyun stood together like a pair of flawless gems. How could she possibly compare herself to such an exceptional woman as Lord Luo? No, they were simply not on the same level. During her brief stay at the Liuguang Hall, she had encountered women as radiant as blooming flowers. And aside from admiration and envy, she felt an intensified sense of inadequacy. Previously, she had never harbored feelings of inferiority. While she might admire the strong, her response would be to dedicate herself fervently to her cultivation in order to improve. She had never been concerned with appearances. After all, beauty had only brought her trouble over the years. Yet now, in everything she did, she felt as though the brilliant moonlight was forever beyond her reach. And she feared that one day she would no longer even see his silhouette. Ning girl. A gentle female voice pulled Ning Moru back from a reverie. She quickly responded, "The junior is here." Luo Xing offered her a faint smile. "I have something to discuss with Xingshuang. Please come with us." Ning Moru felt puzzled. What merit did she possess that warranted a private conversation with a sect leader and an elder? Had they somehow discerned her innermost thoughts? Reflecting on it, she had previously requested senior brother Lu to present a sachet to Elder Guiyun, and now it seemed rather inappropriate. However, Elder Guiyun had never mentioned the matter. Was it intentional evasion or simply a lack of concern? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Yet she maintained a calm facade as she followed the two into a small courtyard. "Ning Moro," Li Xingshuang spoke, prompting Ning Moru to straighten up, visibly anxious. "There is no need to be so tense," Li Xingshuang reassured her. "Your cultivation has stagnated at Wang Shui Tower, so I thought perhaps the technique was not suited for you. Today, I have invited Lord Luo to guide you. Make sure to learn well." Ning Moru was taken aback. "I am grateful to Elder Guiyun and Lord Luo." She had not anticipated that Li Xingshuang would take such a keen interest in her, even going so far as to request personal guidance from Lord Luo. At the same time, she felt a pang of guilt. Elder Guiyun had considered her so deeply while she had only been preoccupied with romantic sentiments. Such thoughts were indeed misguided. She ought to devote more of her energy to cultivation. Perhaps, after she grew stronger, Li Xingshuang might take notice of her more often. Chapter 81. The importance of happiness. The flowing light hall differs from the snow-watching tower, while the inhabitants of the latter excel in swordsmanship. The former places a greater emphasis on the cultivation of spiritual energy and magical arts. Luo Xing gently guided Ning Moru, while Li Xingshuang felt rather helpless, merely observing from the sidelines. Ning Moru was earnest in her studies, and under Luo Xing's instruction, she began to channel her spiritual energy. Streams of energy flowed into her dantian, and her body gradually felt lighter, as if she had forged a subtle connection with the surrounding celestial forces. Luo Xing noticed this transformation, a hint of admiration gracing her features. Before long, Ning Moru's face lit up with excitement. "I have just made a breakthrough." Luo Xing smiled and said, "This is the royal level technique I have cultivated, the Dreaming Sky formula. It appears that Miss Ning is quite suited for it." Ning Moru respectfully bowed to Luo Xing, expressing her gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your guidance, Hall Master Luo. You should thank Xingshuang," Luo Xing replied with a smile. "Were it not for her urging, I would not have divulged the techniques of the Flowing Light Hall." Ning Moru, touched, bowed to Li Xingshuang, saying, "Thank you, Elder Guiyun. Your kindness shall not be forgotten." In truth, Li Xingshuang felt she had done little. "Your diligent study is enough of a repayment," she said. However, she mused that perhaps Luo Xing would be a more suitable mentor for Ning Moru. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the destined female lead filled her with trepidation. What if she unwittingly crafted a rival for herself? Noticing the gravity of Li Xingshuang's expression, Luo Xing gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Xingshuang, what troubles your mind?" Ning Moru, witnessing their intimate gesture, quietly lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. "I was contemplating. When we return to the snow-watching tower, I will no longer have the opportunity to teach her like this." Luo Xing spoke soothingly. "This is not a difficult matter. Let Miss Ning remain here for a while longer. I see that she possesses remarkable comprehension. In about 2 to 3 years, She could master the fundamentals of the dreaming sky formula. Isn't this akin to a daycare? While this arrangement seemed beneficial, Xingshuang pondered whether it was reasonable for Luo Xing to take on such a responsibility without compensation. Although Luo Xing was kind-hearted, Xingshuang was reluctant to owe any more debts of gratitude. With a slight frown, Xingshuang said, "This may be too much trouble for you. Ning Moru is a disciple of the Snow Watching Tower. There is no need for formality between us." Luo Xing's voice was gentle. Xingshuang fell silent, contemplating for a moment. Considering Luo Xing's lingering ailments, he realized he still owed her a treatment, which could perhaps be seen as a mutually beneficial exchange. He would heal her, and she would care for his charge. It seemed agreeable. However, he still needed to consult the destined female lead about her thoughts. If she were unwilling and harbored resentment, it could lead to complications. After some reflection, he turned to Ning Moru. "Ning Moru, you now have 3 options. First, return with me to the Snow Watching Tower for training. Second, remain at the Flowing Light Hall, where I will petition Hall Master Luo to accept you as a disciple. Or third, spend a few years cultivating at the Flowing Light Hall and return to the Snow Watching Tower once you have achieved proficiency." Ning Moru was taken aback by Xingshuang's inquiry into her preferences. She certainly wished to return to the Snow Viewing Tower, not because she longed for that frigid place that had treated her coldly, but because she yearned to see Xingshuang more often. Yet, it was evident that remaining in the Flowing Light Hall would afford her more suitable guidance. She bowed deeply, expressing her desire to stay and cultivate in the Flowing Light Hall, but earnestly requested that the Hall Master, Luo, teach her the Dream Sky technique within 6 months. Luo Xiying's expression faltered. "Miss Ning, it is unwise to be overly eager." Ning Mo was well aware of this, yet she held on to the promise of half a year with Xingshuang. She was uncertain if her relentless training day and night would allow her to meet that deadline. However, she recognized that this was her sole opportunity in this lifetime to take Xingshuang as her master. "I understand, but I have fallen behind my fellow disciples who entered the sect with me and must catch up swiftly." Luo Xiying smiled gently. "You are still young. There's no need to rush." Disciple earnestly requests Hall Master Luo. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Xiying conceded. "Since you are so eager to learn, I shall do my utmost to instruct you." "Thank you, Hall Master Luo." Xingshuang turned to Luo Xiying. "Sister Xiying, thank you." Luo Xiying's cheeks flushed slightly. "You need not be so formal with me, sister." Hearing their conversation, Ning Mo felt a pang of bitterness. Yet, such a beautiful, exceptional, and powerful woman as Hall Master Luo truly deserved to stand by Elder Guiyun. She felt so weak. When would she ever be able to catch up? Xingshuang stayed in the Flowing Light Hall for 2 days before returning with Lu Wuyan. Lu Wuyan had enjoyed herself immensely during these days, and Xingshuang noticed her smile had brightened. Initially, she had appeared rather serious, resembling a little adult, but now she seemed like an ordinary little girl. She held a small box in her hands, and after boarding the cloud boat, Xingshuang inquired about its contents. Lu Wuyan shyly opened it. "These are the accessories and rouge gifted to me by the sisters in the Flowing Light Hall, but my master does not allow me to adorn myself excessively, so I can only set them aside." Xingshuang thought it rather meddlesome of the old tortoise. "Why does he not permit you to dress up?" "It's not that he forbids it. He merely believes it would distract from my cultivation and does not want me to spend too much time on such matters." Lu Wuyan lowered her gaze. "When I was young, my master told me that he named me Wu Yin, hoping that I would not be confined by the appearance of this flesh. For those who cultivate, strength is the only truth. Beauty and ugliness are merely evaluations of others, and he wishes for me to remain unaffected by them." Xingshuang pondered. Indeed, appearance is not important, but if dressing up brings you joy, then it holds value. Ultimately, in this life, happiness is paramount. Happiness, is it truly the most important? Lu Wuyan gazed blankly at the box of accessories in her hands. Since childhood, her master had taught her to eschew indulgence, to cast aside worldly distractions, and to dedicate herself to cultivation. It was the first time someone had told her that happiness was the most important thing. Chapter 82. Do not worry upon arriving at Wangshu Tower. Li Xingshuang immediately returned to Guiyun Peak. As he stepped into the main courtyard, a figure rushed towards him. Master, Master, you have finally returned. Yu Chubai glanced back, his face lighting up with joy. What about that woman? Has something happened to her? I entrusted her to the guidance of the master of Liuguang Hall. She will return in a year or so, Li Xingshuang replied. Yu Chubai pouted. Has Ling Han been well these past few days? At the mention of Ling Han, Yu Chubai grew animated. Master, you cannot imagine how terrifying Ling Han was that day. He was like a madman, smashing everything in the room. It is extremely dangerous to have such a violent person at Guiyun Peak. What if he poses a threat to you one day? Li Xingshuang remained unfazed, responding calmly. You should refer to him as your senior brother. Yu Chubai felt a twinge of displeasure but acquiesced. The disciple understands. Have you discussed his matters with anyone besides the sect master and the elders? Yu Chubai quickly shook his head. Although he despised Ling Han, he understood that revealing such information would not only affect Ling Han, but also Li Xingshuang. He certainly did not wish to burden his master. Li Xingshuang nudda. I shall go and see him. Ling Han has been confined for 3 days. I wonder if he is feeling any better. As Li Xingshuang entered Ling Han's room, Yu Chubai intended to follow, but was thwarted by a barrier, leaving him to pace anxiously outside. The room had already been tidied, and Ling Han sat quietly in meditation. Upon sensing someone enter, he immediately opened his eyes. Master? Ling Han exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing his face as he rose. You have returned. Li Xingshuang inkidat. How have you been these past few days? Ling Han pressed a hand against his chest. After the demonic energy was guided, it is no longer out of control. However, after practicing the demonic arts, I often find myself plagued by some rather dark thoughts. Li Xingshuang gestured for him to sit. What kind of thoughts? Speak freely, and I shall help you find a solution. Ling Han clutched his robe tightly. I often feel an impulse to kill. There was another matter he did not voice, his exponentially growing greed and jealousy. Ling Han knew he should not feel such possessiveness towards his revered master. Just the thought of Li Xingshuang interacting with others filled him with jealousy. He wished for Li Xingshuang to care only for him. Li Xingshuang gently patted the back of his head. This is easily remedied. Ling Han looked at him in confusion. Go to the kitchen in the morning and assist your junior brother by slaughtering chickens, fish, and pigs. Ling Han was taken aback. Li Xingshuang, maintaining a serious demeanor, continued, if that is insufficient, there are other methods. He drew Ling Han's sword, placing it in his hand, then grasped the blade and slowly positioned the tip against his own neck. Kill me. In a panic, Ling Han threw the sword aside and knelt before him. Master, please do not make such jokes. Li Xingshuang cast him a calm glance. Did you truly believe you could kill me? I merely wish for you to find an outlet for your turbulent thoughts by sparring with me. Ling Han finally relaxed. Indeed, Li Xingshuang genuinely wished for Ling Han to eliminate him. He could not truly allow Ling Han to roam freely, committing acts of senseless violence. If Ling Han were to take a life, let it be his own, an existence that could not perish. Li Xingshuang held little regard for this corporeal form, even if subjected to repeated humiliation and torment. As long as the mission could be accomplished, he would willingly endure anything. Yet, witnessing Ling Han's intense reaction, Li Xingshuang refrained from sharing such sentiments with him. Extending his hand, Li Xingshuang said, Rise, do not kneel so readily. He could hardly bear the weight of the protagonist's reverence, fearing that with each bow, his own fortune would diminish. Ling Han grasped Li Xingshuang's hand and rose with his guidance, his voice soft yet resolute. Master, regardless of what transpires, your disciple shall never harm you. If the day ever comes when I lose my sanity, I implore you to disregard our master-disciple bond and eliminate me without hesitation. Li Xingshuang was at a loss. What sort of master-disciple bond existed between them? Were it not for the inability to kill, he would not repeatedly obstruct He Ruofeng's efforts to eradicate demons. Even if that day arrived when Ling Han truly took his life, Li Xingshuang would hold no grudge. He gently patted the back of Ling Han's hand, merely hoping that for the sake of their bond, he would treat Wang Shuelu with kindness and refrain from turning weapons against it. If you kill me, you will no longer be able to confront Wang Shuelu, Master. Ling Han's eyes reddened. Your disciple would never. never harm you. I am merely speaking lightly, harboring no suspicions against you. At last, Ling Han relaxed his brow. Xingshuang chose not to dwell on such trivial matters and shifted the topic. Have you made any progress in your cultivation during these days? Ling Han lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. Your disciple has been focused on practicing the demonic arts, causing a pause in the cultivation of my original techniques. And how fares your mastery of the demonic arts now? In response to Master, I have just reached the mid-stage of blood induction. Xingshuang remarca. I can hardly endure your arrogance. Truly, you are a child of fortune, excelling in both cultivation and the demonic path. With your dual practice, you shall not become a minor demon immortal, will you? Master, Ling Han sensed Xingshuang's silence and grew uneasy. Your disciple's progress has indeed slowed, yet there is no lack of diligence. Should you be dissatisfied, I shall exert myself even further. Xingshuang immediately interrupted. There is no dissatisfaction. Do not overexert yourself. Am I jesting? Is this progress too slow? Ling Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I have not encountered anyone who practices both celestial and demonic paths, so I am uncertain how to balance them. You must pay extra attention. Understood. There's one more matter. Xingshuang felt it necessary to inform Ling Han about Ning and Mo Rua's situation. Your junior sister Ning is more suited for the techniques of Lu Guang Temple. I have entrusted her to the temple's master for guidance. Ling Han's heart leapt with joy. He naturally wished for his friend's well-being, yet simultaneously hoped she would not divert his master's attention. Now, Ning and Mo Rua could thrive while being distanced from his master. A perfect outcome. A perfect outcome. Is that how it is used? Never mind. It is simply splendid, truly splendid. Ling Han could hardly suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. I am truly delighted for junior sister Ning, for she has encountered a commendable mentor. Xingshuang, observing his ambiguous expression that teetered on the edge of a smile, speculated that he might be feigning joy. Rest assured, she will return once she has completed her studies. Lingfan Smila Foltaret. Chapter 83. Temptation by appearance. Xingshuang did not pay much attention to Ling Han's change in expression. He waved his hand, and the restrictions in the room were lifted. Since the master had returned, there was no need to confine you within these walls. Xingshuang stood up, urging, focus on your cultivation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. As Xingshuang exited, Yu Chubai waited outside. Do you need something? Xingshuang inquired. Yu Chubai, sensing the restrictions had been lifted, hurried forward and grasped Xingshuang's sleeve. Master, did senior brother Ling harm you in any way? Xingshuang replied, puzzled. What capability does he possess to do that? Disciple is merely concerned for your safety. After all, senior brother Ling, that day. Master, I did not intend to speak ill of senior brother Ling. I only worry that he might do something to tarnish your reputation. The door to Ling Han's room opened slightly, and he cast a cold glance at Yu Chubai. Master, look, senior brother Ling is quite fearsome. Xingshuang responded. If he frightens you, then keep your distance and refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. Yu Chubai was at a loss for words. Ling Han displayed a smile that seemed both triumphant and provocative. However, when he approached Xingshuang, he wore an innocent expression. Master, if young Master Yu is afraid of me, perhaps you should place restrictions in my residence. I have grown accustomed to being disliked. Xingshuang gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not speak in such a manner. I know you are a good child. If he fears you losing control, you may stay by my side and move into my quarters. Absolutely not. Yu Chubai's face contorted in distress, but upon realizing his outburst, he quickly adopted a pitiful expression. Disciple fears senior brother. Master, should you not protect me? Come live with me. Ling Han furrowed his brows. But before he could speak, Xingshuang interjected. Did you not mention you are a restless sleeper? I never said. Yu Chubai intended to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, recalling how Xingshuang had previously suggested he share a residence with Ling Han. He hastily concocted an excuse. Disciple, I have improved now. Yu Chubai stammered after a prolonged silence. Xingshuang shook his head. Let it be. My quarters are too simple, and I fear you would find them unwelcoming. Yu Chubai had constructed several magnificent buildings on Guiyun Peak. which stood in stark contrast to the originally unadorned landscape. Xingshuang had never prioritized the quality of his living conditions, estimating that his room would seem like a servant's quarters to this wealthy young man. I can adapt. Yu Chubai grasped Xingshuang's hand. Moreover, master, you could move in with me. These houses were built for you. After all, they are yours. Xingshuang shook his head. That I cannot do. Ling Han lowered his gaze, his attention lingering on the hands Yu Chubai held. However, Xingshuang soon withdrew his hand. Ling Han, would you like to stay with me? Xingshuang inquired. Ling Han, momentarily flustered, struggled to articulate his response. Disciple, of course. I would love to. I will prepare my things immediately. Yu Chubai was in a state of utter panic. Master, in truth, the disciple does not harbor such fear of the senior brother, and there is no need for him to move closer to you. Ling Han felt a tightening in his heart as he glanced at Xingshuang, anxious that he might change his mind. Xingshuang shook his head. No, you have reminded me that Ling Han is indeed an unstable factor. Keeping him close allows for better supervision. Yu Chubai. He had come to understand the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Xingshuang turned to Ling Han. Go and organize your things. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Ling Han nodded eagerly and retreated into his room. Yu Chubai looked at Xingshuang and suddenly grasped his wrist, leaning in closer. Master, I wish to ask you something. Go ahead, Xingshuang replied, puzzled by his sudden proximity. Yu Chubai lowered his head, leaning close to Xingshuang's ear. Do you remember what I said the first time we met? You were about to agree with me, weren't you? Xingshuang pondered for a moment, recalling Yu Chubai's words. Oh, you mentioned a misunderstanding then, did you not? Yu Chubai leaned even closer, nearly touching his earlobe. If it were not a misunderstanding, may I extend my invitation to you again? Would you still be willing? Xingshuang replied. I am indifferent to such matters. A slight smile tugged at Yu Chubai's lips. But Xingshuang's next words froze his expression. Xingshuang stated seriously. However, my senior brothers and sisters do not permit me to act thus. Yu Chubai. Xingshuang took a step back, speaking coolly. Moreover, Elder Xianyun has already told you, if you wish to be my disciple, you must comply and be a proper disciple. Once a teacher, always a father. You should not harbor other thoughts towards me. From the beginning, I never intended to be your disciple. Yu Chubai suddenly lost control, his voice rising enough to draw Ling Han out. Hearing his disrespectful words, Ling Han rushed forward to stand in front of Xingshuang. If you do not wish to be Master's disciple, there are many who do. Master takes you as a disciple, yet you show such disrespect. Yu Chubai scoffed. Ling Han, do you truly hold such reverence for your teacher? Ling Han frulnit. Nonsense. Master is the person I respect most. Dare you claim you have no improper thoughts at all? Ling Han's heart tightened. What are you saying? His feelings for the master were undoubtedly filled with admiration, respect, and affection. What improper thoughts? Xingshuang observed their tense standoff and gently placed his palm on Ling Han's back. Enough. It is not a significant matter. If you do not wish to be my disciple, simply inform the sect leader, and you may return to Jiaoju's sect. Yu Chubai says hello, Xingshuang Xianyun. Do you truly not understand? The reason I remain here. Xingshuang gently patted Ling Han's back. Ling Han, you should return to your own room. Ling Han did not move, staring intently at Yu Chubai. Be obedient, Xingshuang coaxed. I will only speak with him for a moment. You're the most understanding, be good. Only then did Ling Han's expression soften. He cast a worried glance at Xingshuang and shot a glare at Yu Chubai before returning to his room. Xingshuang cast a glance at Yu Chubai, signaling him to follow. Yu Chubai, rubbing his reddened eyes, hastened to catch up. Xingshuang led him to his chamber. Do you harbor feelings for me? He asked candidly. Yu Chubai's face immediately flushed, yet he nodded affirmatively, yes. Is it because I saved you? Xingshuang inquired. Yu Chubai hesitated for a moment. Yes, but then it is not me you like, but the one who rescued you, Xingshuang remarked nonchalantly. No, it's not that. Yu Chubai shook his head, it's not. If it weren't you who saved me, I wouldn't feel this way. It's love at first sight. Then you are merely infatuated with appearance. Xingshuang responded. Yu Chubai. Chapter 84. Otherwise, you will become a puppy, Yu Chubai urgently retorted. I am not. but the distinction was inconsequential. Xingshuang made a gesture to halt him. I could never harbor affection for you. If your reason for remaining here is such, then you may leave. The items sent by Zhao Ju's sect remain untouched. You may take them all. With reddened eyes, Yu Chubai pleaded, Master, please do not cast me away. I will refrain from speaking of it in the future. I desire nothing, and I will not be a burden to you. Please don't send me away. If you devote yourself to your cultivation, I shall instruct you earnestly. However, if you're driven by personal sentiments, I would prefer you not to squander your time here. It is not a waste of time. Tears streamed down Yu Chubai's face. As long as I can see you, I am content. I do not wish for too much. Xingshuang fell silent. When I first encountered you, I was young and merely admired you. Later, I always kept an eye on your news. You are powerful and radiant. I have revered you. Yet as I matured, my feelings deepened. Xingshuang shook her head. However, during this time, we have not met. The person you admire is but a figment of your imagination. No, it is not. Think it over. Xingshuang retrieved 2 swords. This is returned to you. I will return once I have thought it through. Xingshuang placed the Longxi sword into Yu Chubai's embrace. If you are certain you wish to become my disciple, I shall accept these swords. Yes. Yu Chubai sniffled, clutching the swords tightly, and walked toward the door. Also, Xingshuang called out before he exited. There is no need for you to feign a false front, at least not in my presence. Yu Chubai could no longer hold back his tears, and he hastily exited before losing his composure. Ling Han, having tidied up his belongings, peeked out to gauge the situation. But Yu Chubai completely disregarded him and wept as he returned to his room. Ling Han was oblivious to the events that transpired, but sensed that Yu Chubai had suffered a significant blow. That is splendid, he thought. Xingshuang stood at the doorway, beckoning Ling Han over, who promptly jogged to her side. Master, though somewhat gleeful, Ling Han maintained a decorum, attentively observing Xingshuang without probing further. Xingshuang, siga. You must behave, Ling Han. Ling Anu did honestly. Yes. You must not allow yourself to be consumed by romantic folly. Master, what does romantic folly mean? Xingshuang's expression turned grave. It is an impediment to cultivation. Once afflicted, one may find their skills diminished, or worse, lose their sanity. Ling Han was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing and was astonished by its severity. Is it akin to a heart demon? Xingshuang pondered for a moment. Quite similar. It should be regarded as a form of heart demon. Ling Han promptly declared, I shall steadfastly uphold my heart and will never succumb to romantic folly. Good child, I believe in you. Xingshuang ruflad Ling Hanzeyu. Come inside. I shall accompany you in your cultivation. Ling Anu did obediently. Xingshuang said a heatisk, reviewing the chronicles of Wangshua Tower from recent years, while Ling Han quietly practiced beside her. As the night deepened, Xingshuang turned to him and asked, Aren't you tired? Indeed, Ling Han felt fatigue, yet he had not reached a level of cultivation where he could forego sleep. However, he was rather restrained. His master had not yet declared a break, and he dared not move about carelessly. Master, are you not going to rest? Xingshuang shook his head. I do not require rest. You may sleep in the inner room. Though Xingshuang preferred to lounge idly, he relinquished his own slumber, knowing that Ling Han occupied his chamber. Moreover, it was not the time for leisure. The most pressing matter was to rectify the atmosphere within the sect. The sect's records meticulously documented incidents of disciples being punished, rewarded, promoted, or expelled, with instances of bullying occurring frequently, and even after rectification, such behavior persisted. What a peculiar sect this was. Was it truly a righteous and noble order? Noticing that Ling Han remained seated and unmoving, Xingshuang curiously inquired, Why do you not go to sleep? Ling Han replied softly, As my master is not yet rested, I dare not be negligent. I am not like you. I do not require sleep. You should rise again tomorrow to cultivate. Failing to rest adequately will impair your efficiency. Ling Han obediently did. Just as he was about to rise when Xingshuang suddenly asked, Is anyone still bullying you? Ling Han paused slightly before shaking his head. No. Ever since I became your disciple, most people no longer dare to bully me openly. Then there are still subtle forms of bullying? Ling Han lowered his gaze. There are always idle remarks, but they hardly count as bullying. I did not concern myself with such things. Li Xingshuang fronut. Why did you not inform me? Ling Han's voice grew even softer. It is not significant. I have told you. There are no trivial matters concerning you. Li Xingshuang placed a hand on his forehead, suppressing a sigh. I am genuinely worried about you. Do you understand? But I cannot attend to everything. If you do not speak, I will remain unaware of what you are facing. Ling Han, seeing the unwavering expression on Li Xingshuang's face, felt both touched and anxious, fearing he might truly be upset. Master, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. If I encounter something insurmountable, I will certainly inform you. Li Xingshuang extended his pinky finger. Lingalu kit putzlit. Let us make a pinky promise. Li Xingshuang intertwined his pinky with Ling Han's, signifying that a promise made must not be broken. Otherwise, he would turn into a little dog. Ling Han could not help but laugh. Li Xingshuang pinched his cheek. You still dare to laugh. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in you? If something were to happen to you. Ling Han smiled, but remained silent. Suddenly realizing his actions, Li Xingshuang hastily withdrew his hand, fearing that if he pinched again, Ling Han might hold a grudge. However, Ling Han grasped his hand and rested his chin in his palm. Master, such a promise is difficult to uphold. Becoming a little dog is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Xingshuang asked, What, then, constitutes a bad thing for you? Ling Han fell silent, merely gazing at Li Xingshuang. You will grow stronger. Once you are sufficiently powerful, you will no longer need me. Recalling that conversation, fear crept into Ling Han's heart. The only thing that could soothe him was that single assurance. You will not leave me, will you? No, I will not. Master. Ling Han closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them. Is there anything that you fear? What, to you, constitutes a misfortune? Li Xingshuang pondered deeply for a while before inquiring. Are you familiar with the Eternal Seal Pillar? Ling Han had never heard of it. Li Xingshuang confessed, I am afraid of that entity. Vows should be wagered against something fearsome. Ling Han raised his gaze, suggesting, if a disciple were to violate their vow, this would serve as their punishment. Conversely, he continued, should the master fail to fulfill a promise made to the disciple. Suddenly, Li Xingshuang tremblat incontrolably. Observing this, Ling Han realized he had misspoken, promptly ceasing his words and reaching out to grasp Li Xingshuang's hand. However, she recoiled as if pricked by a pin. Master, I did not mean to. Ling Han stood there, at a loss for what to do. Chapter 85. The Pillar of Eternal Sealing Master. I have spoken out of turn. Are you all right? Are you angry? Li Xingshuang raised his head and, seeing Ling Han's bewildered expression, reached out to gently stroke his hair. It's nothing, Li Xingshuang reassured him. There's no need to be afraid. I am not angry with you. Ling Han looked at him with concern. Master, you should go to bed. Let me be alone for a while. Li Xingshuang picked up his notebook and began to leaf through it once more. Ling Han bit his lip, feeling a twinge of unease, yet he still stepped back. He must have said something wrong, the way Master had reacted moments ago. It was evident he was reluctant to discuss that matter. The Pillar of Eternal Sealing. What could it possibly be? Ling Han had never heard of it before. Li Xingshuang pressed his forehead, his breaths becoming rapid and shallow, akin to a fish gasping for air, as he exerted all his strength to draw in the life-giving oxygen. The Pillar of Eternal Sealing, constructed from colossal stones and molten iron, was designed to confine monstrous beings. Li Xingshuang himself was that very monster. Having existed for millennia, Li Xingshuang's true existence spanned far beyond mere years. For those thousands of years only accounted for his moments of consciousness. He could not recall how long ago it was or the precise reasons behind it, but he remembered being discovered for his immortality. Those who found him were driven by insatiable greed, yearning to seize his ageless power. Of course, such power was unattainable. Though they remained blissfully unaware of this fact, they believed the fable that consuming the flesh of a merfolk could grant them eternal life. And so they carve away at Li Xingshuang's flesh to consume it. Aside from his immortality, Li Xingshuang possessed no other remarkable abilities. Except for specific instances that granted him temporary powers, he was, at heart, an ordinary man, like meat upon a butcher's block, vulnerable to the whims of others. Bound to a stone pillar, he was forced to witness as they cut into him, feasting upon his flesh, only for him to die from blood loss, then be reborn, perpetuating this horrific cycle. His blood soaked the pillar, staining it a dark hue. However, they soon discovered that consuming the flesh of an immortal did not bestow upon them eternal life. Envy turned to fear as they regarded Xingshuang, the immortal monster. A monster. Xingshuang had never harmed anyone. Rather, he had been the one continually tormented by these so-called normal humans. But what difference did that make? To be unlike others was his sole transgression. He was confined within a cage, stone piercing his body, encased in iron and sand, submerged deep beneath the sea. The rusting process was swift, but it was the very pillars nailed to his form that truly imprisoned him. Each time he resurrected, he would immediately succumb to death once more. There was no time for contemplation, no strength left to struggle. He lost track of time. Perhaps only decades had passed, perhaps centuries, or even millennia. He no longer wished to return to the surface. He did not desire to break free from this seal. He simply longed for death. Yet, he was unable to attain it. Eternal life. Was this the system's reward? No, it was its curse. What had he done to deserve this fate? Perhaps he had committed no wrongdoing at all. He simply should never have stepped into that deadly game from the very beginning, nor should he have ever met that person. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to deep breaths, Xingshuang could no longer suppress a violent fit of coughing. Master, Ling Han had been observing Xingshuang closely, and upon hearing the sound, he rushed out. However, as soon as he approached Xingshuang, he was evaded. Please, let me be alone for a while. Xingshuang lowered his head, burying his face in his arms, his voice unusually fragile. This was the first time Ling Han had witnessed such a side of his master. Master, did your disciple say something wrong? You may hit or scold me, but please don't be this way. Ling Han felt a deep pang of sorrow. He could not fathom what Xingshuang was thinking, but it was evident that he was in great distress. I will not strike you. Xingshuang sat up and extended his hand toward Ling Han. Ling Han froze for a moment, then gently grasped his hand and half knelt before him. Master, your disciple cannot bear to see you in sorrow. It is all my fault. I should not have spoken so recklessly. I do not blame you, Xingshuang replied softly. I have already hurt you once with my sword. I know it is painful, and I will not harm you again. Ling Han felt as though his heart had been tugged. Master, I know that was not an injury. It was to protect me. Ling Han understood that it was not harm. The master's sword had avoided his heart with that single strike. He had shielded him in front of all the disciples of the sect. Pain is pain, and it is always hurtful, regardless of intent. As Xingshuang spoke, his fingers trembled slightly. Had it not been for Ling Han's firm grip, the subtle quiver would have gone unnoticed. Xingshuang pressed his lips together and continued. Long ago, someone told me that I was the most important person to him, and he truly never intended to harm me. Yet, my greatest suffering stemmed from him. Ling Han was taken aback. He had no idea that Xingshuang harbored such memories. He may have been my closest friend, but he was also the one I despised the most. Xingshuang Baozha, I do not wish for you to suffer. If I inadvertently cause you pain, you must tell me directly. I can make amends. Please do not harbor hatred for me. Xingshuang had never relaxed his vigilance toward Ling Han. He always believed there was a possibility of betrayal. Though Ling Han appeared well-behaved, based on the frequency of his demonic markings, it was evident that his psyche was not entirely sound. Even if he did not intend to harm others, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, Xingshuang remained ever watchful, fearing that a moment's inattention would allow Ling Han to stray from his destined path and succumb to darkness. Ling Han bowed his head, resting it on Xingshuang's knee, murmuring, How could your disciple ever hate you? It is impossible, now and forever. There is no one in this world better than you, master. Xingshuang gently stroked Ling Han's head resting on his knee. You are so warm, truly like a little dog. Ling Han, with concern, asked, Master, are you cold? Would you like me to fetch a brazier? Xingshuang shook his head. Having reached the state of enlightenment, I am no longer affected by the external temperature. Indeed, he was not disturbed by the weather, but he did not relish the cold. All memories associated with coldness brought him discomfort. The deep sea is cold and dark, where he has spent countless days submerged. He vaguely recalls an experience of being cast into the snow to freeze to death. Whether it is due to overwhelming pain or the passage of time, Xingshuang has forgotten many things, and he does not wish to remember. For him, memories are fraught with more anguish than joy. Linghan. Xingshuang's hands came to a halt, yet they remained resting on Linghan's head. Master, do you have any instructions? Linghan tilted his head slightly, gazing at him with eager eyes. Xingshuang lowered his gaze, meeting the puppy-like innocence in those eyes, fiery and sincere. Thus Xingshuang spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it left Linghan momentarily stunned. Embrace me, for you are so warm. Chapter 86. The impossible Linghan found himself at a loss, unable to articulate his emotions. He stood in a daze and gently embraced Xingshuang. His master felt cold, enveloped in a subtle, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of freshly melted snow. Master, please do not be troubled. Linghan awkwardly comforted Xingshuang, cradling his head in his arms. Although Linghan was the disciple in that moment, Xingshuang appeared more like a child in need of care and solace, igniting a protective instinct within Linghan. Regardless of what frightened his master, he vowed never to let him encounter it again. After a while, Xingshuang lifted his head and withdrew from Linghan's embrace, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Linghan was taken aback. Disciple has done nothing. There is no need for thanks, master. Xingshuang retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. Here, a treat for you, strawberry flavored. Save it for later. Eating it before bed might cause cavities. Linghan was momentarily stunned as he accepted the candy. Xingshuang then unwrapped another lollipop and popped it into his mouth. I won't be sleeping, so I can indulge. Linghan was momentarily at a loss for words. The shift in conversation was quite abrupt. The following morning, a knock echoed at Xingshuang's door. Upon opening it, he found Yu Chu by kneeling before him, performing a deep bow. Master, I have come to a realization last night. I wish to dedicate myself to your teachings, promising to honor you and unite with my fellow disciples, never to stir up trouble again. He straightened his back and looked up at Xingshuang. Previously, I was immature and caused you unnecessary trouble. I hope you can forgive me for my transgressions, considering my sincere remorse. With that, he bowed once more. You have not caused me any trouble, Xingshuang replied calmly. I merely wish to clarify a few matters with you. Honestly speaking, while Yu Chu displayed a hint of affectation since arriving, he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. In fact, he had contributed significantly to the Wangshui Tower. Initially, Xingshuang had thought this was merely a gesture of gratitude for saving him, as Yu Chu admired him and wished to learn the techniques of the Wangshui Tower. Although Yu Chu had expressed a desire to become his partner, Xingshuang dismissed it as a fleeting whim born from gratitude. Yu Chu kept his gaze fixed on the ground. Yes, I understand, and I will never offend you again. Xingshuang nodded. You may rise. Yet, Yu Chu remained kneeling. I am guilty and must clarify my intentions with you. Master, a sense of foreboding crept into Xingshuang's mind. What is it? I'm not ignorant of worldly affairs. The words I previously spoke reflected a deeply misguided notion towards you. Xingshuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Yu Chu might have disclosed Linghan's demonic lineage. I do not concern myself with such matters, he replied. Yu Chu pressed his lips together, contemplating the matters concerning the Lan Kingdom. It was indeed the apprentice who had schemed against Elder Xianyun and the royal family, deliberately inciting internal strife to enable the Zhaoju commerce to reap greater benefits. Xingshuang remained perplexed as to how this concerned him. After all, seeking profit is a common human inclination. Yu Chu paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to meet Xingshuang's, asking earnestly, Master, do you truly believe that my true nature is malicious and detestable? Xingshuang extended his hand, stating, the essence of who you are should not be defined by me. Rise, do not kneel. Moreover, for a youth to outmaneuver someone over a century old is indeed impressive, albeit it could be attributed to Lu Lijing's disregard for a mere child. Yu Chu felt his eyes welling with tears. He cautiously placed his hand atop Xingshuang's, leveraging his strength to stand. He held a profound affection for the individual before him, a sentiment that continued to deepen, yet he knew it was an unattainable aspiration. Linghan emerged from the inner chamber, and upon witnessing Li Xingshuang supporting Yu Chubai, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Yu Chubai glanced in his direction, but there was no trace of a usual provocation or triumph, only a serene gaze before he averted his eyes. Li Xingshuang also noticed Ling Han's arrival and turned to him. Ling Han, you are awake? Ling Han approached, replying, yes, master. Li Xingshuang continua, Ling Fan. You may practice in my chamber or in the courtyard. With the sect competition less than a month away, you must seize the time to cultivate. Yes, I understand. Ling Anak nu lidiet. Li Xingshuang then directed his attention back to Yu Chubai. Yu Chubai, you have been my disciple for some time now, and it is time for me to formally begin your instruction. Yu Chubai bowed deeply, expressing, thank you, master, as Ling Han sat nearby in meditation. Li Xingshuang took a seat beside Yu Chubai at the desk, retrieving several books. The teachings Li Xingshuang imparted were not the imperial-level techniques intended for Ling Han. This was not an intentional disparity. The efficacy of a technique is not solely determined by its rank, but rather by its suitability. Given Yu Chubai's relatively low cultivation and lesser comprehension compared to Ling Han, it was only appropriate to begin with simpler methods. Thus, Li Xingshuang presented the Wang Shui sword technique and the Tianfeng formula, both of which are fundamental practices for most inner disciples. The essence of the Tianfeng formula lies in harmonizing with nature. Li Xingshuang's voice was soft, mindful not to disturb Ling Han's cultivation nearby. In truth, Ling Han's thoughts had already been captivated by Li Xingshuang's voice. Even when he pinched himself to regain focus, he found himself unwittingly drawn to listen. Therefore, the connection between cultivators and nature is of paramount importance. Humans are born of nature and must abide by its rhythms. Even when reaching the realms of clarity and unity with the heavens, capable of withstanding climatic influences or even altering them, one must still adhere to certain principles. As Li Xingshuang reached this point, he stood up and guided Yu Chubai to the doorway. He spread his hands, channeling his inner strength, causing the clouds above to stir. The previously clear sky soon darkened, and rain began to fall. Yu Chubai extended his hand, allowing the rain to cascade into his palm. Ling Han, unbeknownst to him, had also approached, gazing up at the sky, thickly draped in clouds above the courtyard. Li Xingfeng observed their expressions of wonder and felt as if he were a child surrounded by admirers after having blown an enormous bubble. How is it? Is it enjoyable? Li Xingfeng inquired of the two. Ling Han nodded. I have heard tales of formidable warriors clashing, capable of altering the very colors of the heavens. As an unlearned disciple, I have yet to witness such a spectacle. Li Xingfeng continued, explaining that weather changes during battles were often a consequence of immense spiritual power and ancillary effect, while deliberate manipulation of the weather through spiritual energy was a rarity. As he spoke, he summoned his own spiritual energy once more, and the clouds above the courtyard gradually dispersed, revealing a clear sky. However, he remarked that altering the weather necessitated resources. In a cloudless desert, one could not summon rain. For even summoning all available moisture would not coalesce into clouds. This was the law of nature. The two nodded, partly understanding. Li Xingfeng raised a finger, stating thus, do not attempt the impossible. To contravene the laws of nature is to act against the very essence of existence, and such endeavors have never met with a favorable outcome. Chapter 87. He is quite wicked. Li Xingshuang's words were to be taken at face value. He was telling the children that cultivating immortality also requires a foundation in science. However, the two disciples interpreted his words quite differently. Yu Chubai and Ling Han each harbored their own secrets, while Li Xingshuang was devoid of any such concerns. For a period of time thereafter, Li Xingshuang remained in the room, accompanying his two disciples in their cultivation. The results of the internal sect disciples' first assessment were soon revealed, and Li Xingshuang took the opportunity to deliver lessons to the top performers every few days. The disciples behaved quite well, which Li Xingshuang considered a positive sign. Before long, the sect's grand competition approached. Held annually, this event aimed to select outstanding internal disciples and direct apprentices, while those already recognized as direct apprentices would engage in friendly sparring. To Li Xingshuang's surprise, Luo Xiang sent him a message through spiritual communication, stating that Ning Mo Ro wished to participate in the competition. Remarkably, in less than a month, she had reached the pinnacle of initial enlightenment. While mere cultivation level was not the sole metric of worth, her rate of progress was nothing short of astonishing. Xingshuang was not particularly surprised, after all. She was the destined heroine. On the afternoon before the grand competition, Ning Mo Ro returned, accompanied by a disciple from the Liuguang Hall who appeared to be merely in her teens, petite, with a hint of baby fat still adorning her cheeks. The one who brought them in was none other than Lu Lijing. Ling Han and Yu Chu Bai stood behind Xingshuang, astonished to see the remarkable progress Ning Mo Ro had made in her cultivation. Upon seeing Xingshuang, Ning Mo Ro bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder Gui Yun, I have heard that the grand competition is imminent. Though my cultivation is modest, I wish to observe my senior brothers and sisters in battle for the sake of learning. Hence my temporary return." The young girl beside her beamed with a smile, introducing herself. "I am Mu Huan. The sisters in the sect call me Xiaojiu. I have come to escort Miss Ning, and most importantly, to prepare some delectable dishes for Elder Gui Yun." "Prepare food?" Xingshuang inquired, somewhat taken aback. Mu Huan grinned widely indeed. "I heard from the sisters that you enjoy the dishes I prepare, so I specifically requested to come and cook for you." "You cook?" "Oh, so all the meals from Liuguang Hall are made by you?" "Not quite. I only handle the sect's banquets and occasionally whip up something special for the sisters." "I see. Thank you," Xingshuang nodded, then turned to Lu Lijing. "And what brings you here?" Lu Lijing smiled at him. "Someone needed to enter the doors of Wang Shuelu, so I came to take a look. Upon seeing it was Miss Ning, I brought her in." "Oh." "Additionally, I had someone investigate the matter concerning Miss Ning. It was indeed a misunderstanding. She is not engaged in any improper conduct. I have now reinstated her in the disciple roster and given her achievements. She need no longer serve as a menial disciple, but can now be recognized as a formal external disciple." Ning Mo Ro looked at Xingshuang, feeling a bit shy. "My progress is due to the opportunities granted by Elder Gui Yun, along with the meticulous guidance from Palace Master Luo. Both of you have conferred upon me a second chance at life." Xingshuang had not forgotten about Lu Lijing. "Then you should thank Elder Xianyun as well, for it is his belief in you that prompted the renewed investigation." "Thank you, Elder Xianyun." Ning Moru inclined her head respectfully towards Lu Lijing. Lu Lijing smiled as he regarded her. The atmosphere was warm and amicable. However, Yu Chu Bai emitted a disdainful snort. Xingshuang turned to him. "Is there something on your mind?" Yu Chu Bai glanced at Lu Lijing and then shook his head. "The disciple has nothing to report." Xingshuang sensed he had unspoken words, but chose not to pursue the matter. After sending Lu Lijing away, she invited Ning Moru to sit in her own room and ushered Ling Han inside, encouraging them to reminisce. Meanwhile, Mu Huan joyfully scurried into the small kitchen of Guiyun Peak, announcing her intention to stew a large pork knuckle for Xingshuang. Times had changed dramatically for both of them. Ling Han and Ning Moru had little to reminisce about. They felt like distant relatives forced together to make dumplings during the new year after a year apart, sitting awkwardly at the table. After a prolonged silence, Ling Han finally managed to utter, "How has junior sister Ning been lately?" "Not bad. And you, senior brother?" "I'm well too." Then silence ensued once more. At last, Ling Han found a topic. "Junior sister, your cultivation has progressed remarkably." Upon hearing this, Ning Moru finally had something to discuss, smiling as she replied, "You flatter me, senior brother. This is largely thanks to the meticulous guidance of Lord Luo, and the techniques of the Liuguang Palace seem to suit me better." Ling Han inquired, "Since the techniques of Liuguang Palace are more suitable for you, why not remain there?" Ning Moru's ears turned slightly red. Her reason for staying was undoubtedly Xingshuang, but she felt too embarrassed to voice it. Thus she could only half-jokingly respond, "What? Do you not wish for me to return, senior brother?" Ling Han remained silent for a moment. Indeed, he did not wish for her return. However, he could not voice such sentiments. "I harbor no such intentions," he said, lowering his gaze. "I merely hope that junior sister can pursue a path more befitting of you. The techniques of Liuguang Palace have allowed you to progress so swiftly, and Lord Luo treats you well. Why not stay there?" Though Ling Han held selfish motives, his words were nonetheless sincere. He still regarded Ning Moru as a friend and wished for her well-being. If she went to Liuguang Palace, She might achieve greater success than if she remained at Wang Xuelo, and he found joy in that thought. However, the most crucial factor was, he could see how much Li Xingshuang valued her. Every time Ling Han pondered this, a pang of discomfort arose within him, which was the primary reason he did not want Ning Moru to stay. Jealousy. Ling Han was aware that he should not feel this way. He felt despicable and malicious. Yet he could not control it. Li Xingshuang returned to her main hall to find Yu Chubai seated at the desk awaiting her. Are you tired? Li Xingshuang noted he was not in the midst of cultivation, suggesting perhaps you should return and rest for a while. However, Yu Chubai, with a serious expression, broached another topic. Master, you must not place too much trust in Elder Xianyun. He is not a good person. He is not entirely bad. Is he? Li Xingshuang held a neutral view of Lu Lijing, or rather, she maintained a lack of opinion towards most individuals. For such an extended period, Lu Lijing has served as regent, and it is inconceivable that he has not employed various stratagems. However, as long as his machinations do not ensnare him, Li Xingshuang remains indifferent. He is indeed a wicked man. Yu Chubai furrowed his brow, deeming him exceedingly hypocritical. Indeed, profoundly hypocritical. One should not trust his words, for they may lead to one's downfall. What leads you to this conclusion? Li Xingshuang felt that Lu Lijing bore him no malice, although he occasionally perceived a hint of pettiness in him, having tricked him on occasion. Yet, he had never caused him genuine harm. These were merely trivial ploys, such as introducing an apprentice into his life. That very apprentice now speaks ill of him. Chapter 88. The chief disciple Yu Chubai found himself at a loss for words, eventually muttering, in any case, he's quite malevolent. Both he and I hail from the Wangshua Tower, and there is no benefit for him in harming me. He shares the same sect as Lu Lijing, and they do not vie for power. Thus, Lu Lijing has no reason to wish him ill. Moreover, Lu Lijing has been rather kind towards him. Yu Chubai fell silent, though it was evident that his opinion remained unchanged. On the day of the grand competition, Li Xingshuang arrived at the Qingshan platform, accompanied by his 3 children. They soon encountered He Ruofeng, who was also with his 3 offspring. He Ruofeng's disciples consisted of 2 boys and 1 girl. The youngest boy, merely 10 years old, appeared less irritable than He Ruofeng, resembling a benevolent little chihuahua, hence dubbed the patient puppy. Upon spotting Ling Han, He Ruofeng sneered, Li Xingshuang, it seems your disciple has made little progress. Ling Han, concealing his true capabilities, appeared to He Ruofeng as having stagnated. Li Xingshuang refrained from elucidating, instead stating, my disciple, regardless of his advancement, holds equal value in my eyes. Is it only through substantial achievements that you regard your disciples with respect? Such utilitarianism is quite telling. He Ruofeng's expression contorted in anger. Li Xingshuang. Li Xingshuang perceived He Ruofeng's weakness, and his unintentional taunt had evidently struck a nerve. Have I misspoken? Li Xingshuang tilted his head. Just wait and see. He Ruofeng gritted his teeth. When your disciple is utterly defeated by mine, we shall see if you can still smile. Li Xingshuang, perplexed, replied, I am not smiling now. He Ruofeng, inexplicably more incensed, was about to retort when Lu Lijing stepped forward. Enough, Ruofeng. The children are present. As an elder, do not provide them with a spectacle of folly. He Ruofeng shot a glare at Li Xingshuang and another at Ling Han before storming off. Li Xingshuang glanced at Lu Lijing, who was accompanied solely by Lu Wuyan. Lu Lijing offered Li Xingshuang a faint smile before addressing the 3 behind him. Ling Shitzi and Yu Shitzi have only recently entered the sect. Do your utmost, but do not concern yourselves with competing against your senior brothers and sisters. Ning girl, as an outer sect disciple, you should return to your own side shortly, lest it appear that Xingshuang favors you. Though Ning Moru felt somewhat disheartened, she recognized the wisdom in Lu Lijing's words and replied thoughtfully, disciple understands. Li Xingshuang deemed Lu Lijing rather hypocritical, as he himself harbored biases, bringing only one of his 5 disciples. However, Lu Lijing's point was valid. Ning Moru's conspicuous presence alongside Li Xingshuang was not advantageous for her. Li Xingshuang took his seat at the Guiyun Peak, as the sect competition had yet to commence. The host roamed among the various peaks, exchanging greetings with the elders. The host of the grand competition was Baiyu, the chief disciple of Wangshu Tower, who held the esteemed title of the sect's eldest brother. Baiyu, being the chief disciple of the sect leader, was not only older than Xingshuang, but also a decade senior to Lu Lijing. When Xingshuang entered the sect, Baiyu was already the eldest brother, and even now that Xingshuang had ascended to the rank of elder, Baiyu remained the eldest brother. As Baiyu approached Xingshuang, a look of concern fell upon his white hair. However, he refrained from inquiring further and simply bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master Uncle. It has been quite some time. I trust you have been well?" Xingshuang nodded, remaining seated, and replied casually, "Yes, I am doing well." Baiyu had been in seclusion for 5 years and had only recently emerged, hence their prolonged absence from each other. With a gentle demeanor, Baiyu remarked, "Indeed, it has been a while. I have heard that you have taken in 2 disciples. May I inquire about them?" Xingshuang nudda, afaktunateli rufling liuhanzeir. "This is my eldest disciple, Ling Han. Ling Han, this is our chief disciple, Baiyu, your senior brother." Ling Han immediately rose and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, senior brother." Yu Chu Bai, seemingly dissatisfied with Xingshuang's introduction of only Ling Han, tugged lightly at his sleeve. "And this is Yu Chu Bai, the young master of Zhaoju's sect, my second disciple." Only then did Yu Chu Bai stand, saying, "Greetings, senior brother." Baiyu smiled warmly. "Both of you are promising young talents. The future of Wangshu Tower will undoubtedly rely on this new generation of strength." Xingshuang nodded in agreement, but suddenly felt a sense of oddity. Why did it seem that Baiyu had previously expressed similar sentiments to him? Upon further reflection, it seemed that Baiyu had once patted his head and said something akin to, "Junior brother, you are still but a child in need of adult protection to thrive and become a pillar of the sect." Now that junior brother has transformed into junior uncle, one wonders if Baiyu feels awkward. He himself was not embarrassed. Yet Xingshuang felt a twinge of discomfort on his behalf. "You, Qi Jingyuan unexpectedly approached. Prepare yourself. The grand competition is about to commence." "Yes, master," Baiyu acknowledged, bowing once more to Xingshuang. "I take my leave, master uncle." After Baiyu departed, Qi Jingyuan waved his hand, shooing Ling Han from the seat beside Xingshuang and taking it for himself. Xingshuang turned to Qi Jingyuan. "What brings you here?" Qi Jingyuan sighed. "Xingshuang, I truly envy you." Xingshuang, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" He spread his hands. "Then why not make me the sect leader?" Qi Jingyuan, irritated, poked Xingshuang's forehead. "You little rascal, is that what I meant?" Xingshuang pressed his forehead. "Then what do you mean?" Qi Jingyuan sighed again. "Yu is already on the verge of breaking through to the mind enlightenment realm. He will soon catch up to us. Isn't that a good thing?" Xingshuang kuntarat. "Indeed, it is a good thing. But if he becomes even more formidable than me, his master, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Xingshuang said earnestly, "You are so petty." Qi Jingyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Rubbing his nose, "I was merely jesting." Cough. "But do you not find it rather awkward when a disciple surpasses their master?" Xingshuang pondered for a moment, then looked at Ling Han. "Ling Han, if one day you surpass me, would you find it embarrassing for your master?" Ling Han fervently shook his head. "How could that be? Master is overthinking. Setting aside my mediocre talent, which renders it impossible for me to surpass you. Even if by some stroke of luck I were to catch up, I would always regard you as the person I respect the most. Yukabai, what about you?" Xingshuang turned to Yukabai. Yukabai replied, "My thoughts align with those of senior brother Ling." Xingshuang gestured towards Qi Jingyuan, saying, "You see? No, Xinghuang, what the disciple thinks is one matter, while the opinions of others are quite another." "Oh, so what then?" "I was pondering whether it might be time to assign you an independent position. However, all 5 peaks of Wangzulu already have their masters." Xingshuang considered this and asked, "Are you suggesting that I retire and relinquish my position?" Qi Jingyuan was perplexed. What on earth is this fellow thinking? Chapter 89. "I have an idea. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qi Jingyuan's lips twitched slightly. "I wish to inquire, do you have any suggestions regarding the position to offer him?" Xingshuang casually remarked. "Why not make him an elder?" Qi Jingyuan was at a loss for words, pausing for several seconds. "It's not that simple. For so many years, the Wangzulu has been led by a singular sect master and 4 elders. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, it would not be appropriate to increase that number. Aren't you the sect master? Can't you make this decision? Well, cough. You is my disciple. And bringing this up makes me appear somewhat. Xingshuang interjected, abusing power for personal gain, engaging in corrupt practices, misusing authority. Cough, cough, cough. Qingmei coughed forcefully a few times. Xingshuang, please refrain from speaking so harshly. After a moment's contemplation, Xingshuang proposed, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Qingmei replied eagerly, I am all ears. Do we not have 5 peaks? Yes. And 4 elders? Indeed. What about the remaining one? Qingmei was momentarily perplexed. Mengyun Peak is mine. Xingshuang shrugged. Then it's settled. You can appoint Bai Yu as the elder of Mengyun Peak. Qingmei pointed to himself. And what about me? You are the sect master. I'm in my territory. You are the sect master. The entire sect is your domain. Qingmei paused in confusion for several seconds. Then where will my disciples of Mengyun Peak reside? Xingshuang responded matter-of-factly. The disciples of Mengyun Peak shall, of course, reside at Mengyun Peak. Bai Yu is the new peak master, and your disciples must be entrusted to him. What about me? You're the sect master. I'm in my disciples. Xingshuang replied earnestly. You're the sect master. All disciples of Wang Zuolu are your disciples. Qingmei's mind momentarily short-circuited. No. Wait. Something feels amiss. What chaotic nonsense is this? Xingshuang turned to the side to seek input from Ling Han. Ling Han, what do you think? Ling Han chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. Xingshuang was puzzled by the humor. He had presented a serious solution to the sect master. No, no, no. You nearly left me in a daze. Qingmei finally regained his composure. I never stated that I wanted you to be an elder. Then what do you mean? I wish to give him a position, perhaps a steward or a protector. Xingshuang tilted his head. Is that not within your authority? Is the sect master so powerless? Cough, cough, cough. Qingmei coughed even harder. It's not that. The affairs of the sect are primarily managed by Li Jing. Then go and consult him. I find it inconvenient to broach the subject. Qingmei admitted awkwardly. If I were to suggest that you take on some responsibilities, it might imply, are you afraid Elder Xianyan would be reluctant to share power? Well, it's not to that extent. However, it may give the impression that I lack confidence in Li Jing. Sai, how should I put this? You understand, right? Xingshuang shook her head, expressing her confusion. Qingmei let out a deep sigh, conceding, forget it, I shouldn't have asked you. With that, he departed, and Ling Han returned to sit beside Xingshuang. She turned her gaze to the stage, where Bai Yu continued delivering his speech, which essentially revolved around the theme of fostering the development of the sect, uniting us today for friendly sparring, a rather tedious rhetoric that could easily induce drowsiness. Master, Ling Han called softly. The disciple felt a twinge of nervousness. Xingshuang reassured him, there's no need to worry. The sparring within the sect is merely a gentle contest. It won't lead to any fatalities. I am concerned about losing and bringing shame to you. That is even less likely. You have only been my disciple for a year. There is no need to compare yourself to the other direct disciples. As for what he often said, you need not concern yourself with it. That is just how he is. A warm feeling enveloped Ling Han's heart. Finally, Bai Yu concluded his monotonous discourse, and the formal competition commenced. The first event was the selection of disciples from the inner sect. Eligible outer sect disciples would first duel in pairs, with half being eliminated, and subsequently, the elders of each peak would select from these disciples. It bore a striking resemblance to corporate recruitment, reviewing resumes, followed by written examinations, and finally, interviews. This year's selection criteria for inner sect disciples required a cultivation level of at least the meridian stage. Xingshuang Musha. Recalling that last year's requirement was the initial enlightenment of the 7th level or higher, it seemed as though standards were depreciating rather swiftly. No, it should be termed as numerical inflation. At this moment, Xingshuang, the steward of Guiyun Peak, approached. Since Xingshuang had occasionally attended classes in the inner sect, she had become somewhat acquainted with this senior uncle. He was quite a traditionalist and rather conservative, yet not overly serious. His temperament was mild. or else he wouldn't have tolerated students dozing off in his classes or gossiping while enjoying hot pot. Senior elder, Xingshuang greeted, displaying respect despite his seniority and status. Clearly, in his eyes, position and cultivation surpassed mere generational hierarchy. Li Xingshuang nodded. Mr. Chun, is there something you need? Xingshuang replied respectfully. In previous years, you have devoted yourself to cultivation, making it difficult to attend to matters within the peak. However, of late, you seem particularly attentive to the disciples' training. I wonder if you plan to recruit more intersect disciples this year? Li Xingshuang recognized the wisdom that came with age. This elder truly understood the art of conversation. Previously, when she had been somewhat of a detached figure, he had managed to engage her effectively. Generally speaking, each year, the sect would promote no fewer than 10 new intersect disciples and no more than 40, which meant the distribution among each peak was rather limited. Guiyun Peak, in particular, rarely recruited new disciples. The number of inner disciples had not even reached 100, and in recent years, there had been a negative growth rate, with casualties from age or accidents surpassing the number of newly recruited disciples. After some contemplation, Li Xingshuang responded, that could work. Xingshuang sighed in relief. After many years, Guiyun Peak might finally be able to admit a few new disciples. During the tenure of the previous Guiyun elder, when Brother Mo was still present, the number of disciples had also been scant. At that time, Master Mo was notorious, and scarcely any disciples dared to approach him. Those few who were summoned by him were rather unfortunate. However, since the current elder Guiyun, Li Xingfeng, took office, the disciples have yearned to join Guiyun Peak. Yet, his aloof demeanor and disinterest in worldly affairs rendered him silent during each disciple selection. Now, witnessing Li Xingfeng finally muster the spirit to oversee the sect, Xingshuang felt as if the ancestral spirits had opened their eyes, safeguarding Guiyun Peak. He nearly shed tears before the elder's tablet. Given Xingshuang's age and qualifications, he no longer aspired to advance further in his cultivation. Instead, he merely hoped to witness the sect and Guiyun Peak flourish before his demise, with the disciples achieving success. With the elder displaying such diligence, he felt a sense of reassurance. Li Xingfeng, uninterested in the brawls of the lowly cultivators, shifted his gaze from the competition platform to the seats of the other peaks. When Lu Lijing noticed his attention, he offered a faint smile. Hiruofeng was currently lecturing his 3 disciples. The 2 elder disciples appeared full of ambition, while the younger one seemed somewhat bewildered. As for Qi Jingyuan, he had seemingly wandered off to run on his side. Li Xingfeng surmised that he must have reiterated to her what he had just shared with him, displaying quite the persistence. Chapter 90. Who permitted you to speak ill of my disciple Li Xingshuang was momentarily lost in thought when he was suddenly stirred by a chorus of gasps from below the stage. A young maiden gracefully leaped onto the martial arts platform, her dark hair gently lifted by the breeze, brushing against her fair complexion. Her brows resembled distant mountains cloaked in emerald, her eyes mirrored the autumn waters, and the corners of her lips curled into a subtle smile. It was Ning Mo Ro. Li Xingshuang felt a twinge of surprise. He recalled that Ning Mo Ro was still at the initial enlightenment stage, while the selection for intersect disciples required one to be at the meridian opening stage. Yet, from every angle, she undeniably appeared to be at the initial enlightenment stage. Could it be that she possessed the same ability as Ling Han to conceal her true cultivation? Hiruofeng was the first to voice his thoughts, unleashing an aura of pressure as he spoke. Knowing you are unqualified, how dare you step onto the stage? The sect competition is not a place for your impudence. Li Xingshuang mused to himself. This is truly troublesome. It seems the Chihuahua is destined to become a malicious pawn, flaunting her prowess and facing humiliation. As expected, Ning Mo Ro stood tall against the pressure of the Mingxin realm. Her back straight as she declared, Disciple understands that this year's selection for intersect disciples requires at least the meridian opening stage. However, I implore the elders to grant me this opportunity. Lu Lijing's voice resonated throughout the martial arts platform, amplified by his spiritual energy. His tone was calm and measured, as was customary, but granting you an opportunity would be unfair to the other disciples. If I lose this battle, I willingly forfeit my future eligibility to compete for the inner sect discipleship. Her words incited yet another uproar. Xingshuang sighed in exasperation. Why they prepared the list beforehand? Why force these children to take the stage themselves? Now chaos had ensued. He even suspected that this format was designed to incite conflict. He softly inquired of Ling Han, "Do you wish for me to assist her?" Ling Han hesitated, her expression momentarily darkening. "Master, why do you always show such concern for her?" Li Xingshuang glanced at him, perplexed. "What troubles you?" Chubai narrowed his eyes. "She likely believes that with your support, she can speak so boldly to the elders. Does she think that even if she never competes for the inner sect again, she can still become your personal disciple?" Li Xingshuang fell silent. Well, in truth, such reasoning wasn't entirely unfounded. Ning Mo Ro was the destined heroine. She was unlikely to lose this battle. Even if she did falter, Li Xingshuang would certainly find a way to take her as his disciple. He could never allow her to remain in the outer sect indefinitely. What if the heroine decided to switch allegiances? However, how could he ever admit to his favoritism? Do not speak foolishly. I have never favored anyone. And Miss Ning is not that kind of person. Chubai lowered his gaze. Yet, that very statement was a form of favoritism. Ling Han pressed her lips together. "Master, it would be better if you refrained from speaking on Ning's senior sister's behalf." Li Xingshuang was taken aback. "Why is that? Is she not your friend?" "Precisely because she is my friend. Many in the outer sect are aware of this. If you speak now, they will surely think that is the reason. And they will regard Ning's senior sister with even greater disdain." Ling Han spoke from the depths of his heart, fully aware of the trials that accompany being targeted. If someone were to seize upon Ning Moru's vulnerabilities, her life would undoubtedly become even more arduous. He harbored doubts about her ability to challenge those of a higher rank. It seemed likely that she would ultimately return to the outer sect. One could only imagine the disparaging remarks that would ensue from those around her. Lu Lijing remained silent, seemingly weighing his thoughts. It was Run Anha who broke the silence first. Given this disciple's unwavering determination, shall we not grant her an opportunity? "Jingyuan, what say you?" Jingyuan was indifferent, having seen many bold disciples in past generations. "Very well, but do remember your vow. Should you fail to triumph over your opponent, you shall never again be permitted to enter the inner sect." "Indeed." Ning Moru clasped her hands in salute. "Which of my fellow disciples is willing to engage me in combat?" Li Xingfeng, initially believing that Ning Moru's confidence would deter others from challenging her, was surprised when, immediately after her proclamation, someone leaped onto the arena. He recognized the figure. It was the very same young man who had bullied Ning Moru during their first encounter. "Humph. Ning Moru, you are but a waste, and yet you somehow grasped a fleeting chance to reach the 9th stage of initial enlightenment. And now you dare to challenge those above you?" Li Xingfeng found himself speechless. It was a quintessentially foolish remark, reminiscent of a typical cannon fodder's bravado. Ning Moru cast him a dispassionate glance, drawing her sword. "Brother Qian, I beseech your guidance." Her blade, a mere basic weapon bestowed by the Wang Shui Tower, was but of the mundane tier. Qian Xin scoffed, unsheathing his own sword, which was of the mid-tier spiritual class, visibly superior to Ning Moru's. Li Xingfeng deemed this situation profoundly unjust. Why were the weapons not standardized for the examination? It was akin to enhancing one's score in an entrance examination simply by wielding a golden pen. Was financial capability truly a measure of strength? He glanced at Chubai beside him. Perhaps, in this realm, it indeed was. Bai Yu raised his hand. Let the contest commence. As his hand descended, the two figures engaged in a rapid clash. Qian Xin, being at the mid-stage of the Meridian realm, held a half-tier advantage over Ning Moru, and the outcome seemed predetermined in his favor. However, the unexpected was about to unfold. A potent wave of spiritual energy surged towards Qian Xin, as translucent white patterns radiated from Ning Moru's forehead, exuding an ethereal and divine luminescence. Qian Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily knocked back by the sheer force of her spiritual energy. He could not fathom how a novice could wield such formidable power. He raised his sword to defend himself, Yet Ning Moru pressed her assault relentlessly until she cornered him at the edge of the arena. With a fierce cry, he exclaimed, "Traitor!" Ning Moru frowned and, with a swift strike, sent him sprawling to the ground. "If you are bested, must you resort to slander?" Qianqin pointed accusingly at her. "You are clearly employing techniques not taught by the Wangshui Tower's outer sect. And what of it? Is there any rule that stipulates one must only utilize the techniques imparted by the outer sect?" Her methods were indeed taught by Luo Xing and were not those of the Wangshui Tower, yet she refrained from elaborating further. She wished to avoid complicating matters for Li Xingfeng and the Liu Hall. Qian Yu was momentarily speechless, then spoke. "Who among the outer sect is unaware of your illicit relationship with Ling Han? He has conspired with the demon clan. And you as well." A tremendous pressure enveloped the surroundings, rendering everyone breathless. Li Xingfeng appeared on the martial stage without anyone noticing his arrival. Though he usually bore a calm and composed demeanor, he now unleashed the full extent of his formidable pressure characteristic of the Mingxin realm. Qianqin had collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, while others, although not directly targeted, felt the suffocating weight of his aura. Ning Moru found herself rigid and unable to move, and even Bai Yu, standing beside the arena, was drenched in cold sweat. Li Xingfeng raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to grasp Qianqin by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. His voice was icy and penetrating. "Who permitted you to speak so recklessly about my disciple?" Chapter 91. What are you saying? Qianqin was rendered speechless by fear, unable to utter even a plea for mercy. At that moment, a gentle hand rested upon Li Xingshuang's arm. "Xingshuang," Lu Lijing's voice was soft. Li Xingshuang cast him a glance, questioning. "Are you trying to stop me?" Lu Lijing replied, "He is indeed at fault, but to take his life seems excessive." His argument held merit. To execute a disciple over mere words would surely invite speculation, further solidifying claims that the elders were shielding a disciple tainted by demonic blood. Li Xingshuang released his grip, and with that motion, Qianqin collapsed to the ground. Disciple knows his wrongs. Disciple acknowledges his sins. I am grateful for Elder Xie Guiyun's mercy." Qianqin trembled as he knelt, fear evident in his demeanor. "My disciple is not a demon," Li Xingshuang asserted coldly, his voice amplified by spiritual power, resonating throughout the arena. "He is upright and kind. He is human. I will not tolerate anyone who defames him." Ling Han stared at Li Xingshuang, tears blurring his vision involuntarily. Li Xingshuang narrowed his eyes, stating, "If anyone dares to speak ill of Ling Han in the future, I shall not be as lenient as I am today." In truth, Li Xingshuang felt a wave of relief. He had intervened just in time. Had he allowed this person to continue shouting, it might have led to rumors about the male and female leads turning dark. As he prepared to return to his seat, Lu Lijing spoke again, his tone still measured. "Death may be avoided, but living punishment cannot escape." Lu Lijing raised his hand, and Qianqin let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground like a worm. Li Xingshuang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Lijing looked down at Qianqin with indifference, stating, "Defaming a fellow disciple, tarnishing the reputation of the elder's direct disciple, severing his spiritual veins, and expelling him from a sect. And no, Elder Xian Yun." Qianqin's eyes widened in desperation as he reached for Lu Lijing's shoe. Lu Lijing unuk druziveli sidastapat, casting a fleeting glance at him before gently saying to Li Xingshuang, "Let us go." Li Xingshuang turned to Ning Mo Ro, saying, "You have won." Ning Mo Ro, initially stunned by the sudden turn of events, snapped back to reality upon hearing Li Xingshuang's voice. "Ygyes, Li Xingshuang Nudda. You may enter the inner sect now. Since you have befriended Ling Han, you shall reside beneath Guiyun Peak." Ning Mo Ro's face lit up with joy as she bowed. "Disciple thanks Elder Guiyun." Lu Lijing cast a glance at Ning Mo Ro, but remained silent. Although it was merely a brief interlude, most of the disciples had shifted their attention. However, with Qianqin's example, no one dared to engage in further discussion. As Li Xingshuang took his seat, he noticed Ling Han with tear-filled eyes. Assuming it was due to Qianqin's words, he reached out to ruffle Ling Han's hair. reassuring him he has already severed his spiritual veins and been expelled from the sect. You need not concern yourself with his words. Master, I do not mind what he says, Ling Han confessed, burying his head against Li Xingshuang's shoulder. I am just very happy that you stand up for me. Li Xingshuang allowed Ling Han to lean against him, finding it natural for the youth to seek affection. Yet, it was evident that others could hardly tolerate such a scene. Yu Chubai and Ning Mo silently averted their gazes, concealing the jealousy that flickered in their eyes. Lu Lijing exhibited no overt reaction, though his expression darkened slightly. Ren and he wore a worried look, seemingly contemplating whether to further educate her junior disciple. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback and was about to vehemently reprimand Ling Han for his audacity. However, before he could utter a word, He Ruo Feng stood up first. Li Xingshuang. He Ruo Feng appeared beside Li Xingshuang and Ling Han, forcefully separating the two, then seized Li Xingshuang by the collar, lifting him off the ground. You reckless man who indulges your disciple. By acting this way, you are merely nurturing an unruly demon, a wayward disciple. Li Xingshuang was perplexed by He Ruo Feng's sudden fury. Even though He Ruo Feng favored a stern approach to education, Ling Han was not even his disciple. Why the haste? Thus, he sincerely inquired, what is it to you? He Ruo Feng's anger intensified. Ling Han stepped forward to interject, but He Ruo Feng brusquely shoved him aside. Li Xingshuang furrowed his brow. If you are dissatisfied, then face me in battle, but do not lay a hand on my disciple. He Ruo Feng's face turned an ashen shade. Very well, Li Xingshuang. Then let us engage in combat. Ling Han, disregarding the earlier shove, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. It is all the disciple's fault. If Elder Tian Yun wishes to impose punishment, please direct it towards the disciples. And do not extend your ire toward my master. He Ruo Feng cast him a sidelong glance, sneering, what do you think you are? Li Xingshuang silently critiqued. What is he? The protagonist. Thus, he kindly advised, if you wish to preserve your life, refrain from striking him. After all, he is a colleague, albeit one who met a tragic fate in the original timeline. This statement provoked He Ruo Feng's fury to reach its zenith. You dare threaten me? Li Xingshuang. He was merely stating the facts. After all, Xingshuang, Ruo Feng, this is a public setting. Let us not create an embarrassing scene. Lu Lijing interjected softly. Li Xingshuang glanced at the arena, where indeed, all the disciples were observing them. They had not utilized spiritual power to transmit their conversation, as the arena was vast, and only a few could hear their exchange. Even those nearest could only catch a few words. It was clear that a conflict had arisen among the elders. Everyone knew of the discord between Elder Tian Yun and Elder Gui Yun, and how Elder Tian Yun harbored a profound hatred for the demon clan, while Elder Gui Yun had the audacity to raise a member of that very clan. No matter how much they wished to avoid gossip, the disciples were aware of the underlying tensions. After all, everyone had witnessed Ling Han being taken to the demon execution stage, and even Elder Gui Yun's attempts to shield him could not alter the facts. He Ruo Feng gritted his teeth, pointing at Ling Han. Li Xingshuang, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, expel this fellow from our sect. Ling Han was taken aback by He Ruo Feng's words, momentarily frozen in place. He would rather the stakes be his life than face expulsion from a sect. He did not wish to leave his master. I cannot, Li Xingshuang declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Ling Han. I am aware of your disdain for me, but do not let our conflict involve my disciple. He Ruo Feng's expression darkened further. You think I despise you? And what else could it be? He Ruo Feng gritted his teeth, exclaiming with anger, indeed, I loathe you. Li Xingshuang, you are utterly detestable. Li Xingshuang, with a tranquil gaze, replied, I am aware of that. Upon hearing these words, He Ruo Feng was momentarily taken aback. I know I am annoying. There is no need for your reminder. Li Xingshuang spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Her tone flat. Feel free to strike, but I shall not wager Ling Han. Should I lose, you may seek your revenge in any manner you choose. You may flay my skin and dismantle my bones, and I shall not offer any resistance. He Ruo Feng widened his eyes, astonished by Li Xingshuang's declaration. What are you saying? Chapter 92. The disciple wishes to join Gui Feng enough. Lu Lijing interrupted their standoff. Ruofeng, you may return for now. If you harbor any grievances, we shall address them after the sect competition concludes. Ruofeng cast a glance at Li Xingshuang, still somewhat dazed by his earlier remarks. Lu Lijing softened his tone towards Li Xingshuang. Xingshuang, please follow me. Li Xingshuang, feeling quite innocent, protested. It was not I who instigated this. I am aware, Lu Lijing replied, appearing rather helpless. I wish to speak with you for a moment. He led Li Xingshuang to a secluded chamber beneath Qianshan Terrace. Though Lu Lijing was typically inscrutable, Li Xingshuang sensed a flicker of anger within him. Xingshuang, I pose the same question once more. Is Ling Han truly significant to you? Is it of such importance that it could affect your pursuits? Li Xingshuang remained standing, meeting Lu Lijing's gaze. Why do you care about this matter? After a brief silence, Lu Lijing resolved to speak candidly. Locking eyes with Li Xingshuang. If you possess an objective or a task concerning Ling Han, I am willing to assist you. Li Xingshuang frowned. Observing this expression, Lu Lijing lowered his gaze. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. I merely hope you can fulfill your desires. He could not forget the haunting crimson stain. He wished for Li Xingshuang to avoid failure, to not depart again, to escape suffering, and to remember who he was. For this, he would go to any lengths. He despised anyone approaching Li Xingshuang, especially those driven by desire. It reminded him of his father, filthy, vile, and repugnant. To him, all who approached Li Xingshuang were unworthy. Yet, what if Li Xingshuang willingly desired their company? What if that individual was the target of Li Xingshuang's mission? Lu Lijing could endure it, even assist him. He had expelled Ning Moru for harboring inappropriate thoughts towards Li Xingshuang, yet retained her due to Li Xingshuang's defense. The same applied to Ling Han. The affection they bore for Li Xingshuang only intensified Lu Lijing's aversion towards them. However, as long as Li Xingshuang wished to keep them, Lu Lijing would repeatedly advocate for them before the sect leader. To him, everyone else was inconsequential. Li Xingshuang remained silent for an extended period, causing Lu Lijing's unease to grow. It had been years since he experienced fear, yet now he dreaded that Li Xingshuang might become wary of him, suspecting him of ulterior motives. Finally, Li Xingshuang spoke. Are you also a player? Lu Lijing was taken aback, for this was another phrase he found utterly perplexing. Li Xingshuang appeared equally perplexed. It doesn't seem so. How would you know? It makes no sense. How could Lu Lijing possibly be aware of matters regarding the task? Could it be that he once encountered someone akin to myself? The death game continually draws players. Perhaps Lu Lijing had indeed met someone engaged in tasks within this realm. I hope you will trust me. Lu Lijing did not fully comprehend his words, yet continued to express his thoughts. Of course, it is perfectly fine if you do not trust me. After all, I possess no qualities that warrant your trust. Li Xingshuang pondered for a moment before responding. Ling Han is indeed a significant individual, as is Ning Mo. I appreciate your earlier defense on their behalf. Otherwise, I would have faced considerable difficulties. Lu Lijing felt a sense of relief in his heart. Thankfully, he had not committed any grave errors. However, recalling his earlier machinations against Ning Mo filled him with trepidation. What if his reckless actions led to Li Xingshuang's failure? Lu Lijing would never forgive himself. He spoke softly, I will assist you. Furthermore, refrain from uttering such words in the future. Ruofeng does not genuinely dislike you. He is merely angry. No one harbors any ill will towards you. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to confide in us rather than bearing the burden alone. Li Xingshuang understood that Ruofeng was displeased due to her defense of her disciple carrying the bloodline of the demon clan. However, she could distinguish between the expulsion of a disciple and the potential downfall of Wang Shuelu. If you truly wish to help me, please counsel Elder Tian Yun to refrain from meddling with my disciple. Li Xingshuang replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Given Ruofeng's demeanor, she surmised it would be challenging to avoid Ling Han's retribution in the future. Although Ling Han presently appeared as an innocent and harmless flower, Li Xingshuang remained on edge, fearing his sudden transformation into a carnivorous bloom. Meanwhile, Ruofeng casually danced around Ling Han's danger zone. Li Xingshuang truly yearned for a change in companions. Lu Lijing sighed. I will speak to him. When the two returned to Qianshan, He Ruofeng's expression remained grim. Upon seeing Li Xingshuang resume her seat at Gue Yunfeng, He Ruofeng hesitated for a moment before approaching her. Although Ling Han was unaware of the unfolding events, he wished to offer some words of comfort to Li Xingshuang. However, before he could speak, Elder Tianyun arrived, prompting him to instinctively shield Li Xingshuang behind him. He Ruofeng shot him a glare before turning to Li Xingshuang, appearing somewhat awkward. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, Li Xingshuang, are you all right? Li Xingshuang was taken aback. What kind of question is that? As she contemplated whether He Ruofeng was seeking trouble again, he flushed crimson. Please do not be angry. Let us just say I misspoke. Is that satisfactory? With that, he dramatically flung his sleeve and departed. Li Xingshuang was left bewildered. What was that all about? After a moment, she realized that he seemed to have come to apologize. No one else could make an apology. Seemed so peculiar. Ling Han watched Li Xingshuang with concern, uncertain whether to speak. It's nothing. She shook her head. What was the outcome of the match? Ling Han replied, it just concluded. The sect master is awaiting your return along with Elder Xianyun to select the inner sect disciples. Li Xingshuang glanced toward the sect master, Lu Lijing, who was engaged in conversation with him. It was unclear what they were deliberating, yet Qi Jingyuan appeared somewhat constrained. Soon, the selection process for the inner sect disciples commenced. First, the disciples would express their intentions, after which the peak masters would decide whether to accept them. If the peak master is unwilling, then other peak masters will select, thereby adhering to the adjustment process. Should one refuse to comply with the adjustment, the only option left is to return to the outer sect. However, it is rare for disciples to resist such arrangements. A significant number of disciples may not express their intentions explicitly, readily accepting the allocation. This time, a total of 56 disciples met the criteria. The first disciple stepped forward and bowed. I wish to be accepted under the Guiyun Peak. Li Xingfeng glanced at her, noting her mid-stage meridian opening realm and decent aptitude. Very well. The disciple joyfully departed. The second disciple approached with eager eyes. I wish to be accepted under the Guiyun Peak. Li Xingfeng responded. Is it because the Guiyun Peak possesses favorable geomantic qualities? Chapter 93. No rush. Little one, Li Xingshuang's popularity was already considerable, and with his recent defense of Ling Han, everyone witnessed Elder Guiyun's partiality. Consequently, the number of individuals wishing to become his disciples increased significantly. In previous years, Elder Guiyun refrained from accepting disciples, yet this year, for reasons unknown, he began to recruit inner sect disciples. Following the selection process, over 20 disciples pledged their allegiance to Guiyun Peak, while around half of the 30 or so applicants were declined by Li Xingshuang. Only a handful expressed interest in joining other peaks or were indifferent. With the inner sect disciple selection completed, the second round of competition commenced. This was the contest among the inner sect disciples themselves. Each of the 5 peaks contributed 10 disciples, engaging in duels of 2 against 2, with the victorious disciples earning this year's prestigious title. Li Xingshuang understood that Guiyun Peak held little hope of victory, as he had previously adopted a hands-off approach to their education. The prospects from the other 4 peaks were uncertain. Mengyun Peak, home to the sect leader, generally showcased the sect's prestige through its disciples. However, Xianyun Peak was under the dominion of the regent, with all sect resources distributed by Lu Lijing, rendering them equally matched. Qingyun Peak boasted the largest number of disciples, thanks to Ren Anha's benevolent nature. She welcomed those rejected by other peaks, albeit at the cost of quality. Nevertheless, the adage quantity breeds quality suggested that among such a multitude, a few exceptional talents might emerge. Tianyun Peak, under He Ruofeng's fervent influence, exhibited a particularly zealous spirit for combat. Li Xingshuang found it difficult to predict the outcome. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Once their matches concluded, it would be time for the direct disciples to engage in their own friendly contests. Given the varying lengths of time each direct disciple had been under their master's tutelage and their differing levels of cultivation, only those of similar ages would face one another. Li Xingshuang glanced at Tianyun Peak. Aside from the youngest disciple, he Ruofeng's other two pupils were also around 20 years old, meaning Ling Han would inevitably face them. 3 from Qingyun Peak were of similar age to Ling Han, while Xianyun Peak had only Lu Wuyan, who was comparably aged, and Mingyun Peak had no disciples of Ling Han's age. As Li Xingshuang observed the inter-sect disciples competition, Chen Zhong approached with a small child, he Ruofeng's young apprentice. The little one appeared somewhat anxious, his voice still retaining a childish lilt. Disciple pays respects to the uncle master. Li Xingshuang, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Uncle master, please do not hold a grudge against my master. He did not intend to argue with you," the child said cautiously, presenting a package of pastries. "This is the osmanthus cake that I like the most, a gift for you." Without hesitation, Li Xingshuang accepted the offering, unwrapped the oiled paper, and took a bite. The osmanthus cake was sweet yet not cloying, with the aroma of osmanthus perfectly balanced. Li Xingshuang thought to himself that this child indeed possessed refined taste. Alas, following he Ruofeng might lead to his master reprimanding him for indulging in earthly desires, lacking the demeanor of a true cultivator. I harbor no resentment towards him. However, since you have brought it, I shall accept it, Li Xingshuang said, shifting slightly to make room beside him. "Please, take a seat, and let us enjoy this together." The child paused momentarily, then happily seated himself. "What is your name?" "Inkita Li Xingwan." Disciple Xiao Hanning, replying to Master Uncle. He answered. Li Xingchuan thought the surname sounded quite reminiscent of a protagonist from a cultivation novel. Suddenly, Yu Chubai interjected, "The alchemical family, the Xiao clan?" Xiao Hanning nodded. "Indeed. All the elders in my family are alchemists." Noticing Li Xingshuang a slight surprise, Yu Shubai elaborated. The Xiao family is only second to the Ji and Murong clans in the realm of alchemy. Why do you not pursue alchemy? Xiao Hanning swallowed the pastry in his mouth, appearing somewhat bashful. "I lack the talent for alchemy. By my age, my sister had already recognized thousands of herbs. Yet I cannot even distinguish between the purple sunflower and the purple clover. Hence, my father sent me to Wangshu Tower." Li Xingwan Ramarka. Your sister is so remarkable. She believed that being able to recognize 1,000 characters at the age of 10 was impressive enough, and she was astonished that